Chapter 1, There is no need to heed those who deliberately defame me. Xingchen, how are the skewers I asked you to grill coming along? Almost done, master. Good, don't forget to sprinkle some cumin and chili powder later. I tell you, never underestimate these seasonings once sprinkled, they will elevate the flavor to a whole new level. Cumin and chili powder? Liu Xingchen listened to Yu Qian's admonition, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. This look did not escape Yu Qian's notice. Soon, Yu Qian's expression shifted as well. You little rascal, confess honestly, what exactly are you grilling? With a face full of grievance, Liu Xingchen resolutely replied, skewers, of course. Didn't you say that today we would grill some skewers together? Yu Qian smacked his forehead. Oh no! Before Liu Xingchen could react, Yu Qian dashed frantically to the backyard. Seeing this, Liu Xingchen hurriedly followed. By the time he arrived in the backyard, he saw Yu Qian carefully retrieving several skewers of beads from the grill. Gazing at the charred remnants of what once was a bracelet, Yu Qian's face contorted in frustration. Liu Xingchen, I won't let this go. With a sudden burst of energy, Yu Qian's legs moved with remarkable agility. In that instant, he was no longer an elderly man, but rather a vigorous athlete in his prime. The best strategy is to flee. No, it was too late to walk. Running was the only option. Liu Xingchen had no other thoughts. Gathering all his strength into his legs, he took large strides forward and vanished in a flash. Yu Qian attempted to chase him for a few steps but quickly returned to his original state, gasping for breath. Liu Xingchen, I know you can hear me. I'll count to 3. You better come back, or I'll summon your godfather. 3, 2, 1. Just as Yu Qian reached 2, Liu Xingchen had already returned, calling out the final number. Master, can you think of another way? Every time this happens, you just threaten to call your godfather. Yu Qian smirked with satisfaction. The method doesn't matter, what counts is the result. You've truly grown clever, haven't you? I asked you to grill skewers, and you ended up grilling a bracelet. Seeing Yu Qian's irritation, Liu Xingchen hastily explained. Master, this isn't my fault. You said we would grill some skewers, but you never specified what kind. If you had mentioned grilling lamb or beef skewers, would I have grilled a bracelet? Moreover, didn't you say that some bracelets need to be grilled? They are not only sturdy but also visually appealing. Yu Qian scrutinized Liu Xingchen and shook his head helplessly. With that mouth of yours, you could turn black into white. Are you implying that this should not be blamed on me, but rather on you? Liu Xingchen waved his hand. Not quite, we're both in the clear, ha ha ha. Yu Qian beamed with a hearty smile, gazing fondly at his only disciple Liu Xingchen. The lad had a remarkable talent for eloquence. In his presence, not even the formidable old Guo could gain the upper hand. Of course, it was precisely this gift of gab that filled Yu Qian, as a teacher, with immense pride. As is well known, Yu Qian is a crosstalk performer. Although he bears many labels, the most representative remains that of a crosstalk artist. After all, the title of crosstalk emperor is not bestowed lightly. When it comes to crosstalk performances, the first requisite is a nimble tongue. Not only must one articulate clearly, but one must also respond with alacrity. Be it a partner's question or an audience member's inquiry, the performer must respond promptly and entertainingly. Liu Xingchen's eloquence perfectly highlights the most crucial aspect of crosstalk performance. As his master, Yu Qian naturally swelled with pride. The refrigerator contains pre-skewered meat, lamb, beef, and other varieties. Go fetch them, well grill and enjoy. This time, he'll take charge. This time, Yu Qian was careful to articulate his request completely. Understood, master. This time, I assure you there will be no mistakes. Liu Xingchen quickly made his way to the room and emerged with a platter full of skewers. Good, at least this time you didn't bring the wrong ones. Yu Qian received the skewers and arranged them on the grill. Xingchen, grilling skewers is a skill in itself. Today, I'll take the opportunity to give you a proper lesson. Life's lessons are abundant. As Liu Xingchen's master, Yu Qian felt it was his duty to impart all he knew, not just in crosstalk, but in all areas. Yu Qian wished to pass on his knowledge to Liu Xingchen to the fullest extent. Oh come on, master. If it's knowledge about crosstalk, I'm all ears, but when it comes to culinary matters, let's skip that. I've seen plenty of your cooking tutorials online. The comments below speak volumes. Yu Qian frowned. Liu Xingchen, clarify what those comments said. Seeing Yu Qian's seriousness, Liu Xingchen quickly opened the app and located the video of Yu Qian teaching how to make white-cut chicken. Erase your tutorial video, you can read the comments for yourself. Yu Qian shot Liu Xingchen a reproachful glance. Didn't you see I was busy? Who has time to check their phone? What's the point of your mouth if you can't read it out loud for me? Liu Xingchen hesitated. Reading it isn't impossible, but you must understand, these are the opinions of netizens, not mine, Yu Qian interrupted again. Enough with the chatter, just read it. Liu Xingchen, seeing no point in prolonging the discussion, opened the comments section. My second uncle followed what Master Yu said yesterday, and guess what? He was up all night. Mr. Yu's lessons have two characteristics: they are simple and easy to learn, anyone can pick them up, and they are notoriously difficult to eat, leaving anyone who tries regretting it. Every day a little tip for a successful dish: everyone must remember to like, save, and share. If you suspect your husband is unfaithful, just cook him a dish from Master Yu. That's what I call a silent protest. Master, should I continue reading? After reading a few comments, Liu Xingchen struggled to suppress his laughter. Stop. The internet is full of trolls, deliberately tarnishing my reputation. There's no need to listen. Liu Xingchen pondered. Oh, now I see. Observing Liu Xingchen's sardonic expression, Yu Qian retorted, Liu Xingchen, speak honestly. Of all the dishes I've prepared over the years, which one have you eaten less of? If they were truly unpalatable, would you have eaten so much? Yu Qian's question left Liu Xingchen in silence. His master's words seemed fair. Over the years, he had no idea how many meals he had consumed prepared by Yu Qian, and none had been unpleasant. How peculiar! Why were there so many disparaging comments online? Could it be that his master was concealing some secret recipe? Chapter 2. Perhaps it is wise to continue pondering and arrive at the most ideal conclusion. As a disciple who had learned from Yu Qian since childhood, Liu Xingchen believed he understood his master quite well. He never anticipated that discussing culinary skills would lead to such a debacle. It seems that public opinion online is truly powerful. It can rival even his own eloquence. Gossip media can be deadly. I will never again trust online opinions so easily. Ultimately, Liu Xingchen chose to trust his master's culinary skills. As for the online chatter, he resolved to disregard it as much as possible. Wow, this aroma is delightful. I could smell it from afar. There's a saying, it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. It seems my trip here wasn't in vain. Just as they were conversing, an excited voice rang out. Neither Yu Qian nor Liu Xingchen looked up, for they already knew who was approaching. It was inevitable. They were all too familiar, and a single voice could convey everything. The visitor was none other than Yu Qian's other disciple, who also happened to be Guo Degang's eldest son, Guo Qilin. Dalin, you truly are fortunate. We had just started grilling when you arrived. Liu Xingchen remarked with envy as he glanced at Guo Qilin. Indeed. I was merely thinking of dropping by for a while, and unexpectedly stumbled upon a barbecue. Guo Qilin casually settled beside Liu Xingchen, exhibiting no signs of awkwardness. You haven't visited in a while, so this time, you must stay for a couple of days. Let's enjoy some drinks together. Yu Qian looked at Guo Qilin with delight, eagerly anticipating his stay. Absolutely. Even if you didn't invite me, I had planned to stay for a few days. I have a pressing issue to discuss with you. Until this matter is resolved, I cannot find peace. Guo Qilin asserted, his demeanor now considerably more serious. Dalin, if you're facing any difficulties, share them with your senior brother, and I shall assist you. Liu Xingchen confidently draped an arm around Guo Qilin's shoulders. Well, how should I put it? Have you two been paying attention to the recent public sentiment regarding the Deyun Society? Yu Qian and Liu Xingchen exchanged glances and shook their heads. Both were carefree individuals who seldom concerned themselves with work-related matters during their leisure time. No worries if you haven't been following it, allow me to enlighten you. To be honest, the recent reputation of the Deyun Society has been rather poor. Initially, it was due to the declining professional abilities of the actors, relying on past glories, which gradually evolved into accusations of unprofessionalism. Now, there are videos circulating online that maliciously distort my relationship with my father, portraying us as complete strangers. Indeed, my relationship with my family is not particularly strong. My father's parenting style has been somewhat extreme, yet he remains my father. As his son, I cannot bear to see him face such scrutiny and insults at his age. Yu Qian and Liu Xingchen exchanged another glance, both remaining silent for a moment. Although they had never discussed Guo Qilin's familial dynamics, they were keenly aware of the underlying tensions. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was not very close to either Guo Degang or Wang Hui. Even when given the choice between staying at his father's house or his master's, he would prefer the latter. This outcome cannot solely be blamed on Guo Qilin. Guo Degang's oppressive education style had instilled a sense of fear in him from a young age. Additionally, his stepmother, Wang Hui, despite treating Guo Qilin as her own, inevitably created a rift between them. The recent arrival of Guo Fengyang, his younger brother, had further exacerbated Guo Qilin's feelings of imbalance. After all, this second child had not endured any oppressive parenting and was instead showered with affection. The disparity in treatment between siblings would inevitably stir feelings of discontent. Initially, it was thought that such matters would remain within the confines of the Deyun society, yet they were captured by the discerning eyes of internet users. I believe what is said online reflects the truth. Your relationship with your family is indeed strained, Liu Xingchen stated candidly, as they were in the company of no outsiders. According to Guo Qilin, the online commentary merely revealed the reality. There appeared to be no harm in that. With a sigh, Guo Qilin responded, "Senior brother, you are correct. The online statements are indeed factual. However, this is ultimately my family's affair, and I do not wish for it to be a subject of public discussion. Moreover, these events are in the past. Revisiting them seems pointless and only serves to increase frustration. Why bother?" It was evident that Guo Qilin had engaged in a fierce internal struggle before arriving here. That he bore no resentment towards the internet users' revelations, simply believing that since these matters were bygone, they should be allowed to fade away. Yu Qian placed the grilled skewers on the table and poured beer for Guo Qilin and Liu Xingchen. "Child, handle this matter as you see fit. As long as your conscience is clear, your master will support you, no matter your choice." Yu Qian had witnessed Guo Qilin's struggles over the years, feeling pained by his experiences. Occasionally, he contemplated advising Guo Degang, suggesting that there was no need for such harshness towards a child. However, after careful consideration, he resolved not to interfere in another's family affairs. As for the paternal love that Guo Qilin had missed, he, as a master, would endeavor to compensate for that void. This decision mirrored his stance. Guo Qilin's choices would not be subjected to his interference. Guo Qilin's desire to let the rumors unfold was entirely reasonable, as the truths of his unfair treatment ought to be acknowledged. As for the criticisms Guo Degang and his family might face, they were merely the consequences of their actions. They had paved their own paths in this regard, and Guo Qilin's decision to publicly clarify the rumors of discord was equally valid. In Chinese culture, filial piety has always been paramount. If a father has erred, it is the duty of the children to bear some responsibility. Thus, regardless of his choice, Yu Qian would offer unwavering support. "Dalin, if it were up to me, I would suggest you disregard those rumors entirely. The reason individuals are affected by rumors ultimately stems from their own inability to let go. Once one finds peace within themselves, the significance of such matters diminishes." Some sentiments Yu Qian could not voice, yet Liu Xingchen spoke freely. Ultimately, the resolution lay in Guo Qilin's own attitude. At this moment, he clearly had not reached a conclusion, or he would not be here. Therefore, it would be prudent for him to continue contemplating until he arrived at the most satisfactory decision. Chapter 1. "There is no need to heed those who deliberately slander me. Xingchen, how are the skewers I asked you to grill coming along? Almost done, master. Don't forget to sprinkle some cumin and chili powder later. I tell you, don't underestimate these seasonings. Once sprinkled, they will make the dish extraordinarily fragrant." "Cumin and chili powder?" Liu Xingchen, listening to Yu Qian's instructions, exhibited a hint of surprise. His expression did not escape Yu Qian's keen observation. Yu Qian's demeanor shifted abruptly. "You little rascal, confess to me honestly, what exactly are you grilling?" Liu Xingchen, with a face full of grievance, resolutely replied, "Skewers, of course." "Didn't you say we were going to grill some skewers today?" Yu Qian slapped his forehead in realization. "Oh dear." Without waiting for Liu Xingchen to react, he dashed frantically towards the backyard. Seeing this, Liu Xingchen hurriedly followed. Upon reaching the backyard, he found Yu Qian cautiously retrieving a few skewered beads from the oven. The skewers, now utterly unrecognizable, caused Yu Qian's face to contort into a twisted expression. "Liu Xingchen, I won't let this go." With a sudden rise in voice, Yu Qian's legs became remarkably agile. At that moment, he bore no resemblance to an elderly man but rather appeared as a vigorous athlete in his prime. The 36 stratagems dictate that fleeing is the best option. No, fleeing was no longer an option. It was time to run. Liu Xingchen entertained no other thoughts. Channeling all his strength into his legs, he took large strides forward and vanished in an instant. Yu Qian attempted to chase for a few steps but quickly returned to his original state, gasping for breath. "Liu Xingchen, I know you can hear me. I'll count to 3, and you better come back, or I'll summon your godfather." 3, 2, 1. Just as Yu Qian reached 2, Liu Xingchen returned on his own accord, calling out the final number. "Master, can't you come up with a different approach? You always resort to summoning your godfather." Yu Qian smiled smugly. "The method doesn't matter. What matters is the result. You've certainly grown clever, haven't you? I asked you to grill skewers, and you ended up grilling beads instead." Faced with Yu Qian's irritation, Liu Xingchen hastily explained. "Master, this isn't my fault. You said to grill some skewers, but you never specified what kind. If you had mentioned lamb or beef skewers, would I have grilled beads?" Besides, didn't you say that some beads need to be grilled for durability and aesthetics? Yu Qian scrutinized Liu Xingchen and shook his head helplessly. With that mouth of yours, you could turn black into white. Are you implying that this isn't my fault but rather mine? Liu Xingchen waved his hands in denial. Not exactly. Neither of us is at fault, we're both innocent. Ha ha ha. Yu Qian revealed a hearty smile, looking at his only disciple, Liu Xingchen, with fondness. This lad excels in eloquence. In his presence, not even old Gui could gain an upper hand. It is precisely this gift of gab that fills Yu Qian, as a mentor, with immense pride. As is well known, Yu Qian is a crosstalk performer. Although he bears many labels, the most defining one remains crosstalk. After all, the title of crosstalk emperor is not easily earned. When it comes to crosstalk performance, having a sharp tongue is paramount. Not only must one articulate clearly, but they must also respond seamlessly. Regardless of whether the questions arise from a partner or the audience, one must respond promptly and entertainingly. Liu Xingchen's eloquence perfectly highlights the most crucial aspect of crosstalk performance. As his mentor, Yu Qian naturally feels an immense sense of pride. There are pre-prepared skewers in the refrigerator: lamb, beef, and other assorted meats. Go fetch them, let's grill and enjoy together. This time, I'll take the lead. Yu Qian had learned his lesson this time and expressed himself clearly. Understood, master. This time, there will be no mistakes. Liu Xingchen swiftly headed to the room, returning with a platter full of meat skewers. All right, at least you didn't make a mistake this time. Yu Qian received the skewers and began arranging them on the grill. Xingchen, grilling skewers is an art today. I will give you a proper lesson. Understanding the intricacies of life is a pursuit of knowledge. As Liu Xingchen's mentor, Yu Qian was determined to fulfill his responsibilities, not only in crosstalk but in all aspects. Yu Qian wished to impart as much knowledge as possible to Liu Xingchen. Let's skip it, master. I'll gladly absorb your wisdom regarding crosstalk. But when it comes to culinary arts, let's pass on that. I've seen your food tutorials on Douyin. The comments below speak volumes. Yu Qian's expression soured. Liu Xingchen, clarify what those comments say. Seeing Yu Qian so earnest, Liu Xingchen wasted no time opening Douyin and locating the video of Yu Qian teaching how to make white-cut chicken. Erase your tutorial, you can read the comments for yourself. Yu Qian shot Liu Xingchen a disgruntled glance. Can't you see I'm busy? I don't have time to look at my phone. Why can't you just read them out loud? Liu Xingchen hesitated. Reading is feasible, but you must understand that these are the comments of netizens and do not reflect my opinions. Yu Qian interjected, enough with the chatter, just read them. Seeing this, Liu Xingchen ceased his ramblings and opened the comments section. My uncle followed Mr. Yes' instructions yesterday, and guess what? He was up all night. Mr. Yes' teaching has two characteristics: it's simple and easy to learn, anyone can pick it up, and it's utterly inedible. Whoever eats it will regret it. Here's a daily tip for making thin soups: everyone must like, save, and share. If you suspect your husband is seeing someone else, simply prepare a dish taught by Mr. Yu. That's what silent protest looks like. Master, should I continue reading? After a few comments, Liu Xingchen struggled to contain his laughter and inquired, stop reading, the internet is filled with hired trolls trying to slander me, there's no need to listen. Liu Xingchen pondered thoughtfully. Oh, I see now. Observing Liu Xingchen's sardonic demeanor, Yu Qian said, Liu Xingchen, speak honestly, which of my dishes have you refrained from eating over the years? If they were truly inedible, would you have eaten so many? Faced with this question, Liu Xingchen fell silent. What master said did hold some truth. Over the years, he had no idea how many meals prepared by Yu Qian he had consumed, and none had been unpalatable. It was indeed puzzling why there was so much criticism online. Could it be that his master was concealing some secret recipe? Chapter 2? Perhaps it is worth contemplating further to arrive at the most ideal decision. As a disciple who has learned under Yu Qian since childhood, Liu Xingchen believed he knew his master quite well. Little did he expect that this time, when discussing culinary matters, he would encounter a misstep. It seems that the power of online discourse is indeed formidable, even rivaling his own eloquence. Gossip media can be deadly. I shall not easily trust online opinions again. Ultimately, Liu Xingchen chose to believe in his master's culinary skills. As for online commentary, it would be best to disregard it as much as possible. Oh, this flavor is truly delightful. I could smell the aroma from afar. There's a saying, better late than never. It seems my trip here was not in vain. Just as they were conversing, an excited voice rang out. Neither Yu Qian nor Liu Xingchen looked up, for they already knew who was approaching. It was unavoidable, they were all too familiar with one another, and a single voice could reveal everything. It was none other than Yu Qian's other disciple, who was also the eldest. Son of the Douyin troops master, Guo Degang Guo Qilin, Dalan, you truly have a fortunate palate. We've only just begun grilling, and you've arrived. Liu Xingchen remarked enviously as he glanced at Guo Qilin. Indeed. I merely intended to linger for a while, yet I didn't anticipate stumbling upon a barbecue feast. Guo Qilin nonchalantly settled beside Liu Xingchen, entirely at ease. Lately, you've been scarce this time. You must stay for a few days so that the three of us can enjoy some drinks together. Yu Qian expressed his delight as he looked at Guo Qilin, brimming with anticipation. Absolutely. Even if you don't insist, I plan to stay for a couple of days. I have a pressing matter to consult you about. Until this issue is resolved, I shall remain unsettled. Guo Qilin earnestly articulated his purpose, his demeanor far more serious than before. Dalan, what conundrum do you face? Share it with your senior brother. I shall resolve it for you. Liu Xingchen confidently draped his arm over Guo Qilin's shoulder. Well, how should I put it? Have you two kept abreast of the recent public sentiment regarding Deyun society? Yu Qian and Liu Xingchen exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. These two were carefree souls who seldom engaged with work-related matters outside of their duties. No worries, allow me to enlighten you. Truth be told, the recent evaluations of Deyun society have been rather dismal. Initially, it was the decline in the performer's professional abilities, relying on past accolades, which gradually morphed into accusations of negligence. Now, there are videos online tarnishing my relationship with my father, portraying us as mere acquaintances. Indeed, my relationship with my family is not particularly strong. My father's methods of education have been somewhat extreme, yet he remains my father. As his son, I cannot passively witness him face such scrutiny and denigration at his age. Yu Qian and Liu Xingchen exchanged knowing glances, both momentarily speechless. Though they had never broached the subject of Guo Qilin's familial ties, they were acutely aware of the underlying dynamics. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is not particularly close to either Guo Degang or Wang Hui. If given the choice between his master's home and his father's, he would prefer to stay with his master. This outcome cannot solely be blamed on Guo Qilin. Guo Degang's oppressive style of education has instilled a profound sense of fear in him since childhood. Furthermore, Wang Hui, as a stepmother, despite her efforts to treat Guo Qilin as her own, inevitably creates a barrier between them. The arrival of Guo Fenyang in recent years has further exacerbated Guo Qilin's feelings of imbalance. After all, this younger sibling has not only escaped the burdensome educational methods but has also been lavished with affection. The disparity in treatment between two sons inevitably stirs emotional turmoil. It was initially assumed that such matters would remain confined within the Deyun society, yet they have inadvertently been exposed by the keen eyes of internet users. I believe the online discourse reflects the truth. Your relationship with your family is indeed strained, Liu Xingchen stated candidly, knowing he was among friends. According to Guo Qilin, the netizens merely unveiled the reality, which seemingly posed no issue. Guo Qilin sighed. Senior brother, you are correct, the online statements are indeed factual. However, at its core, this is a family matter that I prefer not to be fodder for public debate. Moreover, these events belong to the past. Revisiting them now seems futile, only serving to stir unnecessary irritation. Why bother? It was evident that Guo Qilin had engaged in intense internal deliberation prior to his arrival. He bore no resentment towards the netizens for their revelations. He merely wished to let bygones be bygones. Yu Qian placed a plate of grilled skewers on the table and poured a glass of beer for both Guo Qilin and Liu Xingchen. Child, handle this as you see fit. As long as you are true to yourself, your master will support your decisions unconditionally. Yu Qian felt deep compassion for Guo Qilin's tribulations over the years. Occasionally, he contemplated advising Guo Degang, suggesting that there was no need for such severity towards a child. However, after careful consideration, he chose to refrain from meddling in another's family affairs. As for the paternal love Guo Qilin had been deprived of, he, as a master, would strive to compensate for that loss. This decision mirrored his approach to Guo Qilin's choices. He would not intervene. Guo Qilin's desire to let the rumors unfold was entirely justifiable. After all, the truths being circulated deserved acknowledgement. The subsequent criticisms that Guo Degang and his family might encounter were merely consequences of their actions. With past precedents to consider, these outcomes were self-inflicted. Choosing to clarify the rumors of discord was equally valid. In the rich tapestry of Chinese tradition, filial piety is held in the highest esteem. If a father errs, it is the duty of the children to shoulder some of that burden. Thus, no matter the choice, Yu Qian would offer unwavering support to Dalan. If it were up to me, I would suggest you simply disregard these rumors. The influence of gossip stems from one's inability to find peace within. Once you achieve clarity, such matters lose their significance. While Yu Qian refrained from voicing certain sentiments, Liu Xingchen felt free to express them openly. Ultimately, the resolution lay in Guo Qilin's perspective. At this moment, he clearly appeared to be at an impasse, otherwise, he would not have sought this gathering. Given the circumstances, it might be prudent for him to continue reflecting until he arrives at the most favorable decision. Chapter 3. It seems to be growing more interesting. The comforting words from Liu Xingchen and Yue Yunpeng alleviated Guo Qilin's expression to some extent. As Liu Xingchen aptly pointed out, the root of the matter lay in his own thought process. At that moment, Guo Qilin found himself in a state of profound inner conflict, uncertain of the path he should choose. However, after today's conversation, it appeared that he had discovered an answer. To pause, to forget, to go with the flow, to proceed, to observe, and to remain composed. Life is but a fleeting few decades, one should relish the present rather than seek out troubles. Let it be, for today we drink and enjoy. Tomorrow's worries can wait. Today, let us not dwell on anything else, and let us drink until we are intoxicated. With this shift in mindset, Guo Qilin proactively raised his glass, opting for joy over unnecessary worries. Liu Xingchen and Yue Yunpeng, seeing this, also lifted their glasses. In this moment, silence spoke volumes. A toast was sufficient. Guo Qilin, Liu Xingchen, and Yue Yunpeng drank heartily, while Guo Degang's emotions were a tumultuous blend. In recent times, the Deyun society had been declining steadily. As the head of Deyun, he was naturally disheartened to witness the deterioration of the organization he had painstakingly built. The rampant rumors circulating online were not baseless. Indeed, the Deyun society had faltered in many respects. Firstly, among the already famous actors, few remained dedicated solely to the art of crosstalk. Most were eager to expand their horizons and shine in other realms. From a commercial standpoint, such choices were undoubtedly sound. Yet, from the perspective of crosstalk, this approach would ultimately hinder the enhancement of their skills. Learning is akin to rowing upstream, one either advances or regresses. Even those who diligently study crosstalk may struggle to maintain steady progress, let alone those who cease to learn altogether. Currently, several prominent crosstalk performers from Deyun, such as Yue Yunpeng and Zhang Yunlei, had scarcely performed over the past year. Such prolonged inactivity, regardless of one's innate talent, would make it difficult to keep pace with the evolving times. Furthermore, the negative news surrounding Deyun's internal members had been incessant. Just as the scandal involving Zhang Zhouling and his girlfriend was making waves, fresh allegations of his infidelity and domestic violence surfaced. The veracity of these reports aside, the continuous stream of negative press would undoubtedly tarnish the audience's perception of the Deyun society, highlighting the performers' lack of commitment to their craft. Nonetheless, Guo Degang could accept these issues, for the integrity of the Deyun brand rested with him and Yue Yunpeng. As long as they stood firm, the organization would endure. However, the rumors surrounding him and Guo Qilin gnawed at his peace, leaving him restless. His previous approach of strict education towards Guo Qilin had always been a point of pride for him. In interviews or casual conversations, he would boast of his educational philosophy concerning Guo Qilin. Particularly after Guo Qilin matured into a capable individual, his pride swelled to its peak. Yet, as the rumors intensified, he became acutely aware of his shortcomings. Coupled with some of Guo Qilin's remarks during interviews, his feelings of regret deepened. At this juncture, Guo Degang felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Guo Qilin. Truth be told, he had not fulfilled the responsibilities of a father. His greatest desire now was to amend his wrongs towards Guo Qilin. Yet, time does not reverse. Guo Qilin was no longer the youth he once was. For Guo Degang, even the opportunity to see him had become a luxury. After years of trials and tribulations, he thought he had come to terms with everything, only to realize that such acceptance was merely self-deception. Having abstained from alcohol for many years, Guo Degang found himself pouring a drink today, indulging in solitary revelry. The numbing embrace of alcohol offered a fleeting escape from his sorrows. Guo Qilin, Liu Xingchen, and Yue Yunpeng drank without restraint. And it was not until the following afternoon that Liu Xingchen regained his previous composure. Ding! An appropriate host has been detected, the system is binding. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully loaded the straightforward system. The sudden notification echoed in Liu Xingchen's mind, invigorating his spirit. The long-anticipated system had finally appeared. In truth, Liu Xingchen was not of this world. An unforeseen event had thrust him into this parallel universe, akin to Blue Star, where he became the apprentice raised by Yu Qian. As he became more acquainted with this realm, he realized its cultural offerings paled in comparison to those of Blue Star, with many familiar works yet to be introduced here. This revelation thrilled Liu Xingchen, as he believed that by comfortably engaging in literary mimicry, he could thrive in this world. However, reality often proves harsh. Prior to his transmigration, Liu Xingchen had only a superficial understanding of popular songs and crosstalk, lacking the depth required for mastery. Even though he recognized the potential to draw from his past experiences, replicating them flawlessly remained a daunting challenge. Faced with this impasse, Liu Xingchen found himself passively choosing to coast along, content to remain a nondescript presence beside his master. Unexpectedly, fate took a turn, and the system manifested at this pivotal moment, reigniting Liu Xingchen's long-dormant ambitions. After briefly collecting his thoughts, he focused on the binding system. The straightforward system? The name surprised him, leaving him curious about its implications. Ding! To clarify, the straightforward system rewards the host for expressing genuine thoughts. The more authentic and straightforward the expression, the greater the rewards. Before Liu Xingchen could voice his questions, the system promptly provided answers, impressing him with its efficiency. Now enlightened about the system, Liu Xingchen understood that it effectively functioned as a truth-telling mechanism. As long as he remained honest, he would continue to receive rewards. Strangely enough, the mere existence of this system was enough to spark excitement within him. Ding! The beginner's gift pack is being distributed, please check your inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired master-level expression ability. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained master-level imitation ability. The resounding notifications lifted Liu Xingchen's spirits even higher. The rewards he received echoed the fundamental skills of crosstalk, speaking and learning. However, upon further reflection, he realized the scope of his current rewards was broader than the basic tenets of crosstalk. It appeared that things were becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 4, What a Great Fortune! Upon receiving the forthright system, Liu Xingchen's spirits visibly lifted. Good news invigorates the soul. It is indeed difficult for anyone to suppress their excitement when acquiring such a remarkable physical advantage. That very afternoon, Liu Xingchen took the initiative to prepare a meal, channeling his exuberance into action. However, when he invited Yu Qian and Guo Qilin to dine, he was taken aback by the increasingly grim expressions on their faces. This perplexity struck Liu Xingchen, considering that after their drinking session the previous night, everyone appeared to be in high spirits. Even if there had been some discontent, it should have dissipated with the effects of alcohol. Logically, today should have seen everyone in an excited state, yet the countenances of the two were decidedly devoid of joy. Liu Xingchen, not one to conceal his thoughts, felt compelled to express his concern more directly, now that he had the forthright system at his disposal. Master, Delin. What troubles you? Why do you all look so listless? In response to Liu Xingchen's inquiry, Yu Qian and Guo Qilin exchanged glances before Guo Qilin took the initiative to speak. Brother, you should take a look at today's news. Liu Xingchen received the phone and turned his gaze to the screen, which was displaying the trending topics on Weibo. The foremost trending entry boldly proclaimed, Yue Yunpeng's crosstalk is unpleasant. Upon reading this, Liu Xingchen remained unfazed. What's wrong? Isn't this simply stating the truth? Why are you two so downcast? Liu Xingchen's bluntness only deepened the frowns on Yu Qian and Guo Qilin's faces. They were astonished that he would voice such sentiments at this moment. After all, Yue Yunpeng was a prominent member of the Doyun society, even a representative of its younger generation. The trending discussion about his crosstalk being unpleasant was akin to a slap in the face of the entire Doyun society. As members of the Doyun society, hearing such news should naturally be disheartening, but Liu Xingchen's acceptance of it seemed rather incongruous. Liu Xingchen observed their expressions closely and responded unhurriedly. Isn't what everyone is saying simply factual? Yu Guo's current crosstalk is indeed quite unpleasant. I understand you may be reluctant to admit it. But think seriously, how long has it been since Yu Guo performed crosstalk properly? Many new audiences have even forgotten that he is a crosstalk performer. Everyone knows how challenging this art form is. We in this profession are acutely aware that even with daily practice, we cannot guarantee an improvement in our skills. How much more so for someone like Gu, who has been away for several months? It is hardly surprising that his crosstalk is lacking. Liu Xingchen spoke directly to the crux of the issue. Upon hearing this, Guo Qilin and Yu Qian's expressions shifted once more. Deep down, they both recognized Liu Xingchen's assertions as true. Just as he articulated, Yue Yunpeng had been devoting less time to crosstalk lately, focusing instead on other projects. Such a prolonged hiatus would inevitably affect one's professional capabilities. Furthermore, with the diversification of the internet, Yue Yunpeng's previous performance style had begun to lose its appeal. Given these circumstances, it was only reasonable that his crosstalk would be deemed unpleasant. However, Yue Yunpeng ultimately represented the image of the Deyun society. The emergence of such disapproval posed a significant embarrassment for the organization. Brother, I know you are right, Yu Ji's current crosstalk certainly pales in comparison to his past. But regardless, he is still a member of our Deyun society, and indeed, the de facto number one. The fact that our number one is facing such scrutiny speaks volumes about the challenges we are currently enduring. Irrespective of whether Guo Qilin would eventually take the reins of the Deyun society, he was not keen on witnessing any negative news associated with it at this moment. Within his capacity, he hoped to ameliorate public perception of the Deyun society, restoring its reputation as a beloved institution. Guo Qilin's explanation elicited laughter from Liu Xingchen. Delin, do you not find your reasoning somewhat amusing? The scrutiny on Gu and the Deyun society is, in essence, a reflection of our own inadequacies. We should not be pondering how to manage public relations or mitigate negative impacts, but rather focus on enhancing our overall capabilities and genuinely reversing the public's perception. His words struck a chord, awakening Guo Qilin to the reality of the situation. Yu Qian, too, nodded in agreement. Previously, both had been aligned in their thoughts, pondering how to alter the prevailing sentiment and alleviate the biases against Yue Yunpeng. Yet, in truth, the solution was rather simple: once their skills improved, the so-called criticisms would naturally dissipate. It is human nature to acknowledge one's strengths while often overlooking one's flaws. People readily accept praise, believing it is warranted. Yet few can accept criticism with equanimity. The recent decline in the Deyun society's reputation was, ultimately, a consequence of its own actions. From the head of the society, Guo Degang, down to the ordinary apprentices, the original passion for the art form had waned. The resultant works could not possibly meet public expectations. Thus, it was only to be expected that their reputation would suffer as a result. Brother, I believe your insights are spot on, though your words may be blunt. Each statement rings true. Guo Qilin's demeanor brightened considerably, his worries alleviated. I will call Degang. I suspect he is feeling quite troubled as well. Yu Qian picked up his phone and headed towards the door. He typically refrained from intervening in the management of the Deyun society. But the current trending topic on Weibo compelled him to take action. Even if it was not for the sake of the Deyun society, he had to consider his longtime partner. After all, they had weathered many storms together over the years. With a feasible solution within reach, it was prudent to offer some suggestions. Guo Qilin watched Yu Qian's departing figure and let out a long sigh. His master was indeed more competent than a father. With him around, it felt as if there was nothing to worry about. As he contemplated how to broach the subject with Guo Degang, Yu Qian had already set the wheels in motion. To possess such a master is truly a great fortune. Chapter 5, It seems impossible to find a second person. The one who is involved is often blinded by the situation, while the observer sees clearly. Guo Degang, caught in the whirlpool, was evidently not as perceptive as Yu Qian. The observer. Once Yu Qian explained the stakes involved, Guo Degang suddenly came to a realization. The various rumors circulating online ultimately stemmed from a decline in the operational standards of Deyun society. Otherwise, regardless of the turmoil within Deyun society, avid fans of crosstalk would continue to wholeheartedly support its performances. This can be likened to the upheaval in August of the previous year. At that time, Deyun society was indeed under siege, facing pressure from competitors and the exodus of internal staff, rendering it exceptionally vulnerable, as if it could disband at any moment. Yet, it was precisely this Deyun society that, buoyed by the support and affection of its audience, survived and thrived. Past experiences reveal that, at any time, the audience serves as the lifeblood of the performers. With the backing of the audience, even the most arduous circumstances can be endured. In the absence of such support, no matter how glamorous the faade, it is merely ephemeral. Currently, Daeun society finds itself in an awkward position, lacking the support of its audience. It is no exaggeration to say that Daeun society's situation is even more precarious than during the August upheaval. After all, this time, Daeun society has lost the trust of the people. After Yu Qian elucidated the gravity of the situation, Guo Degang fell into deep contemplation. To speak candidly, with the advent of the internet age, not only has the audience's mindset shifted, but the mentality of the performers has also undergone transformation. In the past, the mere presence of an audience that appreciated their crosstalk was enough to satisfy them. However, in today's world, the avenues for profit have multiplied, leading to an increasing mindset among performers to reap rewards without due effort. It has become commonplace for crosstalk artists to neglect their craft in pursuit of wealth in other industries. Under such circumstances, it is inevitable that the art of crosstalk faces scrutiny. Upon recognizing the root of the issue, Guo Degang resolved to initiate change from within. While pursuing other industries is not off limits, crosstalk must remain the primary focus for crosstalk artists. Only by excelling in their primary vocation can they justifiably explore other ventures. At present, Daeun society urgently requires a performance to affirm its worth, to demonstrate that it still comprises a group of actors who cherish crosstalk and are grateful to their audience. With this thought in mind, Guo Degang promptly informed Liu Yunpeng. As his trusted confidant, he was willing to consult her on any significant matters. Upon grasping Guo Degang's intentions, Liu Yunpeng wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, the current sentiment within Daeun society is somewhat restless. The focus that once characterized many aspects has waned, and the audience's patience with Daeun society is rapidly diminishing. At this juncture, a flawless crosstalk performance is needed to restore the audience's confidence in Daeun society and in the art form itself. After finalizing the performance, selecting the right personnel became paramount. In the past, Daeun society had a plethora of actors at their disposal. However, times have changed. Many of the once renowned performers have shifted their attention to other industries, neglecting crosstalk for some time. As Daeun society stands at the center of scrutiny, involving these individuals in the performance could be counterproductive. Rather than altering the audience's perception of Daeun society, it may inadvertently deepen it. Yet, if they refrain from inviting these performers, the subsequent staffing of Daeun society will also pose a challenge. Although Daeun society has some recognized actors, the generational gap remains its greatest dilemma. Across the entirety of Daeun society, there are hardly any who can truly be called top-tier crosstalk artists. If one day Guo Degang and Yu Qian cease their performances, who will stand as the representative of Daeun society will also emerge as a pressing question. The current scenario has only served to bring this issue to the fore. Identifying who can authentically represent Daeun society and assume the role of a premier crosstalk artist is crucial for this performance. After much deliberation, neither Guo Degang nor Liu Yunpeng could pinpoint a suitable candidate. This outcome left Guo Degang deeply reflective. Throughout his career, his disciples have been both his greatest topic of discussion and his most significant support. While other crosstalk artists may have a handful of disciples, Guo Degang has an abundance. He has established multiple branches of disciples, known as Yunha Jiuxiao and Longteng Sihai, with a considerable number already enrolled. Surprisingly, despite this vast number, he found himself unable to identify a truly dependable individual when Daeun society was in need. The sheer number of disciples, in this context, seemed almost ironic. Guo Degang's sentiments were well understood by Liu Yunpeng. In truth, if one were to be meticulous, there are indeed some commendable performers among these disciples. However, the significance of this particular performance is so great that no one dares to take the risk lightly. Should the meticulously prepared performance of Daeun society falter, the audience's remaining patience will likely be entirely exhausted. In such a scenario, Daeun society's predicament will undoubtedly become increasingly dire. The primary reliance of a grassroots organization lies in the support of its audience. Without it, closure is merely a matter of time. Observing the situation with urgency, Liu Yunpeng continuously searched for suitable candidates in her mind. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. Master, not all of Deyun society are your disciples. There are also Yu Da's disciples. Hearing this, Guo Degang's brow lifted in delight. Indeed, Deyun society is not solely composed of his disciples. Teacher Yu has also taken on several pupils. At this moment, Guo Degang's mind began to align with a fitting choice. This individual is none other than Yu Qian's eldest disciple, Liu Xingchen. Speaking of the eldest senior brother of Deyun society, it seems to have become a matter shrouded in mystery. Whoever becomes Guo Degang's eldest disciple inevitably encounters various issues. Until now, the true identity of the Yun character's senior brother remains an enigma. Additionally, no one is willing to voluntarily bear that title. Yet, the chief disciple of Yu Di has remained unchanged throughout. It has always been Liu Xingchen. As a pupil raised alongside his master since childhood, Liu Xingchen shares many similarities with Guo Degang in various respects. Although Liu Xingchen has performed crosstalk infrequently, making it difficult to ascertain his true skill, one must recognize that a formidable leader seldom has weak subordinates. Yu Qian's prowess in crosstalk is unquestionable within the realm. Furthermore, with Yu Qian having only a handful of disciples, he undoubtedly invests more effort into their training than Guo Degang does. For this upcoming performance, aside from Liu Xingchen, it seems challenging to identify a second individual capable of carrying the banner. Chapter 6, It is not the audience that matters, but the performance. The matter of commercial performances is urgent. After determining that Liu Xingchen would take the lead, Guo Degang immediately contacted Yu Qian. Brother Qian, are you with Xingchen? The Wire Festival is approaching, and I plan to have him perform on stage. Could you please inquire about his opinion? Upon hearing Guo Degang's intention, Yu Qian chuckled and replied, what do I need to ask him for? I'll decide on his behalf, he can perform. Yu Qian's response warmed Guo Degang's heart. Having such a good partner and brother like Yu Qian by his side is truly uplifting. No matter the time, with him around, it feels as though nothing is insurmountable. Alright, since that is settled, I will arrange the performance with Yunpeng. Have Xingchen prepare a couple more acts, we are counting on him this time. Sure, no problem. Yu Qian readily agreed. He was well aware of the current situation at Deyun society. At this juncture, it is crucial for Deyun society to utilize its talents. Even if Liu Xingchen were not part of Deyun society, Yu Qian would still enlist his help. Xingchen, your godfather just called. He wants you to take the stage at the Wire Festival, and I've already agreed for you. Prepare yourself in the next few days, don't falter at the critical moment. When conveying the message to Liu Xingchen, Yu Qian spoke in a tone that left no room for discussion. Liu Xingchen simply nodded in response. Both were easygoing individuals, and their relationship did not adhere to rigid formalities. Whether it was a matter of consultation or not, they would certainly assist each other, thus the discussion itself felt less significant. I will return for this Wire Festival as well. After all, crosstalk is my primary vocation, and I cannot bear to see everyone disappointed in front of the audience. Guo Qilin, upon overhearing their conversation, took the initiative to express his stance. Yu Qian and Liu Xingchen exchanged glances, both respecting Guo Qilin's decision. His choice indicated that he had come to terms with the past. In truth, life is akin to this: no matter how formidable one may be, there will come a day when one must depart from this world. Given this reality, it is perhaps better to live a little more lightly and freely, at least this way, one can experience joy each day. Guo Qilin's proactive return brought great delight to Guo Degang. The father-son relationship had reached a nadir, and this return of Delin served as an opportunity to mend their bond. The remarkable development of Deyun society to its current scale undoubtedly stems from its unique qualities. Within just a day, Deyun society finalized the lineup for the upcoming Wire Festival. The prominent figures for this event remain Guo Degang and Yu Qian. These two are now the stabilizing forces of Deyun society. With them present, both the audience and the performers can rest assured. However, the principal performer this time is not the two but Liu Xingchen. For the Wire Festival, Liu Xingchen is set to present 3 acts, a group performance with Guo Degang and Yu Qian, his own solo, and a duet with Guo Qilin. As Guo Qilin's usual partner, Zhuang, is currently cycling around the globe, attempting the feat from the North Pole to the South Pole, Guo Qilin has returned without a partner. Coincidentally, Liu Xingchen also lacks a fixed partner, making their temporary collaboration a natural arrangement. Aside from the 3 acts Liu Xingchen will perform, the other supporting actors for the Wire Festival have been confirmed as Zheng Heluan, Lang Han, Jin Helan, Zhu Hasong, Gao Feng, and Luan Yunpeng. Among the younger generation of actors in Dayun society, Zheng Heluan and Lang Han stand out as exceptionally talented. Their performances consistently leave the audience in awe, and they remain steadfast on the front lines of crosstalk. Were it not for their appearances limiting their opportunities, they would undoubtedly achieve even greater success. The duo of Jin Helan and Zhu Hasong has shown remarkable progress recently. Particularly, Zhu Hasong's performance has garnered widespread acclaim. He exemplifies the significance of a supporting role, revitalizing their act. This performance should provide them with an opportunity to showcase their talent, allowing more people to recognize that there are still those dedicated to the art of crosstalk. As for Gao Feng and Luan Yunpeng, their selection was always a foregone conclusion. The primary distinction between Gao Feng and older artists is simply that he is still alive. Such outstanding crosstalk artists undoubtedly merit representation of the current standards of the art form. With the performance lineup established, Dayun Society officially announced it on their platform. The objective is to restore their reputation, necessitating a strong public presence. Under scrutiny, every action of Dayun Society attracts significant attention. This announcement has drawn a multitude of responses, with numerous netizens expressing their opinions regarding the Wire Festival. Interesting. This Wire Festival surprisingly lacks Xiaoyu. Does this imply that even within Dayun Society, they believe his crosstalk is uninspiring? By the way, who is this Liu Xingchen? Why are Guo and Yu accommodating him for this performance? What is his level of capability? A quick online search reveals that Liu Xingchen is Yu Qian's eldest disciple, seemingly brought in to save the day. I don't know when it started, but I find crosstalk increasingly dull. This art form appears to be in decline. I used to look forward to Dayun Society's performances, but now it feels rather lackluster. Attending or not makes little difference. I won't attend this performance. Flipping through the same old, tired works is pointless. Anyone who goes to hear crosstalk is just throwing money away. Under Dayun Society's official account, there is a flood of skepticism and vitriol. It is evident that the audience has genuinely lost patience with Dayun Society's performances. The ensemble of actors at Dayun Society has taken note of the netizens' comments, and each individual has been somewhat affected by the sentiments expressed. Even though crosstalk performers are known for their thick skin, they cannot withstand such widespread disparagement. If anything goes amiss in this performance, the online backlash could be overwhelming. Guo Degang, typically indifferent to the comments section, has recently found himself troubled by the online critiques. To be frank, he is unperturbed by pressure from peers or betrayal from disciples, as these factors do not hinder Dayun Society's progress or the audience's affection for it. However, the current situation is different. The audience's disappointment in Dayun Society poses a genuine threat to its future development unless it is promptly addressed. Yet, regardless of how distressed he feels, all he can do now is accept it with composure. To alter public perception, it is not the audience that matters, but how the performers choose to present themselves moving forward. Chapter 7, there is something special about it despite the overwhelming negative reviews online. The tickets for the Tightrope Festival were swiftly sold out upon their release. This indeed attests to the presence of a devoted audience that continues to support the art of crosstalk. However, such purchasing power did not bring much joy to the Dayun Society. Instead, it fostered a more serious atmosphere. The current audience, who are buying tickets to support the show, may very well be the last of their kind. Should this performance disappoint, it is likely that future ticket sales will dwindle to nothing. With only a few days remaining until the Tightrope Festival performance, all participating actors have entered a state of heightened tension. They are practicing tirelessly, striving to present their best selves to the audience. Liu Xingchen is no exception. His responsibility is undoubtedly the heaviest this time. Despite having received systematic training and accumulating years of experience in crosstalk, he still chooses to practice diligently. Committed to the trust placed in him, he is determined not to tarnish the reputation of the Dayun Society. The fleeting moments of practice seem to vanish in the blink of an eye, and soon they find themselves at the performance venue for the Tightrope Festival. Backstage, Guo Degang surveyed the surroundings and spoke earnestly. Everyone. I trust you understand the significance of today's performance, but I hope you do not place excessive pressure on yourselves. Approach this with lightness and simply be your authentic selves. The greatest taboo for an actor is to step on stage burdened with worries. Sometimes, the greater the pressure and the stricter the self-expectations, the more prone one is to making mistakes. After all, crosstalk is a light-hearted art form, meant to bring joy and amusement to the audience. If one is overly harsh on oneself, the resulting performance will inevitably reflect that attitude, which is contrary to the very essence of this delightful art. The others nodded in agreement, yet truly relaxing proved to be a formidable challenge. It is no exaggeration to say that today's performance felt more nerve-wracking than the Spring Festival Gala. The gala, once perceived as sacred, has in recent years taken on a different flavor. The production team now prioritizes sentimentality over humor. For comedians, eliciting laughter is a standard task, while inducing tears is a significant challenge. Stirring emotions at the gala is merely a trivial endeavor for them. However, today is different. Today's performance demands laughter from start to finish, and the level of difficulty is anything but ordinary. Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian engaged in deep breathing exercises, preparing for the impending opening. Every performance in a crosstalk solo show is crucial, with the opening act bearing the most pressure. Subsequent performers can rely on a build-up to ease the audience into the experience, but the first performer has only themselves to depend on. How to engage the audience's emotions and ignite the atmosphere is the sole responsibility of the opening act. Liu Xingchen stepped forward with a smile, saying, "This morning, I checked the calendar, and it states that today is a favorable day for performances. Just go all out, and everything will be fine." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Liu Xingchen's words, Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian burst into laughter. If one were to believe such notions in other professions, it would be understandable. However, in the realm of crosstalk, divination holds no sway. There exists a saying in the crosstalk community: when crosstalk falters, one turns to fortune-telling. This implies that such so-called fortune-telling is merely a ruse, devoid of any substantial evidence. Liu Xingchen's attempt to comfort the two was clearly unfounded. Yet, surprisingly, his seemingly clumsy method of reassurance managed to alleviate the tension. Eliciting laughter in such a serious context is no small feat. Moreover, do not heed my godfather's words. He himself is sweating profusely yet insists we remain calm. How is that possible? Ha ha ha. Liu Xingchen's follow-up comments sent all the backstage actors into fits of laughter. Guo Degang, hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation. Liu Xingchen, can you refrain from such nonsense? What grand occasions have I not witnessed? How could I possibly be nervous? It's merely the heat, nothing to do with my mood. After all his efforts to ease the atmosphere, Liu Xingchen's remark rendered Guo Degang's endeavors futile and caused him to lose face. Such comments are best left unsaid. Godfather, I truly want to believe your words, but I am not one to lie. Liu Xingchen added, showing everyone the temperature of the air conditioning, which was set to its lowest. At this point, it was so cool that one could feel a chill even without a jacket. Ha ha ha. Liu Xingchen's candid remarks once again brought smiles to everyone's faces, and each person experienced varying degrees of relaxation. It was at this moment that Hou Yi called out the first group of comedians to take the stage. Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian, now light-hearted after their mood shift, stepped onto the stage with smiles. Though these were merely small jokes, they significantly transformed their state. Entering the stage with smiles creates a different impression for the audience. Laughter is contagious. The happier the actors appear, the more delighted the audience becomes. The more joy the audience experiences, the more liberated the actors' performances will be. This is inherently a symbiotic process. Today's opening performance by Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian was executed brilliantly. Not only did they perfectly elevate the atmosphere, but they also showcased their finest selves. Their performance instilled a sense of confidence in the backstage actors. The atmosphere of a crosstalk performance is of utmost importance. If the audience is lethargic, the actors not only perform with difficulty but also feel insecure, leading to increasingly cautious performances. Conversely, if the audience reacts enthusiastically, the actors can perform with composure, resulting in a progressively relaxed show. After stepping off stage, Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian looked at Liu Xingchen with immense gratitude. Brother Chen, Thank you. Liu Xingchen quickly waved his hands. What are you thanking me for? I haven't contributed anything, this is all the result of your hard work. Before they could retort, Liu Xingchen interjected, alright, it's almost my turn to perform, so I won't chat with you two any longer. Observing Liu Xingchen, Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian exchanged glances. Liu Xingchen's candid remarks, seemingly aimed at teasing Guo Degang, had in fact invigorated the entire backstage atmosphere. The distinction between the subjective desire to relax and genuine relaxation is stark. It was Liu Xingchen's lively spirit that enabled the two to shed their mental burdens and immerse themselves fully in the crosstalk performance. Previously, they had regarded Yu De's apprentice as lacking genuine talent, thinking he primarily learned about indulgence. However, it now seems that this esteemed apprentice of Yu De possesses remarkable qualities. Chapter 8. It seems that today's performance was indeed the right choice. The essence of the phrase real talent is often hidden, struck Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian profoundly at that moment. Although Liu Xingchen appeared to offer no assistance to the two, his jesting remarks effectively eased their tension, allowing them to approach the performance with a more relaxed mindset. Leaving aside the others, it was evident that the two could not have achieved this level of composure on their own. Consequently, they were filled with heightened anticipation for Liu Xingchen's forthcoming appearance on stage. Now, please enjoy the performance by the master and disciple duo, Liu Xingchen, Yu Qian, and Guo Degang. As the host introduced them, the audience's eyes were all drawn to the stage. Guo Degang, Yu Qian, and Liu Xingchen ascended the platform in succession. It was my first time witnessing Liu Xingchen perform, and I learned that he was Yu Qian's son and disciple. I must say, Liu Xingchen is quite the handsome fellow, not only in the realm of crosstalk but also within the broader entertainment industry. Is the Deyun Society planning some changes? They've brought out Yu Qian's top disciple. I hope he isn't merely eye candy without substance, otherwise, the audience's expectations would be in vain. I suspect he may not be that impressive, otherwise, why hadn't I heard of him before? He has likely been brought in to save the day, primarily to attract attention. The first act was satisfactory, and now we await this segment. If it turns out to be lackluster, I doubt I'll return to the Deyun Society. Setting aside other matters, the Deyun Society has finally shown some sincerity. This piece seems unfamiliar. As the three appeared on stage, the audience's discussions continued. Everyone was quite pleased with the first act, but that did not equate to overall satisfaction with the entire performance. The ticket price encompassed all acts combined, and the audience was keenly aware of the show's quality. Amidst their chatter and scrutiny, Liu Xingchen, Yu Qian, and Guo Degang stood before the microphone. Liu Xingchen sincerely bowed to everyone and took the initiative to speak. Thank you for your sparse applause, I appreciate your recognition. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in laughter and spontaneously applauded enthusiastically. Oh, please, there is no need for that, do stop. Don't stop, please don't stop. Really don't stop. The applause grew fervent under Liu Xingchen's influence. Observing this, Yu Qian hurriedly intervened, alright, must you demand applause as soon as you take the stage? Liu Xingchen was quite candid in his response. Well, if they didn't I wouldn't get any. The atmosphere at the opening was indeed lively. This brief interaction significantly bridged the gap between the performers and the audience. As I stepped onto the stage, I could sense the disdain in the audience's gazes. Who is this? He is not well known at all. Has the Deyun Society run out of talent and sent up a mere novice? Though undoubtedly handsome, just a tad handsome, or perhaps infinitely handsome, he certainly had a commendable physique, exuding an irresistible charm at first glance. However, originally, the audience had warmed to Liu Xingchen's remarks, but as his expressions grew increasingly outlandish, their reactions began to shift. This was no mere ribbing, it was blatant self-praise. Guo Degang could sense the shift as well, and his brow furrowed in disapproval. Can we maintain a semblance of modesty? You haven't even introduced yourself properly before launching into self-aggrandizement. In response to Guo Degang's criticism, Liu Xingchen suddenly realized, my apologies. My master and my godfather are here, how could I overshadow them? Though I may be reasonably attractive, I pale in comparison to my master and godfather. Look closely, just look at my master and godfather, what looks they possess, what physiques. Bah! Guo Degang and Yu Qian had barely managed to wear expressions of pride before Liu Xingchen's unexpected remarks shifted the tone once more.
Bah! Liu Xingchen. What do you mean by that?
Liu Xingchen touched his lips and said, I just had a hair in my mouth, let me spit it out.
Before he could continue,
Yu Qian quickly interrupted, enough of that. You'd best refrain from self-praise, who knows what else might slip out. Ha, this Liu Xingchen is quite interesting.
I thoroughly enjoy this performance.
Though it was my first encounter with Liu Xingchen, every word he uttered left me in stitches. Some individuals are simply born to be crosstalk performers. Liu Xingchen is undeniably charming. In truth, the punchlines Liu Xingchen delivered were familiar to everyone.
Yet his manner of expression brought a refreshing spark. The quality of crosstalk is not solely determined by the content but significantly influenced by the actor's prowess.
The same line can yield vastly different effects when delivered by different performers. Liu Xingchen undoubtedly possesses remarkable skill, his delivery is genuinely delightful. Though he had only just taken the stage, Liu Xingchen had already won over a segment of the audience through his actions.
For seasoned crosstalk enthusiasts,
the moment an actor speaks, they can discern the quality of the performance.
While Liu Xingchen may be unfamiliar to the crowd,
his adept manner of expression had left a lasting impression.
This performance was undoubtedly worth the anticipation.
As the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, Liu Xingchen spoke once more. When an actor steps onto the stage, a self-introduction is in order. At the very least, it allows the audience to know whom to criticize.
My name is Liu Xingchen, and I am a crosstalk performer with the Deyun Society.
In that moment, Liu Xingchen appeared quite earnest.
Although crosstalk is meant to be light-hearted and enjoyable, one must also consider the manner in which it is presented.
In moments that call for seriousness, one must adopt an appropriately solemn demeanor.
After introducing himself,
Liu Xingchen turned his gaze toward Yu Qian. This gentleman, even without my introduction, I believe you all recognize, he is my esteemed mentor, Teacher Liu Bian.
Yu Qian's brow furrowed. Is my name that suggestive?
It's only 2 characters, you've mispronounced it.
Guo Degang looked on in astonishment. Was it incorrect?
I failed to catch where the mistake lay.
Oh, do you not go by Liu Bian?
Yu Qian hastily waved his hand.
No. You are the one who is Liu Bian.
Ha, Liu Xingchen, I'll give you another chance, please introduce yourself properly.
Liu Xingchen appeared apologetic.
I'm sorry.
I got too carried away and misspoke. This is my teacher, with the surname Yu. Teacher Yu Bian. Yu Qian's brow furrowed once more.
This introduction is getting worse, it's not as good as the previous one.
Guo Degang wore a mischievous grin. See, I told you, your name is Liu Bian. Oh dear. What am I hearing? Mother, I'm still a child, is this truly appropriate to hear?
The long-lost joy returned. This is how crosstalk ought to be performed, through playful banter and witty exchanges. That is indeed the correct approach.
In the age of digital traffic,
while there may be internet celebrities, the fundamental joy of traditional crosstalk must endure. The rise of internet fame in crosstalk is not desirable. It is the essence of traditional performances that reigns supreme. The performances of Liu Xingchen and Yu Qian, along with Guo Degang, have elevated the atmosphere to exhilarating heights.
Throughout, the audience's unwavering love for crosstalk remains unchanged, as they continue to revel in splendid performances. However,
the advent of the traffic era has led many crosstalk artists to become somewhat detached. With the availability of more straightforward means of earning, few are willing to dedicate themselves to the tedious craft of this art form. Not only seasoned crosstalk artists who have tasted success,
but even many newcomers perceive crosstalk merely as a stepping stone.
To them, it is akin to talent shows, providing a platform for self-expression. They seek not the arduous path of diligent practice, but rather shortcuts to swift recognition.
Such lofty aspirations inevitably hinder the genuine acquisition of crosstalk knowledge. Over time,
this has shaped the current crosstalk market. Those with potential no longer delve deeply into their craft, consumed by the desire for quick gains, while the less capable aim for fame without substance. With earnest practitioners of crosstalk dwindling, it is evident which direction the market will take.
Fortunately,
amidst this murky landscape of crosstalk, there remain a few artists who genuinely cherish the art form, committed to spreading joy through their performances.
It seems we have indeed made the right choice in attending today's show.
Chapter 9. It is truly baffling how Liu Xingchen dared to speak so boldly.
Guo Degang's performance today was characterized by an unabashed enjoyment of the spectacle.
Every time Liu Xingchen jested at Yu Qian, Guo Degang would deftly deliver a witty retort.
The trio's seamless interplay delighted the audience, embodying the essence of traditional crosstalk.
Without the donkey whip, and without the fish whip, I am Yu Qian. As he realized there was no one else to rely on, Yu Qian boldly declared his name.
Why are you in such a hurry to reveal that? I am your disciple, and this is your partner. How could we possibly not know your name? Liu Xingchen was somewhat taken aback,
not expecting Yu Qian to volunteer his name so readily.
Well, if I don't say it, who knows how I might be introduced? Ha ha ha, Uncle Yu is indeed a wise man. That self-introduction was quite impressive. With Yu Qian's name now out in the open, Liu Xingchen redirected his attention to Guo Degang.
As you all know, this esteemed individual is my master, teacher Yu Qian.
However,
the gentleman beside him may still be unfamiliar to some.
Please allow me to make a grand introduction of this remarkable individual. Liu Xingchen gestured toward Guo Degang's position.
Guo Degang, ever the performer, smiled in anticipation of the introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, this man is none other than the head of our Dayun society.
A true master of crosstalk, the founder of suppression-style education, a practitioner of double standards in literature, and the one who has elevated the cultural phenomenon of money-making,
ushering the idol culture into the realm of crosstalk, teacher Guo Degang. The audience erupted in cheers at Liu Xingchen's introduction.
What he stated was well-founded, even unvarnished truth.
Yet, such candidness is often avoided by most.
Despite the saying that no topic is off-limits on the crosstalk stage, there are still certain subjects considered taboo.
However,
today Liu Xingchen exhibited no fear, directly addressing the most sensitive topics. At this moment, Yu Qian assumed the role of Guo Degang and began to ask provocative questions.
Liu Xingchen, while one may eat freely, one should not speak carelessly. Are you certain you just referred to teacher Guo? It hardly sounds like him. You better clarify each label you've assigned, or else, don't even mention teacher Guo, I won't allow it. Yu Qian's fervent declaration caused Guo Degang's expression to darken. I don't see the need for this. Xingchen is a child, let him say what he likes. How can one argue with a child? No. Yu Qian interjected. Degang, these matters pertain to your reputation. While you may not mind, I, as your senior, cannot disregard this. Indeed. We must support teacher Yu and restore justice for teacher Guo.
It is only right to clarify why such statements were made about him.
Teacher Guo does not possess such labels, this is pure slander. How can Liu Xingchen say whatever comes to mind? Is any of it even true? Rumors cease with the wise, today I shall put an end to the gossip.
The audience was now fervently indignant, effectively placing Guo Degang at the center of scrutiny.
Even if he wished to avoid Liu Xingchen's explanations, it was no longer an option. Upon witnessing the audience's reaction, Liu Xingchen resolutely responded, "All right. You wish for an explanation? I shall provide one for each point. Let us begin with suppression-style education. Foster father, do you acknowledge this exists?" Yes, I do. Guo Degang conceded, but my intention was enough. Foster father, let us not hear your explanation, just confirm whether it exists.
Liu Xingchen decisively curtailed Guo Degang's further elaboration, securing the answer he sought.
Guo Degang, recognizing the futility of further debate, ceased his arguments.
Although he previously saw no fault in his educational methods, he had recently come to realize their excessive severity.
Regardless of public opinion, he accepted this as warranted.
Having addressed suppression-style education, Liu Xingchen then shifted to discuss double standards in literature.
Foster father, do you admit to having double standards? Guo Degang shook his head resolutely.
I may acknowledge the existence of suppression-style education, but I do not believe I possess double standards.
Liu Xingchen appeared to anticipate this response and pressed on. Foster father, have you not always instructed us juniors to adhere to rules and regulations? Guo Degang affirmed, of course. As crosstalk is a traditional art, we must respect the traditions and follow the rules. Liu Xingchen nodded, very well. Since we should abide by the rules, why then do you disparage those veteran artists? Regardless of who is right or wrong, are we not all juniors? Should we not show respect to our elders? Guo Degang shook his head. Child, you cannot think that way.
While some individuals are indeed our elders and deserve respect, others are not even worthy of being compared to livestock.
Moreover, many customs in crosstalk are merely outdated practices. Do we truly need to adhere to them? At this moment, Yu Qian, who had remained silent, could no longer hold back.
Degang, it's not the child who is wrong. Your two statements reveal a certain degree of double standards. Haha, the audience had initially anticipated a performance where Guo Degang would be confronted with the labels recently affixed to him.
After all, he had faced considerable criticism and suspicion of late.
Unexpectedly, Liu Xingchen and Yu Qian turned the tables, inadvertently solidifying the very labels attributed to Guo Degang.
The comedic dialogue presented is undeniably exhilarating. Guo Degang appears somewhat incredulous. Am I truly exhibiting double standards? Indeed.
Without awaiting a response from the two performers on stage,
the audience below has already rendered their verdict.
Ah, so I have been quite the double standard practitioner all along. Hahaha, as for the matter of money-making and fan culture,
I believe there is little need for further elaboration.
Dear mentor, although I am but a junior, I understand the essence of contentment. Perhaps you should refrain from amassing excessive wealth in the future, for it tarnishes one's character. Ah, it is known that Liu Xingchen dares to speak.
Yet no one anticipated he would be so audacious. The content he conveyed is indeed substantial. Guo Degang now feels quite wronged. Money-making? Xingchen, have you misunderstood me? When have I ever sought to profit?
Liu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively.
Mentor, let us not delve into this. You have earned all the funds from the national comedic performances. Do you truly feel justified in providing explanations here?
Haha, at this moment, Guo Degang is filled with regret, pondering what had possessed him to allow Liu Xingchen to participate. The comedic dialogue leaves no room for sentiment.
Guo Degang's mood is quite gloomy. Yet the atmosphere in the venue grows increasingly vibrant. Liu Xingchen's unabashed performance resonates profoundly with the audience.
After being accustomed to monotonous routines, it is this refreshing candor that captivates.
Xingchen is indeed bold. I believe this performance marks his grand finale.
I had always considered myself the king of the graveyard in Dayun society, but after witnessing Xingchen's act, I now comprehend what it means to be outclassed. It is evident that Xingchen's performance is characterized by its straightforwardness. He truly dares to speak his mind. There is no doubt that this performance will surge to the trending lists of major media platforms. The magnitude of information shared is extraordinary.
After all,
he is a prized disciple of Master Yu, and this comedic dialogue showcases remarkable courage. Had he been one of our fellow disciples, he would have likely faced repercussions.
Yet,
as Liu Xingchen is a student of Master Yu, he faces no such constraints.
Backstage, a multitude of actors are equally astonished. Liu Xingchen's comedic performance is surprisingly unexpected.
The revelations he has made are indeed remarkable.
Now, people are beginning to speculate about his relationship with Liang Jingru. Without Liang Jingru to embolden him,
they genuinely cannot fathom how Liu Xingchen could have dared to speak in such a manner. Chapter 10. Liu Xingchen's words were truly piercing.
When describing one's character, the term straightforward is typically a compliment. Yet, at this moment, Liu Xingchen's straightforwardness appeared to Guo Degang as more of a disparagement.
After finally having the opportunity for the three of them to collaborate, it was unexpected that Liu Xingchen showed no regard for social niceties, boldly stating whatever came to mind. The performance of this comedy was proving to be more challenging than founding the Dayun society itself. Despite the numerous negative labels associated with my godfather,
it is undeniable that he has played an irreplaceable role in promoting the art of comedy. To everyone's surprise, Liu Xingchen,
who had been relentlessly branding Guo Degang with negative tags, suddenly shifted his tone and began to speak of his merits.
Upon hearing such characterizations, Guo Degang's expression finally brightened somewhat.
Ahem, you've finally spoken some sensible words, huh?
Ah ha ha ha. Guo Degang's sense of humor was ever present.
After holding back for a while, he directly emulated Liu Xingchen's forthright remarks, unabashedly expressing himself.
His expression invigorated the atmosphere once again. Comedy performances should be liberating.
Only by being able to joke and not fear the consequences can the audience truly enjoy the show. Godfather, from what you're saying,
It seems you also somewhat agree with my viewpoint? Guo Degang replied without hesitation. Of course. In other industries, I may not dare to say. But in the world of comedy, we certainly have a voice.
There's a saying, a bite of Tang Seng's flesh grants eternal life. A word of criticism about Guo Degang brings fame.
Ha ha ha. Yu Qian also chuckled along. Strangely enough, that is indeed true. I know quite a few who have criticized. Ha ha ha.
Yu Qian's knack for being the foil always brings a refreshing dynamic.
One can never predict when he will speak, yet every utterance invariably elicits uproarious laughter. It can only be said that a master is indeed a master. Godfather. Since it's like this, I have a question to ask.
You and my master are both prominent figures in the realm of comedy.
And I hold immense respect for both of you. However, I still wish to understand who holds a higher status in the world of comedy?
Upon posing this question, Guo Degang and Yu Qian both broke into laughter.
They exchanged glances, and laughter ensued once more.
Guo Degang was the first to respond.
This question is somewhat difficult to answer.
Liu Xingchen looked puzzled.
Is this question really that hard to answer? You can simply state the facts, can't you? Upon hearing Liu Xingchen's remark, Guo Degang ceased to be polite. All right, since it's like this, I'll speak frankly. In truth,
you are not the first to ask this question, many have inquired before.
However, my answer has always been the same, there's no need to compare.
As soon as Guo Degang articulated this, his entire demeanor elevated.
What defines a master, what constitutes an artist, the answer was evident at that moment. A look of satisfaction appeared on Yu Qian's face. It seems he had indeed chosen the right partner. Yes, perhaps in terms of professional ability, stage control, and improvisation.
I may be several thousands of times stronger than your master, but since we are partners, such comparisons are unnecessary.
Yu Qian stared at Guo Degang in disbelief. Goodness! Is our gap truly that vast?
You're saying it's several thousand times.
Ha ha ha. Liu Xingchen couldn't help but chime in. Godfather. Are you certain you believe there's no need for comparison? Because it seems to me you care more about this than anyone. Liu Xingchen is indeed quite bold. There's no topic he hesitates to discuss. It must be said, Liu Xingchen excels at banter. Speaking of such an excellent comedian, why hasn't he performed yet? He should have taken the stage sooner.
Suddenly, I feel that comedy is quite interesting, my source of joy has returned. I wouldn't watch this year's Spring Festival Gala if Liu Xingchen isn't featured.
Had I known it would be this amusing,
I would have saved it for the new year, at least it would have brought a good mood.
Today's audience was thoroughly entertained. The previous Steel Wire Festival had completely lost its festive spirit. Not only was the lineup of performers lackluster, but the performances themselves were also lackadaisical. This year, Dayun Society has finally brought back the long-lost joy.
If the standards of Dayun Society's performances can be maintained, then should anyone dare to criticize them again?
This group of fans would not stand for it. Guo Degang glanced at Liu Xingchen and then at the audience. Child, you've truly misunderstood me. Had you not asked this question, I would not have compared. Moreover, what I've expressed isn't fabricated, it is simply the truth. As he spoke, Guo Degang rolled up his sleeves, clearly confident about what was to come.
Child, we're not bragging. I have been in this industry for over 30 years and have achieved a modicum of success. For example, I have appeared on the Spring Festival Gala, albeit just once. Yet it counts, and I've organized large-scale commercial performances with nearly 30,000 attendees.
Furthermore, I've led the Dayun Society on international tours. These are accomplishments we've achieved. As he became animated while speaking, Guo Degang's chest swelled with pride. It was evident that he truly felt a sense of pride at this moment. Before Liu Xingchen could interject, Yu Qian interjected first, excuse me. But regarding the achievements you just mentioned, which one did I not participate in? Guo Degang's mood shifted dramatically. The narrative had taken an unexpected turn. Ha ha ha.
His spirits plummeted, while the audience grew increasingly exhilarated.
Liu Xingchen looked at Guo Degang with disdain. Godfather.
You initially claimed to be several thousand times stronger than my master, and I was ready to switch allegiances to you.
Yet, in this comparison,
it seems you're not much stronger than my master after all. You've listed many accomplishments, yet each one is also associated with my master. So it turns out you're just better at boasting. Liu Xingchen remained as forthright as ever, offering critiques without any regard for feelings. Guo Degang was already feeling somewhat displeased, and after Liu Xingchen's remarks, he was decidedly unhappy.
A gentleman may be killed, but not humiliated.
Liu Xingchen's words were truly piercing.
Chapter 11, The pride on his face resurfaces.
In the realm of verbal sparring, Guo Degang has always maintained the upper hand. A glance at his illustrious career reveals that instances of him being outmatched are exceedingly rare, whereas the occasions when he has delivered sharp retorts are countless.
Yet, astonishingly,
this master of repartee found himself in a predicament when confronted by Liu Xingchen today.
To exacerbate matters, Liu Xingchen's assertions were undeniably factual, leaving Guo Degang with no room for rebuttal.
One could only say that this particular maneuver felt like a self-inflicted wound.
However, Guo Degang is no ordinary individual.
He would certainly not swallow his pride quietly. Having entered this contest, he was determined to see it through to the end.
I am the master of Dayun society.
The name flashed through Guo Degang's mind, and his pride resurfaced once more.
My godfather, well, my master is the queen of crosstalk. Liu Xingchen's retort left Guo Degang momentarily speechless.
Beside them, Yu Qian wore a smug grin, delighting in Guo Degang's discomfort.
Clearly, Guo Degang had no intention of conceding defeat. He spoke again, I have many disciples. Upon hearing this, the audience wholeheartedly agreed.
Among the multitude of crosstalk performers, Guo Degang's disciples truly stand unrivaled,
outnumbering Yu Qian's by several dozen times.
This advantage was something Yu Qian would find difficult to counter. While everyone shared this sentiment, Yu Qian remained unfazed.
We have many livestock. Ah ha ha ha.
Yu Qian's response exceeded all expectations. This turn of events was indeed unforeseen.
Seeing Yu Qian's unyielding demeanor, Guo Degang chose to confront him directly.
My disciples have numerous accolades. Yu Qian calmly replied, my livestock have won grand prizes.
Ha ha ha. Guo Degang's emotions surged.
For today was destined to be a day of being bested. As Guo Degang struggled to respond, Liu Xingchen took the initiative to interject.
Godfather,
I think there is one thing my master cannot compare with.
What? Guo Degang looked at Liu Xingchen with delight. No, Liu Xingchen, which side are you on? I am your master. At this moment, Yu Qian displayed evident dissatisfaction, clearly irked by Liu Xingchen's continual assistance to Guo Degang.
Liu Xingchen paid Yu Qian no heed. Addressing Guo Degang directly, Godfather, your disciples drop out so frequently.
What can my master use to compare? Guo Degang was left bewildered by this notion.
Yu Qian, however, could not contain his laughter.
Well, I must admit, I cannot compete in this regard. Not just me.
Even if you combine all the performers in the crosstalk world, none can match the number of your disciples who have withdrawn.
I concede this point wholeheartedly.
Yu Qian and Liu Xingchen had thoroughly exhausted every angle.
Truly, it was an unexpected turn of events. I now understand. This performance is a joint effort by you two to gang up on me. Guo Degang felt a pang of sorrow. Godfather, you could also recruit disciples to bully my master, but do you really have anyone available for collaboration? Your excellent disciples are all busy making money. Who has the time to deal with you? Liu Xingchen's crosstalk performance was utterly devoid of social niceties.
Goodness, regardless of the content.
Nothing was off limits from his lips.
It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, he was the embodiment of the internet's voice,
articulating the thoughts of online users. Guo Degang, confronted with such blatant remarks, felt utterly helpless.
Let them make money, at least they won T-Starve outside.
Ha ha ha. After so many years of watching crosstalk performances, this was the first time witnessing Guo Degang at such a disadvantage.
It is no wonder that Yu Qian's foremost disciple has mastered the art of direct confrontation.
What exemplifies that the student surpasses the master?
Liu Xingchen has provided the answer. This is indeed the proper way for a crosstalk performer to express themselves.
Suddenly,
It seems that the pinnacle of verbal sparring lies in speaking the truth, for such statements are irrefutable.
Guo Degang must be feeling an immense pang of regret.
He has taken in many disciples, yet only a scant few can shoulder significant responsibilities.
In contrast, Yu Qian's disciples are all outstanding, highlighting the adage that comparison breeds discontent.
Henceforth, I shall not attend any crosstalk performances without Liu Xingchen, having grown accustomed to culinary delights, who could endure a sudden return to plain fare.
Upon concluding his lament,
Yu Qian could not resist teasing, "You really dote on your disciples." Guo Degang replied with a smile, "Of course, one must indulge their disciples."
Liu Xingchen boldly spoke again. "Godfather, the last one who was so indulged has already withdrawn. Are you certain you wish to continue this way?" Ah ha ha ha. Guo Degang glanced at Liu Xingchen and then at Yu Qian.
"Perhaps you two should step down, I can perform a solo act quite well."
Ha ha ha.
To have pushed Guo Degang to such an extent is indeed legendary within the crosstalk community. One can only say that today's performance has truly been liberating.
The show continues.
Yet videos of this performance have begun circulating across various media platforms, rapidly becoming a trending topic. Frankly, the attention on Daeyun society has remained consistently high. Whether positive or negative, it has always drawn interest. The decline in reputation primarily stems from the waning quality of their programs.
However, today's performance rekindled a long-lost joy among the audience.
Liu Xingchen's candid remarks thrilled the crowd, embodying the essence of what they wished to witness in crosstalk performances.
The initial allure of crosstalk lay in its traditional charm.
This art form provided boundless imaginative space, offering a platform for stress relief. Yet, as crosstalk evolved, it gradually lost its essence. The original joy seemed to dissipate with time, leading many to believe that this art would fade away.
Little did they expect that today's performance would yield such delightful surprises. Particularly Liu Xingchen's performance rekindled the joy of viewing crosstalk for many.
Regardless of stature,
rules were upheld, and Liu Xingchen seemed to grasp this principle perfectly.
Meanwhile, discussions online began to shift. Previously, the focus was on critiquing Daeyun society. Now, the sentiment has turned to regret. Had I known it would be this splendid, I would have attended in person.
It seems Daeyun society does indeed have exceptional crosstalk performers.
Missing this show was truly a disappointment. Even mere snippets elicited uproarious laughter, making it essential to witness the full performance.
Yu Qian has an eye for talent. This disciple is undoubtedly superior to Guo Degang's.
Indeed, at the very least, the former disciples are still present, and in terms of retention alone,
they certainly surpass Guo Degang's. Chapter 12, Why must we constantly be at odds with ourselves?
No one could have anticipated that the reputation of the Daeyun society would shift so dramatically with the emergence of Liu Xingchen. As the performance continues, the audience has rekindled their enthusiasm for the society's crosstalk, a development that undoubtedly stings many comedians in the field.
Liu Xingchen and Guo Degang's crosstalk performance revolves around a theme of unfiltered honesty.
Regardless of the subject matter, Liu Xingchen chooses to speak his mind candidly.
A forthrightness that leaves Guo Degang feeling rather uncomfortable. He has come to a profound realization: sincerity is indeed an unbeatable weapon. This revelation, however, is quite painful for him. Nevertheless, the outcome of the performance is objectively commendable.
Although Guo Degang may have sacrificed his own comfort, he has fostered a vibrant atmosphere for the entire show. The audience is exuberantly pleased, expressing their satisfaction with thunderous applause.
When the trio exits the stage, the audience erupts into an overwhelming ovation.
Such enduring applause had not been heard since the Daeyun Society's 20th anniversary celebration, where all the performers were vigorously engaged, bolstered by appearances from crossover stars,
making that event particularly spectacular.
The audience's applause at that time signified their endorsement of the performance.
What was initially thought to be a new beginning for the Daeyun Society turned out to be its zenith.
In the aftermath, the society's reputation has steadily declined,
and audience applause has become increasingly sparse. It is only with this performance that the actors once again hear such fervent applause, feeling the genuine affirmation of the audience.
The electrifying atmosphere poses a considerable challenge for the upcoming performers, Jin Helan and Zhu Hasong.
A specialized performance thrives on a certain ebb and flow.
A slightly subdued atmosphere can actually benefit the artists about to take the stage, providing them with ample room to showcase their talents.
However, when the ambience is explosively vibrant, the subsequent performers face immense pressure. Should they fail to match the previous act's performance, the ensuing disappointment from the audience would be magnified. Currently, the atmosphere of this performance cannot simply be described as fiery, it is truly explosive. Such a stage is not one that every performer can handle.
Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian cast sympathetic glances at the duo.
They had thought the opening act would bear the brunt of the pressure. But it is the mid-show performance that truly shoulders the weight of expectation.
However, such opportunities for growth are rare and invaluable.
If they can navigate this electrifying atmosphere,
they will undoubtedly be well equipped for any future performance scenarios. Liu Xingchen, upon descending the stage, offers a word of encouragement to the two who are about to perform. He is acutely aware of the immense pressure they are under, yet any words of comfort might inadvertently add to their psychological burden.
Therefore, a simple and direct "you can do it" suffices.
Jin Helan and Zhu Hesong exchange glances, drawing strength from each other's eyes.
With the introduction by Hou Yi concluding, they step onto the stage.
The audience remains immersed in the recent performance, harboring high expectations for this duo. As they begin, a hint of nervousness is evident.
But the atmosphere quickly alleviates their anxiety. Gradually, they find their rhythm and delve into the theme. To become an exceptional crosstalk performer,
it is imperative to cultivate a unique style.
Only by distinguishing oneself can one become more captivating and competitive.
Their performance showcases distinct characteristics, particularly Zhu Hesong's comedic timing,
which stands out within the crosstalk realm. Throughout this performance, both artists exhibit their individual traits, earning the audience's approval. The intermittent cheers and applause reassure the backstage performers, relieving their tension. If this performance can proceed flawlessly, the success of the show is virtually assured.
While others are engrossed in the on-stage performance,
Guo Degang finds himself in deep reflection.
Although Liu Xingchen's expressions on stage come across as humorous, every statement is rooted in his own experiences. The labels affixed to him are indeed grounded in reality. Until now, no one had pointed these out to him, and he had remained oblivious to his shortcomings. Liu Xingchen's candidness has illuminated his self-awareness, indicating that change is not just necessary but imperative.
Ding!
The system detects that the host has made numerous forthright statements during the recent crosstalk performance and rewards him with a master-level sense of humor.
At this moment, Liu Xingchen hears the system's notification in his mind.
Satisfied with this acknowledgement, he reflects on the truth of what he learned in elementary school: honest children indeed receive rewards. Moving forward, maintaining this forthrightness is essential. A master-level sense of humor equates to imbuing Liu Xingchen's expressions with greater depth and humor, which is vital in crosstalk performances.
The essence of such performances is to bring joy to the audience, to elicit laughter.
Possessing this sense of humor simplifies the task of entertaining others. It is believed that Liu Xingchen's future performances will become increasingly captivating.
Guo Degang gazes at his prodigy with admiration. To be honest,
he has had few opportunities to collaborate with Liu Xingchen, and he remains uncertain about his level of skill. Today's collaboration has offered him a chance to reassess Liu Xingchen's abilities.
The evidence is clear: his prodigy is indeed impressive. In the past,
he sometimes thought having more apprentices would be beneficial, much like Guo Degang. After all, a larger number of disciples increases the chances of success.
However, he has now entirely abandoned this notion. Quality trumps quantity. Having a disciple like Liu Xingchen far outweighs a multitude of mediocre ones. Guo Qilin watches Liu Xingchen with a sense of gratitude.
His forthright statements on stage serve as a subtle defense for him. Although his childhood was somewhat tumultuous, lacking the affection that other children received, he is fortunate to have a great master and a supportive senior brother.
No one is perfect, life is inherently flawed. At this moment, his father's attitude seems irrelevant.
After all, relationships encompass more than just familial ties.
He has completely relinquished any grudges he held against Guo Degang.
This does not signify that he has moved on, rather, it is unnecessary.
With so many beautiful aspects of life, why must we constantly be at odds with ourselves? Chapter 13, one can only say that in the world, one is not truly free.
Now, please enjoy the solo performance "I Want to Become Famous," presented by Liu Xingchen. Accompanied by the introduction from the host, Liu Xingchen once again took to the stage.
Unlike his previous appearances, this time Liu Xingchen stood alone. The art of xiangxing, crosstalk, can be categorized into solo, duet, and group performances. Among them, the solo performance is the most challenging to execute. Solo xiangxing shares many similarities with storytelling, focusing primarily on narrative. However, while storytelling requires a plot that captivates and draws the audience into the narrative, solo xiangxing demands a greater emphasis on humor, allowing the audience to derive joy from the performer's expression. In comparison, the difficulty of solo performances may indeed be greater. Consequently, solo performances have been increasingly overshadowed by more favorable alternatives, as few are willing to undertake such a demanding and often thankless endeavor. Yet today, Liu Xingchen has chosen to swim against the current, ready to present a solo performance that aims to restore the dignity of this art form. From a professional standpoint, the requirements for solo xiangxing are indeed more stringent than for other types of performances. In duets or group performances, actors can rely on one another for support. Even if an actor stumbles, others can promptly compensate. However, during a solo performance, the actor must rely solely on themselves from beginning to end. They must skillfully set the stage and execute twists in the narrative, fully aware of the intricacies involved, otherwise, it risks becoming a stage mishap. Setting aside other considerations, Liu Xingchen's courage alone surpasses that of most performers. The audience present was filled with anticipation for his upcoming performance. In an era where duet performances have become mainstream, a quality solo act is a rare treasure. Liu Xingchen's initial act left an indelible impression on everyone, and it is certain that this performance will not disappoint. As Liu Xingchen stepped to the center of the stage, he bowed deeply to the audience below. Law-abiding morning brings worry, while the strong sing joyfully at night. Exploiting others for personal gain, while the upright starve in silence. Repairing bridges and roads, yet blinded, killing and arson are rampant. I asked the Buddha in the West. And he said, I too am at a loss. Ha ha ha. As laughter erupted from the audience, Liu Xingchen's solo performance officially commenced. Unlike duets, solo acts typically begin with a brief opening poem or a small story, aimed simply at capturing the audience's attention and aligning their frequency with that of the performer. Each segment of a solo xiangxing is crucial. To elicit laughter, one must lay a solid foundation, making it imperative for the audience to grasp the setup. Today's opening poem accomplished this task splendidly, harmonizing the audience's focus with his rhythm. Once he noticed all gazes fixated upon him, Liu Xingchen began to speak at a measured pace. Today, I shall share a solo xiangxing. What is solo xiangxing, you might ask? Literally, it is a performance delivered by a single person. This story is rooted in my personal experiences and my enduring dream of achieving fame. Some may wonder why I desire fame. The answer is quite simple: it brings quick rewards. Ha ha ha. The primary distinction between solo and duet performances lies in the rhythm. Duet performances allow for spontaneous banter and interaction to engage the audience, while solo acts necessitate a more concise narrative style. The audience possesses limited patience for lengthy digressions, thus, maintaining a brisk pace is essential to capture their attention and convey the entirety of the xiangxing. Liu Xingchen exhibited exceptional control over the tempo today. Despite his relatively infrequent performances, his stage presence was remarkably seasoned. The audience was thoroughly engrossed, fully immersed in his act. Tell me, isn't it true that money comes quickly nowadays? Goodness, daily wages can reach hundreds of thousands. It's simply unimaginable. An ordinary person could never earn such sums in a lifetime. Yet, tragically, some individuals, despite receiving generous compensation, choose to feign hardship and grievance, lamenting their sacrifices. One must wonder if these individuals are out of touch. If they are unwilling to work, they should step aside. Just look at how many are eager to enter this industry. Liu Xingchen's candid expression resonated with the audience, garnering unanimous approval. Even in his solo act, he continued to embody his characteristic straightforwardness, a voice the audience yearned to hear. Each profession has its unique demands, and salaries may vary accordingly. However, those who earn high wages while perpetually complaining about their plight seem rather unreasonable. Clearly, there are those in the entertainment industry who possess insight and are unafraid to voice their thoughts for the audience. In truth, Liu Xingchen's style bears some resemblance to that of Guo Degang in his earlier days. Regardless of the trending topics, Guo Degang would unhesitatingly share his thoughts.
That was a time of his peak popularity, with many enjoying his performances. However, as the Douyin society grew and Guo Degang's fame soared, his acts began to lose the initial essence. Although his performances remained humorous for the most part, they increasingly revolved around ethical themes, neglecting pressing social issues. Such performances may be enjoyable occasionally, but true aficionados may eventually find them tiresome.
Surprisingly, Liu Xingchen's recent appearance has rekindled the long-lost essence of xiangxing.
And this forthright young man has become a figure of great anticipation. In the backstage area, others listened intently to Liu Xingchen's performance.
Upon hearing his bold opening remarks, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for him.
The entertainment industry has undergone a significant transformation. Once reliant on talent, it now thrives on social connections. Navigating interpersonal relationships has become crucial for success in this field. Yet Liu Xingchen's performance contradicts the prevailing trends.
Is he not courting disaster? Nevertheless, deep down, they appreciated Liu Xingchen's approach. The constant pretense of politeness is exhausting. A straightforward and pragmatic approach is far more refreshing.
If Liu Xingchen could carve out a new path,
then perhaps they would no longer have to engage in such disingenuous performances. One can only say that in the world, one is not truly free. Chapter 14, The Art of Stand-Up Comedy Deserves Admiration. To excel in stand-up comedy, rhythm is undeniably paramount.
It is essential not only to deliver punchlines but to ensure the audience remains engaged with the performer's expressions.
Liu Xingchen's chosen theme this time is remarkably captivating.
The topic of celebrity salaries, particularly the exorbitant earnings of Huaxia stars, has become a perennial discussion. It is a stark irony that amidst such lofty salaries,
genuine diligence among these stars is seldom witnessed. Friends, if given the chance to achieve fame, would you seize it? The audience collectively responded with enthusiasm, affirming their willingness. Indeed, who wouldn't relish the opportunity? Fame brings prosperity in every endeavor.
Let us consider the simplest scenario of acting. Those who are aesthetically pleasing are dubbed idols, while those less fortunate in looks are labeled as skilled actors. Those with genuine acting prowess are revered as seasoned veterans, whereas those lacking in talent are referred to as fresh faces. Lack of strong dialogue skills? Fear not, for post-production dubbing can present the most thrilling aspects to the audience, even if you merely recite numbers. Oh, and should one lack acting talent, there is always the option of crafting a character persona. Simply embody a stoic figure,
and all acting concerns dissipate.
And if one is devoid of talent, dialogue skills, and is physically unattractive, fret not, filters and editing can work wonders, transforming even the most unappealing into a vision of beauty, far surpassing the technological advancements of other nations. As the performance unfolded, Liu Xingchen's artistry reached new heights. At this moment, regardless of the topic, he spoke fearlessly, embodying a rare courage in today's era. If acting or singing isn't your forte, fret not. One can always venture into variety shows. The audience resonated deeply with Liu Xingchen's insights, recognizing the contemporary state of the entertainment industry. Variety shows, in particular, appear to be the most comfortable avenue. No need for diverse talents, just a clever quip will suffice. Take, for instance, our esteemed comedian Yue Yunpeng from Douyin Society. His participation in various shows often requires nothing more than his presence to secure financial gain. Finally, Liu Xingchen directed his wit towards the internal dynamics of Douyin Society, targeting none other than the once revered Yue Yunpeng. Recently, discussions surrounding Yue Yunpeng's lackluster performances have been rampant. Contrary to expectations, Liu Xingchen boldly critiqued him in front of the entire audience, reviving the joy of self-deprecating humor among colleagues. When it comes to variety shows, there truly is no more comfortable a role. You can choose from a plethora of formats. If you possess comedic flair, comedic shows are your calling. If you lack it, emotional shows simply require authenticity, even if one embodies the archetype of laziness. Leisure-themed shows could be your best fit, as producers appreciate such personas. After all, being criticized is still a form of attention. In this era, even the most unremarkable individuals can find their niche in variety shows, assuming, of course, they have achieved fame. Otherwise, one remains unnoticed. The audience nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Liu Xingchen's words.
Today's society is fundamentally capitalist. Profit dictates behavior without moral constraints.
It is not an exaggeration to say that we exist in an era of mediocrity.
What truly matters is the potential for profit. Moreover, if one cannot thrive in variety shows, becoming an internet celebrity is a viable alternative.
Liu Xingchen's commentary encapsulates the essence of contemporary celebrity culture.
The format of stand-up comedy is not monolithic.
While traditional routines should be preserved, new narratives that resonate with modern times must be embraced. Liu Xingchen's performance today carved a new path, showcasing the unique allure of stand-up comedy. As the stand-up genre faces increasing competition from other comedic forms, the distinction between seasoned professionals and novice performers remains evident. The decline of this art form is partly due to a lack of emphasis on stand-up among comedians themselves.
Liu Xingchen's bold approach in reclaiming the essence of stand-up comedy deserves commendation. Chapter 15: Everyone serves the art of crosstalk. To perform a monologue on the tightrope stage requires immense courage.
The stakes are even higher when such a performance could potentially impact the overall development of Yunxi. Yet, under this pressure, Liu Xingchen resolutely took to the stage and delivered an exceptional performance. As the chief disciple of Yu Qian, he certainly did not disappoint his master, showcasing his remarkable abilities and expanding the possibilities for the crosstalk stage.
Following him were Gao Feng and Yue Yunpeng, two performers who required no apprehension.
While they might not be the most flamboyant, their stability is unmatched in the realm of crosstalk. During their performance, Liu Xingchen seized a rare moment to rest. He bore the heaviest burden of the day, especially with another performance alongside Guo Qilin yet to come.
This final act was indeed the grand finale. Initially, the arrangement had Liu Xingchen performing with Guo Degang and Yu Qian as the closing act, a decision justified by their esteemed experience and expertise. However,
Guo Degang chose to alter the program, placing Guo Qilin and Liu Xingchen at the end.
Guo Degang was genuinely delighted to have Guo Qilin return to assist. Yet, Guo Qilin was burdened with guilt and sought ways to make amends.
Positioning his performance last signified the importance placed on him, yet it also intensified his anxiety. Despite the online criticism directed at Yue Yunpeng, Guo Qilin was acutely sensitive to such remarks. Like Yu, he had been distanced from crosstalk for an extended period. Albeit for different reasons, he yearned to escape his family and pursue his own career. Nevertheless, he recognized that his prolonged absence from the art would inevitably affect his performance. Had he performed earlier, he might have felt more at ease. However, the pressure mounted at the thought of concluding the show.
Failing to meet the audience's expectations would render his return counterproductive, contradicting his original intentions.
He had no desire to witness Yunxi decline and held a profound affection for the art form he had embraced since childhood. Even if his future choices diverged from crosstalk, he wished to see it flourish and more individuals embark on this artistic journey.
Liu Xingchen, perceptive to Guo Qilin's inner turmoil, approached him and gently reassured, "Don't worry, I'm here for you."
Guo Qilin looked up, offering a relieved smile.
The presence of Liu Xingchen brought him considerable comfort.
Despite Liu's often irreverent demeanor, he proved to be a reliable ally when it truly mattered. Guo Qilin felt assured that with Liu by his side, their performance would not falter. Guo Degang observed Guo Qilin's tension, hesitating to offer comforting words. Though he would have readily expressed his thoughts to a disciple, he found himself at a loss when faced with his son. The irony that their relationship lacked the depth of a master-disciple bond was not lost on him.
Regrettably, the world offers no remedy for remorse.
Even with a heart full of regret, all he could do was sigh helplessly. Fortunately, their relationship had not reached a point of irreparable damage, leaving room for reconciliation. In the time to come, he would strive to amend the mistakes of his youth. Yu Qian noted the unspoken thoughts among the group but chose to remain silent. Sometimes silence serves as the best support.
Not every issue can be resolved through intervention. Gao Feng and Yue Yunpeng delivered their performance with their usual steadiness,
the audience maintaining high spirits and satisfaction with the show.
Yunxi had indeed acknowledged the audience's sentiments, demonstrating the appropriate attitude.
For the spectators, this was undoubtedly positive. The joy that Yunxi's crosstalk brought them was paramount, and they sought nothing more than to be entertained. With Yunxi willing to adapt, the audience was inclined to grant them a chance, for they represented the pinnacle of contemporary crosstalk. If Yunxi's performances were no longer enjoyable, the art of crosstalk itself would inevitably decline.
As anticipation built among the audience, Guo Qilin and Liu Xingchen took to the stage. This time,
Liu Xingchen's role shifted from that of a joker to a straight man. It is essential for any crosstalk performer to master both roles, as understanding the rhythm of each is crucial for seamless collaboration and creating an engaging performance. However, with the advent of the digital age, many crosstalk artists have become increasingly restless. The opportunities for the joker role to stand out are evidently greater than for the straight man. Most of the currently celebrated crosstalk performers primarily occupy the joker position, leading an increasing number of artists to aspire to this role while the significance of the straight man diminishes. Yet, only those who truly understand the craft recognize that the straight man is pivotal to the success of any performance. A captivating crosstalk act relies on the synergy between both performers.
The absence of either role would significantly diminish the overall impact of the show.
By attempting the straight man's role today, Liu Xingchen aimed to underscore its importance. Once on stage, distinctions among performers fade, everyone serves the role, and ultimately, all serve the art of crosstalk.
Chapter 16 Yan Huxiang is simply too gentle.
Liu Xingchen and Guo Qilin stood at the center of the stage, instantly captivating the gaze of countless spectators.
Particularly, Guo Qilin's appearance astonished everyone even more.
Although the lineup for the performance had been known prior, Guo Qilin's presence still caused quite a stir. The recent discussions surrounding Guo Qilin and his family have been incessant. Almost every day, various similar news has surfaced. From the information recently gathered, it seems that Guo Qilin has indeed severed ties with his family.
To everyone's surprise,
the very Guo Qilin rumored to be estranged was present at the Dayun Society's Tightrope Festival, taking on a leading role. His appearance shattered all previous rumors.
After all,
if the two parties were truly at odds, Guo Qilin would never step up during the Dayun Society's time of need.
Perhaps there are indeed some issues between them, but they are certainly not as outrageous as the rumors circulating online.
Rumors stop with the wise. It seems that all previous speculations should cease at this moment. Guo Qilin sensed the myriad of gazes upon him, yet he remained remarkably calm within. Having come to terms with himself, he no longer cared about others' opinions regarding this matter. Life is but a fleeting few decades. If one were to live constantly under the scrutiny of others, life would indeed be burdensome.
As long as one acts with a clear conscience, that is sufficient. Adjusting his demeanor, Guo Qilin slowly spoke.
Thank you all for your applause for me alone, ha ha. With just those words, the audience broke into smiles, accompanied by enthusiastic applause.
Liu Xingchen raised an eyebrow.
Why is it that we both take the stage?
Yet it's applause for you alone? Guo Qilin smiled nonchalantly.
More applause would be for you. Clap.
Clap. Clap. The audience readily complied, applauding once more.
What a delightful sound I hear.
Guo Qilin raised an eyebrow, speaking somewhat lewdly. The audience understood immediately, wearing expressions of amusement.
Liu Xingchen's straightforwardness emerged again. If that line is so short, perhaps the sound might not be so delightful, ha.
This retort exceeded everyone's expectations.
Typically, when a joker broaches inappropriate subjects, the straight man should ideally intervene to prevent such topics from arising. Yet, Liu Xingchen not only refrained from stopping it but also added his own commentary. This maneuver can only be described as excellent.
Guo Qilin regarded Liu Xingchen with a hint of disbelief. What on earth are you saying?
Liu Xingchen mirrored his incredulity.
What's wrong? Did I touch a nerve?
No worries, with technology so advanced now, it can still be treated.
Ha! Guo Qilin was utterly bewildered. Is this truly a comedic dialogue? Did we just accelerate straight to the highway? Bewildered as he was, Guo Qilin's response was remarkably swift.
This was, after all, a matter concerning a man's dignity, and one must not be careless. Don't be ridiculous, I am famously durable, persistence is my greatest hallmark. As the word persistence left his lips, the atmosphere below began to shift in an unusual direction.
Good heavens, is this really Dayun Society?
This conversation is rather explicit. My goodness, this is how we are expressing ourselves now, forgive me for laughing unreservedly. Although Delang spoke earnestly, why did it provoke such laughter within me? From a psychological standpoint, the more one emphasizes a certain aspect, the more it suggests an underlying issue. Explanation is merely a cover, and cover-ups often reveal the truth.
Has anyone dated Degang?
Feel free to share your thoughts, no need for specifics, just the duration will suffice.
Am I certain I'm watching a comedic performance? Why is this topic becoming increasingly sensational? Liu Xingchen glanced at Guo Qilin, a playful smile gracing his face. Degang, didn't you say you had no girlfriend? Ha? Guo Qilin was once again at a loss.
This Liu Xingchen truly speaks his mind without hesitation, never considering to conceal anything. This question posed seems to lead to no correct response.
If he claims he has no girlfriend, then his earlier statement about being durable is entirely fabricated. But if he admits to having a girlfriend, then his public declaration of being single is a lie. He found himself in a predicament.
Caught between a rock and a hard place, with every response leading to a pitfall.
After much contemplation, Guo Qilin gritted his teeth. Though I have no girlfriend, I do have my right hand.
Guo Qilin has truly thrown caution to the wind today.
In an effort to maintain his narrative,
he no longer cared about his reputation.
Liu Xingchen looked at Guo Qilin with a touch of sympathy, speaking earnestly.
Take care of your health.
Ha ha ha.
This remark struck a chord with the audience, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone, some even recalling what they had for dinner that night.
The original essence of comedic performance is to serve joy. This style of performance truly represents a return to tradition. Some may perceive such comedy as crass.
Yet those who genuinely appreciate it and cherish life would never harbor such thoughts.
The topics discussed on stage may be sensitive, yet they are far from vulgar. Even children listening would not be adversely affected.
As for adults, these are experiences everyone has encountered, and thus pose no issue. Furthermore, with the evolving societal environment,
children are generally more mature.
Some social media influencers are far more provocative than comedic performances.
If children were to go astray,
it certainly would not be due to comedic acts. Upon hearing the phrase "take care of your health," Guo Qilin couldn't help but chuckle. He wondered about his fate. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of the assertive Yan Haxiang, he inadvertently fell into the hands of the straightforward Liu Xingchen. While Yan Haxiang's comedic approach was assertive and often nonsensical, Guo Qilin found it less distressing. However, Liu Xingchen's direct approach, grounded in fact, was excruciatingly challenging.
At that moment, he found himself unexpectedly empathizing with the plight of his father.
No wonder even a seasoned performer like him was rendered speechless by Liu Xingchen's candid remarks.
This level of assertiveness is not something everyone can withstand.
Unbeknownst to him, Guo Qilin found himself inexplicably missing Yan Haxiang.
Compared to Liu Xingchen's style,
Yan Haxiang was indeed far too gentle.
Chapter 17, How can the statements become increasingly absurd?
In the realm of comedic dialogue, it has traditionally been the case that the jester assumes the dominant role, while the straight man often finds themselves the subject of ridicule.
However, the dynamic shifts dramatically when it comes to Guo Qilin.
His previous collaboration with Yan Haxiang left him somewhat bewildered. Now, having finally changed partners,
he discovers that his new collaborator, Liu Xingchen, proves to be even more challenging than Yan Haxiang. Liu Xingchen's forthright remarks catch everyone off guard and leave them utterly unprepared for a response.
Despite the myriad of frustrations brewing within him,
Guo Qilin knows the show must go on.
Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Guo Qilin resumes speaking. Today is the Wire Festival, surely
we can discuss some substantive topics?
Liu Xingchen scrutinizes Guo Qilin from head to toe, questioning him with a look of skepticism.
Are you certain you can articulate any meaningful topics?
Ha ha ha.
That was a rather piercingly honest statement. Guo Qilin takes a deep breath and replies with unwavering confidence.
Why not? Today, I wish to share my aspirations with you.
Aspirations?
Guo Qilin affirms, indeed, my aspirations.
He continues, truth be told,
performing comedic dialogue is not my foremost dream. I yearn to explore various other fields.
Upon hearing this, Liu Xingchen ponders thoughtfully. Are you certain that other professions also boast fathers as exceptional as yours?
Ha 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 ha.
If not, I advise you to tread carefully.
Guo Qilin's words ring with undeniable truth. Mastering the sciences is less advantageous than having a commendable father.
In this day and age,
the competition hinges upon whose father wields greater influence. possessing a good father can resolve many issues. The reality starkly reveals that a decade of diligent study pales in comparison to a moment of birth. This is an immutable fact. Endeavoring is merely a fortuitous condition for success, while being born into the right circumstances is essential for achieving it.
This comedic performance is steeped in satire, resonating deeply with my sentiments.
It is indeed a reality. Those who deny it are simply lacking a commendable father. They say not to let anyone start behind the starting line, yet some are born already in Rome.
Liu Xingchen's candid remarks once again ignite the atmosphere,
causing Guo Qilin's expression to shift. Now, Liu Xingchen, although you are my senior, you cannot question me so brazenly.
What do you mean by suggesting that other professions also have fathers of such caliber? Oh, so my numerous achievements are solely attributable to my father? Indeed.
Liu Xingchen responds without hesitation, surpassing everyone's expectations.
Guo Qilin is momentarily taken aback.
Liu Xingchen's words are astonishingly blunt, leaving no room for rebuttal.
True. My father's influence has certainly aided me, but that is not the entirety of it. Finding Liu Xingchen's argument unconvincing, Guo Qilin opts for a more casual approach. As a second-generation star, he inevitably bears some influence from his father.
The majority of people recognize him because he is Guo Degang's son and consciously follow his journey. Accepting this undeniable truth, Guo Qilin understands there is no need to evade it. Yet, in his heart, he believes that this is not the sole reason for his fame.
Besides that, his own efforts are indispensable. Liu Xingchen wholeheartedly agrees with Guo Qilin's perspective. You are not mistaken, Teacher Guo has indeed contributed to your journey. Finally, Guo Qilin's countenance brightens considerably.
Exactly. We possess our own strengths.
Liu Xingchen adds, a portion of your success also stems from our master,
who has provided you with considerable support.
Everyone is aware that Liu Xingchen is bound to twist the narrative, yet they remain uncertain as to when he will do so.
His latest forthright remarks leave the audience in stitches, garnering universal agreement.
Regardless of external gossip, Yu Qian has always treated Guo Qilin exceptionally well,
even resembling a father figure at times. Such a mentor undoubtedly offers Guo Qilin extensive assistance, paving the way for a smoother journey ahead.
According to popular rumor,
Guo Qilin's decision to abandon comedic dialogue in favor of the entertainment industry was also suggested by Yu Qian.
As an observer,
he understands better than anyone the choices Guo Qilin must make to truly thrive as his authentic self.
Guo Qilin cannot help but give Liu Xingchen a playful shove.
So,
my efforts count for nothing? Liu Xingchen responds nonchalantly, isn't that the case? What influence do you believe you exert?
Guo Qilin rolls up his sleeves,
determined to demonstrate his capabilities. This performance has been exceptionally frustrating.
Liu Xingchen shows no mercy, delivering nothing but candid remarks.
Well then, allow me to show you what I can contribute.
Let us not even mention anything else, my appearance and demeanor would suffice to make me an actor, wouldn't it? Liu Xingchen hesitates, but ultimately cannot resist saying, becoming an actor should be feasible, but it depends on which direction you wish to pursue. If you're considering playing a disabled person, a fool, or a comic relief character, that would certainly be within your reach.
Guo Qilin expresses his disdain. What?
Are those the roles I should aspire to portray?
If I act, it must be as the leading man. Liu Xingchen responds incredulously, you? Preparing to play the leading man? Guo Qilin's expression darkens. What is wrong with that? Am I unworthy? Liu Xingchen bursts into laughter. Let us not discuss anything else. Even your height is not suited for a leading role. Moreover, finding an actress shorter than you for a scene is no easy feat.
Guo Qilin glances at himself.
What is wrong with my height? I'm 1.8 meters tall.
Upon hearing this, the audience immediately expresses their skepticism.
Liu Xingchen cannot help but laugh. You, Guo Qilin. 1.8 meters? Guo Qilin insists, yes, what is the issue? Liu Xingchen's forthright remarks resurface. Do you possess the genes for that height? Can we cease this self-deception? Liu Xingchen's candid comments strike a chord, expertly capturing the audience's laughter. Guo Qilin shoots him an exasperated glance. Why not? My father is also
1.8 meters tall, I inherited his genes.
Is that a problem? At this moment, Guo Qilin's boldness is evident as he unabashedly states his claim. Liu Xingchen appears taken aback. Wait a moment, are you actually confirming this? Your father is Yu Qian? Guo Qilin finds himself utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? How can the statements become increasingly absurd? Chapter 18, Teacher Guo lacks the genes of 1.8 meters.
With nearly 5,000 years of history, uprightness has always been a noble virtue in Huaxia. Yet, when this quality manifests on the stage of crosstalk, it can leave the accompanying guests feeling profoundly uncomfortable. This was true for Guo Degang in the past, and it remains true for Guo Qilin in the present. How can my father be Yu Qian? And how can that be substantiated? What nonsense is this? Can you refrain from such baseless claims? Liu Xingchen felt quite aggrieved upon hearing this.
How is it that I am the one making baseless claims? Did you not just inform everyone that your father possesses the genes of 1.8 meters? Is that not referring to Yu Qian? To my knowledge,
Teacher Guo does not have such genes.
Upon hearing his analysis, everyone was stirred.
The audience exchanged glances, harboring serious doubts about the truth of the matter.
Could it be that Guo Qilin indeed shares some undisclosed connection with Yu Qian? Especially when considering the relationship between Guo Degang and Guo Qilin.
Such thoughts seemed all the more plausible.
Guo Qilin felt a sense of helplessness.
It appears that sometimes one must refrain from speaking too assertively, lest they find themselves the target of ridicule.
All right, I am 1.6 meters, are you satisfied now? This predicament forced Guo Qilin into a position of vulnerability, showcasing Liu Xingchen's undeniable wit. Upon hearing Guo Qilin's admission, Liu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. Exactly.
One should always speak the truth, why fabricate tales?
May I inquire? With your height of 1.6 meters, are you certain you can portray the role of a leading man? Oh, as it happens, I can. I recall the tale of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. You would undoubtedly fit the role of the male lead.
Liu Xingchen's sharp tongue was nothing short of relentless. If one had a forthright friend like him, they might find life quite trying.
Shouldn't honesty be regarded as a commendable trait? Why does everyone seem to resist it? Today's crosstalk performance was indeed quite unique. Liu Xingchen, the crosstalk artist, left a lasting impression on me. I thoroughly enjoyed the performance. This is the essence of true crosstalk.
It appears that within the Diyun society, there are reliable seniors, not all of them withdraw from the stage. If Liu Xingchen were to ever leave, it would surely not be by his own volition, but rather due to his candid remarks leading to his dismissal. The overall performance today radiated joy, particularly amplified by Liu Xingchen's presence. His style of performance starkly contrasted with that of other crosstalk artists. He consistently spoke the most sincere words. Yet each genuine statement was underscored with a sense of resignation.
Get out! Guo Qilin greeted Liu Xingchen's suggestion with a warm retort.
A simple and straightforward phrase conveyed his current wrath.
All right then.
Without hesitation, Liu Xingchen appeared ready to leave the stage.
Guo Qilin quickly pulled him back. What are you doing? We haven't finished our crosstalk yet.
Liu Xingchen looked astonished.
Did you not just tell me to leave? If you say that, why should I stay on stage? Liu Xingchen's remarks were designed to provoke.
Anyone who partnered with him must undergo regular health checkups. Even if one does not have heart disease, they are bound to develop bronchitis from sheer exasperation.
Well, I suppose not becoming an actor is an option. Even if I don't act, with my attributes, surely I could make a decent singer, right? A singer?
Liu Xingchen seemed incredulous.
Yes, indeed, a singer. Guo Qilin affirmed.
I'm not exaggerating, with your vocal qualities, you surpass the average person. Before the audience, Guo Qilin proclaimed, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. He cleared his throat and began to sing. The heart of the flower is hidden in the petals, always missing the blooming season.
The rendition of Flower Heart by Guo Degang was now revived through Guo Qilin, infused with theatrical flair.
Liu Xingchen nodded in acknowledgement.
I must admit, you do possess the potential to be a singer. At the very least, your audacity is unparalleled. Liu Xingchen's penchant for satire never disappoints. His forthright remarks have become a vibrant spectacle, generating immense anticipation among all. Backstage, Liu Xingchen's performance garnered unanimous praise.
Every exceptional crosstalk artist must possess their own distinct characteristics. Currently, many new generation crosstalk artists within the Douyin society exhibit a monotonous style.
When one characteristic gains popularity, others eagerly strive to imitate it. Such rampant imitation leads to a severe lack of originality, resulting in audience fatigue. Liu Xingchen's emergence has provided a refreshing sense of novelty, rekindling the audience's excitement for the art of crosstalk.
In the subsequent performances, Liu Xingchen continued to embody this distinctive style.
Regardless of how Guo Qilin expressed himself,
Liu Xingchen always found an appropriate, forthright response. The atmosphere remained consistently joyful, with everyone thoroughly enjoying the performance.
For the audience,
it had been quite some time since they experienced such a hilariously entertaining show. Initially, it seemed they would not encounter such performances again. But this year's Steel Wire Festival proved to be a delightful surprise. When the Steel Wire Society was first established, all fans regarded it as their festival.
However,
as time progressed, the nature of the Steel Wire Festival gradually shifted, disheartening many fans and diminishing the holiday's former significance.
In their eyes, this festival was now far less important than the closing and opening ceremonies, even less so than New Year's Eve. After all, during those times, the Douyin Society's performances demanded greater dedication. Though these were subtle changes, they were indicative of the society's attitude, indeed leaving some fans feeling disillusioned. Yet this year's Steel Wire Festival provided an enlightening experience. To err is human, who can avoid mistakes?
To recognize and rectify one's errors is a great virtue. The Douyin Society, through their transformation and attitude, conveyed their sincerity to the fans, showcasing their ardor for the art of crosstalk.
No matter the circumstances, they remain unwavering in their commitment to perpetuate this art form. Simply for this reason, they deserve the admiration and respect of all. Chapter 19. Liu Xingchen's straightforwardness is truly delightful.
After the performances of Guo Qilin and Liu Xingchen concluded, Guo Degang and Yu Qian cheerfully ascended the stage.
Each grand performance by the Douyin Society always features an encore. However, in recent years, these encores have become increasingly perfunctory, diminishing the audience's anticipation. Nevertheless, today, the audience was eagerly looking forward to the forthcoming encore.
The overall quality of today's performance exceeded that of previous shows, which heightened expectations for what was to come. With the Douyin Society making changes, it was believed that these alterations would not be superficial but genuinely considerate of the audience's experience. Observing the smiles on everyone's faces,
Guo Degang felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you all for your support today. You have granted the Douyin Society an opportunity to redeem its image,
he expressed earnestly. To be frank, I have been reflecting seriously in recent times. The Douyin Society has indeed fallen short in many aspects. I hope this performance marks a turning point, allowing us to return to the right path. We, the Douyin Society, pay our respects to all our patrons who sustain us.
With Guo Degang's heartfelt remarks, the audience was visibly moved.
This was the essence of the Douyin Society, the very reason why people were drawn to it.
The performance could be deemed a success, and one individual's contribution was undeniably pivotal. Come on, Liu Xingchen, step forward.
After expressing his gratitude to the audience,
Guo Degang summoned Liu Xingchen to the center of the stage.
Although Liu Xingchen's candid remarks had made him somewhat uncomfortable, from a theatrical perspective, such authenticity was commendable. Particularly in the current climate, the audience's support for the Douyin Society hinged significantly on Liu Xingchen's performance. As Liu Xingchen arrived at the center of the stage, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, clearly acknowledging his contribution. His forthrightness had left a profound impression.
Thank you all, thank you for your support and recognition, Liu Xingchen proclaimed,
his demeanor serious as he bowed deeply to the audience. The remarkable stage effect of the day was not solely attributable to his performance but rather to the audience's unwavering support. The acceptance of his style by the audience was crucial to the success of the show. Had they not appreciated such a performance,
it could have turned into a dismal experience. Thus, expressing gratitude to the audience was Liu Xingchen's most rightful action.
Such humility did not go unnoticed,
garnering unanimous approval from Guo Degang and Yu Qian. Guo Degang then turned his attention to Liu Xingchen. Xingchen, though you are a member of the Douyin Society, Your performance frequency is limited. Could you share why you chose to participate in the Wire Festival's performance this time? Caught slightly off guard by Guo Degang's inquiry,
Liu Xingchen ultimately opted for the most candid response.
Godfather, have you forgotten so soon? Was it not you who invited me? Laughter erupted from the audience,
Each expression more entertaining than the last, while Guo Degang appeared somewhat embarrassed. Ahem, I shouldn't have spoken out of turn, he chuckled.
Since everyone is so fond of you, how about performing a talent for us?
A mere question revealed to Guo Degang the situation at hand. Liu Xingchen's candor was no mere pretense.
If he continued to probe, the truth might well spill forth.
Initially, Guo Degang had intended to establish a closer rapport with the audience, but it was evidently unnecessary at this juncture. His aim was simple: to have Liu Xingchen showcase his talent directly. This way, he could avoid any further surprising revelations.
Liu Xingchen did not decline Guo Degang's suggestion. Since I stand on the crosstalk stage, I must serve crosstalk, he affirmed.
An encore is also a segment of crosstalk performance. One must not falter.
As a crosstalk performer, allow me to present a demonstration of the fundamental skills, sharing a brief piece of geography recitation. Bravo! The audience responded in unison with applause. In recent years, encores by the Douyin Society had primarily featured singing.
While such performances were not lacking in merit, the audience occasionally yearned for more professional showcases.
As crosstalk performers, related talent displays were evidently more persuasive. Today, Liu Xingchen seemed to possess an innate understanding of what the audience desired. With a masterful command of expression,
the recitation flowed effortlessly for Liu Xingchen.
Without any hesitation, he began.
A true expert reveals their skill upon first attempt. From rhythm to articulation and breath control, Liu Xingchen exhibited no flaws. Upon completing his performance, the audience erupted into applause.
Even the fellow performers on stage wore expressions of approval. In the era of the internet,
the emphasis on basic skills among crosstalk performers had noticeably waned compared to the past.
Traditional recitation had become commonplace, losing much of its allure. Instead, comedic gags often captured the attention of younger audiences. Such convenient, crowd-pleasing formats naturally garnered more followers. Over time, neglecting the fundamentals became the norm. Yet, little did they realize, the fundamentals are the very foundation of crosstalk performance.
One may not showcase their skills during a performance, but one must never lack mastery of them.
Liu Xingchen's display today allowed everyone to appreciate the allure of foundational skills.
In truth, crosstalk performers need not possess extraordinary talents. Excelling in the requisite skills of crosstalk is already remarkably impressive.
Indeed, it is evident that effort has been invested, Guo Degang remarked, highly commending Liu Xingchen's recitation. Godfather, have you perhaps been neglecting your practice for a while?
If such praise were directed at anyone else, they would undoubtedly feel elated.
Yet, when it came to Liu Xingchen,
he always managed to deliver unexpected responses.
This retort left Guo Degang momentarily flabbergasted.
The audience, witnessing this exchange, burst into laughter once more.
Liu Xingchen's candor is indeed endearing.
Chapter 20, Becoming the Purest Crosstalk Performer from Initial Skepticism to Ultimate Recognition. The Douyin Society showcased their prowess through a flawless performance that left all in attendance in awe. Perhaps, at certain intervals, their performance indeed fell short of expectations. However, when they approached their art with sincerity, they remained the undisputed champions of the crosstalk realm. Following the conclusion of this performance, discussions erupted online,
continuing the pre-show chatter that had persisted unabated.
Now that the show has concluded, public interest in the event has only intensified.
Many attendees shared their reflections online,
with one expressing that the Steel Wire Festival was an experience filled with laughter from start to finish. Initially, I harbored doubts about the event and even contemplated not attending. Yet, I resolved to give it a chance, and my perseverance proved worthwhile. While some actors from Douyin Society may have faltered,
the abundance of talent within the troupe ensures that a captivating performance can still be orchestrated.
Regardless of the challenges faced outside the stage, I wholeheartedly commend this performance. It epitomizes the show I long to witness. I sincerely hope that Douyin Society will maintain this artistic integrity and refrain from half-hearted efforts. They possess the potential to deliver superior performances, yet all too often, they fail to exert the necessary diligence, which is far more disheartening than mere mediocrity. From the myriad voices online, it is evident that the audience has consistently supported both Crosstalk and the Deyun Society. Yet, this unwavering support has also led to significant disappointment in the past. Despite their evident talent, the society has repeatedly let down its fans. The actors, who once regarded their audience as their benefactors, seem to have lost that connection, leaving loyal followers disheartened. The audience's sentiments are, indeed, reflective of reality. During the most challenging times for Deyun Society, Guo Degang openly acknowledged online that every audience member, regardless of their physical presence, was akin to a benefactor. He vowed to treat every fan with respect. However, his current stance contradicts that promise. Some viewers, having only watched videos, consider themselves supporters, contributing to the dissemination of his art. I anticipated that such sentiments would garner Guo Degang's endorsement, yet he unexpectedly criticized his fans. To him, if mere video viewers consider themselves benefactors, then he humorously claims to be their ancestor. This impulsive retort has left many fans dissatisfied, gradually eroding their admiration for him and diminishing their enthusiasm for Crosstalk. In the past, Guo Degang would have gone to great lengths to apologize, striving to avoid disappointing any fan. Yet, his present response has once again let many down. He perceives the loss of fans as a natural phenomenon, especially in light of new followers continually pouring in. The departure of longtime fans seems to him an inevitable outcome, and the influx of new admirers has rendered his performances markedly more at ease. He can now present the same material across various occasions throughout the year, branding this approach as market expansion. With the simplest of Crosstalk performances, he aims to attract audiences unacquainted with the art form, thereby fulfilling his objective of broadening its reach. Whether this strategy proves effective in the long run remains uncertain. For now, the results are promising, with a steady influx of new fans. However, viewed from a long-term perspective, such tactics appear unsustainable. If the newcomers cannot be retained, the market remains unestablished, leading to a gradual contraction of the art form. In an era where fame can be fleeting, it seems challenging for anyone to remain true to their origins once they achieve a measure of success. Yet, amidst this performance, one individual stood out remarkably: Liu Xingchen, the chief disciple of Yu Qian. In this era of insincerity, people have grown accustomed to the performative nature of life. However, Liu Xingchen's presence has awakened a realization that genuine expression still exists. His words resonate deeply with audiences, fulfilling a vital role as a spokesperson for both fans and fellow performers. With the post-performance surge of short videos and edits by various content creators, Liu Xingchen's name has gained increasing recognition. Unbeknownst to him, audiences have begun to harbor heightened expectations for his Crosstalk performances, rivaling even those of established stars within the Deyun Society. His Weibo account witnessed an explosive growth of millions of followers overnight, a figure that continues to rise. Such rapid growth is an astonishing feat in this age, where gaining even modest numbers of followers can prove exceptionally challenging. Recognizing Liu Xingchen's newfound popularity, numerous production companies have sought to capitalize on his momentum, extending invitations to various variety shows in hopes of leveraging his heat for their programs. This has become a standard practice among artists, seizing opportunities to enhance their visibility through television appearances. However, when Deyun Society's management presented Liu Xingchen with several enticing offers, he declined without hesitation. He is not a person of false modesty. He acknowledges the value of earning money but refuses to be blinded by immediate financial gain. Having just recently achieved a measure of popularity through his Crosstalk, Liu Xingchen understands that squandering this momentum would jeopardize his future. The audience's interest lies in his Crosstalk, and he recognizes the need to continue making significant contributions in that realm. Whether it be variety shows or films, he will participate in them in the future. But certainly not at this moment. Currently, he desires nothing more than to earnestly perform Crosstalk, aspiring to be the most genuine Crosstalk artist. Chapter 21, Reclaiming the Original Heart of Performing Xiangxing. Liu Xingchen's rejection undoubtedly took everyone by surprise. In comparison to variety shows, Xiangxing is a niche art form with a limited audience. From both economic and developmental perspectives, It would have been a more advantageous choice for Liu Xingchen to seize the opportunity to appear on a variety show. Furthermore, his forthright demeanor could easily be crafted into a straightforward persona on the show, potentially elevating his national recognition to unprecedented heights. There was even a possibility that he might leap into the ranks of first-tier artists. After all, his image holds a natural advantage among Xiangxing performers. And when compared to the top young stars in the entertainment industry, he is certainly not lacking. Simply relying on his appearance could allow him to thrive further in the entertainment realm. Yet, despite such a promising future, Liu Xingchen resolutely chose to decline, leaving everyone perplexed. Having already become an actor, one would naturally pursue the honor of fame. To suddenly abandon that at this juncture seems rather illogical. Upon learning of this matter, Guo Degang sought out Liu Xingchen. Child, participating in variety shows does not conflict with performing xiangxing. In fact, you could utilize the opportunity to promote xiangxing as widely as possible. Why are you so adamant in your refusal? In response to Guo Degang's inquiry, Liu Xingchen remained composed. Godfather, are you certain that participating in variety shows and performing xiangxing do not conflict? Why then is Yu Guo facing such criticism for his xiangxing? With this example, Liu Xingchen was as candid as ever, leaving Guo Degang momentarily speechless. As Liu Xingchen pointed out, how could there be no conflict between participating in variety shows and performing xiangxing? In his view, the current era is dominated by traffic and popularity. Given the opportunity to earn, one should never miss out. However, considering Guo Degang's position as the leader of the Deyun society, such sentiments could not be openly expressed, prompting him to choose a more tactful approach. He hadn't anticipated that Liu Xingchen would so brazenly use Yue Yunpeng as a cautionary tale. Ahem. Yue Yunpeng is Yue Yunpeng, and you are you. How could you possibly draw a comparison between the two? Guo Degang quickly found another rationale and continued to persuade Liu Xingchen. The Deyun society desperately needs young actors to step forward. If you could garner attention more swiftly, it would benefit the entire society. At the very least, it would provide a selling point when we aim to expand the xiangxing market. Godfather, do you believe that variety shows bring in money quickly? Liu Xingchen's directness once again left Guo Degang bewildered. He had never expected Liu Xingchen to speak so boldly to him, and with such unfiltered candor. Initially, he thought that Liu Xingchen would be more restrained off the stage. But to his astonishment, Liu Xingchen remained unwaveringly outspoken, voicing every thought that crossed his mind. More importantly, each of Liu Xingchen's questions struck at the heart of the matter. Deep down, he genuinely believed that variety shows yield quicker financial rewards. He had repeatedly expressed that xiangxing is merely a means of livelihood. Akin to barbering or pedicuring, everyone strives to make a living, albeit through different methods. When viewed from an artistic standpoint, his motivations were not entirely pure. Especially after the commercialization of the Deyun society, everything aligned with profit. Yet, such profit-driven thinking would not be disclosed to anyone. For he still needed to utilize art as a means to acquire greater benefit. Clearly, performing xiangxing yields less profit compared to participating in variety shows. Particularly behind the scenes of a variety show lies boundless potential. An outstanding traffic artist can generate value measured in small milestones within a year. Conversely, even if the Deyun society exclusively focused on xiangxing, whether they could achieve a modest goal in a year remains uncertain. In contrast, the developmental potential of variety shows is undoubtedly greater. One might have expected Liu Xingchen to eagerly accept a variety show opportunity, embarking on a path of popularity. Akin to Qin Shaoxian from the Deyun society, who, despite not performing exceptionally well in xiangxing, still enjoys a considerable following. Surprisingly, he stubbornly chose to persist in his xiangxing performances. Godfather, money is endless, I believe moderation is key. As xiangxing actors, our primary responsibility is to excel in our craft. Only after mastering xiangxing should we consider other possibilities. Though Guo Degang did not concede, Liu Xingchen held steadfast confidence in his judgment. Observing the various maneuvers of the Deyun society, one could see that they primarily focused on profit. At this juncture, no matter how he articulated it, Guo Degang could hardly refute it. Child, you are too young, opportunities favor the prepared. If you do not seize the moment now, you will regret it later. Guo Degang remained resolute in his perspective.
Years of struggle had instilled unwavering confidence in his vision. In this era, traffic reigns supreme. Therefore, one must harness this current of popularity to avoid societal obsolescence and ensure a prosperous life. Upon hearing Guo Degang's words, Liu Xingchen suddenly smiled. Godfather, I do not intend to offend you. Since we are on this topic, allow me to speak candidly. Wasn't your initial approach to Delin's setbacks based on the belief that only your decisions were correct, all for the sake of the child? This question rendered Guo Degang silent. Liu Xingchen did not cease there. He continued, Godfather, keeping pace with the times is indeed important. But we must not lose sight of our original intentions. We have already proven that we can improve our lives through Xianxing. Why not continue on this path? I believe that Xianxing can also become a popular art form, provided we are willing to invest our efforts wholeheartedly. Guo Degang gazed at Liu Xingchen, ultimately refraining from further commentary. Bitter medicine is often the most effective. Sincere advice may be difficult to hear. Liu Xingchen's assertions were indeed laced with truth. It seemed that Guo Degang had truly erred this time and needed to realign himself, reclaiming the original heart of performing Xianxing. Chapter 22, making him aware of his problems. The dialogue between Guo Degang and Liu Xingchen was initially intended as a sermon to persuade Liu Xingchen, yet unexpectedly, it was Guo Degang who found himself persuaded. However, he harbored no dissatisfaction with this outcome, rather, he felt a profound sense of gratification. With the growth of the Deyun society, his status had continually ascended. In the past, there were individuals who dared to speak the truth to him, constantly reminding him of his choices. Yet now, such voices had dwindled, leaving him to navigate his own decisions. As one's status rises, the perspective inevitably shifts, leading to the overlooking of many matters. Liu Xingchen's candid remarks this time allowed Guo Degang to reassess reality, prompting a fresh consideration for the future development of the Deyun society. Upon completing his dialogue with Guo Degang, Liu Xingchen was unexpectedly rewarded with a master-level singing skill. This skill encompassed all forms centered around singing, achieving mastery in each. The straightforward nature of the system ensured that any candid expression would yield corresponding rewards. And since this particular instance occurred offline, the reward was even more substantial than previous ones. Content with the current reward. Liu Xingchen realized that remaining steadfast in his beliefs proved essential. The ultimate gains would not lead to disappointment. With the acquisition of master-level singing skills, Liu Xingchen's foundational skills in crosstalk had reached a similar pinnacle. This was merely from the perspective of crosstalk. Viewed from other angles, his gains were even more significant. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that Liu Xingchen possessed the capability to become an exceptional singer, should he choose to embark on that path. However, at present, he aspired solely to excel as a crosstalk performer. Once he achieved greater heights in crosstalk, he would contemplate diversifying his pursuits. The news of Liu Xingchen declining variety show invitations sparked considerable buzz online. In this era dominated by online presence, everyone yearned for greater exposure, as it not only increased visibility but also facilitated future development. It was not just lesser-known actors who sought such opportunities. Even established stars consistently engaged in variety shows to expand their influence and maintain competitiveness. Yet, amidst this landscape, Liu Xingchen emerged as a refreshing anomaly, resolutely rejecting offers from various shows despite his relatively modest fame. His dedication to crosstalk and his disinterest in fame had surpassed that of many. Curiosity about Liu Xingchen grew among the public as they sought to understand his mindset and whether he was genuinely content to continue practicing crosstalk. Gradually, his fanbase expanded, and his visibility increased day by day. Yu Qian, observing the flourishing of his apprentice, felt immense joy. Interestingly, this disciple exhibited even more detachment from fame than he did, adopting a nearly nonchalant attitude toward competition. While such a mindset may be beneficial in certain contexts, it presented challenges concerning personal development. After all, people naturally aspire to ascend, and no one wishes to forfeit opportunities for progress. However, Liu Xingchen appeared indifferent to these ambitions, causing his mentor to feel anxious. Unexpectedly, this nonchalant attitude garnered public attention in an astonishing manner. As Liu Xingchen's mentor, Yu Qian was elated, realizing he had perhaps been overly concerned. True talent will inevitably shine, and an actor as gifted as Liu Xingchen deserved recognition.
Guo Qilin also expressed joy regarding his senior's progress, affirming that Liu Xingchen was indeed worthy of such achievements. His rising fame positively impacted the Douyin Society's reputation, restoring it to its former glory in the eyes of the public. After careful deliberation, Guo Degang convened an urgent internal meeting at the Douyin Society, reaffirming the significance of crosstalk and enhancing the reward system associated with it. The advancement of crosstalk was not merely a solitary endeavor, it required the collective effort of all involved to elevate this art form. Given the solid fan base the Douyin Society possessed, it was imperative to capitalize on this foundation. Thus, regardless of societal changes, the Douyin Society would endure, ensuring that crosstalk would not fade into obscurity. With renewed emphasis on crosstalk, every performer within the Douyin Society rediscovered their passion for the art. Whether in small venues or commercial performances, attendance surged, and the reputation of the Douyin Society was gradually being rehabilitated. This transformation also impacted every actor within the Douyin Society. Yue Yunpeng, preoccupied with film and television, found himself in a complex emotional state. For others, his gratitude towards crosstalk was profound, as it had paved the way for his current success. Yet, in today's market, crosstalk evidently struggled to compete with film and television. Participating in a few variety shows could yield the financial equivalent of numerous crosstalk performances. The choice between the two was clear to any reasonable person. However, as a member of the Douyin Society, he found it difficult to remain indifferent, especially as most of his fellow performers were diligently studying crosstalk, striving to elevate its status. As a well-known crosstalk artist, neglecting to contribute felt somewhat unjustifiable. Caught in this dilemma, Yue Yunpeng decided to seek counsel from Liu Xingchen. The changes within the Douyin Society, along with Liu Xingchen's proposals, were of paramount importance. He believed that listening to Liu Xingchen's insights would aid in his decision-making process. With this thought in mind, Yue Yunpeng proactively called Liu Xingchen to discuss his situation. Upon hearing Yue Yunpeng's concerns, Liu Xingchen chuckled. "Brother Yue, since you've chosen to call me, it indicates you've already arrived at a conclusion. Are you certain you still require my advice?" Yue Yunpeng, taken aback, replied, "Xingchen, what are you saying? I currently have no idea. It's precisely because I'm uncertain that I reached out to you, why else would I call?" Seeing Yue Yunpeng's stubbornness, Liu Xingchen chose not to argue further but instead inquired, "Brother Yue, may I ask what your greatest takeaway from the variety shows has been?" The greatest takeaway? Yue Yunpeng was momentarily caught off guard by Liu Xingchen's unexpected question. "I believe it might be the enhancement of my experiences. Due to my busy work schedule, I seldom have the chance to travel, and variety shows have provided me with opportunities for enjoyment. This, I consider my greatest gain." After listening to Yue Yunpeng's response, Liu Xingchen nodded and continued, "As far as I know, variety shows typically require individuals with comedic flair to enhance the show's humor. However, Brother Yue, your performances in these shows seem to lack that comedic element, failing to showcase the characteristics of a crosstalk artist. Have you pondered why that is?" Liu Xingchen's series of probing questions rendered Yue Yunpeng somewhat bewildered. His decision to reach out to Liu Xingchen stemmed from a desire for solace, a means to validate his current perseverance. Unexpectedly, Liu Xingchen's forthrightness was strikingly candid, devoid of any social niceties, and entirely a matter of plain truth. "Xingchen, I have some urgent matters to attend to and cannot share further right now. Let's have a proper chat when we meet." Liu Xingchen's blunt remarks left Yue Yunpeng feeling somewhat uneasy. He hastily conjured an excuse and decisively ended the call. As he looked at the disconnected line, Liu Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle. If one were to identify the individual experiencing the most significant transformation within the Douyin Society, it would undoubtedly be Yue Yunpeng. Presently, he has undeniably become somewhat aloof. As a renowned crosstalk performer, participating in film and variety show recordings is hardly objectionable. However, if one's engagement in such entertainment leads to the forfeiture of their foundational crosstalk skills, it becomes rather unacceptable. Ideally, crosstalk performers should effortlessly shine in variety shows, akin to Jia Ling, who effortlessly delivers comedic lines. A defining trait of crosstalk artists is their quick wit. They can pinpoint the most precise moments for humor in any given scenario. Yet, at this juncture, Yue Yunpeng has seemingly abandoned this very hallmark. A review of his variety show appearances reveals a pattern of forced humor.
Often, the gags he attempts are stale and lack any semblance of originality.
Even the rare moments of brilliance can be attributed to the interactions with other guests, as he seldom presents anything particularly noteworthy himself.
Such a performance, frankly, does not befit a crosstalk artist.
This also indirectly highlights Yue Yunpeng's general inaction. Had he devoted more effort to honing his comedic material,
his appearances would not be so awkward. Regarding his return to crosstalk, he currently offers little in terms of innovation.
Were it not for Sun Yu's support,
his performances would likely fare even worse. Clearly, Yue Yunpeng is struggling to gain the acceptance of the audience.
Liu Xingchen initially hoped to leverage this opportunity to make him aware of his shortcomings, only to be met with the abrupt end of the conversation. It is no wonder that whispers circulate suggesting that Yunha Jiuxiu pales in comparison to Chao.
The disparity in their attitudes toward crosstalk is already glaringly evident. Chapter 23, Ultimately, one must return to the small theater. Each person has their own aspirations, and one cannot impose their will upon others.
Every individual's life should be governed by themselves, rather than being dictated by the opinions of others. Although Liu Xingchen spoke candidly, he did not wish to interfere with Yue Yunpeng's choices.
The saying,
"Do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself," resonates with him. He understands that it suffices to express his own thoughts, and beyond that, he prefers not to intervene excessively. This lesson he learned greatly from his mentor, Yu Qian.
Given Yu Qian's standing in the Deyun society, he possesses significant influence and even decision-making power in many matters.
Nevertheless, he seldom engages in internal decisions, consistently viewing himself as an employee. He fulfills his responsibilities diligently while refraining from meddling in others' affairs. It is precisely this disposition that allows him to lead a carefree life and maintain a harmonious relationship with Guo Degang over the years.
In the absence of conflicting interests, everyone remains amicable. However, when entangled with excessive interests, the dynamics inevitably shift.
Liu Xingchen shares this sentiment. When the Deyun society requires his assistance, he will undoubtedly step forward without hesitation, for he is a part of the society and bears the responsibility to do so. Yet, when it comes to participating in its internal development, Liu Xingchen would refrain from making the final decisions.
Human desires are insatiable. One must learn to be content to find true happiness.
Liu Xingchen refrained from discussing Yue Yunpeng's situation with anyone else.
After all,
the mere act of making that phone call signifies trust in him. Thus, he must honor that trust in return.
Outside of performing crosstalk, Liu Xingchen's greatest passion is investing.
His identity as a time traveler grants him a prescient ability in numerous matters. The investment market, in essence, is a realm of informational disparity. Those who can comprehend the market and predict the future hold the reins of opportunity. With his foresight, Liu Xingchen has achieved success in various ventures.
Presently, he has attained a modest level of accomplishment, yet he remains relentless in his pursuit, delving into diverse industries with the hope of expanding and strengthening his enterprise.
Yu Qian has provided both spiritual and financial support for his aspirations. The initial investment capital was gifted by Yu Qian, who has also excelled in market navigation, amassing considerable wealth through his investments over the years. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he fervently encourages his disciples to pursue such endeavors.
Moreover,
this approach grants them the advantage of independence, eliminating the need to appease others. Working for someone else has never been a viable path. Even if one becomes the star of an organization, they remain a mere tool. Only by becoming one's own capital and cultivating a state of desirelessness can the notion of employment truly transform into a source of joy. Yu Qian's serene perspective stems from the security of his own foundation. Whether performing crosstalk or acting in films, he perceives it all as play. He does not rely on these endeavors for sustenance, which naturally grants him the confidence of freedom. His thoughts undoubtedly extend to his disciples.
Not only Liu Xingchen, but also Guo Qilin, as the intention behind Guo Qilin's entry into the film industry is to achieve genuine economic independence.
This has become even more crucial since Guo Degang welcomed a second child. A mountain cannot accommodate two tigers.
Though the Deyun society appears tranquil, the future remains uncertain.
History has shown that even once mighty royal families have clashed fiercely over power and wealth, how much more so the common people.
To prevent such conflicts, the best strategy is to prepare in advance. With differing dependencies, the potential for conflicts of interest diminishes, ensuring a peaceful coexistence thereafter. Liu Xingchen has now reached a level where he no longer relies on the Deyun Society's salary. This is fundamentally why he speaks less than other crosstalk performers. To him, crosstalk is primarily a hobby, a source of enjoyment rather than a burdensome obligation. Although ultimately he must still perform, the essence of the experience is markedly different. The changes within the Deyun Society have rekindled fans' enthusiasm for crosstalk, offering hope to many other crosstalk troops. Whether acknowledged or not, the Deyun Society stands as the most successful troop in the realm of crosstalk, without exception. If even the Deyun Society's popularity were to plummet, one can only imagine the dire circumstances of other troops. When audiences lose interest in crosstalk, they naturally overlook these other groups. The Deyun Society's transformation has cultivated greater anticipation for crosstalk, which in turn has provided other troops with more opportunities. However, judging by the performances of various troops, their offline presentations have not been particularly impressive. It is during this time that Yue Yunpeng, who had previously departed from the Deyun Society, decisively launched a crosstalk livestream online. This news caused quite a stir upon its announcement. On the day of the livestream, approximately 200,000 viewers tuned in. Previously, audiences had enjoyed some free crosstalk performances on television, but this live streaming format was an entirely new experience. This method completely subverted the public's perception of crosstalk, which fundamentally relies on interaction. The presence or absence of an audience makes a significant difference. Although online viewers are still considered an audience, the experience is ultimately virtual, lacking the palpable intensity of a live performance. Nevertheless, Yue Yunpeng's inaugural livestream exceeded expectations, with both the performer's execution and the audience's feedback proving commendable. In a flash, this momentum seemed to eclipse that of the Deyun Society. In light of this situation, many Deyun Society performers found themselves unsettled. They perceived Yue Yunpeng's live performances as a violation of professional ethics. After all, the most direct means of earning revenue in crosstalk is through ticket sales. By offering free live streams, Yue Yunpeng effectively granted audiences the opportunity to enjoy crosstalk from home without charge. With free options available, few would be inclined to spend money. Consequently, the Deyun Society's offline performances would inevitably face some adverse effects, impacting the compensation of its performers as well. This situation was intolerable for them. Following the emergence of this perspective, many performers relayed their concerns to the higher-ups of the Deyun Society, urging them to address the matter and propose solutions. Simultaneously, an increasing number of troops began to initiate live crosstalk performances. Given their offline performance conditions, it was evident they could not be compared to the Deyun Society, with many struggling merely to make ends meet. Yue Yunpeng's crosstalk livestreams undoubtedly opened a new avenue for everyone. Compared to offline performances, the primary advantage of online presentations is the lack of investment required. Simply initiating a live stream and performing earnestly suffices. Even if no one tunes in, the worst outcome is merely a lack of income. However, every offline performance incurs venue fees and various associated costs, often resulting in a loss following a show. In comparison, it is clear that online performances offer a more favorable scenario. Moreover, in terms of exposure, online live streaming undeniably surpasses offline performances in popularity. Offline shows typically attract an audience that is already familiar with the performer, resulting in a rather fixed market. In contrast, online performances capture viewers through extensive data analytics. Anyone with an interest in crosstalk is likely to be directed to the live streaming platform. This format resembles street performances, where the performers do not lack an audience but rather seek effective means to retain them. This dynamic significantly bolsters the performer's confidence. For these reasons, online streaming has emerged as a mainstream medium, with countless crosstalk artists eagerly emulating this trend, hoping to elevate their careers. Liu Xingchen has also observed this phenomenon but does not perceive any issues with this approach. From a traditional art perspective, it is true that crosstalk is better suited to live performances. However, any art form that wishes to endure must adapt to the changing times. The development of Deyun Society can also be attributed to the dissemination of online crosstalk.
Initially, Guo Degang gained recognition through radio broadcasts,
allowing audiences to experience his crosstalk and consequently enhancing his fame. The advent of the internet has provided many actors from Dayun society with opportunities for exposure, enabling them to become increasingly well-known. What other troops are currently doing is merely transforming short videos into live broadcasts. Ultimately,
this endeavor aims to amplify the reach of crosstalk and to gain wider recognition for their performances.
This approach is undoubtedly beneficial for the advancement of crosstalk,
as it increases visibility and introduces more individuals to this art form.
Even if only 1 out of 100 online viewers appreciates crosstalk, it effectively expands the overall influence of the genre.
However, Liu Xingchen believes that this style of crosstalk live streaming is unlikely to endure in the long term. Unlike other art forms, crosstalk requires interaction, and the atmosphere of a live streaming room cannot possibly compare to that of a live audience. Even the most humorous punchline may fail to elicit the desired response in a live stream. While live streaming provides a larger platform for promoting crosstalk,
relying solely on this medium for its development is evidently impractical. Ultimately, the focus must return to small theaters. Chapter 24. Please join us for a meal. This is true sincerity.
The emergence of live-streamed crosstalk has ignited a fervor for this traditional art form online. Whether individuals are seasoned enthusiasts or newcomers to crosstalk, their attention has gravitated towards these performances. This art, primarily centered around language, is gradually stepping into the limelight. As the number of online crosstalk artists increases,
traditional offline theaters have faced considerable challenges.
In the past, performances by the Dayun Society were consistently packed to capacity, with scarcely an empty seat to be found. Many audience members would even go so far as to purchase tickets at exorbitant prices from scalpers just to witness a Dayun Society performance.
However, in recent times, numerous vacant seats have appeared in the small theater of the Dayun Society.
Even with advance ticket sales commencing days prior, the once vibrant atmosphere has diminished. Ticket sales constitute the primary source of income for crosstalk performances, and the current decline in revenue has led to subtle changes in the actors' sentiments. As live-streamed crosstalk becomes a prevailing trend, many Dayun Society performers yearn to adapt and embark on this new avenue.
Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Guo Degang.
For him, crosstalk is an art meant for the theater, reliant on interaction and ambience.
Online performances simply cannot achieve the desired effect.
If such a live-streaming ideology were to gain traction, it could potentially spell disaster for crosstalk.
Guo Degang's stance is resolute, while the actors beneath him express their discontent.
Since the Dayun Society's reform, the actors' income has been tied to ticket sales. In other words, increased ticket purchases directly correlate to higher earnings for the performers.
With the current lackluster ticket sales, their incomes are inevitably impacted. Such matters concerning their livelihoods cannot be overlooked. For established performers, this dip in income may not pose a significant threat, as they have multiple avenues for revenue. However, for the less prominent crosstalk artists, this is their very foundation for survival. With their foundation now shaken, they naturally hope for a swift resolution. As dissatisfaction among the actors grows,
Yue Yunpeng finds himself compelled to relay their concerns to Guo Degang. The Dayun Society has thrived on the unity of its members.
Sudden discontent may not reveal immediate consequences,
but over time, it could certainly affect the society's development. In response to this situation, Guo Degang implemented measures to ensure all members received the necessary wage guarantees,
stating that even if the Dayun Society faced financial losses, the salaries of the artists would remain unaffected.
However, this comes with a caveat: they must deliver exemplary performances. He firmly believes that live-streamed crosstalk is not a sustainable solution. Ultimately, audiences will return to the theater.
This decision has indeed stabilized the actors' emotions. Yet they all understand that this is not a long-term remedy. If the issues surrounding live streaming remain unresolved, the society's offline performances will forever be affected. In recent days,
Guo Degang has been persistently seeking solutions, yet despite his elevated status in the crosstalk community, he cannot simply extinguish the enthusiasm for live streaming. Audiences have various ways to appreciate crosstalk. If he permits offline commercial performances, he must also allow others to pursue online streaming.
However, if the problems of online streaming are not addressed, the impact on theater performances will persist.
The Dayun Society may endure for half a year or a year, But it cannot sustain itself for 2, 3, or even 5 years under such conditions. The Douyin Society is not a charitable organization, its purpose is to generate profit. This unprofitable, potentially loss-incurring operational model is evidently unsustainable. Witnessing his master wear a constant frown, Yue Yunpeng feels both concern and urgency. He strives to alleviate his master's burdens. And this situation is no exception.
However, this dilemma appears to be a deadlock, devoid of any discernible solution.
Just as he finds himself at an impasse, a figure suddenly emerges in his mind. It is none other than Liu Xingchen, who had previously shone brightly at the Wire Festival. Liu Xingchen had devised strategies that helped the Douyin Society navigate through a prior crisis. Perhaps he possesses a solution to the current predicament as well. With this thought, Yue Yunpeng promptly set aside all other matters and sought out Liu Xingchen.
In a century-old braised dish restaurant in Beijing,
Yue Yunpeng observes Liu Xingchen savoring his meal and eagerly speaks up.
"Xingchen, as a public figure, I won't beat around the bush.
I've brought you here to seek your advice on a particular matter." Liu Xingchen, relishing a sip of liquor, responds with satisfaction, "Gu, just tell me directly. There's no need for formalities."
Seeing Liu Xingchen's straightforwardness, Yue Yunpeng refrains from unnecessary elaboration.
As you may have heard, the recent trend of live-streamed crosstalk has led to a drastic decline in the popularity of performances at our small theater.
It seems that audiences now prefer free crosstalk content and are reluctant to pay for theater performances.
Do you have any effective solutions to alleviate this issue and encourage audiences to return to the theater?
Upon hearing Yue Yunpeng's concerns, Liu Xingchen bursts into laughter.
"Is that all? I thought something serious was happening." His response brings a smile to Yue Yunpeng's face.
"Xingchen, do you have a good plan?"
Without hesitation,
Liu Xingchen replies, "Gu, don't you think that the rise of live-streamed crosstalk is a boon for the entire crosstalk community?"
"A boon?"
Yue Yunpeng expresses his confusion, unable to comprehend Liu Xingchen's reasoning. Liu Xingchen continues, "With so many live streams, hasn't the influence of crosstalk expanded?"
Previously, many individuals may not have been familiar with crosstalk. But I believe that through these live streams, the general public now has a better understanding of this art form. This method of promotion far surpasses that of offline performances. Is this not a positive development for crosstalk?
After listening to Liu Xingchen's explanation, Yue Yunpeng nods thoughtfully.
"If we consider it from your perspective, it does seem like a good thing. However, despite being beneficial, it hasn't yielded any advantages for the Douyin Society. Rather, we have been significantly impacted."
Liu Xingchen chuckles again. "Gu, why do you insist on complicating matters? Our Douyin Society thrives on crosstalk. As its influence grows, shouldn't we also gain access to a broader market? How is that not advantageous for us? Crosstalk is a traditional art form, and it must ultimately return to the theater. Without interaction with the audience, the art loses its essence, rendering it ineffective. Presently, audiences may not recognize this.
But I believe that it won't be long before they discover the allure of theater crosstalk, leading to an influx of new spectators. Of course, to attract such audiences, there is a prerequisite: the Douyin Society must ensure the quality of its performances. If patrons are to pay, the value must be evident. I am confident that there are still those willing to step into the theater."
Upon hearing Liu Xingchen's elucidation, Yue Yunpeng experiences a moment of clarity. The complex issue that had weighed heavily on his mind now appears remarkably simple.
It appears that sometimes one must not become overly fixated on a single perspective. By examining an issue from a different angle, one may discover an entirely different answer. Achieving the position of Deputy General Manager at Douyin Society,
Yue Yunpeng is evidently not an ordinary individual.
Through Liu Xingchen's analysis, he has gained clarity regarding the developmental trajectory of Douyin Society. Utilizing the internet can indeed serve as a means of promoting Douyin Society, albeit distinct from live broadcasts. The emphasis should primarily lie on short videos. By editing together amusing skits and capturing the vibrant atmosphere of live performances, it is believed that this approach will undoubtedly attract a greater audience.
As Liu Xingchen pointed out,
the overall popularity of crosstalk is on the rise, indicating an increasing number of individuals are taking an interest in this art form. As long as Douyin Society possesses elements that captivate this audience, they will certainly not lack for spectators.
This is reminiscent of Diyun Society's previous approach, which thrived on talent.
Despite the plethora of free performances available in the mainstream crosstalk scene, many audience members still chose to pay for their shows. The current impact of live crosstalk is merely temporary. Ultimately, what matters is the quality of the performances. Those whose acts are more humorous and engaging will naturally attract a larger following.
With a clear understanding of Diyun Society's future direction,
Yue Yunpeng suddenly flashed a mischievous smile.
Xingchen, everyone is keenly interested in your recent activities. How about performing in the small theater for a few days?
I believe there is no one more suitable than you to promote Diyun Society's current performances.
Upon hearing Yue Yunpeng's suggestion, Liu Xingchen abruptly slapped his mouth. Alas! Too many words may lead to misfortune.
After finally managing to secure a couple of relaxing days, I never anticipated that one analysis would draw me back in.
Yue Yunpeng laughed heartily, clearly delighted and quite pleased with himself.
Do not worry, your performance this time will certainly not be in vain. I shall ensure that Xiao Bian treats you to a meal.
After the laughter subsided, Yue Yunpeng's demeanor took a serious turn. Observing Yue Yunpeng's earnest promise,
Liu Xingchen hastily waved his hand. Oh, come on, you know what kind of person Bian Gu is. Getting him to treat you to a meal would be as unlikely as the sun rising in the west.
Yue Yunpeng replied with sincerity.
Precisely because everyone knows Xiao Bian is frugal, I am insisting he treat you, now that is true sincerity. Liu Xingchen scrutinized Yue Yunpeng, and seeing his confident expression, he could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. He was eager to witness how Yue Yunpeng would persuade Zhang Yunlei to willingly foot the bill for this meal. Chapter 25. At times, the atmosphere is more alluring than the content. Liu Xingchen initially intended to be a mere spectator,
all the while analyzing the situation within the Diyun Society for Yue Yunpeng.
To his surprise, he found himself ensnared by Yue Yunpeng instead.
Nevertheless, the proposition she presented was undeniably enticing to him.
Undoubtedly, among all in the Diyun Society, the most frugal individual was Zhang Yunlei. While others kept their money in accounts, he had it embedded directly into his very being.
Liu Xingchen was now thoroughly intrigued as to how Yue Yunpeng would manage to extract resources from this miserly figure.
Of course, that was a concern for another time.
Presently,
the most pressing matter was the upcoming performances at the small theater. Without a fixed partner, his performances would inevitably rely on aligning schedules with other actors. He wondered who the fortunate individual to partner with him would be. After her discussion with Liu Xingchen, Yue Yunpeng relayed all of his insights to Guo Degang. Upon hearing Liu Xingchen's analysis, Guo Degang felt a significant uplift in his mood. Like Yue Yunpeng, he had previously been trapped in a narrow mindset.
However,
upon reassessing the situation from a different angle, it became clear that this could indeed prove beneficial for the entire crosstalk community.
The speed of dissemination online undoubtedly surpassed that of offline channels.
Moreover, the current live streaming platforms boast vast audiences. For instance, the daily active users on Douyin have reached a staggering 800 million. Even if only a few million among them were to take an interest in crosstalk,
it would still represent a considerable figure for its promotion.
His own rise to prominence had heavily relied on online exposure, which had breathed new life into this art form.
Teetering on the brink of extinction,
perhaps this very live streaming event would mark a pivotal turning point in the resurgence of crosstalk. This incident could potentially elevate the art form to new heights. With this realization, Guo Degang entrusted all arrangements to Yue Yunpeng. Confident in her ability to manage the situation adeptly, now wielding significant authority, Yue Yunpeng bore the weight of increased pressure. Yet, she remained composed and methodically began her preparations. First, she reached out to the operational department of the Diyun Society, issuing several announcements regarding Liu Xingchen's upcoming performances at the small theater. His previous performance at the Tightrope Festival had garnered considerable attention. Even with the current influx of other live-streamed crosstalk performances,
Yue Yunpeng believed that Liu Xingchen's charisma would still attract a significant audience.
Additionally, she contacted various marketing accounts, granting them privileges to attend the performances and record them. The aim was straightforward, to showcase the crosstalk of the Diyun Society to a broader audience.
There is a saying that comparison breeds understanding.
And she believed that true crosstalk enthusiasts would recognize the reason behind the Diyun Society's insistence on charging for performances.
Having completed these preliminary arrangements, Yue Yunpeng then began the search for Liu Xingchen's partner. Typically, performers start with a fixed partner, as this fosters growth. However, as Liu Xingchen was a disciple of Yu Qian, he adhered to Yu Qian's guidance in this regard. Yu Qian, in turn, refrained from unilaterally deciding for Liu Xingchen and respected his wishes. Liu Xingchen regarded crosstalk merely as a hobby rather than a sole means of livelihood, ultimately choosing to perform solo to avoid hindering other crosstalk artists. After all, not every performer could be as easygoing as he was, most relied on crosstalk for their sustenance. His laid-back approach would inevitably impact others' earnings, which Liu Xingchen wished to avoid. In light of Yu Qian's influence, the Deyun Society chose not to interfere excessively with Liu Xingchen's decision. After all, performers must be content with their partners, otherwise, even if they were forced together, it would likely lead to discord. Such rifts within a unit can complicate future interactions. Rather than risk this, it was better to respect Liu Xingchen's choice. However, this decision carried a drawback: each performance would necessitate the search for a temporary partner. Truthfully, such temporary pairings posed significant challenges to both parties' abilities, as they would have little prior collaboration to rely upon beyond their individual skills and performance experience. Liu Xingchen's display at the Tightrope Festival had already demonstrated his capacity to partner with anyone. The current consideration was simply who would be best suited for this role. After careful deliberation, Yue Yunpeng identified an ideal candidate. Interestingly, this individual had connections to Liu Xingchen, being his senior disciple, Sun Yu, the current partner of Yue Yunpeng. With Yue Yunpeng frequently engaged in film and television, Sun Yu found himself unemployed and had not performed crosstalk for quite some time. Nevertheless, as a disciple of Shifu Quan and Yu Qian's Jr., Sun Yu possessed formidable crosstalk skills. The combination of these two was likely to yield unexpected sparks. Once Yue Yunpeng had identified Sun Yu as a suitable partner, she reached out to him. Upon learning of her intentions, Sun Yu readily agreed without hesitation. He had not performed crosstalk in a while and missed the stage immensely. In many ways, his views closely aligned with those of Yu Qian. Neither regarded crosstalk as their primary profession or relied solely on it for survival, yet both shared an unwavering passion for the art. They yearned to bring joy to audiences through their performances. Sun Yu expressed great anticipation regarding his collaboration with Liu Xingchen. The unique chemistry that could arise from working with different crosstalk artists was bound to be distinct. Liu Xingchen's candid expressions had left a profound impression on him, and he was eager to experience the joy of such forthrightness firsthand. After securing Sun Yu, Yue Yunpeng informed Liu Xingchen, who wholeheartedly approved of the chosen partner. Sun Yu's skill in supporting roles was among the finest in the Deyun Society, and it was indeed a privilege for Liu Xingchen to collaborate with such an exceptional performer. Both parties were pleased with the arrangement, enhancing the potential for their partnership. It was believed that their subsequent collaborations would be immensely enjoyable, presenting the audience with a true auditory and visual feast. Thanks to the promotional efforts of the Deyun Society's operational department, the public became aware of Liu Xingchen's imminent performances at the small theater alongside Sun Yu. Interest in this pairing surged, with many expressing eagerness to attend. The prospect of Liu Xingchen partnering with Sun Yu held considerable intrigue. After watching several crosstalk live streams at home, many felt something was amiss and resolved to experience it live this time. Liu Xingchen's forthright humor lingered in their memories, and they were confident he would not disappoint this time around. Having gained some understanding of crosstalk, many had heard that attending live performances was essential to truly appreciate the art. With Liu Xingchen and Sun Yu teaming up, they were determined to witness it in person. Although they had seen a few live streams, they felt something was lacking. Perhaps the premium experience justified the price. In pursuit of joy, spending was necessary. The upcoming performance by Liu Xingchen and Sun Yu had sparked considerable interest, with many expressing their intent to attend. In truth, this support stemmed not solely from the duo but also from a deeper yearning for the authentic experience that online crosstalk simply could not fulfill. Many actors, during their performances, lack the compelling allure that encourages audiences to continue watching. It is no wonder that offline theaters are struggling to sustain themselves. Indeed, few are inclined to spend money on such performances. Conversely, the success of the Deyun Society in maintaining its physical presence demonstrates their formidable prowess. The disparity between the two is not something that can be easily bridged with mere words. As Liu Xingchen previously remarked, traditional Chinese comedic performance ultimately must return to the theater. The dynamic of a performance varies drastically with or without audience interaction. Actors often rely on audience engagement to enhance their stage presence. The atmosphere created by the audience directly influences the effectiveness of the performance, and in turn, the audience seeks to derive greater joy from such an environment. This phenomenon is akin to the difference between watching a film at home and experiencing it in a cinema.
At times, the ambience proves to be even more captivating than the content itself.
Chapter 26, The Unseen Disdain. The online live performance of crosstalk remains a vibrant spectacle, attracting a multitude of new viewers.
However, in terms of monetization, it appears to pale in comparison to traditional ticket sales.
Moreover, as more crosstalk artists venture into live streaming, the options for audiences seeking offline performances have dwindled.
In this context, the Douyin Society, steadfast in its commitment to live performances,
has undoubtedly emerged as the premier choice for many.
Initially, audiences might have considered attending relatively inexpensive venues, but with the advent of free online options,
they now seek a more enriching experience when selecting offline theaters.
Consequently, performances lacking in humor have become the first to be forsaken. It is evident that regardless of the era, genuine talent remains of utmost importance. Only those with substantial prowess can truly lead the market, otherwise,
any transformation is destined to be mere collateral damage of the times.
That evening, Liu Xingchen and Sun Yu convened to discuss the content of their upcoming performance,
preparing themselves for the stage.
For truly capable crosstalk artists, it is unnecessary to rehearse every line verbatim. Such a rote approach could hinder their performance. The two shared an unspoken understanding in this regard. As their participation was a last-minute addition, they were assigned the opening slot in the lineup.
Given the current performance format, their placement would not disrupt the arrangements of others.
Upon learning that Liu Xingchen would be partnering with Sun Yu, the audience was abuzz with excitement. Arriving early at the theater,
the atmosphere was notably lively compared to the previous day's sparsity.
The enthusiastic crowd alleviated any lingering anxiety for Yue Yunpeng. It became apparent that the impact of live-streamed crosstalk on offline performances was limited. Ultimately, what matters most to audiences is the quality of the performance itself.
As long as the content is compelling, spectators will continue to offer their unwavering support.
With the host's introduction concluded, the evening's performance officially commenced,
featuring Liu Xingchen and Sun Yu as the first act.
As they took to the stage, the audience erupted into laughter simultaneously.
The stark contrast between the two was simply irresistible.
Liu Xingchen possessed a well-proportioned physique, devoid of excess weight, embodying the ideal figure.
In contrast,
Sun Yu's form was notably corpulent, creating a comedic disparity that was hard to overlook.
The audience's mirth left both Liu Xingchen and Sun Yu somewhat bewildered. Unable to contain himself, Liu Xingchen spoke up. "What are you all laughing at? We haven't even begun yet. If you didn't know better,
one might think you were all hired by our Douyin Society."
The laughter that followed from the audience only intensified.
Sun Yu readily agreed,
acknowledging the audience's somewhat suspicious enthusiasm.
The playful banter between the two reignited the audience's excitement, and one front-row spectator voiced a collective sentiment.
"The contrast in your physiques is simply hilarious." Liu Xingchen and Sun Yu exchanged knowing glances.
"To be fair, I only just realized how significant our difference is,"
Liu Xingchen remarked. "Uncle, you must weigh quite a bit. After working with brother Yu for so many years, it was only recently that we discovered he, too, has a bit of a belly."
The audience roared with laughter, and Liu Xingchen continued, "I always thought Yue Yunpeng wasn't overweight. Turns out he was just being compared to you, Sun Yu." The importance of comparison became evident, as laughter resonated through the theater.
"You haven't changed a bit, Liu Xingchen. Your candid remarks are refreshing." Another voice chimed in, "The atmosphere of offline performances is simply unmatched."
Sun Yu, slightly defensive, waved his hand. "I may have put on a few pounds, but I'm currently on a diet."
Liu Xingchen scrutinized him, retorting, "After all this time, you're still gaining weight?"
Sun Yu couldn't help but laugh, admitting, "It does seem that way." Their camaraderie was palpable, devoid of any awkwardness, as if they had been collaborating for ages.
One couldn't help but admire the adaptability of skilled performers. Regardless of their pairing, the synergy was flawless. It's a rare opportunity to partner with my uncle for this performance. Sun Yu nodded in agreement.
Such chances are indeed few and far between.
Liu Xingchen continued.
Some of you might wonder why I'm performing with my uncle, given he has his own partner.
Well, his partner has chosen to pursue solo projects in television and film.
Sun Yu interjected, let us not say he abandoned me, we are still partners, after all.
Liu Xingchen, with genuine sincerity, inquired, if you're still partners, then why are you here performing with me?
Sun Yu was momentarily at a loss for words.
Realizing the absurdity of the situation.
I truly have no idea how this happened. Liu Xingchen, ever the quick wit, chimed in, that's alright, I know the reason.
Your partner has indeed left you behind. This prompted Sun Yu to contemplate.
When you put it that way, it does seem plausible. He really has stopped including me in his plans. Liu Xingchen affirmed, indeed, he has little regard for you now, he wishes to soar solo. Sun Yu's temper flared.
Solo? He wouldn't dare. If it weren't for me, would he have achieved his current success?
Liu Xingchen dismissed this notion, stating, that's in the past, uncle.
What matters is the present. Isn't Yue Yunpeng more popular now? Doesn't he have a larger market? Reluctantly, Sun Yu nodded, I suppose so.
With a clap of his hands, Liu Xingchen exclaimed, then it's settled. He is a star now, why would he still wish to perform with you? Sun Yu's frustration grew, this Yue Yunpeng is truly ungrateful. Now that he is famous, he completely disregards me. No wonder he hasn't answered my calls or messages. Liu Xingchen eagerly agreed, exactly. His disdain is palpable, he simply looks down upon you. Chapter 27 If performances were always like this, I would attend every day. Liu Xingchen's analysis resonated deeply with Sun Yu. It has only just dawned on me how utterly unworthy this Yue Yunpeng truly is. Sigh.
Ha ha ha. In a fit of exasperation, Sun Yu openly criticized Yue Yunpeng in front of the audience.
Liu Xingchen surveyed the furious Sun Yu and shook his head in resignation. Master Uncle, your current state could be charitably termed as venting, but let us be frank, it's nothing short of impotent rage. Only someone lacking ability would resort to such displays. Sun Yu shot a glance at Liu Xingchen.
You've been babbling on for quite a while now. Are you implying that there is a superior solution? Come, enlighten me.
Liu Xingchen had been waiting for this very moment.
Finally, you've spoken some sense, Master Uncle. Do you possess the ability to articulate? So, my previous comments were not worth mentioning? Ha ha ha.
Liu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively.
That's not what I meant. I simply meant you finally hit the nail on the head. You've come to the right person with your query. Do you grasp why my brother Yu no longer includes you in his ventures?
Sun Yu, somewhat exasperated, retorted, if I knew, I wouldn't be asking you. Liu Xingchen sighed, Master Uncle, that's merely quibbling.
Just admit you don't know, there's no need to spar with me.
Sun Yu playfully shoved Liu Xingchen. Enough already, hurry and explain, stop dragging your feet.
Ha ha ha.
In that moment, Sun Yu exhibited the spirit of a true Master Uncle.
Giving Liu Xingchen a gentle shove. Liu Xingchen, eager to change the subject, said, why doesn't my brother Yu include you anymore?
It's simply because you no longer match his caliber.
Have you noticed that whether on stage or off, you no longer measure up to him?
Sun Yu pondered this carefully. I suppose not, I don't feel inferior in any way. Liu Xingchen looked at him with exasperation.
Look at you. And yet you still fail to see the problem. Let us consider the role of the announcer. Haven't you been overshadowed by my brother Yu?
Sun Yu glanced at Liu Xingchen uncertainly.
I don't think so. Without hesitation, Liu Xingchen demonstrated the announcer's role. Now,
please enjoy the comedic dialogue performed by Yue Yunpeng.
Sun Yu interrupted, wait, what about my name?
Liu Xingchen stared at him in astonishment.
Oh. So you're aware your name is missing?
Sun Yu quickly retorted, I feel like that has never happened before, my name has always been included.
Liu Xingchen explained again, indeed, your name is usually mentioned, but can anyone actually hear it? Now.
Please enjoy the comedic dialogue performed by Yue Yunpeng. As soon as his name is spoken, thunderous applause erupts, drowning out yours.
Who remembers what you're called? Thoughtfully. Sun Yu mused, I believe as long as the announcer isn't intentionally disregarding me, my name should still be audible. Sigh. Ha ha ha. The playful banter between the two was quite entertaining. This evening's comedic performance was indeed delightful and uniquely engaging.
I haven't witnessed such an impressive comedic act in ages. Nothing beats the thrill of a live performance.
The experience of spending money is unparalleled. I can't fathom what those who send gifts and live streams are thinking. Can they truly find it as exhilarating?
It has been a long time since I encountered such a remarkable comedic work, and it's all thanks to Liu Xingchen, who consistently brings unexpected delights.
The audience wholeheartedly acknowledged the duo's performance thus far. People attend comedic shows primarily for enjoyment. A performance that keeps the audience laughing is simply irresistible. However, even if one were to argue that the two are relatively equal online, in a live setting, the disparity is undeniably vast. Sun Yu remains skeptical. Is our difference really that significant? Liu Xingchen affirmed confidently, absolutely. The gap is considerable. In every conceivable aspect, you fall short. To put it bluntly, in matters of clothing, sustenance, and living, you are no match. Let us not even discuss it. What do you typically wear? Sun Yu thought for a moment. What else could I wear? Just something from Taobao. Liu Xingchen grimaced in disdain. Taobao? Do you have any idea what my brother Yu wears? International luxury brands, LV. Sun Yu scoffed. That's only because Taobao doesn't carry them, otherwise, I could wear them too. Sigh. Ha ha ha. Liu Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. If Taobao did carry them, would they still be considered luxury brands? Ha ha ha. It must be said. An exceptional supporting actor can indeed elevate the quality of a comedic performance significantly. Sun Yu, being one of the top supporting actors in De Yunxi, possesses a talent for eliciting laughter that is not to be underestimated. A single witty retort can rekindle the atmosphere of the scene. It can only be said that having Sun Yu as a partner truly represents Yue Yunpeng's greatest fortune. Sun Yu looked at Liu Xingchen, once again displaying a look of disdain. Am I unable to afford LV? Ask if they even have my size. Sigh. Sun Yu's rebuttal sent the audience into a frenzy once more.
Liu Xingchen hesitated, ultimately shaking his head awkwardly.
If you put it that way, it does seem to hold some truth. Ha ha ha. Liu Xingchen's sudden concession surprised everyone. Yet, it was this very concession that added more layers to their performance. Laughter erupted throughout the audience, everyone was thoroughly entertained. The audience had anticipated that the duo's collaboration would be explosive, but they had not expected to laugh from beginning to end. It seems this performance was definitely worth attending. After all, since Yue Yunpeng is no longer performing, why not let these two take the stage together? Hey, you know what? They truly make a great pair. I'm in favor of this. The split would be a significant loss. How could you be so cruel? Yet, these two genuinely complement each other. This is what comedic dialogue is truly about. Comedic actors can engage in other activities, but the prerequisite is that they perform their primary duty well. Bring out Liu Yunpeng. Should these two collaborate, would it be feasible or not? Even if they don't separate, can't they perform together in a small theater for a few months? If performances were always like this, I would attend every day. The audience below expressed a keen interest in this duo.
The enthusiasm for comedic dialogue has never waned. What has changed is merely the group of individuals who fail to deliver it properly. How could such an engaging comedic performance possibly go unwatched? Chapter 28, Is my brother-in-law's car more sophisticated than yours? The comedic performance by Liu Xingchen and Sun Yu captivated the audience, leaving them with a refreshing sensation. The unwavering love for traditional crosstalk has never waned among the people, however, the monotony of the performances had dulled their interest. Yet, when exceptional comedy graces the stage, audiences are always eager to show their support. Once the audience's enthusiasm settled, Liu Xingchen resumed his discourse. Now, let's set aside fashion for a moment. May I inquire? What fruits do you typically consume?
Sun Yu hesitated momentarily. What fruits? The most common ones, I suppose. If you're asking for my favorite, that would be oranges.
Liu Xingchen looked at Sun Yu with an expression of disdain.
Look at your favorite fruit, such a lack of taste. Do you know what my brother-in-law cherishes the most? Sun Yu, feeling slightly embarrassed, mustered the courage to ask, what does he like?
Liu Xingchen replied emphatically, kumquats. The audience erupted in laughter.
Sun Yu furrowed his brow.
I thought he'd have a more sophisticated palate.
Turns out, he enjoys oranges as well?
Liu Xingchen shook his head vigorously.
Though they are both oranges, there is a significant distinction.
Your oranges require peeling, and some are rather unpalatable.
But my brother-in-law's kumquats? They can be eaten whole, skin and all.
Sun Yu fell silent, ultimately nodding in agreement.
Regardless, it was evident that the kumquats enjoyed by Yue Yunpeng were indeed more discerning.
Seizing the moment, Liu Xingchen pressed on.
Now, let us discuss automobiles.
It is well known that a car symbolizes a man's status.
What vehicle do you drive?
Sun Yu stammered, somewhat embarrassed.
My car is quite ordinary, a Shaili.
With a dramatic sigh, Liu Xingchen retorted, Master, I do not mean to belittle you, but if you're driving a Shaili,
can we not aspire to something better? A Shaili. Did you pick it up from a junkyard? The honest remark from Liu Xingchen ignited laughter throughout the venue once more. Such a performance is undeniably charming.
If future crosstalk shows could maintain this level of engagement, the art form could ascend to new heights.
Indeed. Today's ticket purchase was worthwhile. I genuinely felt a sense of joy.
The Deyun Society stands as the last bastion of hope for traditional crosstalk, proving that there are still those ready to step up in critical moments.
Have you noticed? Liu Xingchen truly embodies the spirit of Yuqian. Though they typically maintain a low profile, when challenges arise, they inspire immense confidence. The disparity between live and online performances is palpable.
It is no wonder I struggle to appreciate online crosstalk. It appears I am not merely being critical, the performances of this group simply lack depth.
This segment could easily grace the Spring Festival Gala. Do not jest.
The Spring Festival Gala promotes positive and uplifting works, they do not seek out humor.
The performers on stage were animated, while the audience below enthusiastically shared their critiques.
In today's societal climate, joy has become a rare luxury. Especially when one disconnects from electronic devices, finding happiness becomes increasingly challenging. Yet, today's crosstalk performance provided an alternative avenue for joy, undeniably fulfilling the desires of those who adore crosstalk and yearn for happiness.
Regardless of the state of our vehicle, do not underestimate it. Our Shaili may appear modest, yet it is in impeccable condition.
Sun Yu retorted, dissatisfied with Liu Xingchen's characterization.
In response to this rebuttal, Liu Xingchen, undeterred, replied, Master, do not take pride too soon. You have yet to encounter Kong Yunlong, otherwise, even a brand new car wouldn't escape his wrath. A hearty laugh followed as the audience understood the reference to the Deyun Society's Kong Yunlong.
For a remarkable crosstalk performance, synergy is essential. Despite it being their first collaboration, the chemistry between the two surpassed that of many seasoned duos.
Master, do you drive a Shaili or a Shaili with modifications? Do you know what my brother-in-law drives? What? The Farah Shaili. At the mention of Farah Shaili, Sun Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with astonishment. I've heard of Shaili and Ferrari, but what on earth is a Farah Shaili?
Liu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively.
You won't understand.
My brother-in-law said he emerged from humble beginnings and must not forget his roots, thus he chose the most ordinary vehicle, the Shaili.
However,
the Shaili doesn't align with his current status, so he also acquired a Ferrari. He ingeniously merged the front of the Ferrari with the rear of the Shaili,
resulting in this impressive yet unpretentious Farah Shaili. Upon hearing this explanation, some audience members laughed until tears streamed down their faces. The concept of the Farah Shaili was simply brilliant. Sun Yu, impressed, remarked, believe it or not, the Farah Shaili is a creation that only someone with a truly imaginative mind could conceive. Liu Xingchen concluded. Regardless of how imaginative it may be, does my brother-in-law's vehicle not surpass yours in sophistication? Chapter 29. What are these words of a tiger and wolf? Liu Xingchen's words left Sun Yu pale with anger. Is this what they mean by no pain, no gain?
Yet Liu Xingchen, unsatisfied, continued, when it comes to achievements, even in childbirth, you cannot compare to Yue Yunpeng. Son Yu could tolerate many things. But when it came to the matter of having children, it directly touched upon a man's dignity, which he could not overlook.
Liu Xingchen. In what way am I inferior to Yue Yunpeng?
You better elucidate your reasoning, or we shall harbor a grudge from this day forth. Liu Xingchen, unfazed by the threat,
responded assertively, Yue Yunpeng's child follows him, does your child follow you?
A wave of laughter erupted, as the audience absorbed the heavy implications of this exchange.
Liu Xingchen seemed to be directly attacking Sun Yu, tactlessly probing into sensitive territory. What nonsense is this? Does being overweight disqualify one from having children? Scientifically, there seems to be some correlation. The audience, seasoned in the ways of life, grasped the implications regardless of the veiled expressions of the performers. The depth of their understanding was commendable. Of course, my child will follow me and not you, Sun Yu retorted, increasingly agitated. He could overlook many things,
but this matter was non-negotiable.
Liu Xingchen reluctantly nodded. All right, let us say the child belongs to you, but have you considered whether the child wishes to be with you? What child wouldn't desire an exceptional father? Who wouldn't want their father to be a superstar? Look at Yue Yunpeng and then at yourself. Do you think the child would prefer to be with you or with him?
Liu Xingchen's barrage of inquiries left Sun Yu momentarily speechless.
Observing this,
Liu Xingchen shifted gears and spoke earnestly. Master Uncle, consider this, your abilities are not inferior to Yue Yunpeng's, you merely lack a touch of luck. If your fame surpassed his, would not all that he enjoys be yours? This analysis stirred something within Sun Yu.
You might be onto something there. However, how can I surpass Yue Yunpeng? I suspect many aspire to do so, but who has succeeded? Liu Xingchen exuded confidence.
Others may falter, but I assure you,
it would be a piece of cake for me.
Sun Yu scrutinized Liu Xingchen.
Oh, so you possess the capability to help me exceed Yue Yunpeng? Liu Xingchen nodded without reservation. Indeed, I possess that ability.
Sun Yu regarded him with skepticism.
Come on, if others cannot manage it, how could you?
Noticing Sun Yu's hesitation, Liu Xingchen refrained from excessive explanation.
Actions speak louder than words.
Rather than elaborate, let us witness the results.
Then propose something I can assess.
I'm not here to endorse you, I primarily wish to expose your claims.
The two bantered as they strolled further into the city. To surpass Yue Yunpeng,
the most crucial step is to perform more in small theaters.
The audience gasped in unison upon hearing this suggestion.
For the patrons of the small theater,
such news was indeed exhilarating.
The current state of the Deyun Society's small theaters afforded little exposure to prominent figures,
starkly contrasting its early days when even the likes of Guo Degang performed tirelessly.
As the society flourished, the quality of small theater performances waned. While occasionally new talents would emerge, audiences primarily yearned for the seasoned veterans, an increasingly rare luxury.
Liu Xingchen's proposal for Sun Yu to return to the small theater resonated with many. The intimate setting was far more conducive to the art of crosstalk,
fostering an atmosphere ripe for its appreciation. Should performances become more captivating, it would undoubtedly benefit the evolution of crosstalk.
The audience's reaction pleased Liu Xingchen immensely. See,
the audience shares this sentiment.
Sun Yu hesitated.
You present a valid argument, yet I emerged from the small theater myself, no better than Yue Yunpeng.
Liu Xingchen quickly countered. That was in the past.
If you attempted now, the results will surely surprise you. Furthermore, during performances, refrain from partnering with Yue Yunpeng. Collaborate with currently popular actors to leverage their popularity and attract their fans.
Sun Yu's eyes lit up. If that's the case, it does hold some merit. Liu Xingchen responded earnestly. If it lacked reason, would I offer such a guarantee?
Adopting a learner's attitude, Sun Yu looked at Liu Xingchen earnestly.
Star. Whom do you suggest I collaborate with? Liu Xingchen pondered for a moment. There are numerous options, any currently popular actor would suffice.
As the saying goes, even a blind cat can catch a dead mouse.
Just keep collaborating, and perhaps one day, you will be recognized.
Sun Yu shot Liu Xingchen a look of exasperation.
You are the blind cat. Laughter erupted as Sun Yu's focus surprised everyone.
One could only say that crosstalk performers are truly exceptional individuals. Gaining an advantage over them is no easy feat. It seems that anyone struggling in society could learn from crosstalk. Within a few days, they might undergo a remarkable transformation. At the very least, it would prevent them from being outwitted in conversation. Chapter 30, indeed, it can make you laugh from beginning to end. Liu Xingchen's analysis stirred something within Sun Yu, yet he remained indecisive. It was evident that Liu's current suggestions had not entirely swayed him.
Observing this, Liu clapped his hands and said, "Oh well, my kind heart compels me. Let me provide you with another idea that will surely make you more famous than Yue Yunpeng.
At that point, your presence will grace every movie, variety show, and television drama."
Sun Yu's hands fidgeted, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If that's the case, do elaborate.
Liu Xingchen, however, took a moment to confirm something first.
Master Uncle, do you truly wish to surpass Yue Yunpeng? Sun Yu did not hesitate to affirm. Of course I do. Why else would I listen to you ramble on?
With his confidence bolstered, Liu continued, as long as you desire it, everything will fall into place. Achieving fame is rather simple. Once something about you garners attention and becomes known to a larger audience, you will naturally rise to prominence.
Sun Yu nodded in agreement, understanding the logic but pondering the execution. Liu pressed on, I have a plan. When I return,
I will create several public accounts and publish news about you on trending platforms like Douyin and Weibo, revealing your story.
Sun Yu's expression shifted suddenly, interrupting Liu. Wait a moment. That doesn't sound like a good idea to me.
As far as I know, anything involving the term exposed tends to be negative news.
Liu, somewhat dissatisfied, replied. Master Uncle, I am the expert here, why do you keep questioning me?
Sun Yu waved his hand dismissively.
I'm not questioning you. It's just that what you say sounds rather dubious. Liu shrugged and offered an example.
This is the only feasible approach, if we rely on positive coverage.
How do you expect to surpass Yue Yunpeng?
Sun Yu scratched his head.
If I knew that, I would have surpassed him already. Liu sighed in exasperation. Isn't that the point? Since positive coverage is unattainable, we must consider unconventional methods. Have you not heard the adage that even negative fame is still fame? Regardless of how many people criticize you, they must first pay attention to you to do so. Liu's reasoning successfully assuaged Sun Yu's doubts, yet he still inquired. What do you plan to write next? Liu did not shy away from answering.
According to sources, the partner of Yue Yunpeng, a comedian from the Douyin Society, is.
Before he could finish, Sun Yu interrupted, aren't we trying to surpass Yue Yunpeng? Why is he still involved in this? Laughter erupted as Liu explained. As it stands, you have yet to gain fame. If your notoriety is still beneath that of Yue Yunpeng, why not leverage it? When your fame exceeds his, you can easily leave him behind.
Sun Yu contemplated this and nodded seriously.
If you put it that way, it does make sense, why not capitalize on it? Liu refined his narrative.
According to insiders, the partner of Yue Yunpeng from the Douyin Society, Sun Yu, is actually the illegitimate son of Ma Yun.
The audience erupted in laughter at this absurd revelation.
Setting aside other considerations, it was clear that the physical appearances of these two individuals made such a connection impossible. The report was preposterous.
Sun Yu expressed his discontent. What is this nonsense? How did we end up with an illegitimate child story? Liu remained unfazed and calmly replied. Master Uncle, think about it, this is the illegitimate son of Ma Yun. Ma Yun? Sun Yu's eyes widened. Continue, I want to hear your draft. But don't embellish it too much. Laughter filled the air as Sun Yu's indignation reignited the atmosphere. Only he could assert such a ludicrous defense with such conviction. Though Sun Yu possessed a modicum of pride, it was sadly lacking. I don't blame him, who wouldn't want to be the illegitimate son of Uncle Ma? After all, it's Ma Yun.
If he were willing, I wouldn't hesitate to call him father either.
What has become of society? Is wealth the key to everything?
I have no interest in Ma Yun, I prefer a righteous figure like Ma Huateng as my adoptive father.
It's not surprising that Sun Yu feels this way.
Even if Tao Yuanming were here, he would likely alter his stance on not bending for mere 5 pecks of rice. The audience, equally witty, engaged in playful banter, matching the performer's humor. Of course, such an effect was largely due to the performer's guidance. Upon hearing Sun Yu's remarks, Liu Xingchen nodded knowingly. All right. Let me share my initial draft with you. According to insiders, the partner of Yue Yunpeng from the Deyun Society, Sun Yu, is actually the illegitimate son of Ma Yun. Although the two have not acknowledged each other, Ma Yun has secretly bequeathed nearly 10 billion in assets to him. Sun Yu's endeavor to raise elephants at the zoo is not about the animals at all, rather, it serves as a means to evade public scrutiny. His subsequent choice to pursue comedy was motivated by an attraction to Guo Degang's wife, hoping to forge a closer connection through joining the Deyun Society. However, through this engagement, Sun Yu developed affections for Yue Yunpeng and bore him a child. Yet, a paternity test later revealed that the child was neither Yue Yunpeng's nor human, but rather the offspring of him and an elephant. As the increasingly absurd narrative unfolded, the audience erupted into fits of laughter. This story, no matter how ridiculous, held a captivating allure that compelled listeners to continue, for no one knew how the tale would unfold. Yet, as the protagonist, Sun Yu clearly struggled to endure. He found the notion of being Ma Yun's illegitimate son bearable, but the idea of giving birth to an elephant's child was simply intolerable. He promptly pushed Liu Xingchen beyond the limits of his patience and exclaimed in anger, "Go, find some place cool to stay. Even if I can't surpass Yue Yunpeng, I can at least maintain my dignity. With your antics, how am I ever to face anyone again?" After their performance concluded, the audience erupted into resounding applause. Such a display was the epitome of true comedic art, indeed making one laugh from beginning to end. Chapter 31, The Deception is Indeed Profound. The art of xiangxing, or crosstalk, originally belonged to the folk culture of street performance, which defined its developmental trajectory serving the common populace. The subsequent evolution of the Deyun Society has also adhered to this guiding principle, carving out its own unique path. However, as some individuals strayed from their original intentions, the development of xiangxing experienced deviations, consequently affecting the affection many hold for this art form. Yet, if one were to delve deeper, it is evident that the audience has not abandoned xiangxing, rather, they continue to seek joy through this medium, much akin to today's performance. Although it was the first collaboration between Liu Xingchen and Sun Yu, it evoked a sense of nostalgia in the spectators. The vibrant atmosphere invigorated the backstage performers, who expressed that the essence of xiangxing is to bring joy to the audience. However, it seems that at some point, public interest in xiangxing performances waned. Despite their earnest efforts, eliciting laughter from the audience became increasingly elusive. Many times, they found themselves lacking confidence in their craft. Yet, the performance by Liu Xingchen and Sun Yu today reaffirmed that xiangxing remains true to its roots. The primary reason for the audience's lukewarm reception to their act is, fundamentally, their own inadequacies and skill. It appears that to traverse further along the path of xiangxing, one must invest more effort into personal development. Yue Yunpeng remained in good spirits. His judgment had proven correct, the market for xiangxing still thrived, and the audience's enthusiasm had never truly faded. As long as quality works emerge, xiangxing can continue to progress steadily. Following their performance, Liu Xingchen and Sun Yu did not linger excessively but instead agreed to dine together. Their relationship is quite close. Liu Xingchen's mentor is Yu Qian, while Sun Yu is Yu Qian's junior. Given their shared interests, Liu Xingchen and Sun Yu often had opportunities to meet and interact outside of work. Compared to their professional demeanor, Sun Yu was much more carefree in private. They arrived at a food stall specializing in braised dishes, where Sun Yu ordered 3 generous bowls. Liu Xingchen had no aversion to the dish and ultimately ordered a large bowl as well. While waiting for their food, Sun Yu, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Xingchen, I heard you roasted Qian Guo's skewers?" Liu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively. "That's an old tale, why bring it up now, uncle?" "Ha ha ha. So it's true," Sun Yu exclaimed, initially thinking it was merely a rumor. After sharing a laugh, he suddenly changed the subject. "Xingchen, if your master asks you to handle something again, you must be cautious. Those items are treasures, it would be a tremendous waste if they were burned or ruined." Liu Xingchen saw through Sun Yu's intentions. "Uncle, you're not lamenting my master's treasures, you're lamenting your own, aren't you?"
As far as I know, you've taken quite a few things from my master.
I recall there was something made of rosewood last time.
Before he could finish,
Sun Yu covered his mouth with his hand. Xingchen, since childhood, I've thought you were a good child, obedient, sensible, and especially not one to speak carelessly.
I truly appreciate that quality. How about this? Today's meal is on me. If you want anything else, just order more. If that's not enough, we can go to another stall.
Liu Xingchen slapped his forehead.
What is wrong with my memory?
I had something on the tip of my tongue.
But now I've completely forgotten.
Oh, right, uncle, my master mentioned that a pair of birdcages he has collected for 20 years has gone missing.
I remember once. Xingchen, do you lack anything recently?
I see you're quite a fine child, I'd like to give you something.
Liu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Uncle!
You are so kind to me, even more so than my master. If you're asking what I desire, I can't think of anything at the moment.
But I truly admire that fan you have. Might I borrow it for a couple of days?
Upon hearing this, Sun Yu instinctively tightened his grip on the fan. Though it appeared ordinary, it was, in fact, a genuine treasure. In today's market, it could easily fetch 50 to 60,000 yuan. Despite Liu Xingchen's insistence on borrowing it, once the fan was in his possession, it would likely never return. Sun Yu wasn't particularly concerned about the money. He simply cherished the fan, making it hard to part with it.
Uncle, if it's too much trouble, I understand.
My master mentioned something about a jar, no trouble at all.
Not at all.
If you like it, take it and enjoy. You can keep it as long as you wish, and even if you don't return it, that is perfectly fine.
Liu Xingchen felt a bit shy. Are you truly willing, uncle?
Of course.
What is there to hold back?
Just take it. Sun Yu replied, reluctantly handing the fan to Liu Xingchen. With the fan now in his possession, Liu Xingchen felt elated.
Thank you, uncle. Your taste is truly exceptional, this fan is indeed unique.
Sun Yu's feigned smile was a masterclass in artifice.
When their 3 bowls of braised dishes arrived, he surprisingly found himself devoid of appetite. Typically ravenous, he could hardly eat it all. In contrast, Liu Xingchen savored every bite, finishing his bowl completely with a satisfied burp.
Uncle, you mentioned you'd treat for this meal.
Right?
If so, I want tea refuse, given that you are my elder and I must defer to you.
Observing Liu Xingchen's humble demeanor,
Sun Yu's mood soured further.
Why did he have to bring up the skewers? Now, not only had he lost a fan,
but he was also footing the bill for a meal. What was even more frustrating was that Liu Xingchen seemed to be the passive one throughout. As if none of this was his desire. Yet, in the end, everything landed in Liu Xingchen's hands. At that moment, Sun Yu's gaze towards Liu Xingchen shifted. The individual before him no longer seemed like an ordinary Shangxing performer, he resembled a cunning capitalist instead. Despite the friendly smiles exchanged, he could devour everything down to the bones. Should he venture into business, he would undoubtedly create quite a stir.
This scheme is indeed profoundly intricate.
Chapter 32, The legendary journey of Third Brother continues. The rewards of performing crosstalk are primarily of a spiritual nature, while the benefits of dining pertain to the economic aspect.
For many, merely attaining one layer of reward is enough to elicit joy. Yet, for Liu Xingchen, this is evidently insufficient.
Only children make choices, in the adult world. One desires to have it all.
Holding the cherished folding fan, Liu Xingchen felt an overwhelming sense of contentment.
The matter of money became inconsequential. It was the aura that elevated his spirits. After losing everything, Sun Yu felt an emptiness. However, recalling Liu Xingchen's words, he reluctantly swallowed his anger.
Otherwise, the losses would only compound.
Yet, as the saying goes, grievances have their sources, and debts their owners. This matter would not be settled so easily. Since he could not extract any advantage from Liu Xingchen, his only recourse was to target his master. After all, Yu Qian possessed numerous possessions.
A simple outing for drinks could yield whatever one desired. Of course, the interactions between these brothers were not tantamount to theft. After all,
if Yu Qian fancied something at his home, he would not hesitate to take it.
Upon reflection, their relationship resembled an unspoken understanding.
driven by a mutual appreciation for cultural artifacts. After a refreshing nap, Liu Xingchen drew back the curtains to embrace a brand new and beautiful day. If every day could bring forth such bountiful rewards, life would indeed be splendid. With a buoyant spirit, Liu Xingchen opted for morning exercise. The plans for a year are made in spring, while the plans for a day are made in the morning. Many crosstalk performers had their schedules completely inverted due to work, which Liu Xingchen deemed unwise.
Both humans and other species should adhere to the rhythms of nature to maintain good health.
Although he lacked a habit of regular exercise, he could still manage occasional workouts. From any perspective, exercising was undoubtedly superior to remaining inactive. Dressed in sportswear, Liu Xingchen performed some basic stretches before embarking on a morning run. The park was already bustling with numerous individuals exercising, predominantly elderly folks. Some chose to kick shuttlecocks, others practiced Tai Chi, while a few trained with their backs against trees,
honing their skills.
Observing them, Liu Xingchen envisioned his own old age. After completing nearly a full lap around the park, a concentrated crowd ahead caught Liu Xingchen's attention. Within his line of sight stood a group of individuals, young and old alike, whispering among themselves as if discussing something of significance. The curiosity of the Chinese people, particularly the residents of Yanjing, regarding lively scenes is renowned. Liu Xingchen was no exception. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the crowd.
As he drew nearer,
he saw a man writhing in pain on the ground, beneath whom lay another individual groaning. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter about the incident.
Goodness!
This person is quite fortunate, he fell from a tree and seems unharmed, not even a scratch.
Of course, he is unscathed. Didn't you notice the cushion beneath him? What is this fellow doing underneath? Is he attempting to save someone? Save someone?
He is merely spectating, and the unfortunate soul above fell right onto him,
leaving him to bear the brunt. Is this even possible? This is utterly unexpected. I believe the fellow below should try his luck at the lottery. His fortune is unparalleled. Could we refrain from idle chatter? Let us first rescue the brother beneath.
The Chinese, by nature, relish lively spectacles, and the Yanjing folk excel in this regard. Faced with the unfolding scene, the crowd's initial impulse was not to aid the injured but to discuss the event.
Unable to bear it any longer,
Liu Xingchen stepped forward to assist the fallen individual. Having studied physics, he understood the perils of free fall,
especially under the influence of acceleration.
One could only imagine the threats posed, not just to a person but even to a stone that might drop.
At this moment,
he could vividly envision the suffering of the person beneath. Once he helped the individual above to his feet, the face of the person lying below came into view. Upon recognizing him, Liu Xingchen rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Confirming he was not mistaken, he exclaimed with excitement, "Third brother!
What brings you here?" The pained Con Yunlong, hearing his name, struggled to open his eyes. Xingchen.
After identifying the individual, Liu Xingchen promptly lifted him onto his back and hailed a taxi, rushing directly to the hospital.
Time is of the essence. Reaching the hospital sooner could lead to quicker diagnosis and resolution of any potential issues. Otherwise, if something were broken, it could result in lifelong consequences.
As for the matter of compensation, Liu Xingchen did not overlook it.
With so many witnesses recording the incident, and considering Con Yunlong's status as a semi-public figure, any attempts at deceit would prove futile. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctors commenced urgent treatment.
Following a series of examinations, it was determined that his injuries were not as severe as initially feared. Although both arms were dislocated, his tailbone had a fracture,
and there were numerous bruises on his legs. Thankfully, there were no life-threatening issues or permanent disabilities.
After confirming that Con Yunlong was out of immediate danger,
Liu Xingchen couldn't help but smile.
Such an absurd incident seemed to belong in a novel, yet it appeared entirely plausible in Con Yunlong's life. Those familiar with him knew that nothing was beyond the realm of possibility for him. It seemed that misfortune had become his trademark.
Third brother, are you considering a career in rescue operations? Did you really throw yourself under the tree to save someone? Liu Xingchen teased. Con Yunlong could only shake his head in resignation. Oh, don't even mention it. This morning, while exercising, I noticed someone working out in the tree and, driven by curiosity, went to take a look. Who would have thought that as I arrived at the base, the person above would come crashing down? I barely had a moment to react before a human projectile landed on me. I thought the one exercising in the tree was playing with fire. Little did I realize that I, watching from below, was the one truly playing with fire. Liu Xingchen struggled to contain his laughter, but his body betrayed him. Especially after hearing third brother's recounting, his smile was uncontainable. Who would have thought that even in the era of self-media, third brother's legendary experiences would continue unabated? Chapter 33, gradually diminishing his passion for Xiangxing within the ranks of the Deyun society. There are many apprentices, but none are as unfortunate as San Gu. In his presence, even the most absurd occurrences seem entirely natural. This alone solidifies his status as a legendary figure within the Deyun society, a claim that is scarcely an exaggeration. After addressing all matters related to the hospital, Liu Xingchen chose to depart. Clearly, San Gu was far more familiar with the hospital than he was. While others merely visited the hospital, for him, it felt akin to returning home. Since he had returned home, there was no need for Liu Xingchen to linger any longer. Upon exiting the hospital, Liu Xingchen was still engulfed by a surreal sensation. It was astonishing that a simple jog had led to such ludicrous events. He resolved that today he must acquire a lottery ticket. Who knows, he might just transform into a billionaire. Randomly selecting a number. Liu Xingchen felt the weight of the ticket increase significantly. It seemed he was now bearing not just a sequence of digits but also an astonishing fortune. Carefully securing the ticket, Liu Xingchen proceeded to his master's residence. He had previously played a trick on his uncle, Sun Yu, involving a folding fan, and given Sun's temperament. It was evident he would not let the matter rest easily. Yet, once a gift was given, it was unreasonable to reclaim it. Thus, the only one left in a predicament would be his master. Regardless, he and Yu Qian shared a mentor-apprentice bond, and at this juncture, he could not afford to betray that trust. A timely warning might serve to prepare Yu Qian for any eventuality. However, upon arriving at Yu Qian's home, he quickly realized he was too late. Yu Qian was seated at the table, chain-smoking, appearing utterly despondent. "What troubles you, master? You seem rather unwell today," Liu Xingchen inquired. Surprised by his master's sudden display of concern, Yu Qian shook his head in resignation. "Don't mention it. I recently acquired a cricket jar, only for that glutton, Sun Fatty, to make off with it." "That was swift," Liu Xingchen exclaimed, astonished. Hearing it from Yu Qian's lips gave the situation a different flavor. "Did you know he was coming?" Liu Xingchen shook his head vehemently. "I had no idea. I merely meant, didn't you just acquire that cricket jar? How could my uncle have taken it so quickly?" Yu Qian sighed, seemingly resigned to the situation. "Oh, don't mention it. Last night, the fatty came to find me, claiming he was feeling troubled and asked me to join him for a drink to lift his spirits. I didn't think much of it and agreed. Imagine my surprise when I woke this morning to find my new cricket jar vanished. This was not merely a request for drinks. He was clearly after my cricket jar. Master, I don't see this as a significant issue. If he sought you out, why can't you seek him out in return? My uncle possesses plenty of fine items, surely you could reclaim a couple?" Yu Qian regarded Liu Xingchen with a knowing glance before shaking his head. "I've considered that approach. This morning, I called him, hoping to arrange a drink and casually retrieve something. But guess what he said? He mentioned feeling unwell after last night's binge and is currently avoiding alcohol." Liu Xingchen could not help but laugh. The antics of these two brothers were truly intricate. However, it must be said, Sun Yu's efficiency was indeed remarkable. He had just swindled a folding fan from Sun Yu, only to have it almost immediately compensated for by his master. Clearly, he had anticipated the need to alert Yu Qian. Indeed, regardless of the task at hand, efficiency is paramount. Should one falter even slightly, the outcome may be far from favorable. "Master, how about I prepare a couple of skewers for you? Let us enjoy a drink together and forget these troubling matters." "Spare me. If you were to grill skewers, my losses would be incalculable," Yu Qian replied. "Enough. I have an event this afternoon, you should attend to your own affairs." Liu Xingchen gazed at Yu Qian with a sense of grievance. He merely wished to express his filial piety. Why was his master so resistant? In this day and age,
Being a devoted apprentice is no easy feat, master. This is something you would enjoy. It's not that I didn't invite you.
Yu Qian nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Just go. This way, I might feel a little better. Thus, Liu Xingchen was unceremoniously ushered out, feeling quite bewildered. Was it common for a master to treat his apprentice in such a manner? This seemed rather unreliable. Had he known, he would have chosen to be a disciple of Lao Guo.
Then again, becoming Yu Qian's apprentice was indeed preferable if he had become Lao Guo's disciple. It would not have been a simple case of expulsion from home but rather an outright dismissal from the guild.
Achoo! 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 In the study, Guo Degang sneezed thrice in quick succession.
He had been writing "The sea accepts all rivers," and thus is great, but due to the incessant sneezing, his hand trembled.
Transforming it into "The sea accepts all rivers, and someone has large breasts."
Gazing at his unintended masterpiece, Guo Degang hurriedly crumpled the paper.
What a predicament had he inadvertently inscribed his innermost thoughts. The performance by Liu Xingchen and Sun Yu did not cease with the conclusion of their show. The greatest advantage of the digital age is the ability to amplify the brilliance of talent.
Their performance had been uploaded online and caused quite a stir. Whether online or offline, the audience sought only joy, which is precisely why they cherished Xiangxing.
However,
the recent decline in the quality of Xiangxing performances had led to a waning enthusiasm among the audience. This time, their performance was devoid of any dull moments.
And the content was refreshingly new, brimming with sincerity.
This resonated deeply with the audience, who were in desperate need of joy. As the excitement spread virally,
Liu Xingchen's name once again entered the public consciousness.
Additionally, calls for a reunion between Liu Xingchen and Sun Yu grew increasingly fervent. Given the remarkable chemistry displayed in their first collaboration, it was only logical to continue this momentum.
Should they persist, the synergy could yield even more delightful creations for the audience. Yue Yunpeng also viewed their performance online. From an audience's perspective,
it was indeed superior to his own collaboration with Sun Yu. At this moment, he experienced a sense of urgency for the first time. A determination to delve deeply into the art of Xiangxing once more. As one of the most prosperous performers in this field, he bore the responsibility and obligation to elevate this art form. Yet, recent comfortable endeavors had dulled his passion for Xiangxing, leading him to contemplate giving it up.
However, this time, he felt invigorated. The younger generation of Xiangxing performers had risen, setting their sights on his partner, Sun Yu.
If he remained passive, he risked being marginalized within the Xiangxing community.
Chapter 34. Today's performance of Xiangxing has reached a commendable level of quality.
The swift progress of a train relies heavily on the strength of its locomotive. In any burgeoning industry, the individuals at the forefront are of paramount importance.
Previously,
the resurgence of Xiangxing into the limelight can be attributed to the pivotal role played by Guo Degang. Now, as Xiangxing faces a decline once more, it similarly requires a guiding figure. At present, Liu Xingchen seems to be the most fitting candidate.
Through the power of the internet,
public interest in the Dayun Society's small theater has returned to its former state. Recently, tickets for the Xiangxing performances have become exceedingly scarce. Yue Yunpeng undoubtedly wishes for this favorable momentum to continue, and has promptly arranged a new performance partner for Liu Xingchen.
This time, Liu Xingchen's partner is the somewhat reckless figure from Dayun Society, Xiaobing. The appellation reckless stems primarily from his physique and his tendency to act without much forethought. In terms of appearance, Xiaobing undoubtedly ranks at the very bottom within the Dayun Society, and there is no ambiguity about that. However,
he possesses a keen awareness of his strengths and weaknesses. Recognizing that his looks are beyond his control, he has instead concentrated on improving his physique.
Through relentless effort,
he has shed his excess weight and successfully sculpted his body into that of a true fitness enthusiast.
Remarkably, as Xiaobing's physique has improved, he has also become considerably more visually appealing.
Yet, with his newfound muscularity, Xiaobing has grown accustomed to resolving issues through sheer force, often opting for physicality over intellect. Over time, this has led to his moniker as the most reckless individual within Dayun Society. For Liu Xingchen, partnering with him presents a significant challenge.
Indeed, it is a challenge. Xiaobing lacks exceptional talent in the realm of xiangxing. To be candid, he is merely a laborer in this field. His vocal abilities are markedly inferior to those of his peers, and he has not demonstrated any outstanding professional skills. In summary, he is an average xiangxing performer. However, due to his status, he is still regarded with importance within Deyun society. With occasional guidance from Guo Degang, his proficiency in xiangxing has notably improved. Yet, collaborating with him is an entirely different experience compared to working with Sun Yu. The trial that Liu Xingchen faces this time is far more formidable. Upon learning of the opportunity to partner with Liu Xingchen, Xiaobing appeared genuinely thrilled. His initial passion for xiangxing has never waned. He has always yearned to prove himself through his abilities and gain recognition for his efforts in the art form. However, thus far, he has not achieved the desired results. This partnership with Liu Xingchen provides him a chance to showcase his capabilities once more. If he can perform flawlessly, he believes he can alter the perceptions of the majority, establishing himself as a truly formidable xiangxing artist. Having confirmed their collaboration, Liu Xingchen and Xiaobing briefly met to discuss the content of today's performance. Different partnerships yield distinct works, and exchanging ideas beforehand can facilitate a smoother subsequent performance. As time gradually slipped away, evening showtime approached. Liu Xingchen, accustomed to a laid-back routine, found it somewhat challenging to adapt to the sudden surge of rigorous work. Indeed, excessive words often lead to missteps. Had he spoken less, he wouldn't have needed to endure such a demanding daily routine of performances. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the eager fans awaiting outside the small theater, he felt that this workload was insignificant. Happiness comes in many forms, but the greatest joy lies in being needed. The ability to bring joy to others through his performances, providing them with a mental respite, is a rare and delightful experience. Smiling and greeting the fans, Liu Xingchen stepped into the backstage area. In truth, Liu Xingchen harbors a particular disdain for aloof celebrities. Fans travel great distances to see them, hoping for merely a warm smile in return. Yet, some stars seem indifferent, adopting an air of superiority, which is truly disheartening. It is worth noting that ancient emperors, who held dominion over life and death, understood the principle that water can carry a boat as well as capsize it, thus offering more smiles to their supporters. Yet, these stars, who are merely ordinary individuals, often act as if they are of a higher caliber, which is quite off-putting. The work of a star is to serve the public. Yet some seem to desire the public's servitude. Such stars are destined for fleeting fame. Upon entering the backstage area, Xiaobing was already rehearsing his lines. Opportunities to collaborate with Liu Xingchen are scarce, and with uncertainty surrounding future chances, seizing this moment is his only option. As with yesterday's performance, today Liu Xingchen and Xiaobing are again the first to take the stage. However, Liu Xingchen's role has shifted. Yesterday he was the jokester, while today he assumes the role of the straight man. Though this is a minor transition, it necessitates a corresponding shift in performance demeanor, creating a stark contrast. Yet, for Liu Xingchen, this is not a significant issue. Having grown up immersed in this environment and bolstered by the system's intervention, the art of xiangxing is hardly a challenge for him. Following the host's introduction, the duo ascended the stage, where the audience had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. As the two appeared, the audience erupted into applause, a palpable sense of relief washing over them. It seemed that today's performance of xiangxing was assuredly of high quality. Chapter 35, Sister, did your sense of humor diminish after meeting him? The pairing of Xiaobing and Liu Xingchen presented a striking contrast to the audience. Initially, Xiaobing had garnered a certain level of acceptance, with some even perceiving a hint of handsomeness in his features. However, today, his collaboration with Liu Xingchen completely obliterated any favorable impression. Comparisons are inevitable, and there will always be a victim, much like Xiaobing at this moment. Liu Xingchen's visage, to him, felt akin to a crime. This juxtaposition elicited involuntary smiles from a portion of the audience. Upon noticing this, Xiaobing was left bewildered. Sister, with such a low sense of humor, why come to listen to crosstalk? Can't you find joy in anything at home? Ha ha ha. Perhaps, after seeing you, her sense of humor has indeed diminished. After all, it is rather rare to encounter someone so unattractive in everyday social interactions. awakening his straightforward system.
Liu Xingchen was unwavering in his candor.
Without waiting for a response from the sister, he preemptively answered, "So, are you implying that I am the particularly ugly one?" Liu Xingchen's expression mirrored surprise. "Isn't it? What could possibly be disputed?"
Faced with such unabashed ridicule, Xiaobing struggled to maintain his composure.
After a moment of contemplation,
he awkwardly nodded, conceding that there seemed to be little room for argument.
"Ha ha ha.
These two truly say whatever comes to mind,
treating us as if we are not outsiders.
I relish such forthright performances. Please, bring on more, I can handle it."
Xiaobing's unattractiveness is unparalleled.
It is said his two sons have perfectly inherited his genes, truly formidable. They say only the ugly should perform crosstalk, and upon reflection, Xiaobing indeed possesses some innate talent.
Undoubtedly a member of the formidable elite. In today's society, encountering such unvarnished words is indeed rare.
In typical social interactions, even the most unattractive are often addressed as handsome.
Ha ha ha, how true.
When I see someone unattractive, they are always called handsome, and wait a minute, others have been calling me beautiful.
Could it be that this is also a euphemism?
There are myriad ways to commence a performance, yet regardless of the approach, the ultimate goal remains to invigorate the atmosphere. For novices in the art of crosstalk, mastering improvisation can be quite challenging. They often rely heavily on pre-prepared material. While this method is not inherently flawed, an over-reliance on preordained punchlines can lead to confusion if the desired outcome is not achieved.
Conversely,
seasoned performers are adept at harnessing the audience's energy, which is undoubtedly more relatable than mere actor expressions. If this can be effectively utilized,
the atmosphere created will be exponentially heightened, much like the current scenario.
The harmonious interplay between Xiaobing and Liu Xingchen has excellently enlivened the ambience, leaving all in high spirits. After admitting his lack of appeal, Xiaobing felt a tinge of resistance and hastily retorted, "Yes, I indeed lack charm, but I have a wife. Not only do I have a wife, but she is exceptionally beautiful."
"Do you?" The question, "do you?"
struck a chord deep within Liu Xingchen. The scent of dog food permeated the entire theater.
"Moreover, for those like you, so aesthetically pleasing, would you dare to admit having a partner?"
A significant portion of your admirers are likely attracted purely by your looks. Once you profess to have a partner, who knows what may ensue?
Ha ha ha. Xiaobing's rebuttal was robust, grounded in reason. The audience nodded in agreement.
In this era of fleeting fame, the doctrine of beauty reigns supreme.
Anyone possessing extraordinary looks can amass a following in an instant. However, this very phenomenon often breeds unnecessary complications.
Those who date such individuals seem to possess the least sense of security. I truly have no girlfriend. Yet I see nothing shameful in that.
Love is something even dogs would shun. What? Xiaobing was once more taken aback by Liu Xingchen's declaration.
He had not anticipated such a response.
What's so great about dating?
Being alone allows one to do as one pleases, purchase whatever one desires without considering the opinions of others or the feelings of others. As long as one is happy, everything else falls into place. Once in a relationship, burdens multiply. A single misstep or forgotten date can spiral into a plethora of troubles. Entangling two families in a web of grievances, just the thought is exhausting.
Thus, love is something even dogs would shun. Liu Xingchen's explanation was clear and resolute,
as though he had endured some emotional trauma. Xiaobing inhaled deeply, momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. Though he recognized the numerous advantages of being in a relationship, at this moment, he inexplicably found himself resonating with Liu Xingchen's perspective. After some time, he finally grasped an essential question. Wait, who did you just call a dog?
Ha ha ha. Xiaobing's sudden query elicited laughter from everyone present.
Although he spoke quite normally, there was an inexplicable humor in his words.
Many continued to ponder Liu Xingchen's earlier remarks.
Upon reflection, it indeed seems prudent not to engage in romantic entanglements prematurely, otherwise, one may only face endless torment.
With this in mind, many couldn't help but gasp.
Thankfully, their resolve remained steadfast, and they did not yield easily, otherwise, who knows what tragic fate they might be facing at this very moment.
Can one still afford to spend money to hear crosstalk? Nonsense.
It appears the core philosophy moving forward must be upheld. The wise do not fall into the trap of love. It is better to indulge in a foot massage. Chapter 36, The rebellious disciples of Dayun society are increasing.
Liu Xingchen's eloquent remarks instantly ignited the atmosphere of the gathering.
Such a perspective is precisely what the contemporary youth should embrace. In matters of romance, indeed, it is a topic not worth discussing. Xiaobing initially intended to sprinkle some dog food, seizing the opportunity to showcase his affection.
Little did he anticipate that his cleverness would backfire,
as Liu Xingchen outshone him with a witty retort.
It must be said, Liu Xingchen's humor is undeniably sharp. This splash of reality awakened many from their daydreams.
Quickly adjusting his demeanor, Xiaobing resolved to shift the conversation to the less pleasant topic of appearances. After all, who knows what fate might await him upon returning home tonight?
Never mind, let us speak of looks instead.
Yes, while I may not be blessed with striking features, I do possess my advantages.
What advantages, you ask?
Just imagine, with my appearance, if I sought companionship, no one would believe it.
Upon hearing this, the audience's initial thought was undoubtedly, with your looks, seeking companionship? Nonsense. Just consider it for a moment. Xiaobing presented his argument with conviction, embodying a comical seriousness.
Liu Xingchen's emotions surged with excitement.
Hearing your words, I am tempted to undergo cosmetic surgery like Yue Yunpeng. Ha 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 ha. This unexpected turn of events exceeded everyone's expectations. None could have foreseen Liu Xingchen's sudden quip.
Xiaobing, equally astonished, felt his expression shift as laughter erupted uncontrollably. There is no denying it, Yue Yunpeng's rather prominent features indeed seem secure.
Ha ha ha. In Xiaobing's understanding, Liu Xingchen should have been the one to mock him.
Yet, unexpectedly, he took a jab at Yue Yunpeng instead. This turn of events brought immense joy to Xiaobing, for it implied that in terms of appearance, Yue Yunpeng was indeed slightly inferior. Xingchen, I suddenly perceived your discerning eye, in terms of looks. I certainly surpass Yue Yunpeng by a significant margin. The more he pondered, the more pleased Xiaobing became, chuckling amiably.
Oh, come now. I never claimed you were more handsome than Yue Yunpeng. That cannot be true. Did you not just express a desire to undergo surgery like Yue Yunpeng? The absence of mention regarding me implies that my looks surpass his.
Liu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively.
That is not accurate. The reason for my statement is that Yue Yunpeng's looks are salvageable. Perhaps there exists someone with a penchant for his appearance. But you, on the other hand, radiate the vibe of someone perpetually single. Where would you seek companionship? Ha 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 ha. The most dreaded silence fell upon the room. In that instant,
Xiaobing felt as though the air had solidified around him. Awakening from a stupor, he realized the jester was none other than himself. While he had been reveling in making jokes at others' expense, it turned out he paled in comparison to Yue Yunpeng. Liu Xingchen truly possesses a fearless spirit,
unafraid to express himself openly.
This is precisely the kind of performance I yearn to witness, characterized by unrestrained boldness.
It has been ages since I enjoyed such an exhilarating display.
Our expectations have never been high, authenticity is all that matters.
Modern comedic performances often revolve around mutual flattery, making such candid declarations exceedingly rare.
It seems Liu Xingchen could continue this line of commentary indefinitely, rendering Zheng Heluan merely a junior in comparison.
Ha ha ha. Honesty is indeed a commendable trait, worthy of encouragement.
Continuously undermined, Xiaobing felt a surge of indignation. No matter what, he had to reclaim his dignity. Taking a moment to appraise Liu Xingchen, Xiaobing suddenly felt a renewed sense of confidence. Indeed, while my looks may not be the most appealing, I possess strength. Just look at my physique, I am capable of anything, while you, at a glance, seem utterly inept. In truth, Liu Xingchen's physique is not lacking, in fact. Among male peers, he stands out. However, in comparison to the exceptionally fit Xiaobing, he appears less formidable.
What do you mean by inept? Do not heed the nonsensical remarks of those actresses. Liu Xingchen's emotions flared as he fervently retorted. Just as he finished speaking, the audience donned expressions of curiosity.
The implications of his words seemed rather significant.
Xiaobing was taken aback. Goodness, what have I just heard?
Liu Xingchen, I had always perceived you as a paragon of virtue.
Who would have thought you harbored such secrets?
Liu Xingchen, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively.
Come now, we are all colleagues in Dayun society, who does not know each other? Do you not know what our master engages in daily? Why do you think Daling has amassed so many mothers? Ha 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 ha. As the audience listened, their excitement grew. Regardless of whether this was rooted in reality or mere fantasy, it undeniably captivated their attention. All eyes were now focused on this unfolding narrative, eager to uncover what would transpire next.
Xiaobing stood frozen, questioning whether this was truly permissible to discuss.
Initially, Liu Xingchen's comments seemed innocuous, yet following Xiaobing's reaction, doubts about their authenticity began to swirl among the audience. These two truly treat us as confidants, sharing whatever comes to mind. If the entirety of the evening's performance were to unfold in such a manner, I would find no trace of fatigue. Old Gu truly knows how to entertain. It turns out Daling's mothers are all in service of him. I merely came to enjoy a comedic performance. I had no intention of delving into gossip. Yet here they are, voluntarily sharing. This is the charm of a small theater. Had it been a live broadcast, such explosive revelations would certainly remain unheard. This expenditure? Worth every penny.
The art of comedic performance thrives on the principle of equality on stage and decorum off stage.
However, it is increasingly rare for performers to jest about their seniors.
While this may seem a sign of greater respect, it ironically contradicts the essence of comedic performance.
Once one enters this profession, they should be prepared to engage in humor.
Only through the playful banter among peers can the audience truly immerse themselves in the experience. Just as Liu Xingchen and Xiaobing have done today. They boldly lampooned the esteemed master of Dayun society, Guo Degang, with remarkable fervor.
This audacity elicited cheers from the audience,
who found relatable figures in the performance, simplifying their engagement.
Backstage, other comedians felt emboldened.
It turns out, mocking one as seniors is not a disgraceful act.
As long as it enriches the art, any jest is permissible.
I believe that after today's performance, Dayun society will return to its former glory. The rebellious disciples of Dayun society shall continue to multiply.
Chapter 37, How did the anticipation suddenly reach its zenith?
The art of comic dialogue, or xiangxing, encompasses various forms. Some emphasize literary wit, while others focus on rapid-fire delivery, and still others are predominantly based on comedic storytelling. Regardless of the style, a preparatory phase is essential before the performance officially commences. This phase holds immense significance within the entirety of the act. Only by capturing the audience's attention during this preliminary stage can one garner greater focus when the performance truly begins. Otherwise, regardless of how captivating the subsequent act may be, if the audience remains disinterested, the desired outcome will remain elusive. Today, the performance by Xiaobing and Liu Xingchen excelled in this regard. Through a simple exchange, the duo effectively stirred the audience's emotions, encouraging them to follow their rhythm. While this may appear straightforward, it is a nuanced skill that many comic performers may never fully grasp throughout their careers. At this moment, Xiaobing found himself increasingly appreciative of Liu Xingchen. This marked their first collaboration, with Liu stepping into the role of the straight man. However, he seamlessly maintained the rhythm and conveyed his intended message.
Furthermore, Liu showcased his unique style, infusing additional joy into the performance. Such talent is a rarity within the esteemed Dayun society, which explains Liu Xingchen's current popularity.
It is evident that not only does he possess an attractive appearance, but he also possesses considerable skill. Having enlivened the atmosphere, the pair gradually transitioned to the main theme of their performance, a classic piece, Tongue Twisters. This work demands exceptional verbal dexterity from the performers, serving as a true test of their foundational skills. Yet, throughout their presentation, there were no stumbles, everything flowed effortlessly.
Additionally, Liu Xingchen's occasional candid remarks further enriched the performance, allowing the audience to revel in both the performers' capabilities and the joy they imparted. When their act concluded, the audience erupted in a fervent round of applause, a testament to their approval. It also fostered heightened anticipation for the future of xiangxing within the Dayun society. After the performance, Yue Yunpeng unexpectedly joined Liu Xingchen.
I just called Xiaobian, he said he'll be here soon because you're treating him to dinner tonight. Just watch my expression, I guarantee he'll be the one paying.
Upon hearing Yue Yunpeng's declaration, Liu Xingchen felt a sense of skepticism. Luang, Are you certain Xiaobian will be the one treating? I hope it's not me who ends up being the one deceived. Yue Yunpeng waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured. I have everything arranged, there is no way it could go awry. If it somehow does, I'll gladly cover the meal myself. Liu Xingchen chuckled. Then it's settled.
Liu Xingchen was all too familiar with Zhang Yunlei's character. While others might stow cash in their pockets, he seemed to have it embedded within his very being. To coax him into parting with even a modest sum was akin to negotiating a peace treaty.
Moreover, judging by Yue Yunpeng's earlier remarks,
it was clear he had not genuinely convinced Zhang Yunlei to treat. To mitigate any potential mishaps, Liu Xingchen pressed Yue Yunpeng to voice what he most wanted to hear. The cost of a meal was trivial, but he was determined not to incur a loss, particularly when facing Zhang Yunlei.
Are we really dining out tonight? Xiaobing inquired, having approached with curiosity. There's a plan, Xiaobian claims he'll treat. Are you going? Yue Yunpeng looked earnestly at Xiaobing. Oh please. If Xiaobian could treat, pigs would fly. Even if he did, it would likely just be a bowl of noodles. Forget it, you three go ahead. I'm on a diet tonight and will skip the meal.
Initially, Xiaobing had been keen on the idea of dining out. However, upon learning that Zhang Yunlei was purportedly treating, his enthusiasm waned.
Being fellow disciples,
they were all too familiar with his habits. Even if he did insist on treating, they feared the offerings would be far from lavish.
Based on past experiences,
if Zhang Yunlei were involved, he would inevitably be the one footing the bill. Having previously let Zhang Yunlei's claim of treating lead to him paying, he vowed not to fall into that trap again.
Brother, are you certain he is treating? You really want to join us? Xiaobing urged, shaking his head. Xingchen, heed my advice, don't go tonight. Who knows who will end up paying for this meal?
He declared confidently.
If he manages to treat you to a meal worth over 500, I'll treat you to 10 meals in return. Liu Xingchen,
observing the unwavering confidence on Xiaobing's face, found himself devoid of any counterarguments. There was no escaping the depth of understanding they all shared regarding Zhang Yunlei. While they might hesitate over other matters, the prospect of him parting with his money was a daunting challenge indeed.
Mark my words, this is what you said. Don't leave tonight, I'll show you how Xiaobian manages to treat. Yue Yunpeng declared, brimming with assurance, as if Zhang Yunlei's generosity was already assured. Xiaobing and Liu Xingchen exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Could it be that Yue Yunpeng truly had a way to elicit Zhang Yunlei's generosity? How did the expectation suddenly soar to such heights?
Chapter 38. The simplest strategy is the most direct and effective. Treating someone to a meal is an indispensable aspect of normal social interactions.
However,
getting Zhang Yunlei to treat a meal has become a luxurious affair within the Deyun society. If anyone could persuade him to willingly reach for his wallet, it would undoubtedly be a source of pride, echoing throughout the society for an entire year. So far, such a person has yet to emerge.
This time, Yue Yunpeng's confident assertion that Zhang Yunlei would treat a meal sparked greater anticipation in Liu Xingchen and Xiaobing.
They were intensely curious about what could possibly motivate Zhang Yunlei to part with his money willingly. After approximately 20 minutes, Zhang Yunlei hurriedly arrived. You might not see him for a while if you ask him to treat, but if someone else invited him, he would certainly be the earliest to arrive.
Xingchen, you've been doing quite well lately. I believe you will only continue to improve. Upon seeing the group, Zhang Yunlei warmly greeted Liu Xingchen.
His enthusiasm left Liu Xingchen somewhat taken aback, though Xiaobing and Yue Yunpeng seemed accustomed to it.
Alright, let us hurry and go eat,
Xiaobing urged.
Why bother with all this chatter?
Why don't you treat us?
The moment the suggestion was made, Zhang Yunlei's expression instantly shifted. What? Me treat?
Xingchen should be treating, I wouldn't dare to take the bill. He added, next time, I'll be sure to invite Xingchen along for a proper meal. Xiaobing and Yue Yunpeng exchanged knowing glances, saying nothing further. This notion of next time could easily be categorized among the 4 great lies of Huaxia. Let us go as soon as we get on the bus. A prime shop is up for sale, desperate for a child, high-priced buyback. It now seemed that next time all treat would join that list.
Observing the two,
Liu Xingchen had already arrived at his conclusion.
Then let us go eat. What should we have? He proposed without lingering on the previous topic. How about hot pot? We can order a yin-yang pot, it won't hinder our choices, and it's lively.
Zhang Yunlei responded eagerly. Yue Yunpeng and Xiaobing exchanged glances, nodding in agreement.
We have no objections.
All right, then let us go for hot pot. The four of them hailed a cab and headed to a nearby hot pot restaurant, which had become one of their regular haunts. They often dropped by for a bite, particularly for the irresistible copper hot pot dishes.
Once they entered, the waiter expertly led them to their usual private room.
At this point, Yue Yunpeng showed no intention of having Zhang Yunlei treat,
continuing the process as if Liu Xingchen were the host.
Although Liu Xingchen felt puzzled, he ultimately said nothing.
Having chosen to trust unconditionally, his role was merely to comply.
Even if he ended up footing the bill, he wasn't too worried, for Yue Yunpeng had already assured him that if it came to that, she would take responsibility. Since the meal's expenses were not a concern for him, Liu Xingchen decided not to fret.
Though Xiaobing was unclear about Yue Yunpeng's plans,
the thought of making Zhang Yunlei spend made him particularly excited. For someone like him, who was focused on fitness, a high-calorie, high-fat hot pot dinner was certainly not advisable. Yet today, he abandoned all dietary considerations, driven solely by the desire to indulge as much as possible. Such an opportunity was rare, and he intended to seize it fully. Missing this chance would mean losing out entirely. After ordering a plethora of dishes, Xiaobing appeared quite satisfied.
However, unexpectedly, Zhang Yunlei ordered just as much, if not more.
To those aware, it was evident they were there for hot pot. To those unaware, it might have seemed as though they were there to stock up.
Xiaobian, are we really going to eat all this? You should order less. Yue Yunpeng remarked, glancing at the menu. It's fine, if we can't finish. We can pack it up. Besides, there is hardly any food at home. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent.
It turned out he genuinely intended to stock up.
Initially, Liu Xingchen and Yue Yunpeng had no intention of ordering more, but under Xiaobing's encouragement, they ended up ordering a mountain of food.
The waiter, upon seeing the extensive order, rubbed his eyes in disbelief.
Are there others joining us? No. Then isn't this a bit excessive for 4 people? Nonsense. Xiaobing waved his hand. Just bring it all. If we can't finish, we'll pack it up.
The waiter, seeing their determination, said nothing further and went to prepare the dishes.
During this time,
Xiaobing also procured several bottles of beverages, ready to indulge in a lavish feast.
Zhang Yunlei felt a pang of regret. Let us cut back on the drinks. We've already ordered plenty. I doubt we'll finish them.
Liu Xingchen immediately countered, no worries, Bian Gu. We're here to enjoy ourselves.
So just take whatever you want, don't hesitate. With Liu Xingchen's encouragement, Zhang Yunlei relaxed and grabbed several bottles of drinks.
Yue Yunpeng then leaned in closer to Liu Xingchen. When the food arrives, let us just dive in, not overthink it, and leave halfway through.
Leave halfway? Liu Xingchen hesitated, but soon grasped Yue Yunpeng's true intentions.
He envisioned countless scenarios, yet somehow overlooked this one.
Indeed, the simplest strategies are often the most direct and effective.
Chapter 39, Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained, only the hearts of those who employ cunning can endure. As Liu Xingchen indulged in the hot pot,
this phrase echoed incessantly in his mind. It must be said, Yue Yunpeng was indeed well prepared.
The tactic of abruptly withdrawing halfway through the meal was undeniably impeccable. With a strategy in place, the only thing left for everyone was to feast voraciously. After all, if they did not eat now, they would have no opportunity later. Zhang Yunlei observed the trio, who were utterly engrossed in their meal without uttering a single word, and felt momentarily bewildered.
Had these 3 not eaten all day? Or did they consider this a buffet, devouring their food with such haste? In response to Zhang Yunlei's curiosity,
the 3 merely cast him a glance before resuming their previous state of gluttony. In approximately half an hour, the trio had nearly finished their feast, while Zhang Yunlei had barely made any progress with his chopsticks.
I can't take it anymore, I've eaten too much. I must find a way to alleviate this,
Xiaobing declared, letting out a contented burp, his discomfort palpable.
My stomach feels a bit uneasy, perhaps it was too spicy. I need to use the restroom. Yue Yunpeng frowned,
instinctively cradling her belly.
If you two are going to the restroom, I might as well accompany you,
Liu Xingchen announced, rising to follow the pair. Zhang Yunlei chuckled at the sight of the three heading to the restroom together.
Look at you three, as if you're escaping from starvation. No one is competing with you, yet you eat faster than anyone else. Now, what's the point of it all if you can't even savor the flavors of the food?
Xiaobing shot Zhang Yunlei an exasperated glance.
What? Aren't you coming with us?
Zhang Yunlei shook his head with a smile. We haven't eaten much, there's no need for me to go now.
You three go ahead.
After Zhang Yunlei's remark, the trio exchanged glances and promptly made their way to the restroom. Waiter, please help us retrieve our jackets from the table.
And also bring Zhang Yunlei's jacket.
Just inform him that the clothes can be stored at the counter to avoid the hot pot smell as much as possible.
Yue Yunpeng waved to a waiter with a mischievous grin.
Though the waiter was somewhat confused, he complied with her request. In about a minute, he returned with 4 garments. Xiaobing and Liu Xingchen collected their jackets, while Yue Yunpeng placed Zhang Yunlei's jacket at the counter.
Boss, we'll leave the clothes here for now.
Please take care of them. By the way, Zhang Yunlei will be settling the bill today, so you can charge him directly.
Alright, no problem. The boss readily accepted the clothing.
As a comedian, it was not uncommon for him to encounter such situations. He had seen many groups dining together where some would leave early, and frankly, it was not his concern as long as someone settled the bill in the end. As the trio exited the hot pot restaurant, an inexplicable sense of elation washed over them. This feeling was akin to winning the lottery.
It was no easy feat to outwit Xiaobian.
Thankfully, he hadn't followed them, otherwise, who knows who would have had to pay for this meal.
With Xiaobian's personality,
if he were to foot the bill today, he would undoubtedly try to recoup the expenses tomorrow.
As each shared their thoughts, they collectively recognized a serious issue, indeed.
This meal had tricked him, but given his nature, he would surely try to make up for it.
If that were the case, they could only trick him again. Ha ha ha.
Liu Xingchen said with a serious demeanor, eliciting laughter from both Xiaobing and Yue Yunpeng. Curiosity sparked in Xiaobing's eyes as he turned to Liu Xingchen.
Xingchen, have you already devised a plan to outsmart him?
Liu Xingchen replied with a mysterious smile, as long as you both cooperate, I assure you. Tomorrow's meal will still be on him.
Cooperate. A 100 commitment.
Xiaobing and Yue Yunpeng chimed in unison.
Then it's settled.
If Xiaobian doesn't seek to recover his expenses tomorrow, we will let it go. If he does, we will simply outsmart him again.
Exchanging glances,
they shared a guilty laugh. Believe it or not, this feeling of trickery is truly delightful, and it seems to become more addictive.
Meanwhile,
Zhang Yunlei sat leisurely before the hot pot, still enjoying his meal. However, recalling the voraciousness with which the trio had consumed their food, he felt as if he had ordered too little. His initial intention was to pack extra food to last several days, allowing him to enjoy hot pot at home without the need for additional groceries. Yet, judging by the others' eating habits, it seemed little would remain. With this thought, he called the waiter again and ordered a substantial amount of food. Although the waiter was curious, he refrained from reminding Zhang Yunlei this time. Each customer's appetite varied, and since leftovers could be packed, his duty was simply to take the order and prepare the ingredients. 20 minutes later, the new dishes began to arrive at the table. Yet the trio had yet to return. This puzzled Zhang Yunlei. Were they all suffering from stomach issues? Contemplating this possibility, Zhang Yunlei transferred the tripe from the spicy pot to the clear broth pot. The thrill of spicy hot pot was exhilarating. Yet the aftermath in the restroom was undeniably uncomfortable. If possible, he wished to avoid such torment. After another 10 minutes, as the newly added dishes neared overcooking, the trio still hadn't appeared. An unsettling thought crept into Zhang Yunlei's mind. Rising, he headed to the restroom, only to find no sign of the three. Had they left without him? Was this meal a ruse to ensnare him? As this notion solidified, Zhang Yunlei pulled out his phone and called Yue Yunpeng. Hello, Xiaobian. Where are you all? We had something to attend to and left early. Don't forget to settle the bill when you come out, we've already informed the boss.
Me?
Pay the bill? Zhang Yunlei exclaimed, his mind reeling in disbelief.
Yes, you are responsible for the bill.
I hope you didn't order more food, but it doesn't matter, it's still your expense. By the way, I have something to take care of. I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
As Yue Yunpeng hung up, her smile widened. She could already envision Zhang Yunlei's expression. And the thought of the miserly man having to shell out a considerable sum thrilled her to the core, making her feel so exhilarated that she could hardly sleep that night. Realizing he had indeed been tricked, Zhang Yunlei quickly summoned the waiter.
Can I return these dishes I ordered? Also, are there any new customers arriving for hot pot?
I still have a lot of items simmering in my pot.
Chapter 40, the greatest mistake is to provocatively entangle him. Excuse me, could you please pack the hot pot broth for me as well?
Certainly, sir.
Aside from the pot, I will pack everything else for you.
That sounds wonderful. Also, could you include 2 pairs of disposable chopsticks?
If possible, do add 2 more pairs.
As Zhang Yunlei exited the hot pot restaurant, his hands were already laden with items. When the notification of his mobile payment chimed, he felt as if his heart was bleeding. Although the amount was a mere pittance to him, he couldn't shake the feeling as though he had lost a fortune. Over 1,000 yuan, just like that, squandered by the 3 of them. The thought incited a simmering anger within him. Glancing at the broth and various ingredients in his hands, he cautiously placed them into the basket of a shared bicycle. Every little bit saved counted.
Back home, Zhang Yunlei lay in bed, unable to find sleep.
The thought of having mindlessly spent over 1,000 yuan gnawed at him, leaving him inexplicably distressed. The more he pondered, the angrier he grew, ultimately gritting his teeth at the realization that if he didn't find a way to make amends, he would be restless for the entire month. He wasn't inherently miserly, he was simply frightened by his past experiences of poverty. When he first ventured out alone, life was fraught with hardship. He had lived in basements, consumed leftovers others discarded, and even drunk rainwater. These experiences instilled in him a profound respect for money. Despite the improvements in his circumstances, the future remained uncertain. And it was prudent to spend as little as possible while there was still hope for a better life.
Over time, he had developed an unwavering aversion to parting with his money.
Interestingly, he found some commonality with Guo Degang in this regard.
Given Guo's current wealth,
he could indulge in lavish meals daily without hesitation. Nevertheless, he never wasted food, often consuming even slightly moldy buns without a second thought.
As he would say,
he had once gone without such buns, and although life had improved, extravagance was out of the question.
However, in comparison, Guo was relatively generous with himself, never hesitating to spend on what was necessary.
Although high-end brands adorned him like street market wares, he indeed wore authentic luxury.
That night,
Zhang Yunlei contemplated various ways to recoup his losses. There was no way he could simply let this incident slide. He was determined to devise a strategy to turn the tables on the 3 individuals.
After a night of deep contemplation, he finally conceived a plan. In reality, it would be somewhat challenging for the trio to leave unnoticed, as a little observation would reveal the truth.
However, if just one person attempted to depart, it would be significantly easier.
With any excuse, he could seize the opportunity to intervene.
The more he mulled over his plan, the more feasible it appeared, filling him with excitement. Before dawn, Zhang Yunlei proactively called Yue Yunpeng. "Brother, what were you 3 up to last night?
Did you just want me to treat you to a meal?
You could have simply said so instead of going through all this trouble to leave early."
"We would have directly said it, but ask yourself, would you really have treated us if we had?"
"Of course.
It's just a meal."
"If I say I'll treat,
then I will. Come on, I don't believe you even a little." Yue Yunpeng showed no regard for Zhang Yunlei's feelings, speaking bluntly. "Well, if that's how you feel, then I'm rather disheartened.
I had planned to treat you 3 to barbecue tonight to prove I'm not so stingy, but with your attitude,
it seems you don't want me to."
"Huh?
Zhang Yunlei is actually planning to treat us?"
Yue Yunpeng's face was a canvas of astonishment. Such an occurrence was as rare as the sun rising from the west. After a moment of consideration, he recalled the conversation among the 3 the previous night. It was evident that Zhang Yunlei likely had ulterior motives, seizing the opportunity to recover from the prior expense.
With this realization, Yue Yunpeng couldn't help but smile.
Since Zhang Yunlei had approached them, it was only fair to let the trio take advantage of him once more.
Are you really treating us? And you plan on going for barbecue? Of course. More genuine than gold. But you seem rather uninterested in treating. Shall I invite others instead? Let's not do that. You've made the effort to treat, and I certainly wouldn't want to undermine your generosity. Upon hearing Yue Yunpeng's response, Zhang Yunlei revealed a cunning smile. He knew that once he expressed his intention, the other party would have no choice but to accept. After confirming the time and place, he hung up the phone. Gazing at the broth laid out on the table, Zhang Yunlei suddenly began to hum a cheerful tune. The tip of the peach leaf is sharp, while the willow leaves cover the sky. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that the money spent the night before did not seem as exorbitant as he had initially thought. After hanging up, Yue Yunpeng pulled Liu Xingchen and Xiaobing into the same group chat and initiated a video call. After confirming Zhang Yunlei's intention to treat, both Liu Xingchen and Xiaobing smiled in agreement. They shared Yue Yunpeng's insight, understanding that this was Zhang Yunlei's attempt to rectify the previous expense. It seemed they would enjoy a fine meal once again that evening. Both parties were calculating their moves, eager to see who would outsmart the other. While at home, Zhang Yunlei continued to strategize, suddenly feeling that going alone seemed a bit unfair. Even if he could eat a lot, it wouldn't amount to much in the grand scheme of things, perhaps merely equaling the previous night's expenditure. This realization left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied. After careful consideration, Zhang Yunlei decided to invite the entire team from Squad 8. After all, he would be hosting under the pretense of treating, and having all the team members present would pose no issue. As for how to evade the bill, that was simple enough. As long as he could slip away, the team could indulge without concern. In the Deyun society, an unwritten rule existed: those of higher seniority seldom had to pay. Liu Xingchen, Xiaobing, and Yue Yunpeng belonged to the more senior ranks among the younger generation. Thus, even if they wished to avoid paying, they would ultimately have to settle the bill with reluctance. I am truly a genius, Zhang Yunlei thought, the excitement growing within him. It could be said that Liu Xingchen and the others had made a grave error in provoking him. That night, their losses would not merely be trivial. They were about to strike at the very heart of the matter. Chapter 41. Could it be that their captain has truly undergone a transformation? In Huaxia, Yanjing, at the charcoal grill restaurant, a large group of patrons arrived early today. Typically, the prime time for barbecues begins after 8 p.m., yet today, the restaurant welcomed nearly 20 guests at just 6 p.m. All these patrons came together, creating a bustling atmosphere that thrilled the owner. The profit from barbecues is quite substantial, with an average spending of around 100 per person. If the dining experience is exceptional, it is not uncommon for the average to reach 200. With the addition of beverages, spending could soar to 300 or even 500. The sudden influx of customers represented not merely numbers but walking currency. The owner hastily arranged a large table for this group and instructed the kitchen to prepare dishes promptly, ensuring that they received excellent service. This gathering was none other than Liu Xingchen and his companions from the Deyun society. Upon arriving at the charcoal grill, Liu Xingchen and his team were somewhat taken aback. They had anticipated dining as a party of 4, only to discover the presence of the entire Deyun Team 8. This scene stirred a sense of unease among them, suggesting that Zhang Yunlei had meticulously planned to take advantage of the situation. Nonetheless, the trio masked their emotions, each secretly calculating their own strategy regarding who would ultimately foot the bill. Brothers, order whatever you desire. Our only goal today is to eat and drink well, Zhang Yunlei declared generously. Upon hearing this, Liu Xingchen eagerly took the menu. In that case, I shall not hold back. Please, do not hesitate. Order as much as you wish. Should you order too little, I shall be the one to urge you. With Zhang Yunlei's assurance, Liu Xingchen wasted no time placing his orders. I've counted, there are 17 of us today, so I'll order abundantly, who knows what delicacies await. The others nodded in agreement with this arrangement. Let us start with 100 lamb skewers, and another 100 beef skewers.
And 40 kidneys, as they are a delicacy, everyone should indulge.
Laughter erupted around the table. Why order so many kidneys, Xingchen? You won't be needing them.
Zhao Bing teased, casting a mischievous glance at Liu Xingchen. Just because I don't need them now doesn't mean I won't in the future.
I'm merely ensuring I'm prepared for any eventuality. Liu Xingchen replied. Laughter echoing among them.
Just don't over-prepare, otherwise, the long night may become uncomfortable. No worries, as long as I have hands, I will forge my own path. Everyone present was adept at banter, their quick wit and repartee flowing effortlessly.
With the atmosphere lightened, they engaged in playful jokes, unburdened by any shyness. A gentleman appreciates beauty without falling into depravity.
A little humor is harmless, as long as one knows the limits, Zhao Bing remarked.
Well then. Let us add some lamb testicles and lamb penises to the order. Since we're replenishing, let us do it right.
Include pig and cow kidneys as well. I'm not looking to replenish, merely savoring that delightful aroma. We must also order grilled oysters, they are a true man's fuel station.
Are we certain we're here for barbecue?
It feels more like a pit stop. By the way, does this actually work? I'm still young and haven't tried it. At the dining table, camaraderie flourished, devoid of any hierarchy.
Laughter and relaxation were palpable.
Yue Yunpeng observed the joyful expressions and relaxed demeanor of the group, feeling a sense of contentment.
Due to his role,
he had always been perceived as the stern judge within the Deyun society, invoking fear in those who encountered him. Truthfully, such a reputation troubled him. While he maintained a strict demeanor at work, he yearned for a sense of camaraderie outside of it, wishing to enjoy a light-hearted life.
However, many often regarded him with trepidation, keeping their distance. In his presence, true relaxation was elusive.
Only his contemporaries dared to joke with him, while younger members lacked the courage to share a meal or drink. Yet, the members of Team 8 displayed no signs of fear or discomfort.
They were entirely at ease, creating a delightful atmosphere.
Reflecting on this, he unconsciously glanced at Liu Xingchen. The reason for such a relaxed environment was undoubtedly due to Liu Xingchen's contributions. His timely humor enlivened the gathering, allowing everyone to overlook his formidable presence. Indeed, Liu Xingchen, as a disciple of Yu Qian, embodied his master's spirit in social interactions.
His carefree attitude was enviable.
After ordering a plethora of dishes, Liu Xingchen requested several crates of fresh beer. A barbecue without beer is akin to a feast without flavor. Despite the extensive orders, Zhang Yunlei remained unfazed, exuding an unusual excitement. This behavior left the members of Team 8 perplexed. They had a vague understanding of their captain. He had treated them to meals before, but such a grand affair was unprecedented.
What astonished them further was his uncharacteristic generosity despite the hefty order.
The captain, usually frugal,
was displaying an entirely different persona. Could it be that their captain had genuinely changed?
Upon reflection, they all believed this to be true.
Given the captain's current income,
such expenditures were trivial, especially after hosting his concert. With this thought in mind, the team felt liberated, ordering even more.
After all, if their captain was unconcerned about the costs, why not seize the opportunity to indulge?
Observing his team's enthusiasm, Zhang Yunlei's smile widened. His decision to treat everyone had proven to be exceptionally wise. The collective presence of his team was indeed far more impactful than his solitary efforts. He was certain that this meal would surpass the expenses of the previous day.
With that realization, the balance of his initial unease began to tilt favorably. Chapter 42, Wouldn't it be worse to come back early?
There is a saying that joy shared is joy multiplied.
At this moment,
Zhang Yunlei could already envision the delight he would experience when he shared this incident with the members of Team 8.
It must be said that the intellect is indeed a remarkable asset.
Through his simple maneuver, he could not only delight in tricking Liu Xingchen and the others,
but also ensure that his teammates were well fed and satisfied.
The exhilaration of this feeling was beyond measure.
However, it was still premature to revel in joy.
He would only truly consider his mission accomplished once he had genuinely departed from this place.
With this thought, Zhang Yunlei hastened his eating.
Brother Braid,
you've ordered more than enough food today, why are you eating so quickly? Do you have somewhere to be? Liu Xingchen, seated beside him, could not help but inquire upon witnessing Zhang Yunlei's voracious appetite.
His question immediately attracted the attention of Xiaobing and Yue Yunpeng.
Feeling the piercing gazes of the three,
Zhang Yunlei promptly set down his skewer and took a sip of beer.
"How could I leave early? I still need to settle the bill. I just haven't eaten much today, so I'm trying to fill my stomach."
Oh, the three responded in unison, their expressions betraying skepticism. Their demeanor sent a jolt of alarm through Zhang Yunlei.
Could it be they suspected his intent to dine and dash?
It seemed he would have to devise another plan. His adaptability was swift. He immediately slowed his eating pace and began consuming beer steadily. Those who partake in beer know well that the more one drinks, the more frequent the trips to the restroom. Thus, he could seize the opportunity to slip away with greater ease. Indeed, once he began drinking, the trio became less focused on him, instead joining in on the beer. After indulging for over an hour, Zhang Yunlei was both satiated and slightly inebriated.
Now contemplating his escape. "I need to use the restroom,"
Zhang Yunlei announced as he stood and made his way toward the facilities.
"Brother Braid, this meal is definitely on you, right?" Liu Xingchen called out, uncertainly. "Absolutely.
Just enjoy your meal and drink, I'll take care of the bill." Zhang Yunlei waved his hand grandly, displaying a generous spirit.
"All right, with that said, you're in," Liu Xingchen replied, a smile breaking across his face.
Zhang Yunlei chuckled inwardly. Such verbal promises were easy to make, the true fulfillment of them was known only to him.
After a brief visit to the restroom, he unhesitatingly exited the barbecue shop, hailing a cab and departing.
At that moment, the weight that had burdened his heart was finally lifted. There was no way they could find him after this meal.
Could he have really slipped away? Xiaobing glanced uncertainly at Liu Xingchen and Yue Yunpeng. Does it even require thought? He must have taken the opportunity to leave.
Liu Xingchen responded with conviction.
He left? Why didn't we stop him? The bill hasn't been settled yet. Are we truly going to let the three of us foot the bill? Weren't we supposed to trick him into paying?
Xiaobing's anxious expression prompted Liu Xingchen to chuckle.
Who said that if he left, he wouldn't have to settle the bill? Are you planning to keep a tab and have Brother Braid pay us back later? Xiaobing pondered the possibility of making Zhang Yunlei cover the costs.
Liu Xingchen smiled at Yue Yunpeng. No need for such trouble, we can simply deduct it from his salary.
Deduct from his salary?
Yue Yunpeng and Xiaobing exchanged glances, completely taken aback by this idea.
Exactly.
Brother Braid just stated that he would cover this meal.
Since he has left, we must find another way. Ultimately, as long as he pays, the method matters not. Upon hearing Liu Xingchen's explanation, Xiaobing and Yue Yunpeng couldn't help but laugh.
I wondered why you were so confident, turns out you had already devised a plan.
Yue Yunpeng remarked with a chuckle. Indeed.
I have a video of Brother Braid explicitly stating he would pay. We're merely adopting an alternative payment method.
Yue Yunpeng nodded.
Although this approach was somewhat unorthodox, given that Brother Braid had verbally committed, it seemed permissible. Let us order a bit more, Brother Braid's salary is substantial, and this meal is but a trifle for him. Back at home, Zhang Yunlei anxiously awaited a call from Liu Xingchen and the others. However, an hour passed with nary a word, piquing his curiosity.
Logically,
his sudden disappearance should have raised their suspicions, prompting them to check on him just as he had done the previous day. Yet, not a single message had been sent, which felt decidedly odd. Could it be they had settled the bill themselves? Or had they devised another solution? The peace of mind he had momentarily found was now replaced with unease.
After careful consideration, Zhang Yunlei decided to call Yue Yunpeng. Brother, how was the meal?
Quite enjoyable.
Have you returned home? You knew I left early? Isn't it obvious? It's been an hour without a sight of you, you must have left. Yue Yunpeng replied,
prompting a smug smile from Zhang Yunlei. Ah, I just remembered some matters I needed to attend to, hence my early departure. As for the bill, I do appreciate your help, it shouldn't cost too much.
Just eat a little more.
Zhang Yunlei felt an exhilarating rush at this moment.
After a day of anticipation,
this was the culmination he had been waiting for. Don't worry, I'll take care of the bill. Our salaries for this month haven't been dispersed yet. So I'll simply deduct it from yours.
Excuse me? Zhang Yunlei felt as if his mind had been struck by lightning. Deduct from my salary? But you just said you would cover the meal. Why would we let you foot the bill?
Yue Yunpeng continued, oblivious to Zhang Yunlei's rising panic.
Since you're home, rest well.
We're still enjoying our meal, so I won't keep you.
Beep. Beep.
The sound of the call disconnecting felt like daggers to Zhang Yunlei's heart. The narrative was unfolding quite differently from what he had envisioned.
How could they possibly deduct from his salary?
Memories of Liu Xingchen repeatedly confirming who would pay began to surface, revealing that he had been ensnared in a trap from the very beginning.
No.
This meal was supposed to be on him, had he returned early.
Wouldn't it be a greater loss?
With this realization, Zhang Yunlei swiftly changed his attire and hailed a cab back to the barbecue shop. Since it was already a given that he would treat, he might as well mitigate some of his losses.
Upon arriving at the barbecue shop,
the sight of teammates still indulging in their feast made Zhang Yunlei's heart ache. He could have spent far less, yet he had insisted on inviting this group. Even his own teammates began to appear less appealing in his eyes.
Chapter 43, Who wouldn't desire to have it?
The fact that Zhang Yunlei was continuously pranked for 2 days became quite the sensation within the entire Deyun society.
Soon, this incident circulated among the members, and before long, it was brought onto the stage by the 8th troop. Art springs from life yet transcends it.
Continuous innovation in comedic performance necessitates the collection of humorous anecdotes from daily life, an indispensable element. The antics of Liu Xingchen and his companions at Zhang Yunlei's expense held significant artistic value.
I believe that a tale woven from such events would surely garner considerable attention. Indeed, this proved to be true.
Upon the debut of this piece, it stirred quite a commotion among fans. Zhang Yunlei's notoriously frugal image was deeply entrenched in the hearts of his admirers. To witness him suffer financially for 2 consecutive days was a rare occurrence. As the principal party involved, Zhang Yunlei had come to terms with the situation. Despite the financial loss, it hardly posed a threat to his well-being.
Furthermore,
this camaraderie among brothers only adds to life's charm.
Ding!
In light of the host's recent forthright remarks, the system has issued a new reward.
Please check your notifications. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for acquiring master-level comedic skills and master-level singing proficiency in the art of crosstalk. After a long-awaited interval, the system has finally delivered its recent rewards. With the acquisition of these 2 accolades, Liu Xingchen's spirits soared even higher. These rewards correspond to the essential elements of crosstalk, humor and song. Having achieved mastery in all 4 foundational skills of crosstalk is immensely beneficial for his future performances. Regardless of the endeavor, one must establish a solid foundation, otherwise, even the loftiest achievements may regress to square one.
Liu Xingchen's emergence has rekindled interest in the Deyun society, leading fans to develop heightened anticipation for crosstalk.
The higher-ups within the society have recognized Liu Xingchen's talents and are poised to promote this exceptionally skilled performer in the days to come.
To effectively elevate him,
one crucial aspect remains: a compatible partner. Since crosstalk performances primarily revolve around duets, mutual understanding is essential for presenting the finest work. Identifying a suitable partner will significantly enhance their collective efforts.
Given Liu Xingchen's current prowess, selecting an appropriate partner must be prioritized.
The Deyun society is keen to adhere to Liu Xingchen's preferences regarding his partner, as he will be performing alongside them in future acts. Choosing a partner he respects will facilitate a more seamless performance. Liu Xingchen has given this matter considerable thought, yet at present, he appears to prefer working solo. His personality bears similarities to Yu Qian, both embodying a carefree and unrestrained demeanor. For Liu Xingchen, performing crosstalk is both a profession and a passion. He does not wish to transform his entire life into work and desires ample time and energy for other pursuits. Should he select a partner? He must also consider their feelings, especially regarding financial pressures, which could compel them to perform crosstalk against their will. This could inevitably lead to disagreements and potential rifts. Rather than rushing, he prefers to observe until he finds a partner who shares his aspirations. He has candidly communicated this perspective to the higher-ups. The Douyin Society has always fostered a democratic environment and ultimately chose to respect Liu Xingchen's wishes. They understand that forcing a partnership yields little sweetness. While the partner issue is temporarily set aside, the scheduled performances of crosstalk must continue. As online videos gained traction, admiration for Liu Xingchen flourished, attracting numerous fans eager to witness his performances. The Douyin Society could not afford to disappoint this enthusiastic audience. In the past few days, Liu Xingchen has partnered with various actors. Regardless of the pairing, his performance has consistently shone brightly, never failing to satisfy the audience. His positive attitude towards crosstalk has inspired many within the Douyin Society. Increasingly, young actors are dedicating their energies to crosstalk performances rather than the pursuit of fame. They believe that recognition should come naturally rather than through dubious means. Much like Liu Xingchen, he has always approached crosstalk with sincerity, never harboring ulterior motives. Yet his fame has grown exponentially. They believe that if they immerse themselves in crosstalk as Liu Xingchen does, they too will eventually gain recognition. This uplifting internal atmosphere has pleased Guo Degang immensely. In fact, he has recently found himself somewhat swept away by the tide of success. Regardless of how the Douyin Society performs, a multitude of supporters will rally behind them. Moreover, even if the performers exert little effort, he perceives no detriment. As long as one individual achieves fame, the cohort of students has not been in vain. Even if no one rises to prominence, it will not hinder the Douyin Society's future recruitment efforts. They can still profit regardless of the circumstances, rendering the need for diligence seemingly irrelevant. However, the previous disappointment expressed online regarding the Douyin Society has prompted Guo Degang to confront the underlying issues. If his goal is merely to achieve fleeting glory for the Douyin Society, then continuing down this path poses no problem. Yet, if he aspires to sustain that brilliance, timely changes are imperative. He had originally devised a series of plans aimed at enacting a thorough transformation. Unexpectedly, Liu Xingchen's performance inadvertently revitalized the enthusiasm of his peers. It must be acknowledged that Yu Qian has indeed acquired an exceptional disciple. It appears that he must now consider limiting the number of students he accepts in the future. Sometimes, admitting an excessive number of disciples proves counterproductive. It may be far more beneficial to take on just one or two. With this realization, Guo Degang found himself inexplicably envious of Yu Qian. One cannot help but admire Liu Xingchen, who wouldn't he desire such a remarkable apprentice? Chapter 44. If one lacks the courage to dream, how can one hope to achieve greatness? It is essential to desire a life beyond mere work, to strive for financial freedom. Only then can one engage in the pursuits that genuinely resonate with the heart. Otherwise, if one cannot even secure the basics of life, how can one entertain notions of hobbies and ideals? It is crucial to recognize that, in today's society, many have witnessed their aspirations succumb to the weight of reality. Liu Xingchen is acutely aware of this truth. Compared to the average individual, his starting point in seeking financial independence is considerably elevated. After all, he has garnered a degree of fame and possesses a wealth of resources at his disposal. Liu Xingchen is not a paragon of virtue. Nor does he aspire to rely solely on his own efforts in every endeavor. It is imperative for anyone to adapt to societal norms and trends rather than exist as an eccentric outlier. Such individuals often face a singular outcome: isolation from the world. In the intricate web of relationships in Huaxia, the essence of social connections cannot be overlooked. In any undertaking, having allies simplifies the process immensely. With a plethora of exceptional resources at his command, failing to leverage them would indeed be a squander. Currently, Liu Xingchen's ambition lies in the realm of the internet. The advent of the digital age has provided convenience to all, fostering genuine exchanges among individuals. To harness the momentum of the internet is to position oneself at the pinnacle of this grand era. There are myriad ways to monetize online, with live streaming sales being among the most direct and effective. However, at this juncture, he has yet to contemplate this avenue. While live streaming sales are certainly feasible, they do not align with his current trajectory. Should his mentor choose to engage in live streaming, there would be no question of success, as he has excelled in every facet. Liu Xingchen, meanwhile, is still in a phase of growth, and premature involvement in live streaming could hinder his progression. Although the path of live streaming sales is not viable for him, supplying products to streamers presents a simpler opportunity. While the earnings from this venture may not rival those of live streaming, they would nonetheless constitute a substantial income.
Presently,
Liu Xingchen aspires to become a supplier for streamers. He places significant emphasis on bags.
The saying "a bag cures all ailments" holds considerable truth, especially in today's climate.
Merchants have ingeniously devised countless holidays to stimulate female consumerism, with bags emerging as the most sought-after and profitable items.
Bags are not essential commodities. One can venture out without them just as easily.
Yet, they have become a primary target for female spending, even when the desire to shop may not be present.
The sight of a favored bag can evoke an irresistible urge to purchase.
This phenomenon results in a persistent cycle of buying, regardless of how many bags one already owns.
Such purchasing power is formidable in any market.
Thus, Liu Xingchen aims to carve out his share in this domain.
Of course,
his choice is not impulsive but rather the result of careful consideration.
The opportunities within this industry are apparent to many, and the competition is more fierce than in other sectors. Nevertheless, Liu Xingchen possesses commendable resources.
Whether it be Sun Yu, Yu Qian, or Guo Degang,
he is well acquainted with numerous industry giants.
By learning from their experiences, he believes establishing his own brand is entirely achievable. This notion has been forming in his mind for several days, and he has already put some details into action. He has procured several in-demand bags, meticulously studying their designs and craftsmanship. Additionally, he has conducted thorough investigations in various factories, gaining significant insights into this field.
In terms of marketing, Liu Xingchen enjoys an inherent advantage.
As long as he can ensure quality and maintain reasonable pricing, he is optimistic about capturing a considerable market share. Through his mentor's connections, Liu Xingchen has secured a piece of land, which will serve as the foundation for his side business. Financially, his mentor has also extended substantial support.
Though Yu Qian often remains understated, his assets are formidable, perhaps even surpassing those of Guo Degang. It is noteworthy that while Guo Degang was still finding his footing, Yu Qian was already the proud owner of several properties, acquiring them during the real estate boom. Each property he purchased has since appreciated exponentially. Furthermore, he has ventured into various industries, with every investment yielding assured returns.
His earnings from acting would easily enable him to acquire a stake in the Diyun Society,
a claim that is far from exaggerated. With such robust financial backing, assisting his disciple in establishing a bag manufacturing enterprise is a trivial matter.
Yu Qian possesses a keen business acumen and is fully supportive of Liu Xingchen's vision.
This mentorship is, in essence, an investment, one he believes will yield gratifying returns.
As Liu Xingchen embarks on this side venture, he has already laid out future plans.
The initial phase will focus on leveraging major streamers for sales,
with the primary goal of enhancing visibility.
The reputation of the audience holds more weight than any accolades.
The success of selling bags parallels the art of crosstalk, ultimately. It hinges on the audience's preferences. Only when they recognize and are willing to invest can one truly grow and thrive.
Otherwise, even with a multitude of streamers,
the outcome may merely be a loss of funds.
Once a solid reputation is established, subsequent operations will become significantly more manageable. He intends to personally cultivate streamers, facilitating direct sales.
This approach will not only reduce streamer fees but also position the brand firmly within the domestic market.
After serving the everyday consumer,
he will gradually upgrade the brand to create a high-end bag, aiming for international markets.
If one is to embark on this journey,
it is vital to transcend narrow interests and pursue ambitions that rival the world's leading enterprises. Although this path is fraught with challenges, Liu Xingchen is prepared. Nothing of worth is achieved without effort, and every success begins with the courage to try.
If one lacks the audacity to dream, how can one hope to accomplish anything significant?
Chapter 45. The unique charm of idol groups. Liu Xingchen has placed the matter of his side career on the agenda. He has not abandoned his passion for crosstalk performance.
Whether it is crosstalk or making dumplings, both belong to the service industry.
The primary mission of the service sector is to cater to the public, earning their recognition, which is the true path to success.
Zhang Yunlei,
who has been tricked twice recently, is once again feeling restless. He firmly believes that one cannot stumble thrice at the same spot. The saying "things do not happen in threes" rings true.
Despite being deceived twice, he remains undeterred.
He is devising all possible methods to recover the cost of the 2 meals he lost. The issue has transcended mere monetary value, it has become a matter of pride. The image he has cultivated over the years as a miser has been tarnished, and he cannot let that go unchallenged.
However, he is still pondering how to reclaim his dignity when Yue Yunpeng approaches him first. "Little Braid, it's been a while since you performed crosstalk. Everyone misses you dearly. Would you like to collaborate with Xingchen? He doesn't have a partner tonight," Yue Yunpeng suggests. Zhang Yunlei is taken aback by the invitation. Upon reflection,
it is indeed true that he has not performed in some time. Although he has always had a deep fondness for singing, it was crosstalk that truly introduced him to the audience. Since he emerged from the stage of crosstalk, it seems fitting to express his gratitude to the audience through a performance. Zhang Yunlei is well aware of his own abilities in crosstalk. Even though he is considered the senior disciple of the Yun school, his skills are eclipsed by many of his juniors. This self-doubt has gradually instilled a sense of fear regarding his performances.
He yearns to stand on stage but fears that his performance may not meet the audience's expectations. However,
after enduring the ups and downs of life, he has begun to find solace.
Crosstalk is indeed meant for the audience, but it is also a form of self-expression. As long as he is satisfied with his performance, that is sufficient. What truly emboldens him is the prospect of partnering with Liu Xingchen. Setting aside other considerations, Liu Xingchen's professional skills are undoubtedly among the finest. Collaborating with such an exceptional actor presents a rare opportunity.
As long as Xingchen does not mind, I am more than willing to facilitate this collaboration, he thinks.
Of course, I wouldn't mind. He even asked me to approach you. Yue Yunpeng retorts with a smile.
In that case, it's settled.
You two can discuss what to perform tonight.
After confirming the performance arrangements, Yue Yunpeng leaves the content for them to contemplate. In the afternoon, Liu Xingchen and Zhang Yunlei meet to discuss the evening's performance. "Brother Braid, your vocal qualities are outstanding, that's your advantage. I believe we can showcase this in our performance.
Let us do a segment centered around Lu Huat Night." Liu Xingchen expresses his thoughts. When partnering with Zhang Yunlei,
it is essential to align with each other's strengths to enhance the performance.
That sounds good. Let us do learning songs tonight.
I'll share my thoughts with you,
and we can refine our ideas together.
They quickly come to a consensus on the content of their performance.
Once the performance details are established, the next step involves refining the subsequent elements.
The segment of learning songs does not have fixed lines, it relies more on the actor's individual styles for creativity.
At this moment,
it is crucial for the actors to have a thorough understanding of the material to avoid faltering during the performance. The two engage in a fruitful exchange regarding the performance content, and Liu Xingchen presents a plethora of imaginative concepts. Upon hearing Liu Xingchen's suggestions,
Zhang Yunlei cannot help but feel a deep admiration.
It is no wonder that Liu Xingchen is so well received. His comprehension of crosstalk and his adept use of comedic timing far surpass his peers.
Tonight, the Sanlitun de Yun Society is once again brimming with an eager crowd.
This situation has persisted for some time. Under Liu Xingchen's influence, the performances of other crosstalk actors at de Yun Society have also seen noticeable improvements. Every performance has become more captivating than before, and the audience's enthusiasm continues to rise. When they learn that Zhang Yunlei will be collaborating with Liu Xingchen tonight,
the attendees are electrified with excitement.
Experiencing Liu Xingchen's crosstalk feels akin to a lottery, no one can predict who he will partner with.
The audience is certain that they have struck gold with tonight's collaboration with Zhang Yunlei.
The thought of this pairing alone is exhilarating. I hope Xingchen maintains his straightforward style and doesn't hold back for Zhang Yunlei.
Rest assured, that's a certainty. Didn't you hear that he tricked Zhang Yunlei out of 2 meals just a few days ago? Ha, my youth has returned.
Zhang Yunlei is back to performing crosstalk. I apologize, Zhang Yunlei, I was wrong to criticize you for stepping away from crosstalk.
It seems you still have a passion for it.
I take back my previous words and hope for your forgiveness.
This truly is a steadfast Liu Xingchen with a constantly shifting array of partners. When he performs, he simply cannot be stopped.
Yet, one must admit, his crosstalk is genuinely something to look forward to. Even before the performance begins, the audience is already buzzing with anticipation. There is no controlling their emotions tonight, these two are simply irresistible.
As the host concludes the introduction, Zhang Yunlei and Liu Xingchen take the stage.
Their entrance captivates the audience immediately, creating an enchanting visual appeal. It feels less like a crosstalk performance and more like an idol group audition.
At a glance,
Liu Xingchen appears to be the more handsome one, while Zhang Yunlei seems to have gained a bit of weight, yet he still retains his charm. The aesthetic appeal of the crosstalk world is in their hands. It seems future performances will only become increasingly competitive, those lacking in looks may find themselves sidelined from crosstalk. I can hardly contain my heart, both of them are overwhelming me.
The female audience members exclaim, their cheeks flushed as if in love.
The sensation of experiencing crosstalk with an idol group vibe is simply unparalleled. Chapter 46, after all, it has been quite a while since you last performed a comic dialogue. As Zhang Yunlei stepped onto the stage, he felt an undeniable shift in his demeanor. The eager expressions on the faces of the audience reminded him of his inaugural performance. At that time, the gazes directed at him were imbued with curiosity, as they were unfamiliar with his craft.
However, now, the eyes of the audience sparkled with anticipation,
hoping he would deliver an extraordinary performance. This subtle yet profound transformation in trust encapsulated the audience's affection for him.
At that moment,
he seemed to grasp the essence of comic dialogue, understanding the reason for his continued pursuit of this art form. With a newfound mindset, his expression naturally reflected this change. Feeling the audience's fervor, Zhang Yunlei beamed and said, thank you for your warm applause. It has been a long time since I heard such enthusiastic clapping.
I am truly grateful.
Following this, he bowed deeply in gratitude for their support and recognition. Indeed, it had been quite a while since he had received such fervent applause. Especially since he had not performed comic dialogue in some time.
Ah!
Liu Xingchen seized the moment to interject, and his words created quite a stir. He remained true to his forthright self, often surprising others with his candid remarks. Zhang Yunlei felt a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced at Liu Xingchen.
Although there was some truth to his statement, could he not be a tad more subtle? Liu Xingchen, perplexed, responded, how should I phrase it then? It's simply been a long time since you performed comic dialogue, hasn't it? You wouldn't want me to deceive the audience, would you? They are not naive.
They know as well as I do whether or not you have been performing. Zhang Yunlei realized he could not win an argument with Liu Xingchen and bravely continued, indeed. It has been quite a while since I last performed comic dialogue, he chuckled. After a brief silence, he too began to laugh. Although it has been some time, I have missed this stage dearly and long to stand here once more to delight everyone with a captivating performance. The reason I have not been performing is that I have been preoccupied with other endeavors, as I am preparing to transition into a new career. His serious tone immediately piqued the audience's curiosity, and all eyes converged on him, eager to learn about his future plans.
Transitioning? Are you planning to practice diving? Liu Xingchen's humorous remark once again elicited laughter from the crowd.
Zhang Yunlei shot him a disapproving look.
Diving? I intend to pursue singing. Liu Xingchen was taken aback.
I thought you were going to train for diving. After all, you have experience, you bravely jumped from a 10-meter platform into the water. So surely diving would be a breeze for you.
Zhang Yunlei sighed, I would love to, but do you think my body can handle that now?
If I attempted another 10-meter dive, I would surely fall apart.
Comic dialogue performers share a delightful trait, they can take a joke.
After Liu Xingchen's playful jibe about Zhang Yunlei's diving prowess, Zhang Yunlei joined in on the merriment. It is this ability to engage in lighthearted banter that makes comic performances exceptionally enjoyable. It is worth noting that many contemporary performers are burdened by the weight of their public personas. When appearing on stage, they often avoid sensitive topics, steering clear of anything that might cast them in a negative light. While this approach may allow them to present a polished facade to the audience, it can also mislead the public. Once one chooses to become a public figure, they must accept all evaluations from the audience. Those who cannot embrace this yet choose to play the part are genuinely frustrating. You make a fair point, after all, you excel at dry diving. If it involves water, you might find it difficult to adjust.
Liu Xingchen nodded sagely, seemingly in agreement with Zhang Yunlei's assessment.
Zhang Yunlei, however, shook his head in resignation. Liu Xingchen's candor surpassed his expectations. Let us set aside the diving for now, we are discussing my aspirations to become a singer.
What's the matter? Is comic dialogue not lucrative enough for you? Are you aiming to earn some money through singing as well?
Ah! Liu Xingchen laughed heartily.
You certainly don't shy away from addressing the audience, do you?
In your case, there is no topic too taboo. His words struck a chord. As it is indeed common for comic dialogue performers to seek financial gain through singing. After all, they often share the same fan base. If one finds comic dialogue insufficiently profitable, it is only natural to explore singing as an additional avenue for revenue.
Is this really an appropriate subject for discussion? Is Xingchen not concerned about offending anyone?
Zhang Yunlei admired Liu Xingchen's forthrightness, he spoke without fear. I too have pondered this, I initially believed his intentions were purely financial. I never expected Liu Xingchen to voice such a perspective today.
In response to Liu Xingchen's unexpected inquiry, Zhang Yunlei replied earnestly, financial gain?
That is not my intention at all, I am simply pursuing my passion. Those familiar with him understood his lifelong love for singing and his aspiration to become a true singer.
Liu Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. If that is the case, why did you not choose the path of a singer from the outset? Why resort to comic dialogue?
Zhang Yunlei felt a hint of guilt. It was simply that singing lacked recognition, so I had to earn some money through comic dialogue first.
Liu Xingchen's expression brightened with realization. Ah, so all this time,
you were indeed trying to make money. Zhang Yunlei shrugged helplessly. Think what you will, as long as I remain true to myself, that is all that matters.
Very well.
If you claim not to be driven by profit, then you must demonstrate your abilities to substantiate your claims. Liu Xingchen challenged.
How so?
It is quite simple. If you aspire to be a singer, you must possess a solid understanding of the industry, at the very least knowing the public's tastes, what they enjoy listening to,
and what does not appeal to them. Upon hearing Liu Xingchen's demands, Zhang Yunlei smiled with confidence. Is that all?
I have thoroughly researched this matter.
And I am confident that no one understands it better than I do. His self-assured demeanor captured the audience's attention once more,
as they eagerly awaited to see whether he truly possessed the knowledge he claimed or if he was merely boasting.
Chapter 47, The Ox-and-Horse Duo. When the conversation turned to the realm of music, Zhang Yunlei exuded newfound confidence.
In discussing the most popular songs of the moment, one cannot overlook the question of which artist reigns supreme. Nowadays, listeners tend to gravitate towards artists, and the more an artist breaks through the mainstream, the greater the popularity of their songs.
Take, for instance, the current sensation, Hua, one of the most beloved singers of the time. Hua? Liu Xingchen pondered deeply,
struggling to match him with a familiar artist, but ultimately came up empty.
You don't know Hua? Who is that? Li Ronghao. Zhang Yunlei exclaimed. Oh. Liu Xingchen nodded, realizing that Hua was indeed Li Ronghao. Zhang Yunlei continued, and what about Han?
With a confident grin, Liu Xingchen replied, I know him.
He is a writer, a race car driver, and a director, right? Wait a minute, none of those seem related to singing.
Zhang Yunlei remarked, exasperatedly staring at Liu Xingchen.
If you know he is unrelated, why mention him? I meant Han, not Han.
Zhang Yunlei chuckled.
Ha ha ha. So who is Han? Liu Xingchen asked. Lu Han. Zhang Yunlei clarified. Do you call Lu Han Lulu?
Liu Xingchen waved dismissively.
Not at all. The only Lulu I can think of is Almond.
They both laughed heartily.
And then there's Qianqian, another popular singer. Liu Xingchen exclaimed with excitement.
I definitely know Qianqian, Yu Qian, my master. He is the vice president of the Rock Association and a professional singer, yet I didn't realize he was this popular.
Zhang Yunlei's expression darkened instantly. Yu Qian? How could you even think of that? Aside from smoking, drinking, and styling his hair, can you name any of his representative works?
Liu Xingchen scratched his head awkwardly,
searching his mind. It seems I can't. Ha ha ha.
I was talking about Qianqian, that is Shui Jiqian, not Yu Qian.
Zhang Yunlei laughed. Oh. Those two are quite similar, aren't they? They both sing. Liu Xingchen retorted.
And there's a group that has become incredibly popular, named after animals. Zhang Yunlei began to say before Liu Xingchen interrupted him.
I definitely know this one. The ox and horse duo. Zhang Yunlei couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. The ox and horse duo? How could you think of that?
They are called Phoenix Legend, and you've turned them into the ox and horse duo.
With a look of mock indignation, Liu Xingchen replied, but you mentioned an animal duo, didn't you?
Feeling a surge of authority, Zhang Yunlei grew even more animated. Speaking of the Phoenix group, there's a song that has been all the rage lately. I wonder if you've heard it? It's called The Temptation of the Wolf.
With that, Zhang Yunlei broke into song. How I long to sing a love song.
As he got into the groove, he added some movements.
It's the wolf that offers temptation. I've dried up my loneliness. What is this? In the sky of desire. Why are you doing this? You're my everything. Liu Xingchen interjected,
providing an impromptu comedic response that elevated the atmosphere to new heights.
Everyone wore smiles, thoroughly enjoying the unexpected humor. However, in that moment, only Zhang Yunlei felt the sting of disappointment as he looked at Liu Xingchen with a pained expression. Brother, do you really need to add comedic timing to singing? Liu Xingchen, equally aggrieved, responded, Isn't that how the song goes?
I thought the male in the duo was always the comedic relief.
True enough. To be honest,
I had the same misconception. It feels like that guy is just a comedic foil.
Zhang Yunlei pondered.
If we analyze it this way, it seems quite reasonable.
We've discovered the correct way to interpret their songs, simply view them from the perspective of a comedic skit. Can't say there's no merit to that.
It's more about saying there's no flaw. After an amusing exchange, Zhang Yunlei resumed, nowadays, audiences tend to first gravitate towards the artist before appreciating their songs. Of course, there are exceptions. Some songs gain popularity due to the success of the dramas they're featured in.
Recently,
there was a hit drama called 3 Lives 3 Worlds, and its theme song gained popularity because of it. Liu Xingchen nodded in agreement. That's precisely how I heard the song. It was because of that drama.
Zhang Yunlei cleared his throat. Actually, that theme song is quite beautiful. Let me sing a few lines for you. The audience applauded eagerly, anticipating the performance.
I won't tire at all. I've danced through 3 lives and 3 worlds.
You mean this drama is a dance piece? Liu Xingchen interrupted. Ha ha ha. What dance piece?
Zhang Yunlei queried, bewildered.
Isn't it a romance? Where's the romance? All 3 Lives 3 Worlds does is dance. Liu Xingchen retorted. And on top of that, they want to keep dancing. Isn't that a dance piece? Well, it's certainly isn't a dance piece, it's more of a psychological drama. What sane person would dance through 3 lives? Ha ha ha.
Zhang Yunlei paused, realizing, oh dear, I sang it wrong. The theme song for 3 Lives 3 Worlds isn't sung like that.
My apologies. Let me sing it again.
I cannot hold tight to the past, extinguishing the light of the soul. As Zhang Yunlei sang with earnestness, his performance proved impactful. Although this song is notoriously difficult to sing, it flowed effortlessly from his lips.
Meanwhile, Liu Xingchen joined in,
listening to the whispers in the wind,
striking at someone's sorrowful heart.
As Liu Xingchen's voice resonated, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They had thought Zhang Yunlei's rendition was remarkable. Yet Liu Xingchen's performance soared to even greater heights.
At that moment,
it felt as if they were not merely witnessing a comedic performance but were genuinely immersed in a concert. The delightful experience, where joy and musical enchantment intertwined,
was utterly exhilarating.
Chapter 48. I thought you were calling someone to play mahjong. Liu Xingchen's performance astonished not only the audience but also his fellow performer, Zhang Yunlei.
Wow. I didn't expect you could sing too.
Liu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively. Oh, this is merely standard procedure.
If a crosstalk performer cannot sing,
it merely indicates a lack of foundational skills. The audience wholeheartedly agreed, as singing is indeed a fundamental skill among the 4 disciplines of crosstalk performance. Zhang Yunlei scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing this.
So you're saying I only turn to singing because I can't perform crosstalk? Isn't that the truth? Liu Xingchen's bluntness made Zhang Yunlei feel somewhat despondent.
It does seem to be, he chuckled, ultimately conceding. Though my crosstalk skills may be lacking, I know how to play to my strengths.
My current focus is on singing. He continued.
There are numerous genres of music, including rock, hip-hop, ballads, light music, heavy metal,
and so forth.
Liu Xingchen nodded appreciatively. I must admit, you have indeed done extensive research in this area.
Of course. Absolutely. My enthusiasm is ablaze. Zhang Yunlei exclaimed. How so? Liu Xingchen inquired. Let us just say my passion is ignited. Zhang Yunlei elaborated, through my thorough exploration. I discovered that even those with poor pitch can sing beautifully. Upon hearing this, a portion of the audience perked up. In today's social culture,
karaoke has become a common means of interaction. Yet, some individuals, due to their less than ideal vocal capabilities, often choose to remain in the shadows during such gatherings. It is not that they do not wish to engage, but rather they feel insecure about revealing their shortcomings.
Zhang Yunlei's topic undoubtedly captured everyone's attention.
If there truly exists a method for tone-deaf individuals to sing well, countless karaoke stars might soon emerge.
Liu Xingchen noticed the audience's reaction and became their spokesperson. Are you certain there truly is a solution? You're not just spouting nonsense, are you? Zhang Yunlei confidently responded, of course. I would never deceive you.
If I say there is a method, then there certainly is, and it is guaranteed to be effective. Liu Xingchen, somewhat skeptical, looked at Zhang Yunlei.
If that is the case, why don't you share this method with everyone so they can judge its validity?
Zhang Yunlei nodded with a smile.
No problem. In truth,
it is quite simple to help tone-deaf individuals sing pleasantly. One merely needs to select songs with relatively straightforward melodies.
Relatively straightforward melodies? Liu Xingchen echoed. Exactly. For instance,
take the song July Above. It is particularly suitable for those who struggle with pitch. I rise like dust, pursuing the bare reverse flight, rushing to the July execution ground.
Time burns scorching hot.
As he sang a couple of lines, the audience couldn't help but nod in agreement.
Liu Xingchen suddenly understood. Ah.
So this song has only one melody, even a tone-deaf person can hardly go off-key.
Zhang Yunlei enthusiastically affirmed, precisely. That's the point. Why not give it a try? Eager to demonstrate, Liu Xingchen accepted without hesitation.
I wish to ride the waves, traversing the yellow sands and oceans.
Rather than misunderstandings, I shall not disappoint eternity. Zhang Yunlei wore an expression that seemed to say, see? Is this not so?
Liu Xingchen wholeheartedly continued singing. I wish you were a girl, never straying from your home.
Standing at your door, calling me a rogue.
Zhang Yunlei, initially absorbed in the performance, now wore a look of skepticism.
Are you sure this is July Above? Something seems off.
Though he pondered this, he did not interrupt. Let me approach you, walk to your bed, let me embrace you, holding you in my arms.
Suddenly,
the doorbell rang, and in walked old Wang from next door.
3 of us in bed, la 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 la. Stop. 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 Quickly, halt. Zhang Yunlei interjected.
Are you sure this is July Above?
Liu Xingchen protested, is it not July Above? The audience, well versed in innuendo, immediately grasped the double entendre. You know, this song is indeed July Above. I believe this version is a first for me. Is there a music video? I'm quite curious. Liu Xingchen's straightforwardness shone through even in his singing, resonating with the hearts of countless men.
Goodness, this crosstalk performer knows how to play. The information conveyed is quite substantial. This song could indeed alter the perception of tone deafness. As the audience's focus had shifted entirely from the performance itself.
While the audience was exhilarated, Liu Xingchen appeared dissatisfied. Wait, I haven't even finished my song. Why did you interrupt me? Zhang Yunlei replied earnestly, why should I not?
If you were truly enjoying yourself, we would find ourselves in deep trouble for public indecency.
Liu Xingchen retorted, what do you mean by public indecency?
As Zhang Yunlei noted Liu Xingchen's obstinacy, he chose not to argue further.
Actions speak louder than words.
Since you're determined to go down this path, no one can stop you.
Fine, since you claim it's nothing, continue singing. However, I must warn you. If anything arises, you must ensure it does not involve me or the audience.
Without a word, Liu Xingchen resumed his song.
Next on the bed.
We opened a deck of cards, playing a few rounds of landlord, thoroughly enjoying ourselves.
2 threes with 2 kings, running at full speed. La 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 la. La 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 la.
After finishing, Liu Xingchen gazed intently at Zhang Yunlei.
Now, tell me, where exactly is the indecent content? You better clarify.
Zhang Yunlei wanted to refute but was at a loss for words.
How was I to know you were singing about landlord?
Liu Xingchen paused momentarily.
What did you think? Ha? I thought you were calling someone to play mahjong.
Chapter 49, perhaps this is the natural result of habit.
A single question, what do you think? Left Zhang Yunlei utterly bewildered. What was initially intended as a discussion on the dissemination of obscene information had unexpectedly transformed into a game of do di zhu.
One can only say that Chinese culture is indeed profound and extensive. Any explanation seems plausible.
Ahem, would you agree that my previous analysis was correct? This song, July,
seems to be a blessing for those who are tone deaf.
Liu Xingchen nodded in affirmation. That much is true. Yet,
it appears that this one song cannot bring about any significant change. Once the song is finished, we return to the status quo. Zhang Yunlei smiled mysteriously.
That is certainly not the case.
Besides this song, there are many other suitable genres, such as folk music. The rhythm of folk songs is quite light and perfectly suited for those lacking musicality. For instance, there was a song recently titled Miss Dong,
which is very fitting for performance. Could you share a couple of lines? Miss Dong, your nose has 2 holes. Ha ha ha. Goodness. It turns out Miss Dong is just a transformation of Beiji. Ugh. What Beiji? Can you refrain from causing such chaos? If you don't stir things up, I can hardly go wrong. Liu Xingchen was taken aback. Did I say anything? Ha ha ha.
Zhang Yunlei adjusted his demeanor and spoke again.
Miss Dong. You extinguished your cigarette and reminisced about the past. You suggested we leave it at the first half of the night. Oh. Wait. I must say, you truly understand, miss. The time has been revealed. Zhang Yunlei appeared somewhat perplexed. What's wrong with me? How did you know I understand, miss? Liu Xingchen retorted, reflect on how you sang it.
They referred to it as the first half of life, yet you turned it into the first half of the night.
Is there no difference? There is a significant difference. One is laborious. The other tiresome. Ugh. Classic.
Miss Dong, you extinguished your cigarette and reminisced about the past. You said, let us leave it at the first half of life.
Regardless of your request for money.
Miss Dong, you know I have long been accustomed to complimentary offerings.
When you suddenly ask me for money, I can't help but think you're a bit shameless. Ugh. Ha ha ha. The audience was all smiles. Some even pounded their thighs,
attempting to regain composure. Yet, no matter how hard they struggled, they could not contain their emotions, laughing even more heartily.
Backstage, the ensemble of performers recognized the brilliance of today's show. Is the comedic performance of Yi truly this amusing now? Goodness, the jokes just keep coming. And look who stands beside him. This is all the work Liu Xige compiled this afternoon. Liu Xige is indeed exceptionally talented, his creative prowess is admirable.
I truly enjoy their performances, every line feels iconic. To deliver such lines with such ease is remarkable. My master said that authentic comedic performances must transcend the very term performance, devoid of any theatrical traces, resembling casual conversation.
This is the essence of true artistry.
I did not understand before, but after witnessing Liu Xige's performance today, it appears I have finally grasped it.
No wonder Master Yu seldom disciplines Liu Xige.
It turns out he has already mastered it, requiring no further learning.
Returning to the stage, their performance continued unabated. You're not simply understanding the miss. You're exploiting her. Ha ha ha.
Zhang Yunlei did not pursue the topic further and instead directed the conversation. Just say whether this song is suitable for tone-deaf singing.
Liu Xingchen hesitated.
You can hardly tell when you sing it.
If that's the case, why not sing it again to truly feel it? Liu Xingchen nodded.
It seems that is the only option. Miss Dong, you extinguished your cigarette and discussed pricing. The audience originally expected Liu Xingchen to sing more normally.
Yet he surprised them all. Just the first line invigorated everyone, eager to hear his rendition of Miss Dong.
Miss Dong, you extinguished your cigarette and discussed pricing. You said the first half of the night would suffice, I still have guests.
Miss Dong, you donned your clothes and took the money. You said today would be enough. We have tomorrow as well.
Therefore, nothing is genuine, Miss Dong.
You are certainly not just a classmate without XY.
Falling for a miss whose husband is a comedic performer leaves me in despair, Miss Dong.
Ugh.
When Liu Xingchen concluded his song, the audience erupted,
rising to their feet in sheer excitement. Truly, comedic performers possess an unparalleled understanding of the miss.
One can only say that both of these individuals have rich life experiences. Had they not encountered certain events, they could not possibly convey such sentiments. Previously, I doubted that Deyun society was a rogue group. But now I see my perspective was too narrow. I may be a young girl, yet I am inexplicably addicted to such comedic performances.
Having come to enjoy comedy, who among us remains serious? Everyone craves these irreverent performances.
Art springs from life yet transcends it. Both individuals evidently possess ample life experience.
However, why seek out the miss when I could easily do so myself? Their continuous irreverent singing propelled the audience into a frenzy. At this moment,
if nothing were to be said, it would seem inappropriate in light of such a performance.
Zhang Yunlei gazed at Liu Xingchen, remaining silent for nearly 10 seconds.
I believed I understood the miss sufficiently, yet it seems I underestimated myself. You truly grasped the essence of the miss.
Ha.
I learned all this from my master. I myself do not truly understand.
What a coincidence.
I too learned it from my master. The two exchanged glances,
sharing a knowing smile.
Thus, it appears they truly comprehend the miss. Indeed, they possess greater authority on this subject.
Ha.
A simple remark inadvertently threw both of their masters under the bus. To speak frankly, when it comes to deflecting responsibility, both are quite adept.
This is undoubtedly a masterful act of deflection. Moreover, the way they deflected was quite convincing. Whether it be Guo Degang or Yu Qian, both certainly seem to grasp the essence of the miss.
If one were to claim they possess expertise in this area, it would be beyond dispute.
Once more,
the audience erupted in laughter. Reflecting on the previous performances of Guo Degang and Yu Qian, they could even envision the two understanding the miss. Perhaps this is simply the result of habit becoming second nature. Chapter 50, Speaking honestly, let the facts speak for themselves. In the realm of Xiangxing performances led by Lu Hua, the humor tends to be less densely packed.
This is an inherent characteristic of the genre,
which primarily focuses on the art of singing. The audience is there to appreciate the performer's vocal prowess and professional skills.
However, today's collaboration between Zhang Yunlei and Liu Xingchen has truly astonished everyone.
These two, while adhering to tradition, infused the performance with an abundance of wit, allowing the audience to relish professionalism alongside the joy they sought. Who could possibly resist such a performance? I must apologize to Zhang Yunlei for my previous biases. I had assumed his Xiangxing lacked humor and was merely awkward. It is now evident that he possesses genuine talent. I genuinely did not understand why anyone would enjoy Zhang Yunlei's performances until today. I finally comprehend the reason.
Witnessing such a performance feels like a rare gem. Surpassing it seems unlikely, let alone replicating it.
One of my wisest decisions this year was attending today's Xiangxing performance. It was indeed worth every penny.
Why do I still find myself echoing the melodies sung by the duo?
The peculiar thing is, I do not even grasp the lyrics. Dear lady, the audience's chatter has been ignited, as they candidly express their current emotions. A truly remarkable piece can instantly elevate the atmosphere, bringing joy to everyone. Perhaps this is why Xiangxing is better suited for live performances. After all, happiness is contagious.
Are we certain this is a typical singing performance? Zhang Yunlei inquired, eyeing Liu Xingchen with a hint of uncertainty. It should be, right? Aren't we learning to sing? Liu Xingchen replied. Precisely. Zhang Yunlei chuckled. Let us speak candidly. Was what I just said not quite reasonable? Candidly? I doubt I can out-argue you on that.
Liu Xingchen retorted, feigning innocence.
What do you mean by speaking candidly? Did you not say that? I meant to say, let us speak from the heart. Why is your mind so impure?
Liu Xingchen feigned a look of innocence. In the end, it seemed to turn into my fault.
Zhang Yunlei continued, let us speak candidly, am I not sharing professional knowledge? Liu Xingchen wished to correct him but ultimately relented. You may assert whatever you wish, after all, you are always correct. Then it is settled. Since we are correct in our assertions, does that mean we could become singers? Liu Xingchen did not dispute the claim. Of course. Anyone has the right to be a singer.
However, to truly be one, you must have your own original work, you cannot merely cover others' songs. Zhang Yunlei clapped his hands.
Indeed, you have hit the nail on the head. To be a singer, one must possess an original piece. Coincidentally,
I do have an original song title, Jumping into the Murky River.
The mere mention of the title elicited laughter from the audience. What a name, brimming with significance. Jumping into the Murky River?
If I am not mistaken, it must be a sister piece to Exploring the Clear Water River.
Zhang Yunlei nodded without hesitation. Have you heard my song?
Liu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively.
Come now, does one even need to listen?
Any reasonable person could deduce that.
Do not tell me the first line is also on the tip of the peach leaf?
Zhang Yunlei shook his head.
No, it is not.
It seems you have indeed never heard this song.
Here's the deal, since I am in a good mood today, I shall present the debut of this song on stage.
The audience buzzed with excitement upon hearing that Zhang Yunlei would perform his new song.
Who would have thought that attending a Xiangxing performance would coincide with a new song release?
The ticket seems to have provided exceptional value.
As the audience's enthusiasm grew, Zhang Yunlei became increasingly animated and began to sing.
On the tip of the willow leaf, the peach leaves cover the sky, seated is the wise elder.
Listen to what I have to say,
Upon hearing Zhang Yunlei's singing, silence enveloped the room.
The melody, the lyrics, why did they seem so familiar? Good heavens!
All this time, Jumping into the Murky River is merely a name change from Exploring the Clear Water River, with the lyrics just a slight inversion.
Liu Xingchen stared at Zhang Yunlei in astonishment. Is this Jumping into the Murky River? Yes, it is sung beautifully, and the lyrics are commendable. Zhang Yunlei responded confidently. But come now, this is not mere imitation, this is outright replication. Zhang Yunlei replied assertively, what do you know? This is called creative adaptation.
I intend to register this song for intellectual property rights, anyone wishing to perform it must pay me royalties. Liu Xingchen found the notion increasingly absurd.
Just this? You wish to register intellectual property? Can we maintain some dignity? Zhang Yunlei looked bewildered. Dignity? What good is that? It cannot be eaten. Ha! With your attitude,
you'll surely find yourself in trouble someday.
Zhang Yunlei adopted a fearless demeanor. Death?
I'm not boasting, I came into this world without the intention of leaving alive.
Do you think I fear death? Liu Xingchen pondered this for a moment. You ought to have a plan for survival. At that moment,
the audience realized that Zhang Yunlei had not uttered anything profound, it was merely a wordplay, rendering his statements meaningless.
Liu Xingchen's candid remarks were truly powerful. Otherwise,
Zhang Yunlei would have pulled off quite the act. The carefully constructed atmosphere had been dismantled by Liu Xingchen, leaving Zhang Yunlei in utter dismay. If we cannot articulate ourselves,
we should refrain from speaking, no one considers you mute. Not at all.
The audience paid to see our performance, if I remain silent, I would be doing a disservice to their ticket purchase.
Exactly. Well said. No flaws in that. The audience, eager for entertainment, chimed in. Seeing this,
Zhang Yunlei had no choice but to clamp his mouth shut. His every movement was under the scrutiny of the crowd. Such a shift in expression could hardly escape their notice, and soon everyone erupted into laughter once more. Liu Xingchen's forthright comments were truly unpredictable. Sometimes, one knows precisely how he will respond, yet cannot find a counterargument. His debating skills were undeniably impressive. It seems everyone could learn from Liu Xingchen's expressive techniques in their daily lives. Speaking honestly, let the facts speak for themselves. Chapter 51. Good heavens! This is outrageous. The art of crosstalk is truly a test of rapport, particularly in the context of duo performances where the expectations soar even higher. Each individual's perception of humor varies, leading to differing thresholds for comedic acceptance. Frequently, the intended comedic effect envisioned by the performer may elude the understanding of their partner. Consequently, a potentially brilliant punchline might fall flat, failing to elicit any response. In such moments, the synergy between the performers becomes paramount. Only by comprehending each other's true intentions can the performance meet, or even surpass, expectations. However, today, the partnership between Liu Xingchen and Zhang Yunlei has defied this notion. Despite it being their inaugural collaboration, their dynamic felt as though they had been working together for years. This chemistry not only provided comfort to the audience but also allowed the actors to perform seamlessly. The audience was thoroughly entertained, and it was impossible for the performance to be anything less than exhilarating. Brother, I was hoping to promote my song during today's performance, but you seem to be leaving me no room for that. Is that a bit inconsiderate? Zhang Yunlei expressed his exasperation. Encountering such a straightforward partner must be quite the challenge for anyone. Is it inconsiderate? I find it rather enjoyable. If there's anything amiss, it should be that your song isn't quite up to par, which has nothing to do with me. Liu Xingchen countered, not one to easily accept blame. Did you just insinuate my song is subpar? Very well, in that case, I shall unleash my secret weapon, Zhang Yunlei declared, rolling up his sleeves with an air of confidence. What secret weapon? Are you going to give us another rendition of that muddled river song? Liu Xingchen teased. Absolutely not. I was merely jesting earlier. The song I am about to present is the one I genuinely wish to promote, Zhang Yunlei replied, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. What song do you intend to promote? Liu Xingchen inquired with curiosity. Zhang Yunlei smirked with disdain. This song is remarkable, suitable for all ages, and universally acclaimed. His declaration piqued the audience's interest, especially since Zhang Yunlei had been diligently honing his craft in recent times. Perhaps he was indeed returning with a new song. With this thought, anticipation for Zhang Yunlei's upcoming performance grew. Relishing in the spotlight, Zhang Yunlei took a moment to compose himself before launching into song. Grandfather's father is called grandpa, grandfather's mother is called grandma, his uncle, his second uncle, his third uncle is called. Before he could finish, Liu Xingchen interrupted. Let us stop right there. This song is practically ubiquitous. For just $1, you can hear it any time. Zhang Yunlei was visibly displeased. Are you certain you've actually listened to my performance? Can you hear what his uncles are called for just $1? Liu Xingchen appeared perplexed. What on earth are you talking about? Don't know, do you? While this also serves as a lesson in lineage, it certainly holds value. Just consider how widely it has been sung since its release. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Xingchen responded, I can't say for certain if it's widely sung, but I'm sure the criticisms are plentiful. He then expressed curiosity about what the uncles were named. Zhang Yunlei smiled mysteriously. You don't know, do you? Liu Xingchen shook his head. I genuinely have no idea. With a confident pat on his chest, Zhang Yunlei proclaimed, listen closely, his uncle, his second uncle, and his third uncle are all called uncle. Liu Xingchen sighed in resignation. This question had clearly been answered, yet it felt as though it remained unresolved. If that's the case, then his aunt's second aunt's third aunt should be called auntie. Zhang Yunlei looked astonished. How did you know my next lyric? Liu Xingchen frowned. Oh, give me a break. As laughter erupted around them, the duo concluded their performance. Every individual present felt a sense of satisfaction. The essence of crosstalk is to evoke laughter. And experiencing joy is perhaps the most delightful sensation of all. Many attendees had entered with heavy hearts, burdened by challenges in their work and personal lives. Yet,
After enjoying this segment of crosstalk, all their worries dissipated. Upon reflection, life is indeed a series of moments. Happiness lasts a day, and sorrow can linger just as long. Rather than wallowing in sadness, it is far better to embrace each joyful day. Regardless of one's emotions, the inevitable challenges must be faced, and problems will eventually require resolution. Since escape is unattainable, acceptance is the most prudent course. After concluding their performance, Zhang Yunlei and Liu Xingchen exited the stage in succession. Once backstage, Zhang Yunlei involuntarily exclaimed, "That was exhilarating."
Indeed, Zhang Yunlei had been performing crosstalk for quite some time, surpassing many of his contemporaries. Yet, the sense of achievement he derived from the stage had been minimal. All too often, he approached the stage filled with hope,
eager to deliver his best to the audience and to receive their joyful feedback.
Unfortunately, the outcomes had consistently fallen short of his aspirations.
Despite his diligent preparation,
the results were far from satisfactory, leading to a gradual erosion of his confidence and enthusiasm for the craft.
However, today's performance felt like a rejuvenating surge of energy for his crosstalk career. His entire demeanor underwent a transformative shift.
It was not that he lacked the ability to make people laugh, rather, he had yet to discover the appropriate approach. When genuine smiles illuminated the audience's faces,
he experienced an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. Zhang Yunlei's exhilaration resonated with another performer backstage.
"Perhaps this is why people are drawn to crosstalk.
Wasn't that absolutely delightful?" Liu Xingchen inquired at the opportune moment. Without hesitation, Zhang Yunlei nodded.
"Indeed, it was incredibly refreshing.
I've never felt this way before."
Liu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with mischief.
"Since it was so delightful, shall we treat everyone to dinner tonight?"
"Of course."
"Wait a moment." Zhang Yunlei, realizing the implication, attempted to retract his statement.
But Liu Xingchen promptly presented a video he had just recorded. "Brother, a word once spoken cannot be taken back.
Are you truly considering reneging on your promise?"
For one, don't mind, after all, your pledge is on record.
If necessary, we can always have Luan Ge deducted from your pay." Zhang Yunlei was left speechless, exclaiming, "Oh, come on. This is absurd." Chapter 52. This seems to be a painfully profound realization.
I do not wish to take advantage without reciprocation. Yet there are indeed those willing to bear the cost. After enjoying a delightful indulgence, Liu Xingchen felt an extraordinary sense of elation. It must be said, the thrill of benefiting without expense is truly exhilarating.
Moreover, this feeling of continuous enjoyment is simply irresistible. No wonder everyone now favors the allure of the free.
This sensation of companionship, akin to the joy of not having to invest, is genuinely hard to resist.
Ding! The system detected the host's candid remarks and issued a new reward. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring foundational knowledge of martial arts.
The voice of the system echoed in Liu Xingchen's mind at just the right moment, heightening his spirits even further.
Yet, the nature of the reward surprised him somewhat.
Logically, as a dedicated crosstalk performer, the reward should pertain to his craft.
Instead, the system delivered knowledge related to martial arts.
Could it be that this is a multidimensional world? Is the revival of spiritual energy imminent?
Liu Xingchen's breath quickened, and he envisioned himself as a formidable figure in the martial arts realm.
However,
upon reviewing the so-called martial arts knowledge, his previous aspirations evaporated instantly. What he received was not a secret technique but rather a collection of information relevant to the martial arts world.
This knowledge could easily be gleaned from books,
and the system merely compiled it. Faced with such an outcome, Liu Xingchen felt a mix of emotions.
Yet, upon further reflection, this reward did seem quite beneficial. Crosstalk is an art that demands a vast reservoir of knowledge.
One must not only master the intricacies of crosstalk itself but also acquire knowledge from various fields. Only then can one generate a continuous stream of material and create an unending array of works. The martial arts knowledge awarded to him directly enriched Liu Xingchen's previously barren understanding of the genre, enabling him to venture into martial arts-themed creations in the future. To speak candidly, every boy harbors a dream of martial prowess from a young age.
We all fantasize about one day becoming a hero, righting wrongs and maintaining justice. However,
As age and experience accumulate, such thoughts are often buried deep within.
Yet, regardless of age, men possess an innate sensitivity toward this aspect.
If he could indeed craft a piece inspired by martial arts knowledge, it would undoubtedly garner significant attention.
With this thought in mind,
Liu Xingchen suddenly felt that the reward he had received was indeed valuable. Such is life, everything possesses duality, and the key lies in one's perspective.
If one chooses to embrace the positive, then one is presented with positivity. Conversely, should one dwell on the negative, the outcome will inevitably reflect that negativity. Having contemplated everything, Liu Xingchen chose to clear his mind and swiftly drifted into slumber.
Speaking of sleep, this seems to be a peculiar skill among young men.
One moment,
he could be laughing heartily at his phone, and the next, he would be sound asleep, resting his head on a pillow. His speed of falling asleep could rival even the speed of light. Liu Xingchen merely wished for a brief respite for his mind.
But he ended up sleeping until the following morning.
Such quality of sleep would likely infuriate those who sell sleeping pills.
After a quick wash-up, Liu Xingchen's phone rang. You call and I don't answer, what use is it to call him?
Amidst the unique ringtone, Liu Xingchen swiftly picked up the phone.
Hello, Degang, what is it?
The call was from Guo Qilin, and Liu Xingchen wasted no time in inquiring directly.
Brother, could you come to the park? Third brother asked me to call you, saying you have more experience in this area. Ha? Liu Xingchen was utterly baffled. The park? I have experience. After a moment of serious contemplation, Liu Xingchen's expression shifted. Could it be that third brother has gotten himself into trouble again?
It's not him, it's me who was caught by third brother. There are hardly any people at the park right now, so please come and rescue us.
What?
Liu Xingchen was incredulous.
Was the plot really this cliché?
He hastily donned his clothes and dashed to the park downstairs, rushing toward the spot where third brother had been caught last time.
Liu Xingchen found no sign of the two. Had they been rescued by someone else? To confirm his suspicions, Liu Xingchen called Guo Qilin. Degang, did you two go to the hospital? Hospital? We're at the west gate, there is hardly anyone here. Hurry over. Liu Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle as he hurried along. Finally, he spotted the two. However, their predicament left him both amused and bewildered. Guo Qilin was firmly pinned beneath Kong Yunlong. Why aren't you two getting up? Liu Xingchen asked, intrigued by their unusual position. Since Degang was able to call him, it indicated that at least one of his hands was free.
In such a situation, he could have easily pushed third brother aside, allowing both of them some relief. Yet, their posture remained unchanged, piquing Liu Xingchen's curiosity.
Can we skip the curiosity and just get us out of here?
Guo Qilin said with evident exasperation.
Upon hearing this, Liu Xingchen offered an awkward smile and quickly approached them. Be gentle.
My legs and arms can't move, be as light as possible. As Liu Xingchen made contact with Kong Yunlong, the latter groaned in pain.
In that moment, Liu Xingchen finally understood why they hadn't separated.
Degang was evidently fearful of third brother sustaining further injury. After assisting Kong Yunlong to the side, Guo Qilin let out a sigh of relief and slowly stood up.
How did you two end up here? Degang, how did you get pinned beneath third brother? Liu Xingchen knew their immediate priority was to transport the two to the hospital.
Yet his curiosity compelled him to voice his question first.
Guo Qilin shook his head in resignation. Don't even mention it. Yesterday afternoon,
I helped third brother with his discharge paperwork. We started discussing how he got caught, and I found it utterly unbelievable, it seemed impossible.
Third brother couldn't clarify.
So he suggested we come to the spot where he was struck for a practical demonstration. Yet, before we even reached the spot, he pointed out a tree that resembled the one he was struck by. He started explaining right there. I still thought it was absurd until he climbed the tree and fell from it.
That's when I believed. I believed.
The weight of this declaration from Guo Qilin resonated with profound significance.
It seemed to embody a painfully enlightening realization.
Chapter 53, The Exhilaration of Unfettered Gains. Upon understanding the situation, Liu Xingchen escorted the two individuals to the hospital.
Unbeknownst to him,
he had inadvertently become an auxiliary member of the hospital staff, frequently visiting for both trivial and significant matters.
This time, the condition of Sangu was markedly more severe than the last.
His left leg and right arm were both fractured, accompanied by multiple swellings,
indicating a likely extended hospital stay.
Conversely, Guo Qilin, who had been trapped beneath, was not in particularly dire straits. Merely a few abrasions sufficed for him to avoid hospitalization.
This outcome left Liu Xingchen in a state of bemusement.
It was noteworthy that during the previous incident, Sangu had been the one injured. Yet the individuals above him remained unscathed while he was admitted to the hospital. This time, however, he had assumed the position of one of those above, and logically, it should have been Delin who suffered more grievously.
Yet, unexpectedly, his condition was the more serious of the two. Sangu, given our unfortunate luck, could we refrain from courting danger in the future? There is a saying, if you do not court death, you shall not die. Perhaps you could exercise a modicum of restraint? Liu Xingchen spoke earnestly, observing Kong Yunlong, who was swathed like a mummy. Isn't this just a matter of bad timing? Who could have known the tree would be so fragile?
Kong Yunlong appeared quite aggrieved.
His intention had merely been to demonstrate and persuade Delin. He never anticipated that it would land him back in the hospital.
Sangu, do take your time to recuperate. After all, this has become your second home. I might even suggest selling your house, for it seems you shall hardly need it in the future.
Guo Qilin's suggestion elicited laughter from Liu Xingchen. Upon a moment's reflection,
Liu Xingchen found himself inexplicably in agreement.
Strangely enough, this may indeed be a viable solution.
At the rate you're frequenting the hospital, you might as well bid farewell to your house.
Kong Yunlong inhaled deeply. I shall ponder this over the next couple of days.
Their light-hearted banter continued,
surprising them with its resonance. After exiting the hospital, Liu Xingchen received a call from Yu Qian.
Where are you, child?
I'm with Delin. Just emerged from the hospital. What's the matter? Why have you found yourselves at the hospital again?
Oh, it's nothing serious. Sangu has been readmitted.
We brought him here. Ah, his hospitalization is quite customary. Ha ha ha. Yu Qian's reaction sent Liu Xingchen into fits of laughter. Indeed.
Kong Yunlong had transformed hospitalization into a routine affair, and not just for him, everyone around had come to accept it as commonplace.
Since you are with Delin, why don't you both come over? Your master has a task for you.
Once assured that the two were unoccupied, Yu Qian conveyed his request.
All right.
We shall head over immediately. As it was a matter concerning their master, the disciples felt an inherent obligation to assist without inquiry. They hailed a taxi and made their way to Yu Qian's residence.
What is it, master? Why have you summoned us?
Upon arrival, Liu Xingchen inquired. Your master-uncle has recently acquired a treasure, a pair of exquisitely crafted birdcages. The craftsmanship and materials are of the highest quality, and you know my penchant for such items.
I am quite enamored with these birdcages.
I intended to directly request them from Fatty, but he resolutely refused. Thus, I find myself compelled to seek alternative measures.
Liu Xingchen and Guo Qilin exchanged knowing glances. Master, are you considering employing some tactics? Without hesitation, Yu Qian nodded.
Fatty has deprived me of numerous items. This time,
I intend to extract a price.
However, he is currently quite wary, making it difficult for me to approach him alone.
Hence, I thought to enlist your assistance in devising a plan. I am confident that united, we can procure those birdcages. Yu Qian's determination was palpable, indicating his sincere affection for the birdcages.
Previously, he and Sun Yu had frequently engaged in a trade of items, with Sun Yu often taking liberties without hesitation. I believe this matter is simple. We could simply invite Master Uncle over and get him inebriated. What is to stop the three of us from outdrinking him? Guo Qilin was the first to voice his suggestion. The trio, including Sun Yu, shared a mutual affinity for alcohol. Drinking to resolve matters has become our standard procedure,
and it's proven fruitful countless times.
However, Fatty is currently on high alert and refuses to engage with us in a drink, Yu Qian lamented,
shaking his head in resignation.
I have a proposition. We could borrow from Master Uncle, akin to Liu Bei borrowing Jingzhou, an arrangement with no intention of returning. Upon hearing Liu Xingchen's suggestion, both Yu Qian and Guo Qilin instinctively shook their heads.
This approach is unlikely to succeed. Fatty is far too cautious to lend us anything.
Liu Xingchen chuckled softly. Whether he agrees or not hinges on how we frame the request.
If we merely intend to borrow for amusement, he would undoubtedly decline.
However, if we present it as a necessity, I believe we stand a chance. I know Master Uncle's character well. He, like you, Master, enjoys showcasing his treasures. In essence, he relishes in flaunting. We could leverage this trait to borrow a couple of items under the pretense of using them for a television production or a program.
Given Master Uncle's disposition, he would not only agree but might even offer us additional items. Yu Qian's eyes sparkled with newfound hope.
If we approach it this way, it might indeed work.
I am confident in this strategy.
If we employ this method, Fatty will surely lend us the items.
With that, Yu Qian's spirits lifted considerably. Leave this matter to me. I assure you I will procure several items from Fatty. Rest assured, there will be ample for both of you.
The camaraderie between Guo Qilin and Liu Xingchen was palpable as they exchanged smiles, their spirits buoyed. The treasures that Sun Yu collected were indeed precious. Securing even a couple of items from him would be of significant value, and the exhilarating prospect of acquiring them effortlessly was truly delightful.
Chapter 54, Once he stands on stage, admirers will abound.
The Canine Strategist.
In an intangible manner, Liu Xingchen acquired yet another label. To be frank,
this label felt rather delightful. It is no wonder that many relish the role of a strategist. The sensation of orchestrating grand strategies and achieving decisive victories is indeed quite splendid. What is more crucial is that all he needs to do is make decisions. Whether charging into battle or confronting adversaries bears little consequence for him.
Winning guarantees profit, while losing incurs no loss. Being a canine strategist is truly exhilarating. That afternoon,
Yu Qian prepared a substantial pot of meat dishes, and the three of them enjoyed a hearty meal together. In Yu Qian's words, this feast was a celebration of their success in outwitting Sun Yu. When it comes to simmering meat, Yu Qian is undoubtedly skilled, especially with a large pot,
making the meal exceptionally delectable.
Rich yet not greasy, lean yet not tough, the sensation of the food in one's mouth is simply delightful, capable of leaving one enchanted.
After a satisfying meal, Liu Xingchen and Guo Qilin took a nap at their master's home. Upon waking in the evening, the trio resumed their merriment.
With no pressing work obligations that day, they relished the opportunity to unwind, which brought them great joy.
The following noon,
Liu Xingchen had not fully awakened when the ringing of his phone transformed into an alarm, erasing the last remnants of his stubbornness to remain in bed.
"Shan Gu, are you awake?" came a cheeky voice from the other end of the line.
Liu Xingchen replied irritably, "Speak plainly, what else with the nonsense?" Zhang Heluan chuckled before articulating his request. "Chingu, in a couple of days, Lao Lang and I will be hosting a special show in Beijing.
Could you come to lend us a hand?
You won't need to perform solo, we can do a group act." Zhang Heluan and Lang Han had both observed Liu Xingchen's recent performances, and as such, they were eager to learn from such a talented crosstalk artist. They believed that with Liu Xingchen's support, their show would undoubtedly elevate to greater heights. "Of course, I have been contemplating a crosstalk piece centered around martial arts. We should collaborate and see if it can come to fruition," Liu Xingchen responded.
"That sounds fantastic. How about we meet this afternoon to discuss the piece?" Zhang Heluan expressed his excitement.
When it comes to creative prowess, Zhang Heluan holds significant sway within the Douyin society, even qualifying as a creative crosstalk performer.
However, in comparison to Liu Xingchen, the disparity is considerable. Liu Xingchen's ability to seamlessly adapt to any crosstalk partner is something Zhang Heluan cannot claim. To achieve such adaptability,
one must possess top-tier improvisational skills and a wealth of creative material. Among the younger generation, it seems Liu Xingchen is the only one capable of such feats. Liu Xingchen's willingness to collaborate was a boon for them, and they believed that his participation would ensure the quality of their work.
"All right.
Let us convene at the Douyin Society at 2 p.m. this afternoon to discuss our collaboration." Recently inspired by his newfound knowledge of martial arts, Liu Xingchen's mind brimmed with countless ideas.
The prospect of transforming these thoughts into action and ultimately presenting them as a performance to an audience was something he was eager to pursue.
Whether performing with others or alone, the ultimate goal remains to bring joy to the audience.
If the audience leaves with a smile, then every effort is worthwhile.
At precisely 2 p.m., the three of them gathered backstage at the Deyun Society and engaged in a thorough discussion about their upcoming work.
During this time,
both Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian were astounded by Liu Xingchen's extensive knowledge. While crosstalk performers need to have a grasp of martial arts knowledge, it is typically only a fraction of what Liu Xingchen possessed. He spoke fluently on the subject, indicating a profound understanding. Such an impressive reservoir of knowledge was indeed daunting for them.
It became evident that success is seldom a mere coincidence. Liu Xingchen's academic depth alone surpassed theirs considerably.
The breadth of knowledge Liu Xingchen exhibited invigorated Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian.
In the days that followed,
the two fervently studied various aspects of martial arts to refine their work. Knowing they were collaborating, they aspired to present the finest piece possible.
Time spent learning is always fleeting. Just as they felt they had not absorbed enough, the time for their performance arrived.
Their mindset resembled that of students who rarely study.
Just as they prepared to review, they discovered the final examination was upon them. Anxiety and apprehension became the dominant emotions within them. However,
upon seeing Liu Xingchen's composed demeanor, their spirits were considerably calmed. For reasons unknown, it felt as though with him present, nothing could go awry.
Today,
Liu Xingchen was not only a supporting guest but also assumed the additional role of host. In Zhang Heluan's words, if you help someone, see it through to the end. Since Liu Xingchen had no other engagements that day, he might as well assist and take on the hosting duties.
He did not decline the offer,
agreeing that helping in any capacity was worthwhile.
Upon arriving backstage, Liu Xingchen donned a custom-tailored suit.
When he stepped into the outfit, everyone backstage was left speechless.
Is this truly a crosstalk performer? He looks just like a H-country heartthrob. No wonder so many are enamored with Chen Gu, with such a physique and visage. If I were a woman, I would undoubtedly be captivated.
It seems Chen Gu has taken a wrong turn. He could easily make a living based on his looks alone.
Following this performance, I believe the title of Asia's premier male ensemble will be firmly established for our Deyun Society. With Chen Ge's looks, I genuinely cannot think of anyone who could rival him.
I once thought I didn't look too shabby myself, but in comparison,
perhaps it's best not to compare at all. After all, we are crosstalk performers, not models. The comparison is futile. The backstage ensemble was utterly astonished by Liu Xingchen's looks and physique.
It turned out that his previous attire had constrained his potential.
Otherwise, with such a physique and appearance,
he would hardly need to perform crosstalk.
Simply standing on stage would undoubtedly attract a throng of admirers. Chapter 55, a role model for the younger generation.
Feeling the gaze of the crowd upon him, Liu Xingchen appeared somewhat helpless. At times, being exceptionally talented seems to come with its own set of troubles. While he undeniably earns his living through his gifts, how unfortunate it is that he also possesses such striking good looks.
Sigh.
Had he known this would be the case, he would have declined the host's position. At least he could have concealed a fraction of his charm, allowing others to focus on his talents instead. Yet, it seems that the audience is now more captivated by his appearance.
Brother Chen, why don't you tidy up a bit? I never realized how handsome you are. Zhang Heluan couldn't help but exclaim. As a comedian,
I naturally wish to let my work speak for itself, rather than divert attention to other matters.
You must understand my point, right? Oh well, it seems you might not.
Liu Xingchen mused aloud, playfully showcasing his wit at Zhang Heluan's expense. One could only say that this jest was both humorous and spot-on. Zhang Heluan attempted to retort but found himself at a loss for words. He could only shake his head in resignation and began preparing for his own performance. Liu Xingchen glanced at the time, confirmed that the show was about to commence, and then gracefully stepped onto the stage. As he made his entrance,
a wave of gasps erupted from the audience.
Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Liu Xingchen. Some young women could hardly suppress their nervous gulps, their hearts racing in a manner they had only anticipated at a star-studded fan meeting.
The feeling of being spellbound seemed to transcend the realm of comedy, as Liu Xingchen emerged as their idol. My goodness, is that really Liu Xingchen? He is even more handsome than I imagined.
While Liu Xingchen usually donned loose attire, leading many to believe his physique was less than remarkable, the reality was quite the opposite.
Am I dreaming? This is my Prince Charming. I can already envision what we would name our children.
Strangely, the first name that sprang to mind was Du Minjun from My Love from the Star.
Could it be that Liu Xingchen hailed from the same celestial sphere? What is this? Is that Azu? Why is everything linked to the South Korean idols? Sigh.
I truly hope Liu Xingchen is a rogue, the kind that flirts with fans. With looks and a physique like that, I would willingly fall prey. It is often said that women suffer from unreciprocated advances, yet sometimes it seems the opposite is true. The audience's reaction mirrored that of fervent fans at idol meet and greets. At that moment, they appeared to have lost their composure, transforming into the very embodiment of infatuated fans. It became evident that such fervor indeed existed in the world. And the reason they had not succumbed to it before was simply that they had yet to encounter an idol who stirred their hearts. The male spectators,
observing the enthusiastic reactions of their female counterparts, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Liu Xingchen, standing on stage, was the very image of what they aspired to be.
Many of the young men shook their heads, realizing that perhaps they had made poor choices. Had they chosen to pursue comedy, they might have been the ones receiving such adoration.
In the minds of these young men, the only difference between themselves and Liu Xingchen was the absence of a spotlight.
It must be said, confidence is a splendid asset. Upon reaching the center of the stage,
Liu Xingchen bowed deeply to the audience.
Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this performance at the Dayun Society.
The Beijing Theater shines even brighter because of your presence.
I trust that you are all eagerly anticipating the comedic performance, so I shall not delay any further. Please welcome Zhang Junan and Gao Zhoucheng for their skit, Riddles, and I hope you enjoy it. Having said a few brief words, Liu Xingchen quickly exited the stage.
Alas!
He wished to express more, but it was clear that the audience's focus was not on his words. Since he could no longer conceal his allure, it was best to escape their gaze swiftly.
Is it over so soon? I hope not in other aspects as well. For the first time, I feel reluctant to hear a comedy performance.
The moment Liu Xingchen appeared, I felt my ticket had already been worth it. I suggest that the Dayun Society seek future hosts based on Liu Xingchen's caliber. I am certain this will garner greater support.
Oh, right.
I could apply for the hosting position at the Dayun Society. After all, I am not so different from Liu Xingchen. A rather unkempt, rotund uncle suddenly declared. The crowd's attention was drawn to his voice, their gazes shifting toward him. A beautiful young woman seated nearby couldn't resist giving him a thumbs up.
Uncle!
I think you're far superior to Liu Xingchen, he lacks your confidence. The uncle pondered this for a moment before nodding in agreement.
If that is the case, it seems I have a point. Do you want my WeChat?
I could reluctantly share it with you, he quipped. The young woman waved her hand dismissively.
Forget it. Someone like you is out of my league. Laughter erupted among those nearby, each wearing expressions of amusement. One could say that in a crowd,
there is always a variety of characters.
Did the uncle's family know of his newfound bravado? The scene returned to the stage as Zhang Junan and Gao Zhoucheng took their places.
Their fundamental skills were solid, and their extensive stage experience was evident. Having performed together in small theaters for nearly a decade, they navigated their act with great ease.
The audience gradually regained their composure, refocusing their attention on the performance.
Their smiles grew wider as the act progressed. Meanwhile, Liu Xingchen returned backstage and initiated conversations with fellow comedians.
Though many had questions and sought guidance from Liu Xingchen,
they hesitated to speak up due to various concerns.
With Liu Xingchen taking the initiative, the floodgates of conversation opened, and everyone eagerly shared their inquiries and uncertainties.
Liu Xingchen patiently addressed each question, articulating his thoughts while humbly acknowledging that he, too, had much to learn in the realm of comedy. This exchange felt more like a mutual learning experience, drawing the group closer to him and deepening their respect for him.
Unbeknownst to him, Liu Xingchen had already become a role model for the younger generation.
Chapter 56, No discontent, only willingness. Regardless of the knowledge one currently possesses,
it is essential to engage in continuous learning and self-enrichment.
Many truths can only be grasped through personal experience.
Following this,
Liu Xingchen continued to assume the role of a straightforward and direct host, eschewing any superfluous chatter to purely introduce the forthcoming performance. This approach bore a striking resemblance to the indifference of the renowned Hou Yi from Di Yunxi. However, the audience's reception of the two during their hosting phases differed significantly. While Hou Ye's expressions prompted the audience to wish for a swifter conclusion. As they eagerly awaited the subsequent performances, Liu Xingchen found himself in a state of reluctant attachment, as if the impending acts were of lesser importance. It can only be said that attractiveness is justice, a trait that is inherently difficult to alter. After a period of longing and helplessness, the audience finally received delightful news: Liu Xingchen would also partake in the upcoming performance. This meant that not only could they admire Liu Xingchen's striking appearance, but they would also relish the joy brought by the comedic performance. The feeling of reaping dual rewards was simply marvelous. Amidst the audience's anticipation, Zhang Heluan, Lang Heian, and Liu Xingchen ascended the stage. Although Liu Xingchen had donned the traditional gown, his allure remained irresistibly captivating, especially when contrasted with Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian, elevating his charm to new heights. Standing firmly at the center of the stage, the comedic Zhang Heluan was the first to speak. "Thank you all for your warm applause. Such enthusiasm signifies what, I wonder? What? It shows that everyone truly enjoys our performance," Zhang Heluan exclaimed, to which Lang Heian and Liu Xingchen nodded in agreement. Observing their concurrence, Zhang Heluan playfully patted Lang Heian on the back. "Don't you have a sense of this, brother? Ha ha ha. Did you forget a word in that statement?" Liu Xingchen interjected with a mischievous grin. Zhang Heluan waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of that. Ha ha ha." After regaining his composure, Zhang Heluan turned to Lang Heian, who appeared puzzled, not understanding Zhang Heluan's insinuation. "What's wrong? What do you mean?" "What do you mean, indeed? I said everyone enjoys our performance, yet you nod along? When they say us, they refer to Liu Xingchen and me. What's your connection?" Lang Heian felt a tinge of grievance. "But aren't we all on stage together? Why is it only you and Xingchen? Why not me?" Zhang Heluan scoffed. "You really lack self-awareness. Just look at how striking Xingchen is, with his sword-like brows, bright eyes, rosy lips, and perfect figure. Who wouldn't adore him?" The audience below wholeheartedly agreed, responding in their own ways. Liu Xingchen smiled and nodded appreciatively. "Thank you all for your recognition." Zhang Heluan then patted himself. "Now look at me, fair-skinned and charming. Adorned like a work of art. Who dashing and debonair, who gallant and spirited, who everyone must also adore me, right?" Lang Heian shot a disapproving glance at Zhang Heluan. "Did you stuff your ears with pig hair? Everyone's been cheering for you, but which of those flattery statements has any truth? Ha ha ha. Did they really cheer?" Liu Xingchen replied affirmatively. "Indeed. Ha ha ha." Though Zhang Heluan felt a bit awkward, he quickly regained his poise. "Yes, even if they did cheer. I admit I may have exaggerated a tad, but at least we can agree that I am indeed fair-skinned." As he spoke, Zhang Heluan revealed his arm, which was indeed exceptionally pale. This was no fabrication. With Liu Xingchen's affirmation, Zhang Heluan's spirit soared. "See, we are indeed fair-skinned. Just for that, some audience members must appreciate me. After all, fair skin can conceal many flaws." He continued, "Now look at you, old Lang, what do you bring to the table? Just observe your build, short and stout, with nothing but waist and no height. If the audience isn't repulsed, who would find you appealing? Who ha ha ha." Lang Heian shook his head helplessly. "It's true that I may not be the most attractive, but that's not my focus. The audience is here to enjoy the comedy, not to judge our looks." Zhang Heluan shook his head dismissively. "You can only convince yourself with that reasoning. Ha ha ha. Nevertheless, we stand here as comedic performers. And naturally, we must present the best of our craft. Speaking of comedy, many may display disdain, thinking, isn't it just comedy? How simple it is, just talk. But is it really that straightforward?" Just as Zhang Heluan finished speaking, Liu Xingchen interjected, "It is indeed simple." Who ha ha ha. Liu Xingchen's candid remark undermined Zhang Heluan's earlier setup, yet the audience found immense delight, their smiles widening. Is it truly that simple? Then why do we have comedy at all? Lang Heian questioned, seeking clarification.
Isn't it true that anyone who can speak can perform comedy? Could there be an easier form of art? It seems there truly isn't, haha. Zhang Heluan couldn't help but laugh,
realizing he had inadvertently been swayed by Liu Xingchen's words.
While it may be said that comedy is simple, mastering the art is anything but easy. After regaining his composure, Zhang Heluan expressed his thoughts once more.
Regarding this, Liu Xingchen refrained from disagreement, and Lang Heian nodded in agreement.
That is indeed a challenging aspect.
Zhang Heluan continued, by the way, excelling in comedy is difficult, unlike skits that benefit from costumes and props for more immediate effects. Comedy relies solely on the actor's verbal prowess. Whether depicting scenes or characters, everything must be conveyed through speech, which is a significant challenge. Evaluating an actor's professionalism is quite straightforward. It hinges on how well they define their roles and describe the scenes. Today, Liu Xingchen primarily took on the role of a supporting character.
Perhaps even the most supportive of all.
Yet, Liu Xingchen expressed no discontent, rather, he embraced the role wholeheartedly. The evolution and preservation of comedy do not rest upon any single individual. Only when more comedic actors are recognized and cherished by the audience can this art form continue to flourish. Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian possess commendable abilities, and playing a supportive role for them is indeed worthwhile.
Chapter 57. This summary resonates quite aptly. A proficient comedic performer must possess the discernment to know when to showcase their prowess and when to exercise restraint. Today's Liu Xingchen exemplifies this perfectly. As a supporting guest, he should contentedly embrace his role as a secondary character.
Indeed, regardless of one's position, each is equally significant.
It is akin to a well-functioning machine. While the motor is indispensable, the absence of any single component can hinder its operation. Regrettably, many fail to grasp this principle, relentlessly vying for the limelight, ultimately transforming the entire performance into an incoherent spectacle.
This incessant emergence of such individuals has stunted the growth of the comedic industry.
Fortunately,
within the current landscape of Deyun Club, such individuals are few. The overwhelming majority are willing to dedicate themselves quietly to their respective roles. To deliver comedic dialogue may seem simple, yet to excel at it is a formidable challenge, a sentiment I deeply resonate with.
Why, you may ask? Zhang Heluan, somewhat perplexed, shook his head in response to this inquiry.
Perhaps you are unaware that I have been partnered with Lao Lang for over a decade, yet we remain largely anonymous comedians,
surviving solely on the affection of a handful of spectators. Is this not a profound testament to the difficulties of comedic performance?
Lang Heian, overhearing, involuntarily nodded in agreement. For over 10 years, they have endeavored to explore various comedic styles, hoping to garner wider recognition. However, the results have consistently fallen short of their aspirations.
I believe it's not so bad. At least you have some fans, unlike those who have none, Liu Xingchen remarked, eliciting a chorus of agreement. Isn't it merely a matter of perspective? If you compare yourself to someone superior, you are bound to feel inadequate.
Yet, when measured against those less accomplished,
you might find yourself in a position of advantage. But that is not entirely accurate. Have you heard the saying that people only remember the first, not the second? Zhang Heluan interjected. Perhaps you might not comprehend this, so let us illustrate with tangible examples. What is the tallest peak in the world? Liu Xingchen answered without hesitation. Mount Everest. Zhang Heluan displayed a knowing expression, and Lang Heian promptly followed up with, and what is the second highest peak? K2.
Liu Xingchen responded with enthusiasm.
And the third? Kangchenjunga. And the 10th? Annapurna.
Liu Xingchen's rapid-fire responses left Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian momentarily speechless.
Curiously, Liu Xingchen inquired, Hey, weren't you two about to impart some wisdom? You mentioned providing examples, so what is it?
This question struck like a dagger to the heart, leaving both men visibly uncomfortable. After a brief pause, Zhang Heluan cleared his throat.
Let us not dwell on that. We now have other pursuits and are shifting our focus entirely. Lang Heian chimed in, indeed. In the future,
our comedic performances will merely be a fade for our true endeavors.
Seeing their earnestness piqued Liu Xingchen's curiosity. What do you two intend to do? Zhang Heluan replied with a mysterious smile, Given our demeanor, can you not deduce our intentions? Liu Xingchen pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "You're going to sell skewers?" The two men, once brimming with confidence, now wilted like a frostbitten plant. "What do you mean by that?" "Think before you speak. With our appearance and aura, how could we possibly be skewered vendors?"
Their banter led Liu Xingchen to reconsider.
"If viewed from that angle, you do not seem like skewered vendors." "Exactly. A security guard.
Picture us standing at the entrance of a community, even criminals would hesitate to enter.
Could you not conceive of something more sophisticated? Are we merely suited for such roles?"
Liu Xingchen scrutinized the two men.
"How about sanitation workers?" "Get lost," they retorted, not sparing Liu Xingchen any dignity. "Let us be honest, you likely cannot guess.
Hear us a hint, you might inquire in the circles of society to discover our true reputation."
"Society?" Liu Xingchen exclaimed, incredulous.
Lang Heian affirmed with conviction, "Yes, indeed. I'll be candid with you, we are currently learning from a master and have acquired a certain level of martial arts skills.
While we cannot yet scale walls, we can easily fend off 10 opponents and maneuver with agility." As he spoke of this endeavor, Lang Heian's demeanor transformed entirely.
Zhang Heluan, too, exhibited a newfound presence. Liu Xingchen, intrigued, asked Zhang Heluan, "If I am not mistaken, the first manual bestowed upon you by your master must be the Sunflower Manual, correct?"
"Indeed. How did you know?"
Zhang Heluan replied, somewhat surprised.
"Have you practiced it?" Liu Xingchen pressed further. "Practice?" "The moment I opened the first page, I knew it was a lost cause." The audience exchanged glances, collectively understanding the implication. Yet, Liu Xingchen, oblivious to the underlying meaning, inquired, "Why is it unfeasible?" Zhang Heluan chuckled, "Why? He just asked me why. Is that not obvious? I cannot read. The entire book is filled with text, devoid of illustrations. How could I possibly practice?"
This response exceeded everyone's expectations, igniting laughter throughout the audience, who marveled at their unique thought processes.
"Brother, thank goodness this book lacks illustrations." "Why is that?"
"Let me be frank, if the Sunflower Manual had images, it would be classified as forbidden literature." Liu Xingchen's candid remark reignited the crowd's enthusiasm. The audience could not help but envision the contents of the manual. Though none had seen it, they were acutely aware of its profound implications.
As Liu Xingchen aptly noted,
had the book included illustrations, it would indeed be a forbidden text.
In conclusion, this summary resonates quite poignantly. The path of learning is paved with diligence,
and the sea of knowledge is boundless, requiring perseverance as one's vessel. What Liu Xingchen expressed was not mere humility, it was an undeniable truth. Understanding the world is a form of scholarship, and mastering human connections is an art form unto itself.
Chapter 58. Just invoking my master's name could terrify you.
Crosstalk is divided into solo, duo, and ensemble performances, with the latter being the most challenging.
A performance involving 3 or more individuals necessitates flawless communication, rendering it difficult to deliver the expected punchlines.
However, the performance by Zhang Heluan, Lang Heian, and Liu Xingchen appeared utterly devoid of pressure.
Their delivery was consistently smooth,
akin to indulging in exquisite chocolate, allowing the audience to simply bask in the delightful experience. In the realm of society, a name carries significant weight.
My father, since my childhood, envisioned me as a force for justice, benefiting the nation and its people, thus he named me Liu Xingchen. Upon hearing this,
Lang Heian and Liu Xingchen exchanged knowing glances, already aware of the punchline.
"Exterminate evil." They laughed. "Ha ha ha. Does that mean your name is Zhang Exterminator?" "Truly. Your father possesses a remarkable talent for naming."
At this juncture, Lang Heian took his turn to introduce himself.
"My father aspired for me to rise like the morning sun. Thus he named me Lang Shiwang."
Their banter continued, filled with laughter. "If that is the case, your father outshines his, as such a name is not easily bestowed." Zhang Heluan waved his hand dismissively.
"What do you know? A name is merely a symbol, as long as it resonates, it suffices.
Besides, heroes do not inquire about origins. And rascals do not concern themselves with age, like us, the rascal heroes."
"Ah, you've spoken the truth."
I mused, You certainly look more like a rascal than a hero. In truth, many heroes are often rascals at heart.
Brother, how old are you? Are you polite? Do you not realize I am a rascal? Ha ha ha. Is there a novelist among us who could pen today's performance? I guarantee it will garner generous tips. The ticket prices for commercial performances far exceed those of smaller venues. Nonetheless, the audience was brimming with joy, feeling their expenditure was well worth it. The synergy among the trio achieved an effect greater than the sum of its parts, leaving the audience in a state of perpetual surprise. What martial arts did you train in if not the Sunflower Manual?
Liu Xingchen's curiosity piqued, prompting him to question Zhang Heluan.
That is not something I can disclose. If my enemies were to learn my techniques, I would find myself in peril. However, I can assure you that with our current abilities, we could certainly best Zhang Sanfeng in a duel, outmaneuver Huang Feihong, surpass Fang Xiu, and rival Chen Jinnan. The audience, upon hearing Zhang Heluan's self-assured claims, began to express skepticism. Liu Xingchen, silent until now, turned his gaze toward Lang Heian. Since you both possess notable names in the martial world, what skills have you honed? He inquired. Do not tell me you practice the frog technique.
Lang Heian assumed an air of profound mystery. Such techniques are beyond my reach.
To speak frankly,
my martial arts training is eclectic, encompassing various styles. I am proficient with all manner of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks. After listening to Lang Heian,
Liu Xingchen nodded in understanding. Ah, so you have essentially compiled a comprehensive weapons manual. Haha, your tone suggests you look down upon us. Zhang Heluan retorted boldly. Do not be deceived by our unimposing physiques, we may surprise you with our capabilities. Liu Xingchen scrutinized the two. While I have not noticed any impressive physiques, it seems you may indeed be lacking.
This remark struck a chord with both men.
It is often said that bluntness is a virtue, however.
It seems that on the crosstalk stage, such candor is not always well received.
You claim we lack skill? You are unaware of who our master is. Have you heard the saying, those who are close to vermilion become red, while those near ink become stained? My master is undoubtedly a transcendent figure. Having been in his presence daily, how could our skills be anything less? Well said. Truly a clever quip.
The audience erupted in laughter.
Who has seen my dentures? I laughed so hard that they flew out. Old man, are you sure you didn't swallow them? Ha, are you also a crosstalk performer? You seem quite witty.
I realized Liu Xingchen is becoming increasingly impressive. He is not only handsome but also hilariously entertaining, a true embodiment of human ideals.
Suddenly, Liu Xingchen and Lang Heian began to retreat, capturing the audience's attention.
They covered their noses and stepped back, waving their hands in front of them.
Initially,
the audience remained oblivious, but as the duo distanced themselves, leaving only Zhang Heluan behind, the realization dawned.
Ah, so that's what those close to vermilion become red means.
Zhang Heluan stood there, bewildered.
So I am the one being labeled as stained? I appreciate your honesty. Liu Xingchen's response only deepened Zhang Heluan's dismay.
What began as a jest had now turned him into the punchline. I wondered why it smelled so peculiar. It turns out to be the stained remark.
Lang Heian's agreement only intensified Zhang Heluan's plight. Could you two not be serious for once? Ah, you're clearly flustered. Can we drop this topic? Did I not merely misspeak?
There is a saying, those who are close to vermilion become red, while those near ink become stained. After years of training under our master,
how could our skills be wanting? Liu Xingchen pressed on. After all this talk, what skills does your master possess that elevate him to such legendary status?
Zhang Heluan tilted his body, a smug grin on his face.
Without even mentioning my master's skills, simply stating his name will suffice to illustrate his prowess.
Just invoking my master's name could terrify you.
Is he truly that renowned? Listen closely.
My master is the elite among the plump, a giant among the short. Marked by a peach on his head and scars on his body, affectionately known as the little black fatty of the waves, Guo Degang.
Chapter 59. Why keep your husband when everyone else has found someone else? Guo Degang? What an impressive name. Upon Zhang Heluan uttering the name of that extraordinary master, everyone present was momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, the room erupted into boisterous laughter.
If you put it that way, it almost sounds reasonable. Liu Xingchen pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. After all, Guo Degang is indeed their master. It seems perfectly acceptable for them to extol the virtues of their mentor.
However, I am quite curious, hasn't Master Guo stopped performing crosstalk recently? Wasn't he always regarded as a towering figure in the realm of crosstalk?
Ah, he stopped long ago, otherwise, why hasn't he released any new works lately? His focus has long shifted away from that, who still researches new crosstalk? Ha 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 ha, the title of Grave King is certainly not without merit.
Zhang Heluan is utterly unrestrained, boldly saying whatever comes to mind.
I thought so. No wonder so many people online criticize him for his inaction. It turns out he truly has brought this upon himself.
Ha ha, Liu Xingchen, not to be outdone, immediately voiced his thoughts.
Meanwhile, Lang Heian hurriedly waved his hands.
We made a pact, remember? This is between the two of you. It has nothing to do with me.
I still wish to continue working at Dayun Society.
Coward!
Zhang Heluan and Liu Xingchen simultaneously exclaimed.
Lang Heian, upon hearing this,
remained unperturbed.
I truly am a coward. Ha ha, Zhang Heluan continued.
In truth, I have harbored a dream of being a martial hero since childhood, aspiring to rob the rich to help the poor and uphold justice. Moreover, from my research, the world of martial arts is populated by a myriad of heroes,
each possessing a unique charm and grace. Liu Xingchen contemplated this. Are there really many types of heroes?
Zhang Heluan nodded emphatically.
Of course. For instance,
there are heroes who wield knives, colloquially known as knife wielders.
Are there not? Indeed. There are quite a few who favor the blade. Exactly.
And there are those who prefer to practice the sword.
Liu Xingchen was visibly excited. I know this, you rogue. Ha ha ha, rogue?
They are called swordsmen.
Lang Heian interjected, unable to contain himself.
Oh, you do receive guests regularly. Well done, young man, you seem to be doing quite well.
Ahem, Zhang Heluan quickly clarified. No. That's not what I meant.
The world is not a pure land, everyone has their own struggles, and we should be understanding.
After all,
we are all just guests in this world of right and wrong, and as guests, we must engage.
Lang Heian wore a knowing expression. See? This still implies you must receive guests.
Ha ha, Zhang Heluan repeatedly waved his hands.
I'm not talking about myself, who would wish to see someone like me? That may be true.
I was referring to Liu Xingchen, he enjoys entertaining guests for no reason at all.
Liu Xingchen displayed a resigned expression. Your wife certainly has a loose tongue, why does she tell you everything? Ha ha ha, Lang Heian joined in the laughter. Ha ha ha.
Your wife also seems to appreciate a bit of stardust. Just as his teasing was not yet over, Liu Xingchen spoke again.
In this regard,
your wife is better than his, she doesn't tell you anything at all. The smile on Lang Heian's face abruptly froze.
Moments ago,
he had been mocking Zhang Heluan, but with a single remark, he found himself in a pitiable situation. Ha ha ha, now, Zhang Heluan was particularly delighted. Even though he was also the subject of mockery, for some reason, witnessing Lang Heian's moment of embarrassment filled him with inexplicable joy.
We are all of the same root. Why must we harm one another so hastily? Xingchen, are you speaking the truth?
I greatly admire your forthrightness.
It's definitely not the truth, otherwise it would be a scandalous affair.
You wouldn't believe it, but there are indeed many starlets who seem to enjoy scandals, as if it showcases their allure. In this day and age, nothing is surprising anymore, there is nothing that can't happen. Looking at it this way, the crosstalk community isn't so bad. Although they often engage in idle chatter, it merely remains on that level, unlike those in the entertainment industry, who are all about the real deal.
Right, from now on,
let us just sincerely appreciate crosstalk, at least the chances of scandal are not too high.
The audience, in their private exchanges, expressed their disillusionment with the current entertainment industry. It seems that scandals have become a common occurrence.
The idols they admired for so long could very well be nothing more than a facade,
revealing themselves as scoundrels in reality.
This feeling of genuine investment leading to nothing is profoundly disheartening for many audience members.
Upon reflection,
it is perhaps better to wholeheartedly support a crosstalk performer. Although they dare to say anything on stage, they remain merely at the level of words.
This is akin to the difference between ordinary people and those in high society.
Ordinary individuals may indulge in watching risque films, even more explicit ones, to satiate their physical desires. Yet, those in high society never appreciate such art, for they have no need for it, they engage in genuine encounters.
In comparison,
which is more sordid is quite evident. After regaining his composure, Zhang Heluan wore an inscrutable expression. Liu Xingchen, you've certainly struck gold. It is indeed a harmonious society that has saved you. Otherwise, based on what you just said, you would have already lost your right to speak.
Liu Xingchen looked utterly bewildered. Are you going to cover my mouth or what? Zhang Heluan was rendered speechless. Cover your mouth? In ancient times, you would already be a corpse. Liu Xingchen suddenly understood. Oh, so you're performing a magic trick? What do you mean?
He meant that in ancient times,
you would already have been killed.
Truly, it is a harmonious society that has saved you, otherwise, even if he did not act,
I would have had to deal with you. Lang Heian fully concurred with Zhang Heluan's perspective, evidently still irritated by Liu Xingchen's previous remarks.
Liu Xingchen laughed heartily.
Well then, why not say it's a harmonious society that saved both of you?
If it were ancient times, there would be no need for me to act. Your wives would have already taken care of you.
Dala, it's time for your medication, what do you think? Liu Xingchen's viewpoint was instantly met with unanimous agreement. Chapter 60, A Generation of Heroes, Revered by All. This statement is undoubtedly flawless.
Had it been in ancient times, these two would have certainly met a grim fate. Especially with the preceding context, their demise seems entirely justifiable.
After all, if one's spouse has already sought solace in another, what purpose does it serve to retain the husband? The discomfort lasts but a fleeting moment.
Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian were about to assert themselves, yet they were unexpectedly extinguished by Liu Xingchen's abrupt outburst.
Goodness, this fellow seems in dire need of medication.
Such words are indeed a dagger to the heart. Speaking of ancient times, one cannot overlook the realm of the Jianghu, and when discussing the Jianghu, the world of martial arts must be mentioned. Pray tell, if one were to traverse into the world of martial arts, who would you aspire to be?
Allow me to express my own desire first.
Zhang Heluan chose to continue the conversation, deliberately steering clear of the previous topic. Only in this manner could his spirits be lifted.
Otherwise, with Liu Xingchen's tongue, who knows what he might say next? Who do you wish to become? Both Lang Heian and Liu Xingchen inquired with curiosity. I yearn to be Yang.
Zhang Heluan declared, his face alight with aspiration.
Oh, Yang, the valiant hero. He is indeed a figure of great renown, admired by many. Lang Heian nodded in agreement, expressing his respect for Yang. Come now.
I suspect he merely desires to practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with the little dragon girl.
Ha! Liu Xingchen's bluntness once again captured the essence of Zhang Heluan's innermost thoughts.
Zhang Heluan offered no rebuttal, for this was indeed one of his primary motivations. After all, with the little dragon girl's unparalleled beauty, who wouldn't he wish to share a tale with her?
However,
my yearning to be Yang stems from a rather peculiar curiosity. I am eager to discover how he managed his bathroom visits over the course of those 16 years.
Goodness, with but one arm, how does he manage to don and doff his trousers?
Ha. He may have only one arm, but he is accompanied by an eagle.
Do you suppose that his avian companion serves no purpose? Liu Xingchen's remarks left the audience in awe once more. Everyone began to ponder this, ultimately nodding in agreement.
It is worth noting that the eagle by Yang Gui's side is indeed a remarkable creature, capable of assisting with such tasks with ease.
Zhang Heluan suddenly grasped the underlying humor.
I wondered why there was an eagle involved. It appears the groundwork had already been laid.
Now, if you were to traverse into the martial world, who would you aspire to be?
Lang Heian pondered earnestly before speaking.
If it were me, I would prefer to be Zhang Wuji. Why?
Consider this, Zhang Wuji can be regarded as a paragon of martial prowess.
particularly due to the Qian Kuan de Nuai technique, which secures his invincibility. In the realm of martial arts, strength is of utmost importance. Possessing such might would allow one to traverse the world with confidence. Moreover, the ladies in his company are all extraordinarily beautiful, upon mastering his skills. With a beauty in his embrace, one would undoubtedly be the epitome of success. As Lang Heian spoke, a smile crept across his face. As though he were already immersed in that world, relishing the prospect of such a life. Scoundrel! Degenerate! Shameless! Wretched creature! While Lang Heian envisioned a splendid existence, Zhang Heluan and Liu Xingchen began to hurl insults his way. Upon hearing such words, Lang Heian's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a look of confusion directed at the two. Why are you berating me? Surely, my choice of character cannot incite such jealousy. Outstanding? Put. Who doesn't know that Zhang Wuji is a scoundrel, surrounded by countless women, yet he ultimately abandons them, ending up with the daughter of a prince? Not only does he toy with their affections, but he also seeks wealth, forsaking loyalty. To aspire to be such a person is to embrace depravity. Liu Xingchen's words left Lang Heian utterly bewildered. Is Zhang Wuji truly like that? Zhang Heluan retorted. Is he not? Ha ha ha. Lang Heian scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. So, I suppose I chose poorly then? No, you are precisely that kind of person. How could you choose incorrectly? Ha ha ha. This affirmative response left Lang Heian's spirits thoroughly deflated. After all this, whom do you wish to be? Lang Heian suddenly turned his gaze toward Liu Xingchen. Indeed, Xingchen. Who do you aspire to become? They had been listening to Liu Xingchen critique their choices, which left them feeling quite irked. Now, they were eager to discern Liu Xingchen's preferences, preparing to launch an ample barrage of teasing at him. If I were to traverse into the martial world, I would most desire to be Duan Zhengchun. Duan Zhengchun? Indeed, Duan Zhengchun. He possesses a noble lineage, striking good looks, and commendable martial skills. What could be amiss in becoming him? Upon hearing Liu Xingchen's reasoning, Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian exchanged disdainful glances. Do you not realize that Duan Zhengchun is also a scoundrel, having caused untold heartache for countless maidens in his youth? Liu Xingchen asserted with unwavering certainty. I am aware. It is precisely for that reason that I wish to traverse. Duan Zhengchun, after all, is a prince. Is it not normal to have several wives? Moreover, he harbors genuine affection for each of them. His heart merely accommodates many. Ah. Furthermore, if one is to traverse, who wouldn't he desire a life of indulgence? Ha ha ha. Such reasoning is impeccable. Were I to traverse, I might also take 10 or 8 wives. After all, in ancient times, monogamy was not the norm, since concubinage is lawful. One ought to take as many as one can. Why is it that when Lang Heian harbors such thoughts, he is deemed a scoundrel, yet when Liu Xingchen does, it is considered reasonable? Perhaps this is what is meant by the notion that beauty equates to justice. Liu Xingchen's claims appear utterly defensible. It seems Liu Xingchen is not entirely truthful. He likely yearns to be Shimenqing instead, for then that phrase, "this fellow ought to take his medicine," would become truly iconic. If only I could traverse, I would become Lady Duan, allowing me to accompany Xingchen daily. The audience below eagerly expressed their thoughts on this topic. Meanwhile, Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian on stage were at a loss for words. Hold on. Why is it that when I wish for a few beauties, I am labeled a scoundrel, yet when you wish for the same, it is deemed reasonable? Lang Heian suddenly realized, his expression serious. Perhaps it has to do with appearances. After all, not just anyone can be a scoundrel, one must possess the requisite qualities. Ah. Ha ha ha. Zhang Heluan wholeheartedly agreed. Old Lang, if that is the case, it seems there is indeed truth in your words. With your demeanor, not to mention scoundrel, you wouldn't even qualify as a spare tire. Chapter 61. I said. What are you two up to? The greatest merit of the truth is that it is indeed a fact. Just like the earlier jibe directed at Lang Heian. With his looks, it's hard to say he could even be a backup option, let alone a scoundrel. Though this remark stung, Lang Heian found himself at a loss for words. After pondering for a while, he reluctantly spoke up. Being unattractive is not my fault. What can I do about it?
Upon hearing this, Liu Xingchen hastily waved his hands. Don't look at me.
This has nothing to do with me, alright? Sigh. Lang Heian frowned. Who said it has anything to do with you? Zhang Heluan quickly interjected, I apologize, this is on me. If it weren't for my youthful arrogance back then, perhaps.
Before he could finish, Lang Heian interrupted him. Alright, let us drop it.
Why are you always around? Ha ha ha. The trio's performance flowed with ease,
giving the impression of a casual conversation rather than a scripted act.
This approach allowed the audience to feel a deeper connection, and everyone thoroughly enjoyed every moment of the performance.
Lang Heian, feeling somewhat disgruntled for not reaping the rewards of his character immersion, contemplated for a moment before proactively asking.
If you could select a martial arts technique from the world of martial arts to bring back to reality, what would you choose?
His intention was clear, to regain his footing. Since embodying a character didn't work, he decided to approach it from the perspective of martial arts.
He believed this time he could leave the audience in awe.
I'll go first.
If it were me, I might choose the stellar absorption technique. Zhang Heluan spoke up first. And why is that?
Well, I have a penchant for eating fish, but no matter what kind, there is always a bit of a fishy taste. If I mastered the stellar absorption technique, the flavor of fish would surely become increasingly delightful.
Sigh. Ha ha ha. What a clever way to eliminate fishiness.
Liu Xingchen couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
Your thought process is indeed extraordinary. Ha ha ha. If it were me,
I might opt for the art of disguise.
You might not understand, but sometimes being too handsome is indeed a burden.
Especially on the comedy stage where the audience's focus shifts away from the performance itself, which is not ideal for me. But with the art of disguise, I could easily transform into someone like you too, ensuring the audience's attention remains where it should be, without any distractions.
Sigh. Ha ha ha.
Liu Xingchen's clever maneuver left the other two somewhat at a loss.
This subtle display of superiority was indeed lethal.
Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian exchanged glances, both recognizing the futility in their situation. Although they understood Liu Xingchen was subtly mocking them, it was hard to deny the reality, when compared to him. Their attractiveness was indeed worlds apart. Not wishing to dwell on this matter any longer, Lang Heian continued, if it were me, I might choose the lightness skill. Traffic nowadays is so congested, whether driving or taking the bus, a few kilometers can take nearly an hour. But with the lightness skill, it would be different. We could run anywhere directly, saving time and being environmentally friendly. With that, Lang Heian's face radiated pride. His choice of technique was undoubtedly profound, especially with the added emphasis on being eco-friendly.
That's a great idea.
Your delivery efficiency would undoubtedly increase.
Ha ha ha.
Liu Xingchen wholeheartedly agreed, though his words carried a hint of sting.
Delivery? Are you implying I would learn the lightness skill just to deliver food?
What else could it be?
Am I supposed to be a designated driver? Ha ha ha.
With the lightness skill, I could head straight to the Olympics.
Just wait and see who could outrun me.
Even Bolt would have to step aside.
Lang Heian exclaimed, filled with excitement.
Having finally chosen what he believed to be an impressive technique, he could not endure being mocked.
If that's the case, then good luck.
The glory of the Chinese athletics team will rest solely upon your shoulders.
Ha ha ha. Despite Zhang Heluan's serious tone, the audience couldn't help but chuckle.
It was amusing to imagine Lang Heian on an athletics field.
After all this talk, weren't they merely discussing elements from the martial arts world? What relevance did that have to the modern society? Didn't you both assert that you are thriving in today's martial arts community?
Liu Xingchen redirected his gaze towards them,
voicing the question that had been on his mind.
Not long ago, they had confidently claimed to be flourishing in the current martial arts landscape, yet now, it seemed they hadn't detailed what they had accomplished.
Right. Our names are indeed recognized in today's martial arts community. Do you know why our names are known?
Why?
Because we possess exceptional skills.
We have a rather catchy duo name, flowery fists and embroidered legs.
Even though the name might sound a bit weak, our skills are certainly genuine.
At this point, Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian exchanged glances and both removed their jackets. They then assumed a horse stance,
appearing quite serious about it.
The audience's attention shifted entirely to the two, eager to see what surprises they would unveil.
Zhang Holuan clenched his fists, forming a flower shape, while Lang Heian rolled up his pant legs, revealing his thighs.
Observing their actions, Liu Xingchen appeared puzzled.
"What are you two doing?" Zhang Holuan retorted with slight irritation. "Can't you tell? We are practicing." "Practicing? For what?" "The flowery fists. Showcasing legs, of course." Upon re-evaluating their postures,
Liu Xingchen suddenly grasped the situation.
"Oh, come on. Ha ha ha. Chapter 62, come on, isn't it just mutual harm?"
A lively group performance was delivered with such flair by the three performers that the audience erupted in joy, their smiles unwavering. What heightened the excitement was that, although the main show had concluded, the performance by the Deyun Society was far from over.
The anticipated encore left everyone buzzing with anticipation. After the show, Liu Xingchen prepared to leave the stage, as it was primarily a solo performance by Zhang Holuan and Lang Heian.
Naturally, they were meant to lead the encore.
However, as he was about to step down, the audience protested in unison, "Don't go. Stay a while."
Their collective plea rendered Zhang Holuan momentarily speechless.
"Goodness. You all picked that up quite swiftly." He chuckled, realizing the audience had quickly embraced his classic lines from the first act. "Xingchen, don't leave. Otherwise, the audience will drag you back."
Zhang Holuan jested, playfully blocking Liu Xingchen's exit.
Both he and Lang Heian genuinely wished for Liu Xingchen's participation in the encore, considering he was the creative genius behind the day's performance.
His quick wit made him an ideal presence for the encore.
"Indeed, Xingchen. It's rare for everyone to be this enthusiastic.
You should stay, or they'll insist on bringing you back later."
Lang Heian chimed in.
With everyone urging him to remain on stage, Liu Xingchen ultimately chose to stay, shaking his head with a smile.
"Ladies and gentlemen,
it is not my intention to overshadow anyone, rather, it is your refusal to let me leave." Seeing Liu Xingchen remain, both Zhang Holuan and Lang Heian beamed with delight. Zhang Holuan then expressed, "Today's performance has been truly enjoyable, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support, as well as to my fellow performers for their contributions. I believe the success of this show is largely due to one individual, so I must sincerely thank."
His gaze fixed intently on Liu Xingchen, and the audience immediately grasped whom he was referring to. Liu Xingchen feigned modesty, having prepared his response. Yet, in a twist of fate, Lang Heian interjected. "I must sincerely thank my beloved partner.
Without her silent dedication behind the scenes, I would not be who I am today."
Lang Heian's remark drew a knowing nod of agreement from Zhang Holuan.
"That is true, your partner has indeed been quietly supportive."
The audience erupted in laughter, finding humor in the heartfelt sentiment expressed. As the performance transitioned into a more informal tone, the atmosphere became electric with anticipation. "Xingchen, why don't you take the lead for a moment?
You've been the supporting act all night, it's your turn to shine," Zhang Holuan suggested,
eager to utilize Liu Xingchen's improvisational skills.
The audience echoed their approval, recognizing that the standout moments of the evening had stemmed from Liu Xingchen's contributions. Eventually, he took center stage, expressing, "I am both delighted and honored to be here today in the capacity of co-host and special guest. Clearly, our camaraderie extends beyond the stage."
Both Zhang Holuan and Lang Heian nodded in agreement.
"Of course.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be here today,"
Liu Xingchen replied without hesitation, acknowledging the truth of their bond. Though he noted that their relationship was perhaps even closer, having known each other since childhood. As the banter continued, the playful jabs and humor flowed freely,
revealing the camaraderie and wit shared among the performers.
Liu Xingchen quipped about their educational backgrounds, and the light-hearted exchanges created an atmosphere of joy and laughter. In this vibrant exchange, Liu Xingchen expressed gratitude for the audience's unwavering support, reminding them that while they might now associate the Deyun Society with the challenge of securing tickets, there was a time when their performances drew little attention.
Chapter 63. It seems that this indirect criticism is rather pointed.
Zhang Holuan and Lang Heian nodded in agreement.
Indeed, there was such a period. Liu Xingchen continued.
To be honest, I have experienced that time myself. Oh. I recall when I was performing crosstalk at the Yunlong Tea House, there was an audience member present.
And I thought to myself, what were you thinking? Don't you have any friends? Ha ha. Why must one attend a crosstalk performance alone, without a companion? Your concern for others is quite expansive, isn't it?
Liu Xingchen shrugged.
Just tell me if I'm right or wrong. Attending a crosstalk performance all alone is rather pitiful, isn't it? Even if you brought your ex along, that would be acceptable. But upon further reflection,
perhaps that's not feasible, considering the ex might be off with a friend instead.
Your day seems rather frivolous. Who exactly is the audience here? Why are you pondering over others? Ha ha ha.
It's amusing to mention now, but at that time, it was quite heart-wrenching.
The anguish of having no audience is something I never wish to endure again.
Truly.
Therefore, I must sincerely thank all the audience members present today for their support and recognition. Thank you.
This gratitude was undoubtedly heartfelt. Zhang Heluan and Lang Han also bowed in appreciation to every audience member present. I have always believed that gratitude should not be mere words but should manifest in action. It's just unfortunate that the current situation of Diyun society has become somewhat distorted.
Distorted? Liu Xingchen asserted with certainty. Indeed, it has become distorted. How so?
The Diyun society is currently thriving, gaining immense popularity. In the past, we were primarily reliant on crosstalk performances, only seen within crosstalk theaters. But now, the scenario is different. We can be found across numerous platforms.
For instance, can you spot Diyun Society's presence in variety shows? Certainly. And do we not have members participating in films? Yes. Are there not Diyun Society members appearing in television dramas now? Indeed. Furthermore, the rise of social media has given birth to countless online celebrity artists. Ha ha ha. With so many avenues showcasing Diyun Society actors, what does this signify? It indicates that the audience genuinely adores Diyun Society. This is undeniable. Yet, there exists a group of individuals who, taking advantage of the audience's affection for Diyun Society, have begun to act recklessly. Zhang Heluan and Lang Han exchanged puzzled glances. Is that so? Liu Xingchen, with a serious demeanor, replied, still in denial. Let us speak candidly, isn't the supporting performer in Diyun Society going a bit mad?
The collective gaze inadvertently turned towards Lang Han, who appeared utterly bewildered.
Why am I going mad? While I do like to agree with your viewpoint, such statements require factual backing.
To their inquiries, Liu Xingchen responded once more, of course, there are factual grounds.
To provide a simple example, let us consider our Diyun Society's first team leader, Yue Yunpeng. He is indeed going mad.
Whom?
I can't shake the feeling that it's you who's losing your mind. You dare to speak of the vice president? Ha ha ha. Yes.
Yue Yunpeng is not only the first team leader but also the chief leader and our current vice president. Logically, someone with so many roles should be a staff member. His daily responsibilities include arranging performances, coordinating commercial engagements, and liaising with various activities. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
You claim he is merely a staff member.
Yet every time activities are scheduled, he ensures his own inclusion. Is that reasonable? Ha ha ha. Look around, which program doesn't feature him? If he is merely a staff member, is it appropriate for him to do so? Shouldn't his primary concern be what the audience enjoys?
Zhang Heluan cautiously interjected, while you make a valid point, Yue Yunpeng is, after all, an actor.
His participation in performances should be permissible, right? Indeed.
The audience still appreciates him, and programs featuring him tend to attract decent viewership.
Liu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively. Come on.
It's clear you're afraid of losing your jobs and are hesitant to speak the truth.
Ha ha ha. Furthermore, there's Yan Huxiang, who increasingly seems to lack respect for the audience. What's his issue? A supporting actor who hardly performs a few shows a year now takes off to cycle around the globe? He is earning money but also vacationing during working hours. Doesn't that seem a bit unreasonable?
Noticing Liu Xingchen's frustration, Zhang Heluan couldn't help but comment, "You seem a tad envious."
Liu Xingchen waved his hand. "What envy? I'm merely stating he is irresponsible towards the audience. Moreover, let us talk about your partner, Lang Heian, he too has gone mad." Showing no respect for the audience. Lang Heian's expression grew increasingly aggrieved. "What do you mean? I've always been grateful to the audience." "Ha ha. That essay statement you can only tell yourself. As a crosstalk performer, why are you spending your time playing soccer? And why are you posting on social media with such frequency? Aren't you merely adding to the audience's annoyance? Who doesn't know that Chinese football is lacking? Everyone else avoids the topic, yet you insist on bringing it up. Is that truly gratitude toward the audience?" Lang Heian pondered. "So, I shouldn't play soccer? Indeed, perhaps you should try playing table tennis instead and see how the audience feels about it." "Ha ha ha. Lang Heian, I'm not criticizing you, but your actions do indeed show a lack of respect for the audience."
Zhang Heluan firmly chastised Lang Heian, his expression grave.
"Furthermore, what sort of partner have you chosen? It seems their humor revolves solely around crude jokes. Don't they realize we live in a society that values positivity? Isn't this merely teaching children the wrong lessons?"
Zhang Heluan's brows furrowed involuntarily.
Wasn't he addressing Lang Heian? Why did it feel as though he were mocking him instead? This indirect criticism seems to carry an underlying weight. Chapter 64, An irresistible urge to listen further. The return performance demands even greater excellence from the actors. Whether it be the setup or the punchline,
precision and swiftness are paramount. There must be no superfluous chatter, ensuring that the audience remains in sync with your rhythm. This may seem simple,
yet it is far from easy.
Today, Liu Xingchen exemplified this prowess flawlessly.
Throughout the entire return segment, he maintained control over the tempo, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere in the venue.
I believe it is time to invite the other actors to join us. After all,
it is far more enjoyable to share the joy with others.
Liu Xingchen shifted his tone, deciding to call upon the other performers, as they too contributed to the show and deserved a chance to shine in the finale.
While the other actors could come up,
I felt they should perform something as well.
Indeed, why not sing a song for everyone?
Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian simultaneously directed their gaze toward Liu Xingchen.
"Perform one. Perform one. Perform one." The audience echoed enthusiastically.
Liu Xingchen helplessly shook his head.
"Are you trying to wear me out? Ha ha ha. Those who can do more shouldn't complain about fatigue. Surely, if the audience enjoys it, we must perform."
Zhang Heluan and Lang Heian, with expressions of mischief, encouraged him further.
Liu Xingchen chuckled. "You too. Ha ha ha. Well, since I am so exceptional, I shall sing a song for everyone today. So, what would you like to hear?" The audience clamored. "Something irreverent." "Yes, the more irreverent, the better. Just sing something that excites us."
Listening to the audience's responses, Liu Xingchen's expression grew increasingly peculiar.
"Why do I feel like you have wandered into the wrong venue?
The place with the pink lights by the roadside is where you truly belong."
"Ah ha ha ha. What a surprise, you want me, a serious person, to sing something irreverent? Where shall I find that?"
With that, Liu Xingchen began to sing.
"Drum fast, gong slow.
Stop the gongs and listen to the song. All sorts of idle chatter have been sung. Listen to me sing the 18 touches."
Ah, and they still claim he is serious. Is this what a serious person sings?
What a fitting choice of the 18 touches, it aligns perfectly with my taste.
Keep singing the first part, continue on.
The crucial parts have yet to be sung, this is quite suspenseful. I adore Liu Xingchen's demeanor, he claims to refuse.
Yet his actions betray him. I often find myself in the same predicament.
Ha! Today has been a delightful experience, as we have heard the 18 touches. As Liu Xingchen commenced his performance, the audience erupted with excitement. His singing was imbued with tremendous emotion.
"If you sing this, I shall not hold back,"
Zhang Heluan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. As the notorious Zhang Heluan, he was thoroughly familiar with songs like the 18 Touches. He prepared to join in the singing.
Stop. Hold on. Good heavens, I nearly couldn't restrain you. If you wish to perish, must you drag me into it? This is a crosstalk stage, not a den of iniquity. Are you certain about openly disseminating such lewdness?
Lang Heian hurriedly intervened. These two are truly something else, each more audacious than the last.
Isn't it perfectly fine? I see no issue. What needs to be spread should indeed be spread. Ha ha ha. Their attitudes left Lang Heian utterly flabbergasted. Is this how we respond to such matters?
I suggest we sing something that can be broadcast on television, so those who could not attend can also hear.
Liu Xingchen promptly countered. If those who couldn't attend could also hear, wouldn't it be unfair to the audience here?
If the theater and online experiences are the same,
who would still come to the theater?
Let us sing what cannot be broadcast, and let those who missed the show regret their absence.
Ha ha ha.
Zhang Heluan and Liu Xingchen were now firmly on the path of irreverence. Their thoughts aligned. If they were to sing, it should be something that cannot be aired.
Can I step down first?
I do not wish to be taken away for questioning later. Lang Heian expressed his anxiety, making his stance clear.
Look at you. No wonder they say you resemble a turtle, both of you are rather timid. Lang Heian protested, feeling wronged. I am looking out for your best interests.
Liu Xingchen paused. Let us consider this: the primary purpose of an actor is to serve the audience. What we wish to sing is secondary. What matters is what the audience desires to hear.
I will conduct a simple survey. Would you prefer songs that can be aired or those that cannot? Cannot be aired. Without hesitation, the audience responded in unison.
Liu Xingchen shrugged.
Public opinion, what can I do? Songs that can be aired? At that moment, a gentleman from the audience voiced a differing opinion. Liu Xingchen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Who just said they wanted to hear something that can be aired?
The gentleman who spoke raised his hand.
Very well, please step outside. Ha ha ha. Will we be able to sing what we desire? Isn't that putting someone in a difficult position? Oh, so you can only sing what cannot be aired. Ha ha ha. Enough of the jokes. Let us earnestly sing something for everyone. Liu Xingchen adjusted his demeanor, sincerity gracing his features.
Please, we wish to hear something irreverent.
A girl in the front row called out. Are you sure a young lady like you should be listening to such things? Ha ha ha.
How about this? If you truly wish to hear, let us arrange a private meeting. The content I deliver here might be too risky for this setting.
Ha ha ha. As crosstalk performers, we are skilled in the four arts of storytelling, learning, wit, and song.
Today, I shall share a couplet of Tai Ping lyrics.
And I hope you enjoy.
Yesterday was overcast the way river is cold. As Liu Xingchen assumed a serious demeanor, he began to sing the Tai Ping lyrics.
The audience listened intently, completely immersed in his performance. To say he possesses talent would be an understatement.
Liu Xingchen's rendition of the Tai Ping lyrics was replete with charm, evoking an irresistible desire to listen further.
It is hard to fathom that such artistry emanates from a young performer. One can only conclude that the current generation of Deyun society is indeed brimming with talent,
producing remarkable individuals.
Though many actors may disappoint, a greater number continue to earn the admiration of the audience.
This, without a doubt, is a positive development for crosstalk. Chapter 65, Belief that it won't be long before it goes online. The success of this commercial performance has, to a certain extent, salvaged the precarious reputation of the Deyun society. It is essential to recognize that there exists a significant distinction between commercial performances and small theater shows.
On one hand, the audience is larger, on the other, ticket prices are considerably higher. Both factors signify elevated expectations and standards of quality. This commercial performance concluded amidst the joyful laughter of the audience. Regardless of their initial moods, everyone departed with beaming smiles.
Perhaps this encapsulates the greatest charm of crosstalk, the ability to inspire one to face life and its challenges with a smile.
After the performance, Liu Xingchen joined everyone for a late-night meal.
While crosstalk may appear to be an intellectual endeavor, it also demands considerable physical stamina.
A single performance typically spans 3 to 4 hours, necessitating adequate replenishment of energy.
The following afternoon, Liu Xingchen awoke naturally, his mind echoing with the system's notification sound.
Ding! Detection of the host's forthright remarks. Rewards include knowledge in astronomy. With the system's prompt, Liu Xingchen acquired a wealth of astronomical knowledge in an instant,
transforming from a novice into a scholar with a considerable understanding of the cosmos.
This metamorphosis filled him with both astonishment and delight. The mysteries of the universe are boundless,
and countless phenomena remain beyond human comprehension, beckoning exploration. Armed with newfound astronomical knowledge, he opened the door to a new world,
fostering a deeper understanding and admiration for the cosmos. Moreover, this knowledge could be seamlessly woven into his crosstalk performances.
While crosstalk primarily serves as entertainment, it does not preclude the infusion of knowledge.
It is vital to maintain a clear distinction between the two. Crosstalk is not a platform for pedantic instruction. The audience is not obliged to absorb specific teachings.
Performers can certainly showcase their expertise and share professional insights, provided that the audience's enjoyment remains paramount.
Ultimately,
the extent to which the audience comprehends the material relies on their own interpretative abilities.
This commercial performance was undoubtedly a resounding success.
Some audience members have already uploaded edited clips online, garnering significant attention.
The name Liu Xingchen has become synonymous with popularity.
Both platforms and viewers exhibit heightened sensitivity toward these three characters, which now signify not merely an individual name but an inexhaustible source of joy.
However,
what truly propelled Liu Xingchen into the limelight this time was not his comedic talent but rather his striking appearance.
It is undeniable that we currently inhabit an era where looks hold considerable sway.
The adage beauty is justice is far from mere rhetoric.
Liu Xingchen's looks, even within the realm of crosstalk, are among the finest in the entire entertainment industry.
In contrast to the overly stylized appearances of some idols, Liu Xingchen exudes a refreshing aura of sunshine and security, distinguishing him amidst a sea of androgynous figures and establishing him as the white knight in many hearts. As discussions online intensified, countless investment firms recognized the opportunity at hand. They sought to engage various directors, hoping to persuade them to invite Liu Xingchen for performances.
Given his current popularity, even a melodramatic production would undoubtedly attract a substantial audience.
At that point, such support would translate into tangible financial gains.
With investors backing him, directors would be eager to facilitate such collaborations.
The business department of the Douyin Society has been inundated with calls and meetings, with all discussions centering around Liu Xingchen. Several variety shows have also shifted their focus onto Liu Xingchen. Compared to film productions, variety shows are undoubtedly more relaxed and straightforward.
Additionally, the financial rewards are not negligible.
The temptation is considerable, especially given that the former Douyin first brother, Yue Yunpeng, became somewhat enamored with variety shows to the detriment of his crosstalk career. It is likely that if the conditions offered are sufficiently enticing, Liu Xingchen would be inclined to participate in such shows.
Yet, to everyone's surprise, Liu Xingchen has consistently declined all invitations. He is neither a reclusive sage indifferent to fame nor foolish enough to turn down wealth. Instead,
he possesses a clear understanding that this is not the right time for such engagements.
The entertainment industry operates under a harsh ecological law, with new talent emerging daily while others are discarded.
Focusing solely on immediate trivial gains could lead to swift obsolescence, a mistake Liu Xingchen is determined to avoid.
If he is to enter the entertainment industry, he must establish a solid foothold. To achieve stability in this realm, the quality of one's work is paramount. While looks and physique may attract initial attention, they are fleeting.
Only through substantial talent can one genuinely earn the support and recognition of the audience. Given Liu Xingchen's current capabilities, he is evidently not yet suited for leading roles. As for variety shows, his interest is even less pronounced. While they may offer rapid exposure,
the accompanying cost is often a drain on one's essence.
Frequent appearances in variety shows can lead the audience to form fixed perceptions, which may hinder their ability to appreciate an actor's performance. Such pitfalls are, without a doubt, a cardinal sin for any performer.
Furthermore, fame brings its share of controversies. The entertainment industry is far from the tranquil facade it presents.
Even if one has not offended others, A sudden surge in popularity can be perceived as encroaching upon someone else's territory, resulting in unnecessary complications. Although Liu Xingchen is unperturbed by such troubles, he prefers to avoid them altogether. Why not spend this time enjoying a drink or singing a song? Nevertheless, Liu Xingchen has not entirely forsaken the potential benefits of this newfound fame. Given the heightened attention directed towards him, promoting his own brand seems a reasonable endeavor. The groundwork for his bag line is progressing steadily, with design and sourcing issues well in hand. He believes that it won't be long before it launches. Initially, Liu Xingchen intended to rely on prominent streamers for promotion, leveraging their expertise for sales. However, with his rising fame, capitalizing on this visibility appears to be a prudent course of action. Many stars have successfully established their own fashion brands. It is not an uncommon venture. Capitalizing on this opportunity to advertise his bags will likely yield greater attention during subsequent sales. Ultimately, one must remain cognizant of what actions to pursue and which to avoid. Others' opinions are merely that, opinions. The final decision rests with oneself. Much like Liu Xingchen, he understands his desires and thus knows how to navigate his path without regret. Chapter 66, The Rise and Fall of Guo Degang. If an actor fails to deliver an appropriate performance, audiences will undoubtedly remain unimpressed. Judging by the responses from the recent audience, it is evident that this particular performance was well received. This affirmation provides the Douyin Society with greater confidence in future performances and garners increased support. Presently, Liu Xingchen is not averse to participating in film and television productions. He is merely awaiting an opportunity that embodies sincerity. Those approaching him are primarily motivated by his commercial appeal. The scripts presented are often cobbled together without any coherent logic, lacking even the most fundamental narrative structure. Such works would undoubtedly detract from Liu Xingchen's artistic merit, failing to showcase his skills or enrich his experiences, ultimately eroding his audience rapport. While the short-term financial gain may appear substantial, it is fleeting. As an actor, the primary objective should not merely be to enhance one's income, but to honor the support of the audience. Should a commendable role arise, even a minor one, Liu Xingchen would be eager to embrace it. However, if a role does not resonate, he would prefer to decline, even if it were a leading part. For him, the act of filming is meant to be a source of joy, not solely a means of financial gain. Since the pursuit of enjoyment is paramount, ensuring his own happiness takes precedence. The Douyin Society has refrained from commenting extensively on his perspective. From their standpoint, they would naturally prefer Liu Xingchen to engage in various business opportunities, as this would yield greater benefits for the company. Nevertheless, they opted to honor Liu Xingchen's wishes. Everyone possesses the right to make their own choices, a right that cannot be infringed upon. In the following days, Liu Xingchen chose to unwind, balancing work and leisure. Allowing oneself to slow down is not necessarily a negative course of action. Perhaps due to his deeply ingrained image as a host, the Douyin Society's official website, upon announcing new commercial performances, is inundated with comments urging Liu Xingchen to assume the role of host. This has inadvertently pushed Hou Yi into the background. It is worth noting that Hou Yi, aside from being the captain of the troupe, also fulfills hosting duties, particularly during performances led by Guo Degang and Yu Qian, which are largely under his stewardship. However, the overwhelming demand for Liu Xingchen has naturally led to Hou Yi's relegation. Remarkably, Hou Yi harbors no resentment towards this outcome. Instead, he displays genuine enthusiasm. The term lazy has become synonymous with Hou Yi. As Guo Degang aptly put it, if one day the Douyin Society were to have only one person left by his side, that person would assuredly be Hou Yi, for he is too indolent to rebel. In truth, Hou Yi possesses commendable skills in xianxing and even has his own unique flair. However, his laziness led him to forsake xianxing in favor of hosting. Yet, in Hou Yi's view, hosting is also a relatively burdensome task, especially when he finds himself engrossed in a game only to be summoned to host a performance. The experience can be excruciating. Now, with Liu Xingchen potentially stepping into the role of host, Hou Yi can indulge in his gaming pursuits without distraction. The Douyin Society has chosen to respect the online clamor, yet everyone is aware that such respect is merely temporary. Given Liu Xingchen's evident capabilities, relegating him to hosting duties is clearly an underutilization of his talents. It is only a matter of time before he ascends to the spotlight of commercial performances.
Regardless, Hou Yi has indeed gained a momentary reprieve.
In the upcoming New Year's performance, he will assume only the role of troop captain,
with Liu Xingchen confirmed as the host. Initially, Guo Degang had hoped to involve Liu Xingchen in the Xiangxing segment of the New Year's performance, but Liu ultimately declined. This event will witness the return of various artists from the Deyun Society, promising an auditory and visual feast for the audience. Simultaneously, it poses a significant challenge for the performers.
Many actors, having strayed from the art of Xiangxing, now reside comfortably within their own bubbles, convinced of their own excellence.
However,
in reality, their proficiency in Xiangxing has diminished, falling behind many younger actors. Liu Xingchen aspires to help this group recognize the truth. If he were to participate in the performance, the quality would be assured, as he approaches any Xiangxing endeavor with utmost dedication. While he must consider the audience's experience, he cannot allow their expectations to go unmet. Yet, this would also obscure the shortcomings of other performers, allowing them to remain ensconced in their comfort zones, potentially leading to complacency. Such a trajectory would be detrimental to the development of Xiangxing. More critically, this group has grown resistant to counsel. Many have begun to question their abilities, yet they remain indifferent, dismissing such critiques as mere envy rather than a reflection of their true skill. Left unchecked, their levels will only decline further, casting a shadow over the future of Xiangxing. Rather than allowing this to continue, it may be more effective to let them stumble. While this approach may seem harsh, it could indeed prompt a sobering realization. However, Liu Xingchen refrained from sharing this sentiment with Guo Degang, for in some respects, Guo Degang himself appears somewhat detached from reality. His initial passion for Xiangxing has been overshadowed by the allure of fame and fortune. What was once a noble traditional art form has been corrupted into a mere commodity, a stark deviation from the authentic evolution of Xiangxing. Should this trend persist, we may witness the paradox of Guo Degang's rise and fall. Liu Xingchen is no extraordinary figure, nor does he aspire to leave a mark on history. Yet, he has a profound love for the art of Xiangxing. Given the opportunity, he would ardently wish to contribute to its advancement rather than passively observe its gradual decline. At all times, Xiangxing ought to be a form of art that delights, capable of bringing joy and liberating individuals from their burdens. This art form should follow its natural trajectory of development, free from the clutches of extraneous influences. Only in such a manner can Xiangxing flourish and thrive. Chapter 67, The Solo Performance of Liu Xingchen as the Supporting Comedian. Upon Liu Xingchen's confirmation as the host of the New Year's Eve Gala, there was a palpable sense of joy among the crowd. After all, it was a dream realized for many to witness the charming Liu Xingchen once more. However, disappointment soon followed when they discovered that his name was absent from the performance lineup. Clearly, the audience yearned for more, hosting was merely a precursor. And the true aspiration was to see him perform. Regrettably, the situation had become immutable, leaving everyone to sigh in resignation. The absence of Liu Xingchen's performance undoubtedly deprived them of boundless joy. A faction of disgruntled netizens took to the official social media of Deyun Society, voicing their grievances. How could such a talented actor as Liu Xingchen be denied the opportunity to perform? Was there some insidious agenda at play within Deyun Society? They had purchased tickets with the expectation of seeing him, only to find that his presence was limited to hosting duties, an outcome that seemed rather unreasonable. It was difficult to fathom which group of performers could possibly surpass Liu Xingchen's excellence. If he was deemed unworthy to participate, then surely others were even less deserving. Liu Xingchen had successfully elevated my standards for humor, and I found myself with heightened expectations for the performance. If this event failed to meet my criteria, I would not hesitate to voice my criticism. It appeared that Deyun Society had begun to stray from its course. Genuine lovers of Xiangxing were being sidelined while less dedicated performers took the stage. One could hardly justify attending if such was the case. I contemplated requesting a refund. Yet I was reluctant to part with the prospect of seeing Xingchen. I sincerely hoped this performance would not disappoint, otherwise, I would refrain from attending future events. The news of Liu Xingchen's exclusion from the performance left his fans quite dissatisfied. In the days that followed, the discontent within Deyun Society became evident. In response, Guo Degang wore a serious expression. Once upon a time, Deyun Society flourished, with any performer of note receiving support and recognition. Yet now, the public's approval was waning. Particularly concerning these established actors, whose acclaim had turned to disappointment. This was merely the beginning, there remained room for redemption. If the audience were to reach a point of complete disillusionment, the closing of Deyun society would not be far off. In light of the current circumstances, Guo Degang issued a firm directive: everyone must diligently prepare and present their finest work, ensuring that the audience would not be let down. Even without Guo Degang's insistence, these actors had already devised their own plans. The journey from adulation to skepticism was painfully arduous, and no one wished to bear such a burden. To reverse the tide, they needed to showcase their true prowess. Presently, all actors participating in the New Year's Eve performance were flocking to Liu Xingchen. Their intentions were unified, they sought his guidance to ensure their performances did not falter. Liu Xingchen appreciated this earnestness. At least they were willing to strive for the sake of Shangxing and to make adjustments for the audience. However, the sheer number of requests left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He could not cater to everyone and could only offer selective advice, while they ultimately bore the responsibility for their own performances. Nevertheless, the trust placed in Liu Xingchen was unwavering, with everyone hoping he would provide them with ample assistance. Adhering to the principle of not offending anyone, Liu Xingchen resolved to offer his guidance during their performances. This decision elicited both astonishment and delight. It was well known that Liu Xingchen was a forthright comedian. He would not hesitate to point out any missteps on stage, sparing no feelings. While such critiques might be tolerable off stage, they could lead to significant embarrassment in front of an audience. The notion of a professional comedian being publicly corrected was akin to a catastrophic social faux pas. Fortunately, Liu Xingchen was willing to assist them in completing their performances. From the audience's perspective, Liu Xingchen represented a guarantee of quality. His presence ensured that the caliber of the work would not be in question, providing a greater sense of security than if they prepared independently. However, this performance was destined to be fraught with both risks and rewards. Unless they were flawless, any mistakes would result in Liu Xingchen leaving them hanging on stage. After careful consideration, the group decided to proceed with their performances alongside Liu Xingchen. Although he would be providing guidance, the quality of the work was indeed assured. This alone was a worthwhile risk. Once the decision was made, they communicated their intentions to Yue Yunpeng, who expressed her support and revised the program accordingly. In the 6 performances of the New Year's Eve Gala, aside from Guo Degang, Yu Qian, Gao Feng, and Yue Yunpeng, the remaining 4 groups of actors would collaborate with Liu Xingchen. Upon reviewing the new program, Guo Degang boldly proposed an idea: since Xingchen was prepared to offer guidance on stage, why not allow him to work one-on-one with each performer? Let us transform the New Year's Eve Gala from a one-day event into a 3-day extravaganza, during which Liu Xingchen would partner with every participating actor. This approach would enable us to accurately identify each individual's challenges, thus facilitating improvement. The audience's recognition of Liu Xingchen stemmed largely from his demonstrated capabilities. They witnessed sincerity in his performances and derived joy from them. This was a lesson for every current performer, including him and Yu Qian. After much deliberation, it became clear that having Liu Xingchen partner with each actor was indeed the optimal outcome. This arrangement would not only enhance problem identification but also ensure the quality of the performances. However, the only drawback lay in the greater challenge it posed for Liu Xingchen. He would not merely be collaborating with one individual but with everyone. Coupled with his hosting duties, the workload was substantial. After thoughtful consideration, Guo Degang decided to adhere to Liu Xingchen's vision. If Liu Xingchen endorsed the arrangement, they would proceed accordingly; if he deemed it impractical, they would make further adjustments. Upon learning of Guo Degang's proposal, Liu Xingchen ultimately agreed. After all, whether he was supporting one person or many, the distinction was negligible. Moreover, as Guo Degang had articulated, such targeted performances would lead to the discovery of issues and foster beneficial changes for the actors. With Liu Xingchen's consent secured, Deyun Society reissued the performance schedule. Liu Xingchen would collaborate with Zhang Zhouling, Yue Yunpeng, Meng Hatong, Qin Shaoxian, Gao Feng, and Guo Degang during the first day's performance. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the New Year's Eve Gala had gradually transformed into Liu Xingchen's solo performance as the supporting comedian. Chapter 68. If I am not mistaken, that is indeed the light of righteousness.
When the final performance lineup was announced by the Deyun Society,
the online community erupted in excitement. It turned out that the Deyun Society had heeded the advice.
Just as everyone expressed their dissatisfaction in the comments, the organization swiftly made adjustments. Such efficiency is certainly commendable,
as long as they are receptive to feedback. The Deyun Society will remain the beloved institution it has always been, and support and recognition from the audience will continue unabated. In no time, the public's perception shifted,
and anticipation for the upcoming New Year's Eve performance soared.
Those who had previously cancelled their tickets were now filled with regret and sought ways to repurchase them.
The audience was electrified, while the actors collaborating with Liu Xingchen felt an immense pressure. Liu Xingchen's forthright remarks are not easily withstood by everyone. Moreover,
given that this performance would adopt a lively and engaging approach, the outcome was anyone's guess. On the night of the New Year's Eve performance,
the Bay Exhibition Theater buzzed with exuberance and vitality. An event centered around Liu Xingchen is truly hard to resist. Those who failed to secure tickets flocked in hopes of obtaining one for that evening's performance.
Liu Xingchen arrived early at the backstage, allowing the makeup artist to apply a light touch of makeup. In his daily life, Liu Xingchen eschews makeup entirely, not even applying the most basic moisturizer, presenting a completely natural visage. However, recognizing the need for a touch of formality this evening, he opted for a simple hairstyle without altering his face significantly.
Liu Xingchen abhors ostentatious male makeup. He believes that men should embody masculinity rather than appear effeminate. During this time, other actors from the Deyun Society and audience members had entered, and everything proceeded systematically. As the clock struck 7:30, the New Year's Eve performance commenced. In previous grand performances, the Deyun Society would commence with a large-scale opening, presenting a dramatic imitation to convey blessings to the audience. Yet, this arrangement had been abolished in recent years, now directly introducing the program and jumping into the performance. While this may have lacked a sense of ritual, it undoubtedly enhanced the viewing experience, allowing immediate joy to unfold. Dressed in traditional Deyun attire, Liu Xingchen strode confidently onto the stage. Given the nature of the performance, he opted against a suit, yet his charm remained undeniable.
Despite everyone being prepared, his striking presence still left them in awe.
His allure was captivating from every angle. Simply irresistible. Hello everyone, welcome to the Deyun Society's New Year's Eve performance. I am your host for the evening. Liu Xingchen. Following a brief introduction, Liu Xingchen stepped back a couple of paces, allowing Zhang Zhouling to take the stage.
The two joined forces at the center of the stage, bowing deeply to the audience.
Today marks the Deyun Society's New Year's Eve performance. And my partner and I would like to address a question that might arise. Isn't your partner Wang Zhulong? Where has he gone? At this moment,
Zhang Zhouling appeared somewhat despondent.
To be frank, my partner, he.
As he mentioned Wang Zhulong, Zhang Zhouling's voice quivered with emotion, sounding extraordinarily sorrowful.
Come on, he was merely caught urinating by the roadside. What's so difficult to talk about? Ha! Ha ha ha. So, you're saying Wang Zhulong was photographed while urinating by the roadside? Only Liu Xingchen could deliver such unvarnished honesty. This is precisely how comedy should be approached, refreshing and invigorating. The audience erupted with laughter.
Wait, is this really true? I thought it was a joke.
Did he get his hands dirty? Did he wash them afterward?
The excitement in the room was palpable, igniting an eager anticipation for the performance ahead, which promised to be delightful.
Liu Xingchen's candid remarks instantly ignited the atmosphere.
Audience members were increasingly animated. The tale of the roadside incident was simply too amusing. Zhang Zhouling cast a somewhat embarrassed glance at Liu Xingchen.
I merely wished to enhance the ambience, you know?
Judged?
Judged for what? Naturally, for urinating by the roadside.
Zhang Zhouling suddenly realized. Judged.
He is currently being detained for public indecency. Ha ha ha. Since he is already in trouble, it's hardly excessive to discuss it.
Well, let us not dwell on such societal miscreants. I have no desire to associate with him. Zhang Zhouling shifted his tone, adopting a righteous demeanor.
Liu Xingchen readily agreed, indeed. Let us leave it be, lest I become implicated. Now, allow me to formally introduce my esteemed partner beside me. Today's collaboration is quite remarkable. Hold on a moment. What do you mean by esteemed partner? I'm still entangled in this confusion. Your tongue seems to be tied, does it not? Are you implying my tongue is twisted? How so? Let us drop it. My words were merely intended to convey partner. How did you misinterpret it as something else?
Liu Xingchen momentarily paused. So it turns out I'm at fault.
Of course. It's obviously your misunderstanding. Perhaps it is indeed my fault. I've not been involved in any street antics, so I truly cannot grasp your expressions. Fault lies with me, fault lies with me. Liu Xingchen's words were laden with double meanings. Some audience members had already discerned the underlying implications, referencing Zhang Jiuling's street-kissing incident. Liu Xingchen remains true to form. If there is something you wish to hear, he will never disappoint. Zhang Jiuling chuckled sheepishly. We're here to perform comedy. Why do we keep returning to street matters? I wish to focus on the performance, but the truth is, there is just no synergy between us tonight. Your street-kissing antics just concluded, and Wang Jiulong was caught urinating in public, while I've done nothing of the sort, clearly outshined. Ha ha ha. It's always a pleasure to hear Xingchen's comedic stylings. This actor speaks with genuine candor. Indeed, Liu Xingchen consistently brings unexpected delights. This playful banter is simply not typical. It's perplexing that Liu Xingchen hadn't mentioned the street-kissing incident earlier. Turns out he was waiting for the right moment. It seems he is subtly addressing the conduct of both performers. The life of a comedic actor is often more captivating off stage than on. It's quite the conundrum. Such matters ought to be addressed. A commendable actor should not be mired in trivial controversies. Liu Xingchen radiates a remarkable aura, if I am not mistaken. That is indeed the light of righteousness. Chapter 69. So the eye on the flute is called pin. The most devastating impact of straightforward speech lies in its inherent truth. Based on factual evidence, no one can refute it. This performance has only just begun. And Zhang Jiuling has already faced 2 setbacks. Today's show is destined to be anything but tranquil. Speaking of which, Zhang Jiuling's professional capabilities are indeed commendable. Having long been a member of the Crane Troupe at Diyun Society, he later became the eldest brother of the 9 Troupe due to his young age. However, when it comes to skill, he is not at all inferior to his Crane Troupe brothers. It is simply unacceptable for him to be mercilessly criticized in the area he excels in. When it comes time for retribution, there will be no hesitation whatsoever. Let us refrain from discussing the streets for now and instead focus on the 2 performers on stage. I am Zhang Jiuling, a crosstalk artist from the 9 Troupe of Diyun Society, a minor figure, hardly worth mentioning. Allow me to introduce my esteemed partner. When mentioning the word partner, Zhang Jiuling's tone noticeably intensified. This time, I hope I'm not mistaken? Ha ha ha. Indeed. Allow me to grandly introduce my partner. The most popular actor at Diyun Society, the beloved disciple of teacher Liu Xingchen. This Liu Xingchen is male, in his early 20s, with a junior high school diploma. And has had some issues. Zhang Jiuling's words left Liu Xingchen momentarily stunned, prompting him to hastily interrupt. Wait a minute, is Liu Xingchen for real? I'm just here to perform crosstalk, and you've taken me straight to a legal discussion? Am I on the street kissing or urinating? Ha ha ha. Liu Xingchen's questioning reignited the atmosphere in the room. Truly, Liu Xingchen is sharp, even in his retorts. Can we not bring up street matters? Why not just focus on crosstalk? Zhang Jiuling paused. It's not that I'm unwilling to introduce you. But rather your fame is so immense that who doesn't know Liu Xingchen when Diyun Society is mentioned? Liu Xingchen nodded, not at all modest. If you put it that way, it seems I cannot refute. Zhang Jiuling didn't dwell on it and continued, as far as I know. You are the most knowledgeable person in Diyun Society. Liu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively. Oh, come on. Just when everyone thought Liu Xingchen would exhibit humility, he boldly declared, why limit it to Diyun Society? I am the most knowledgeable in the entire crosstalk community. Liu Xingchen certainly shows no humility. The strong deserve respect. And heroes dare to take the lead. I see no fault in that. I admire Xingchen's candor. In my eyes, his knowledge reigns supreme. Xingchen's performance is utterly unpredictable.
One can never anticipate his next words.
A good crosstalk performance should be just so. If possible, I would love to attend every single one of Xingchen's shows.
The audience's enthusiasm soared, and they were thoroughly satisfied with today's performance. Zhang Jiuling seemed to have grown accustomed to Liu Xingchen's lack of modesty and confidently pursued, "Brother,
since your knowledge is so profound, may I ask you a few questions?" "Absolutely not." Ha ha ha. Liu Xingchen's decisive rejection caught everyone off guard. Zhang Jiuling was left bewildered. "No?" Liu Xingchen relished this moment, waving his hand. "Just a little joke.
Ask away, I will certainly share what I know without reservation.
And if I don't, I won't fabricate an answer."
With Liu Xingchen's response, Zhang Jiuling finally felt reassured. Today's performance was officially progressing towards a lively engagement. Why does the frog, being so small, have such a loud call?
Why is the frog so loud?
Liu Xingchen pondered for a moment, then a confident smile graced his face.
This is not a challenge for me. To understand why frogs call so loudly,
you must first grasp their physical structure. Think about it, when a frog croaks, though its body is small, it has a large belly and a wide mouth.
The combination of a big mouth, a large belly, and resonance makes it loud. Upon hearing Liu Xingchen's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. Zhang Jiuling seemed contemplative.
Oh.
So it's the large mouth and belly that makes it loud.
Liu Xingchen nodded affirmatively.
But what about a bamboo paper basket?
It too has a large mouth and belly, yet it doesn't make a sound.
Ha ha ha, the paper basket? Liu Xingchen's expression shifted. How did you come up with that? Ha ha ha, after pondering for a moment, Liu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Ah, right. It's made of bamboo.
Yes.
If it's made of bamboo, it won't sound. Zhang Jiuling contemplated. If it's made of bamboo, then the flute, which is also made of bamboo. Why does it sound? As he spoke, Zhang Jiuling mimicked the action of playing a flute.
The hole on top, when you blow into it, it sounds.
Upon hearing this, Liu Xingchen's expression became serious. Before I answer your question, I believe it is necessary to correct your terminology. Can that hole on the flute be called an eye? Zhang Jiuling's expression changed. Isn't the hole on the flute called an eye? Liu Xingchen replied with certainty, that hole on the flute is certainly not called an eye. It is called pin. Pin?
Zhang Jiuling was unfamiliar with this term and struggled to articulate, "Oh, so the hole on the flute is called pin. I've been discussing this for nearly 10 years and only just learned the correct term for the flute's hole."
Ha ha ha, at this moment backstage, everyone was drenched in sweat.
Initially, they thought Liu Xingchen's playful banter was merely rhetorical and wouldn't lead to any real surprises. Yet, in just the first performance, Liu Xingchen had begun a lesson on stage. What a remarkable occurrence, he truly was conducting a class. A professional crosstalk artist performing specialized content while being unaware of some basic knowledge seemed rather incongruous. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Jiuling had lost face in front of the audience. However, Zhang Jiuling remained remarkably composed. Although being publicly pointed out for his mistake was slightly embarrassing, at least he had learned from it. This fleeting awkwardness was far better than continuing to perform incorrectly. Otherwise, if there had been experts in the audience, his foolish performance would have been genuinely embarrassing. Chapter 70, the delightful performance of mutual undermining. The performance, characterized by its playful banter and mutual undermining, is truly endearing. Having pondered the matter, Zhang Jiuling revised his query. You mentioned that the flute is crafted from bamboo, yet, why does it produce sound when you blow into it? Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Xingchen replied. It is because the flute possesses holes, and with holes, it resonates. Zhang Jiuling appeared contemplative. So, according to your reasoning, anything with holes can produce sound? Precisely. Consider the rice sieve at the grain store, it likely has over 10,000 holes, yet it remains silent. Liu Xingchen's expression grew notably serious. I must correct you there. A flour sieve would be more appropriate. After all, have we ever heard of a rice sieve? Hilarity ensued as the audience shifted their focus from the question and answer format to Liu Xingchen's corrections. The audience was familiar with the program bell and drum. Yet a performance featuring such onstage corrections seemed unprecedented.
At that moment, Zhang Jiuling wore an expression of utter despair. He merely wished to partner with Liu Xingchen harmoniously. Yet the performance had barely begun, and errors abounded. If such mistakes had been pointed out from the audience, he would have remained unperturbed. However, the crux of the matter was that this was taking place on stage, their every gesture and utterance laid bare before the audience. This predicament was indeed frustrating. I believe for your next performance, it would be better to directly refer to it as a sieve, which would be more precise. Upon hearing Liu Xingchen's suggestion, Zhang Jiuling nodded vigorously. You mentioned that the grain store's sieve has over 10,000 holes, why does it not produce sound? As he spoke, he mimicked the shape of a sieve. Please maintain that pose. Liu Xingchen interjected. You must realize that the grain store's sieve is round and flat. A round flat object does not resonate. Zhang Jiuling nodded once more. Ah, so anything that is round and flat will not produce sound. But what of the gong struck on the stage? When it is struck, it does resonate, does it not? Liu Xingchen directed his gaze toward the audience. On the stage, the gong. At this juncture, might it be more appropriate to say strike the gong? The laughter erupted as Zhang Jiuling found himself amused, covering his face, wishing to vanish from sight. As the old saying goes, gongs are struck, while drums are beaten. However, since the audience has posed the question, we must adhere to their phrasing and not undermine their perspective. Liu Xingchen continued to mutter to the audience, yet every word fell upon Zhang Jiuling's ears. All right. I admit my error. I apologize for my previous careless remark, it should be strike the gong, not beat the gong. Liu Xingchen hastily waved his hand. No. You may say beat the gong if you wish, henceforth, we shall all use beat the gong. The laughter continued. Why does the gong resonate? Where do you strike it? No. Where do you beat it? Of course, you strike it at the center. Liu Xingchen clapped his hands. Indeed. You see, you yourself mentioned it. You must strike the center for it to resonate, it is the center that causes the sound. Zhang Jiuling nodded again. So, if it has a center, it will resonate? What about the iron pot at my home? At this point, Zhang Jiuling paused, glancing at Liu Xingchen with a hint of trepidation. I hope I am not mistaken about my family's iron pot. His actions elicited cheers from the audience, laughter spilling forth uncontrollably. When you first uttered it, I felt compelled to correct you. Zhang Jiuling's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he misspoken again? Did you not just declare? Your family's iron pot. Iron pot, iron indeed. Can iron resonate? Zhang Jiuling patted his chest in relief. You scared me, I thought I had erred once more. Today, Jiuling is not merely performing, he is facing trials. This relentless correction was indeed discomforting for anyone. Nevertheless, Liu Xingchen's expertise was undeniably impressive, his assertions were irrefutably accurate, a fact that could not be dismissed. I have listened to bell and drum numerous times, and only now do I realize how many misused terms I had previously accepted. Could it be that even the esteemed Guo does not know these nuances? Suddenly, Zhang Jiuling found himself enamored with this form of comedic performance. To put it bluntly, Liu Xingchen's professional acumen truly represents the standard expected of a comedic performer. A stark contrast to the noticeable decline in the abilities of the current members of the Deyun society. I genuinely hope Liu Xingchen flourishes. Such a performer deserves a broader stage and greater recognition and support. Zhang Jiuling, relieved to have escaped a blunder, continued, so, if iron does not resonate, why does the bell hanging in the temple resonate, as it too is made of iron? Liu Xingchen responded once more, you just said it, the bell is hanging. Only when iron is suspended can it resonate. Zhang Jiuling fell into contemplation again. If that is the case, then anything that is hung can resonate? The weight at my doorstep has hung there for 8 years, yet it has never made a sound. Liu Xingchen expressed his sentiments. That weight was purchased 8 years ago. It is quite difficult to find now. Could we refrain from discussing irrelevant matters and simply address my question? The weight at my doorstep has hung there for 8 years without a peep. Why is that? Zhang Jiuling turned to Liu Xingchen. So, you are questioning me now? Of course, it cannot resonate. The bell is hollow, while the weight is solid, solid iron does not resonate. Zhang Jiuling remained persistent, inquiring once more. If we follow your logic, then a bomb is also solid, how does it produce sound? Liu Xingchen burst into laughter. Do you not understand this basic principle?
It contains explosive material, only with such material can it make noise.
Zhang Jiuling pondered momentarily. So, anything with explosive material can produce sound?
Tongrintang has been in operation for many years, yet I have never heard of it exploding. The barrage of questions left Liu Xingchen momentarily speechless.
Zhang Jiuling, it seemed, held on to grudges, seizing the opportunity to press Liu Xingchen relentlessly without offering any respite. Yet, this exchange proved quite entertaining for the audience.
The delightful performance of mutual undermining truly captivated the crowd. Chapter 71, The Fortune of Collaborating with Liu Xingchen. The collaboration between Zhang Jiuling and Liu Xingchen has undeniably demonstrated the phenomenon where one surpasses two. When considering sheer talent, Zhang Jiuling's abilities are indeed commendable, placing him among the ranks of the more distinguished members of the Dayan society.
However,
due to certain external factors, his focus on the art of xiangxing has waned compared to earlier times, resulting in a noticeable decline in his performance.
Furthermore,
his partner Wang Jiulong's skills in comedic timing are not particularly exceptional, which has contributed to an overall sense of stagnation in their acts.
Yet,
when paired with a remarkable performer, Zhang Jiuling can still showcase his talents, as evidenced by his encounter with Liu Xingchen today.
Their synergy was seamless,
and the chemistry between them was palpable from beginning to end.
The punchlines resonated impressively,
and even those that would not typically elicit laughter were met with applause in that moment. This significantly bolstered their confidence, particularly for Zhang Jiuling, who found renewed motivation for the art of xiangxing.
Come on, brother, aren't you supposed to explain this? Why haven't we heard the medicine from Tongrintang make a sound after all these years? Zhang Jiuling's earnestness reignited the atmosphere. All eyes were drawn to the duo, eager to see how the situation would unfold.
Faced with such a query, Liu Xingchen appeared somewhat embarrassed, pondering aloud how it could be that the medicine from Tongrintang remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Xingchen realized that since Tongrintang's medicine is ingested, it differs fundamentally from gunpowder. It does not make a sound when consumed. Zhang Jiuling suddenly grasped the concept. Oh, anything that is ingested cannot possibly make a sound. Liu Xingchen nodded in agreement.
Exactly. Zhang Jiuling continued. But what about bubble gum? It's also ingested, yet when you chew and then blow, it pops. Doesn't that make a sound?
Liu Xingchen shrugged, exasperated.
Where on earth did you come up with this reasoning? Never mind where I got it. Just answer my question. Zhang Jiuling insisted. Bubblegum is ingested too, why can it make a sound?
Liu Xingchen thought for a moment and replied. Bubblegum is made of rubber, rubber can produce sound.
Zhang Jiuling was relentless. Only rubber can make sound? Look at my shoes.
They have rubber soles, why haven't I heard them make a sound? Liu Xingchen remained undeterred, explaining further, your shoes are indeed rubber-soled, but they touch the ground. Anything in contact with the ground won't make a sound. Zhang Jiuling pondered this notion seriously.
So, if something is touching the ground, it remains silent?
But the tires of cars on the road are made of rubber and they are in contact with the ground, why do they still make noise when filled with air?
Liu Xingchen chuckled, haven't you already answered your own question? They make noise because they contain air.
Pointing at Liu Xingchen's stomach, Zhang Jiuling quipped, if air makes sound,
then you must have air in your stomach, why haven't I heard it make a sound?
Liu Xingchen retorted, if my stomach made a sound,
we'd all be in trouble.
Zhang Jiuling, brimming with pride, remarked, look, I've posed so many questions, and you haven't answered them properly.
Yet here you are pointing fingers at me. You claim I'm wrong, but you have your own questions that you can't answer. Do you know why I designed this segment? It's to remind certain individuals not to be too arrogant. Liu Xingchen looked perplexed. What do you mean by that?
Zhang Jiuling, with a serious expression, said, earlier, I wanted to mention that Liu Xingchen claimed a weightstone cannot make a sound.
Liu Xingchen did not deny it, indeed. I said that.
Zhang Jiuling, filled with indignation, declared, pretending to understand while being ignorant.
Why can't a weightstone make a sound? Ladies and gentlemen,
you are in for a treat today, as I will provide you with a lesson. He announced with confidence, "Welcome to Teacher Zhang's class. Please take out your paper and pens, and remember every word I say next."
The audience's curiosity piqued at Zhang Jiuling's confidence.
The idea that a weight stone could produce sound was absurd, yet he adamantly asserted that it was indeed possible.
This piqued everyone's interest in how it could be so.
Zhang Jiuling, now fully commanding their attention, stated earnestly, "To be honest, I have witnessed a weight stone make a sound."
Upon hearing this, Liu Xingchen interjected, "Typically, sounds are heard. To claim to have seen one is indeed quite extraordinary." The audience burst into laughter, acknowledging Liu Xingchen's sharp wit.
Engaging in xiangxing truly enriches one's knowledge,
especially under Liu Xingchen's guidance, which is both enlightening and entertaining.
Reflecting on the earlier exchanges, the audience began to sympathize with Zhang Jiuling's plight, yet upon further consideration, they recognized that Liu Xingchen's points were rational and well-founded, leaving no room for rebuttal. In the backstage area, fellow performers engaged in discussions about the unfolding events.
Like the audience, they admired Liu Xingchen's eloquence.
As professionals in the field, they understood the value he brought to the performance.
In xiangxing,
performers often become immersed in their roles and struggle to maintain independent thoughts.
Most simply follow the flow of dialogue, rarely deviating from the script. However,
Liu Xingchen managed to remain alert throughout, discerning what should be said and what should be avoided. This alone distinguished him from the majority of his peers.
Collaborating with Liu Xingchen is undoubtedly a stroke of fortune.
He not only enhances the overall quality of the performance but also inspires his fellow actors to recognize their shortcomings and gradually improve in their craft.
Chapter 72, My senior brother and I have acquired a great deal of knowledge.
Liu Xingchen's remark about how it would be even better if he could hear the sound of the weight was enough to render all of Zhang Jiuling's previous efforts utterly futile. The carefully crafted image of a teacher he had cultivated was, in that moment, shattered back to reality.
There was no denying it.
Liu Xingchen's words were indeed filled with wisdom.
Are sounds not meant for listening? What purpose do they serve for seeing? Zhang Jiuling pondered this internally, shaking his head in resignation.
I don't know what possessed me to partner with him, it feels like I'm simply inviting my own discomfort.
Ha ha ha.
Zhang Jiuling's light-hearted sarcasm resonated with the audience, as they had all witnessed the interactions between the two.
Today's performance was undeniably challenging.
I believe our partnership has been quite enjoyable.
After all, the essence of performing crosstalk lies in mutual learning and progress, doesn't it? Liu Xingchen's candid assertion once again left Zhang Jiuling feeling despondent.
Perhaps it would be best to refrain from further frivolity and focus on the performance.
Ha ha ha. Life is not easy, sighed Jiuling.
The notion of hearing a weight might seem absurd, yet I have indeed heard a weight make a sound. Zhang Jiuling confidently revised his statement.
Liu Xingchen, curious, inquired, "Is it truly possible for a weight to make a sound?"
Without hesitation, Zhang Jiuling replied, "Of course it is.
This happened quite some time ago.
During a leisurely outing on a mountain, I spotted a horse-drawn carriage from a distance." At this point, Zhang Jiuling glanced at Liu Xingchen.
Uncertain. "Surely, I'm not mistaken, right?"
"I saw a horse-drawn carriage from afar, there's a horse in front and a cart behind."
"So it should be called a horse-drawn carriage, yes?" Ha 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 ha. Zhang Jiuling's almost sheepish demeanor reignited laughter in the crowd.
It seemed he was genuinely intimidated by Liu Xingchen's corrections, fearful of uttering another blunder.
"Indeed,"
Liu Xingchen responded promptly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiuling patted his chest in relief.
"You nearly scared me.
I thought I had made another mistake."
Ha ha ha.
From a great distance, I saw this carriage approaching, and at the rear of the carriage, there hung a weight the size of a palm. However, this weight was not made of iron but of copper. As the carriage moved, the weight clanged,
creating a loud sound. Would you not agree that it made a sound?
After finishing, Zhang Jiuling appeared quite self-assured. Liu Xingchen, however, shook his head. I was under the impression you had genuinely heard a weight make a sound. Instead, it seems you were just spinning tales.
Based on your description,
what you saw was not a weight at all but clearly a bell. Typically, a horse-drawn carriage would have a bell. But this is the first time I've heard of one hanging at the rear. Usually, it is attached to the yoke.
Ha 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 ha. I knew Liu Xingchen would not disappoint. Once again, Liu Xingchen opened his mini-class. Who among us is good at math? Could someone calculate the psychological shadow area that Zhou is currently experiencing?
It seems that today, Zhou has come not to perform crosstalk but to attend a lecture.
Goodness! Is this the distinction between a master and a novice? After today, Zhou will likely dream of Liu Xingchen's figure, as the questions keep coming, showing no mercy whatsoever.
I believe this performance will leave Zhou with an indelible impression of the bell, ensuring he will not err again. Harsh words may be bitter. And honest advice may be hard to hear, while Liu Xingchen's words may be blunt, they are undoubtedly beneficial to Zhou.
Today's audience has unlocked a new way of experiencing crosstalk. In the past, listeners focused on the performer's transitions and the foundations laid by the actors. Yet now,
they have experienced the actors' corrections and critiques. You might say this method of expression offers a refreshing flavor, creating a most pleasant experience. After being accustomed to monotonous performances,
a change of pace can indeed be delightful.
Furthermore, the bell is not an ordinary one, it is specifically referred to as a driving bell or a cart bell.
Really?
Zhang Zhou exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief, staring blankly at Liu Xingchen.
Is that true? Are you asking me? Ha ha ha. Zhang Zhou displayed a goofy smile. Clearly unfamiliar with this driving bell.
Liu Xingchen quickly grasped his confusion and elaborated, the term driving bell has its significance.
Mountain roads are often difficult to navigate.
Zhang Zhou nodded in agreement. That is true, the song Mountain Roads comes to mind, with its lyrics about the winding paths.
Ha 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 ha. Indeed, the reasoning is sound. The numerous twists and turns of mountain roads make it so that a horse-drawn carriage cannot honk like modern vehicles. Allow me to introduce another term that you might not fully understand. Zhang Zhou gazed intently at Liu Xingchen, eager to hear his explanation. Meeting of vehicles. Meeting of vehicles? Zhang Zhou looked bewildered.
Liu Xingchen wore an expression of as expected, it seems you truly do not understand.
Ha ha ha.
The term meeting of vehicles refers to the situation when two vehicles are approaching each other. To alert the other party of their presence, a bell must be hung,
primarily serving as a warning signal. After hearing Liu Xingchen's explanation, Zhang Zhou wore a look of enlightenment. Ladies and gentlemen, behold Liu Xingchen, truly a repository of knowledge.
Let us not even mention anything else, just this concept of meeting of vehicles. Had Liu Xingchen not informed me, I might have gone my entire life without knowing it.
Liu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively. That statement seems a bit exaggerated.
If you were to attend a driving school, any instructor would be able to explain what meeting of vehicles means.
Ha 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 ha. The audience erupted once more in laughter. Liu Xingchen's delivery is certainly unconventional. At this moment,
Zhang Zhou clearly intended to elevate Liu Xingchen's status with praise. Unexpectedly, Liu Xingchen activated his candid mode again, speaking nothing but the truth. This shift was rather unexpected. Fortunately, Zhang Zhou managed to rein in his emotions and continued, regardless, my senior brother is indeed quite remarkable.
For me,
I relish the opportunity to associate with such a learned individual. There is a saying that goes, birds of a feather flock together. People of virtue elevate one another, being by my senior brother's side has certainly broadened my horizons. Just the other day, my senior brother and I acquired a wealth of knowledge. Upon hearing Zhang Zhou's words, Liu Xingchen appeared intrigued.
Did I teach you something the other day? Ha ha ha. Zhang Zhou paused,
pondering whether this was indeed the correct approach to performing crosstalk.
Chapter 73. He was genuinely apprehensive about encountering any trouble.
While others performed crosstalk with a focus on harmonious collaboration, the two of them exhibited no semblance of synergy.
Nevertheless, the manner in which they expressed their sentiments yielded remarkably positive results. The audience in attendance wholeheartedly appreciated the opening of the day. Their initial attraction to the Doyun Society stemmed from its innovative spirit.
The same piece, when interpreted by the Doyun Society, invariably outshone performances by other troupes.
Over time,
this led to an enduring affection for their artistry, prompting patrons to support the Doyun Society with tangible contributions.
However, the subsequent disenchantment with the Doyun Society was also rooted in their performances.
They seem to have forgotten their original intentions, losing the attitude that once endeared them to audiences, resulting in an array of repetitive works that gradually diminished public interest. Now, the beloved Diyun society had made a triumphant return, much to the audience's delight. Zhang Zhouling continued. You may have forgotten about that day, but allow me to remind you. Liu Xingchen refrained from arguing. My relationship with Chen Gu has always been amicable. He has helped me navigate many challenges. Thus, I hold great respect for his parents, and I often wish to visit them. That day, I did just that. Liu Laoi, despite nearing 70, possessed a youthful spirit, often indulging in hunting and walking his dog. He approached hunting with great seriousness. With an eagle perched on his left arm and a dog on his right, exuding an impressive air. On that day, curiosity piqued. I noticed something tied to the eagle's leg. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a bell, known as the centenarian bell. Before Zhang Zhouling could elaborate further, he was interrupted by Liu Xingchen. Please hold on a moment, may I interject? Zhang Zhouling paused, ultimately acquiescing. At that moment, Liu Xingchen turned his serious gaze toward the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, with so many people present, there are certainly hidden talents among us. I am unsure if anyone here works with protected animals, but I must clarify a few matters. Crosstalk performances are typically fictional, not grounded in reality. So please do not take Zhouling's previous remarks too seriously. Liu Xingchen's sudden seriousness caught everyone off guard. He was evidently cautious, wary of attracting unwanted complications. I must explain this clearly, times have changed. Eagles are now protected species, and we must not violate the law. Ha ha ha. What a meticulous Liu Xingchen we have here. Who would have thought that attending a crosstalk performance could yield such unexpected insights? His comments underscore the importance of respecting the law. Only those who harbor respect for the law can be deemed individuals of conscience and principle. Given Liu Xingchen's awareness, tax evasion is surely not in his repertoire. For that reason alone, I shall support him wholeheartedly. After Liu Xingchen's remarks, Zhang Zhouling hastily gestured. Indeed. What I mentioned earlier was purely fictional. To be honest, I have never even seen an eagle. Ha ha ha. Liu Xingchen maintained a serious demeanor. Such matters require clear explanation. One cannot simply face legal consequences for a crosstalk performance. Let me reiterate, we do not possess such an eagle, we only have flies. Ha ha ha. However, since the program does involve eagles, I felt it necessary to clarify. In the past, during hunting, an eagle would indeed have a bell attached. But it was not called the centenarian bell, it was known as the attention bell. The term attention bell relates to hunting seasons. Typically, hunting occurs in spring or autumn when the grass is high. As the eagle circles in the sky, spotting prey, it swoops down. Humans cannot fly and can only approximate the eagle's direction, hence, a bell is tied to its tail to assist in locating it. After this explanation, Liu Xingchen resumed. Once again, my explanation is solely for the sake of the performance, it does not imply that we own such an eagle. Ha ha ha. Liu Xingchen truly embodied the essence of law-abiding conduct. Zhang Zhouling could not help but give him a thumbs up. Chen Gu, you are indeed a model citizen. Liu Xingchen's expression changed. Why say such a thing? Everyone should aspire to be law-abiding citizens. Only then can society remain stable and people live harmoniously. Ha ha ha. After a moment of laughter, Zhang Zhouling continued, in addition to this, Liu Lei also has a donkey, and I noticed that this donkey too had a bell. Upon hearing this, Liu Xingchen interjected again. Forgive me, but I must add something. Although donkeys are not protected animals, our donkey is not kept within the city limits. As such practices are prohibited, it resides in the suburbs. We care for this donkey well, never resorting to abuse or treating it as mere livestock. There is no animal cruelty involved. Zhang Zhouling could no longer contain himself, expressing his sentiments. To be honest, I have spoken about bells many times and collaborated with various partners, but I have never encountered someone as meticulous as Chen Gu. Truth be told, I am sweating profusely, fearing that my previous remarks might lead to serious repercussions. Ha ha ha. I feel compelled to clarify to everyone that my previous mention of bells, along with all other crosstalk works, is purely fictional and bears no relation to reality. I hope everyone does not take it too seriously. And I trust the relevant authorities will not either. I am merely a humble crosstalk artist who has never engaged in any unlawful activities. Ha ha ha. What began as a light-hearted segment on bells unexpectedly transformed into an impromptu clarification session. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? As a fellow crosstalk performer, I should be vouching for Zhouling, but I lack the confidence to do so. What if he truly did something wrong and I unwittingly became an accomplice to perjury? Ha ha ha. Liu Xingchen's remarks further highlighted his commitment to legality. My goodness, he is truly fearful of encountering trouble. Zhang Zhouling, now amused, suggested. I strongly recommend you take up a position in the legal department. With an advocate like you, I believe the crime rate would significantly decline each year. Ha ha ha. Chapter 74, Truly Extraordinary, Indeed Like a Fool. The collaboration between Liu Xingchen and Zhang Zhouling has completely shattered the conventional understanding of crosstalk, allowing everyone to once again experience the enchanting charm that this art form brings. The greatest surprise in a crosstalk performance lies in the unpredictability of what will transpire next. The same piece, when performed by different actors, will yield distinct presentations. It is precisely this uncertainty that enriches the content of crosstalk. Once their performance concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Despite Zhang Zhouling's numerous blunders during the show, these missteps seamlessly transformed into sources of laughter, presenting humor that had never been encountered before. The primary reason audiences attend crosstalk shows is for enjoyment. Everything else pales in comparison. Based on this principle of joy, the duo's performance undoubtedly fulfilled their expectations perfectly. After their act, Liu Xingchen promptly removed his coat on stage, a moment that astonished everyone present. What a surprise! Xingchen truly considers us as his own. One might almost forget that Xingchen's role today extends beyond that of an actor. He is also the host. The family of Deyun society genuinely cannot do without Liu Xingchen. Without him, this ensemble would inevitably fall apart. Liu Xingchen, indeed, embodies the adage that with greater power comes greater responsibility. It seems that in the future, Master, you can confidently speak before old Guo, as having a disciple like Liu Xingchen brings immense pride. Everyone expressed their astonishment and admiration in their own ways. Regardless of who it was, there was unanimous recognition for Liu Xingchen. Once the discussion subsided, he spoke again. Indeed, I remain on stage, isn't it miraculous? Ha ha ha. I wonder who arranged for me to perform crosstalk while also hosting. Are they intent on keeping me tethered to the stage? If I am to be anchored here, I gladly will, as long as the audience desires to watch. However, one must grant me a moment for a restroom break. Am I expected to resolve such matters on stage? With a sigh of relief, Liu Xingchen added, Fortunately, I feel fine at the moment and have no urgent need to go, but I must inform everyone in advance. Should I step down later, do not be too surprised, it will merely be for a restroom visit. His hosting maintained the lively rhythm of the show, and the audience thoroughly appreciated this performance, eagerly anticipating what was to follow. The next act promised to be equally splendid, and I am confident that everyone will enjoy it. Without further ado, let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome the upcoming crosstalk performers, Qin Xiaoxian and Liu Xingchen, who will present the piece playing chess. Upon hearing the title of the next act, the audience was visibly excited. The reason was simple: Liu Xingchen would still be present on stage. Although this format could be quite taxing for him, the audience, while sympathetic, did not wish for him to exit. There was no denying it. They simply relished his presence and hoped for him to remain on stage longer. Following Liu Xingchen's introduction, Qin Xiaoxian ascended the stage. Observing that Qin Xiaoxian stood empty-handed, Liu Xingchen was momentarily bewildered. It was a new round of performances, yet Qin Xiaoxian had forgotten to bring his coat. Liu Xingchen quickly descended the stage to don the coat designated for this round. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoxian stood on stage, bemused and unaware of Liu Xingchen's actions. Upon Liu Xingchen's return, Qin Xiaoxian suddenly realized, oh dear, how could I forget my brother Chen's coat? Liu Xingchen shook his head with a wry smile. The mind is a wonderful thing, yet it appears my companion here is somewhat lacking. The audience's opinions of Qin Xiaoxian varied widely. Those who admired him cherished his every move, even if his skills were not particularly refined, perhaps even deemed poor. They continued to support him wholeheartedly in all his endeavors. Conversely, those who did not favor him held a sincere dislike, as his performances often left much to be desired. Listening to his crosstalk felt less enjoyable than observing elderly women dancing in the park. What kind of sparks will ignite when this crosstalk performer collides with Liu Xingchen? After the brief coat incident, the duo officially commenced their crosstalk performance. Prior to Qin Shaoxian's act, Zhang Zhouling had performed, and he was notably shorter than Qin Shaoxian.
Consequently, the microphone had been adjusted to suit Zhang Zhouling's height. At first, during the brief exchange, Qin Shaoxian could easily lower his head to speak. However, as they were about to dive into the performance, he surely desired to find an optimal position so the audience could hear him clearly without straining. In this context, Qin Shaoxian began to adjust the microphone. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, while microphones are typically easy to adjust, today it stubbornly resisted his efforts. As the duo took the stage, all eyes were drawn to them. Liu Xingchen directed his gaze towards Qin Shaoxian, awaiting the initiation of the performance. However, amidst this anticipation,
Qin Shaoxian continued to struggle with the microphone, leaving everyone puzzled. It can only be said that in terms of professionalism, Qin Shaoxian was somewhat lacking. A crosstalk performer must avoid any lapse in engagement, as stirring the audience's emotions is no easy feat. Indeed, many performances fail to achieve this. Though the audience's spirits were high, Qin Shaoxian managed to inadvertently cool the atmosphere with his approach. Liu Xingchen, noticing this, was about to interject when Qin Shaoxian, in his own unique manner, rekindled the energy in the room. With a resounding bang, Qin Shaoxian's mouth collided forcefully with the microphone. With everyone's gaze fixed on him and the silence palpable, the impact resonated startlingly. After this incident, laughter erupted from the audience in unison. Goodness! Is this truly a crosstalk performer? Can he not even adjust a microphone? Could it be that this is a novel opening method, drawing your attention through such unconventional antics? I have always heard that old Qin is not particularly shrewd, and today he truly lives up to that reputation, appearing quite foolish. Only someone like old Qin could engage in such an act of colliding his mouth with a microphone. It seems that Liu Xingchen has quite the show ahead of him today. Chapter 75, each remark captivatingly engaging. Qin Shaoxian's distinctive opening manner caught everyone present off guard, immediately followed by a tempest of laughter. Liu Xingchen, seizing the opportunity, candidly remarked, "What's the matter, old Qin? Didn't you eat dinner? You seem eager to nibble on everything." Qin Shaoxian shook his head in resignation. "I was merely trying to adjust the microphone, I had no intention of eating. The design of this microphone is rather impractical, adjusting it is quite challenging, and if not done properly, it might end up right in my face." Upon hearing this, Liu Xingchen placed his hand on the microphone and effortlessly adjusted its position. "Are you certain it's the microphone's design that's flawed? Because it seems to me that it's your brain that's not quite right." Qin Shaoxian was taken aback, unable to fathom how such a sharp retort could arise so unexpectedly. Curiously, he inquired, "Have you ever repaired a microphone before performing?" "Admittedly, I have," Liu Xingchen replied. "But before you took to the stage, did a donkey kick your brain?" Qin Shaoxian, momentarily stunned, asked, "Are you implying that I'm foolish?" Liu Xingchen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Yet, it appears you aren't as foolish as I imagined, at least you recognize that I'm referring to you." Qin Shaoxian's expression shifted dramatically. "I am not foolish. Please refrain from using such derogatory terms." Liu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively. "Come now. It seems you are the one who is insulting the word fool." Liu Xingchen's unabashed banter left Qin Shaoxian momentarily speechless. Can one truly deliver a performance like this? He mused, reflecting on how he had just mocked Zhang Zhouling from the audience, only to realize he was no better off once on stage. "I feel compelled to clarify that I am not foolish," he asserted. "Take the simplest example, if I were truly foolish, do you think I would be able to perform?" The audience nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that performing indeed requires intellect and quick reflexes to achieve success. "Why not?" Liu Xingchen interjected. "As long as the money is right, anything is possible." Qin Shaoxian was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that my ability to perform stems from financial means?" Liu Xingchen feigned astonishment. "Is it not so? Our Deyun society's tradition is that money facilitates matters." Laughter erupted among the audience, as Liu Xingchen boldly stated. "I was wondering why someone like Qin Shaoxian could join the Deyun society. It turns out it's all about the money." Qin Shaoxian, incredulous, countered. "It's true that Deyun society has its traditions regarding finances, but I genuinely haven't spent any." "Are you telling me that someone who commutes in a Maserati has no money?" Liu Xingchen challenged.
Qin Shaoxian's incredulity was palpable. What Maserati? I only have a bicycle. Liu Xingchen paused for a moment, then quipped, has Maserati started manufacturing bicycles?
This question ignited a wave of laughter throughout the venue, completely unexpected and utterly delightful.
Qin Shaoxian, unable to contain himself, chuckled in resignation. Is it true that even the supporting roles have become this remarkable?
I find myself at a loss for words.
Yes.
While my family might have a modest amount of wealth, it certainly does not extend to purchasing a position as a performer.
Moreover, you should know that Mr. Guo values talent, not mere financial contributions.
Liu Xingchen waved dismissively. It is precisely because I am familiar with Mr. Guo that I believe you must have paid to enter. And I am convinced that you must have spent more than anyone else, otherwise, you wouldn't have made it in. His candor elicited laughter from the backstage performers. As Liu Xingchen's fearless demeanor and expressive delivery made him a singular presence in the Deyun society. In this realm, nothing was off limits. And his ability to captivate with each utterance was undeniable. Indeed, the same words in the mouths of others would hardly yield such an effect. Liu Xingchen's prowess was evident, living up to his reputation as a direct disciple of Yu Qian. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiuling gazed at Qin Shaoxian on stage.
A wave of happiness washed over him.
Previously, he had believed he was enduring a trial, but now, after witnessing Qin Shaoxian, he realized he was merely enjoying a vacation.
Chapter 76. As long as the final outcome is favorable, Liu Xingchen's expressions are always so unexpected, leaving others utterly defenseless. However,
it is precisely this kind of performance that creates unique content, captivating people's hearts. Unfortunately, for his partner, this may not be a blessing.
Without a certain foundation, achieving the desired results seems quite challenging.
Take Qin Shaoxian today, for instance. He is currently overwhelmed, uncertain of what lies ahead.
Fine, you say my family is wealthy.
I can tolerate that, for indeed, there is a modest fortune at home.
But when you call me foolish, that I absolutely cannot abide. Just take a look at me, how could I possibly resemble a fool?
After recalibrating his mindset, Qin Shaoxian spoke again. It is indeed hard to argue that someone who commutes in a Maserati comes from a family with no wealth. On this point, he chose not to dwell further.
Yet,
regarding the matter of being foolish, Qin Shaoxian clearly did not wish to relent. I was initially inclined to give you some face, wishing to keep everyone unaware of how foolish you truly are, but since you insist on clinging to this issue, I cannot be blamed. Liu Xingchen shook his head helplessly, wearing an expression that conveyed, this is of your own doing.
Let us do it this way.
Whether one is foolish or not is not for you to define, nor for me to determine.
How about we test this through a couple of riddles? Qin Shaoxian appeared quite excited. That sounds splendid. Riddles are my forte. Liu Xingchen did not refute. Since that is the case, let us give it a try.
I will start with a couple of riddles suitable for a 3-year-old, otherwise, people might accuse me of bullying, ha ha ha. Upon hearing Liu Xingchen humiliate himself in such a manner, Qin Shaoxian was filled with indignation. If you have the skill, do not use 3-year-olds, let us tackle 4-year-olds instead. How Liu Xingchen could not help but chuckle.
4 years old, is it? Qin Shaoxian waved his hand grandly.
I wouldn't even care if it were 5.
Ha ha ha. Liu Xingchen turned his gaze to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, you see this intelligence? Are we really afraid of him? Ha ha ha. How did old Qin manage to speak so boldly?
A fine statement, I wouldn't even care if it were 5, truly left people astonished.
It must be old Qin,
who embodies the essence of fearlessness, truly remarkable.
This might be what they call a young calf not fearing a tiger. No.
This is clearly a level of foolishness so profound that he does not even grasp the concept of fear.
The audience could not help but voice their opinions, bursting into laughter.
In their view, Qin Shaoxian's confidence had become the best synonym for foolishness. However, at this moment, Qin Shaoxian clearly had not recognized this reality and required Liu Xingchen to lend him a hand.
Under what circumstances does 1 equal 3? Qin Shaoxian pondered briefly, responding with utmost certainty. 1 can never equal 3 under any circumstances. This question cannot even be established.
After delivering his answer, Qin Shaoxian radiated confidence. Liu Xingchen looked at him with curiosity.
Who instilled such confidence in you? How could this question be unestablished? Upon hearing Liu Xingchen's remark, Qin Shaoxian became serious as well. Then tell me, under what circumstances does 1 equal 3?
Liu Xingchen readily replied, 1 equals 3 if calculated incorrectly.
Ha ha ha. Calculated incorrectly? Qin Shaoxian was left dumbfounded. Then according to your reasoning, 1 could even equal 6. Liu Xingchen responded nonchalantly. Even if 1 equaled several billion, wouldn't you still be unable to answer? Ha ha ha.
I was just a bit nervous, my mind didn't catch up, let us start over. How the audience clearly did not believe Qin Shaoxian's claims, they all wore unrestrained smiles. Facing this situation, Qin Shaoxian remained remarkably composed.
Let us have another one. I am quite eager. Seeing this, Liu Xingchen had nothing to say and continued, under what circumstances does 1 equal 2?
It equals 2 in the case of miscalculation. Without a moment's thought, Qin Shaoxian blurted out the answer.
Ha ha ha. However, after he answered, the audience lost control entirely.
Everyone laughed until they could hardly catch their breath, many clutching their stomachs, nearly in stitches.
Qin Shaoxian was taken aback by their reaction. What is everyone laughing about? Did I answer incorrectly? This is supposed to be a serious segment, why are you all so amused?
The moment he uttered those words, the laughter intensified. Anyone who dared to assert that Qin Shaoxian was not foolish would find that the crowd would not agree.
What on earth is Chen Gu laughing about? Qin Shaoxian wondered. Did I make another mistake? Liu Xingchen affirmed with certainty. Indeed, you answered incorrectly. My question was under what circumstances does 1 equal 2?
Your response was that it equals 2 in the case of miscalculation.
Do you not consider that a mistake? 2? Didn't you just say 3?
Qin Shaoxian suddenly grasped the situation, his expression one of shock.
You can't even distinguish between 2 and 3, just how foolish have you become?
Liu Xingchen's straightforward remarks returned, delivering a thorough critique of Qin Shaoxian. Unconsciously, Qin Shaoxian rubbed his head, his earlier confidence evaporating.
This is the simplest of mathematical problems. How could I possibly struggle with it?
Regarding his behavior, Qin Shaoxian was baffled, deep in thought. Yet, to those around him, his actions appeared comical.
Now do you admit you're foolish? I initially intended to leave you some dignity, but you insisted otherwise, who can be blamed for that?
Listening to Liu Xingchen's jibes, Qin Shaoxian felt an acute pain in his heart.
Could it be that he truly is foolish?
Yet he knew he was not foolish at all. In a bid to salvage his dignity, Qin Shaoxian conceived a new plan. Riddles are inherently challenging. It is normal not to answer correctly. If you doubt it, I'll present you with 2 riddles, and you surely won't be able to answer either. Since the path of answering questions seemed futile, he decided to take a different route. Regardless of how it unfolds, as long as the final outcome is favorable. That is all that matters. At this moment, Qin Shaoxian was resolute, he must prove that his intellect is intact.
The label of foolishness must not be associated with him in any way.
Liu Xingchen, somewhat helpless, nodded. Very well, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you. After all, it's just idle time, and having fun with a fool is rather delightful, ha ha.
Chapter 77, No Brains Needed. Just arrived at this station, Liu Xingchen's words were utterly devoid of any grace. Upon hearing such remarks, Qin Shaoxian was consumed by fury. This time, he was determined to reclaim his dignity and would not endure such humiliation again. With this resolve, Qin Shaoxian spoke once more. Listen to the first question, sheep, guess. Ha ha ha. Sheep? Liu Xingchen was left utterly bewildered. What kind of question is this? Are you certain this is a riddle?
Qin Shaoxian hesitated for a moment but then nodded resolutely.
Indeed, it is a riddle. However, I am presenting not the answer but the question. Ha! Ha ha ha. Liu Xingchen was even more perplexed. Goodness, after years of performing crosstalk, this is the first time I've encountered a riddle that presents the question. Qin Shaoxian retorted disdainfully.
That's because you have never met me before. Had you, you would have already heard of it.
Ha ha ha. Do you have any good ones? If you can't present a riddle, that's fine, no one would blame you.
After all, knowing riddles is already quite commendable for someone like you.
Liu Xingchen's words reignited Qin Xiaoxian's competitive spirit. What do you mean there are no good ones?
Listen closely, I shall present one properly.
With that,
Qin Xiaoxian rolled up his sleeves, and his demeanor shifted dramatically.
Why doesn't our dog have fleas?
Liu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively.
What else could it be?
A dog can only give birth to dogs, it cannot produce anything else.
Ha ha ha.
This answer elicited laughter from the audience, though it did not include Qin Xiaoxian, who was now wearing a mask of despair, appearing particularly helpless.
You've heard this riddle before?
I heard it back in the 3rd grade.
Ha ha ha.
I believe we need to acknowledge certain truths. Being foolish is just being foolish, and there is no shame in it.
Ah. All right then, present another one. I refuse to believe I don't know a single one.
Liu Xingchen chuckled.
So, you intend for me to speak again?
Qin Xiaoxian did not deny it.
I mainly fear that my question might be too challenging, causing you to lose face.
Liu Xingchen's laughter grew louder.
So you yourself are not worried about losing face?
Ha! Qin Xiaoxian was momentarily baffled.
How had he ended up in this predicament?
Fine, since you insist on digging your own grave, I shall fulfill your request. Listen carefully, if there is a monkey riding a tree and another monkey on the ground, how many monkeys are there in total?
8 monkeys.
Qin Xiaoxian answered confidently without hesitation. Having previously encountered a simple addition problem, he had become quite attuned to numerical inquiries. During the exchange, he was particularly attentive to catch any potential traps. Satisfied that there were none, he confidently presented his answer.
Wrong. 2 monkeys.
Ha ha ha.
2 monkeys?
Qin Xiaoxian's face was one of disbelief. You can say I have little education, but I can still comprehend addition and subtraction within 10.
7 on the tree. 1 on the ground, isnt 7-1 equal to 8?
Liu Xingchen patiently explained, 7-1 is indeed 8.
But this riddle isnt about 7-1. What is it then?
Qin Xiaoxian's confusion deepened. He believed he had not misheard. How could this not be a matter of 7-1? I've made it very clear, there is a monkey riding a tree and another monkey on the ground.
Riding? Riding a monkey?
Yes. Qin Xiaoxian's face contorted in anguish.
I thought it was 7 monkeys.
Liu Xingchen seized the opportunity to tease him once more.
You can't even distinguish between 1 and 7.
How could that not be foolish?
Present another one.
I must prove myself today. Qin Xiaoxian declared, clearly intent on not leaving without answering a single question correctly. If there are 7 monkeys riding a tree and 1 monkey on the ground, how many monkeys are there in total?
2 monkeys.
Wrong.
8 monkeys.
Qin Xiaoxian was on the verge of despair.
How did it become 8 monkeys again?
Liu Xingchen, still laughing, explained. There are 7 monkeys riding the tree and 1 monkey on the ground, 7-1 is indeed 8.
Qin Xiaoxian looked utterly befuddled.
But that is 7 riding.
Ha ha ha.
His current state resembled that of a child who had just begun to learn, utterly clueless. Yet, curiously, the audience did not find his demeanor off-putting, rather, they appreciated his authenticity.
Such expressions are rarely portrayed convincingly by others.
If the audience perceives a deliberate act of foolishness, they would not only refrain from laughter but might even withhold applause. Deliberate attempts at feigned ignorance are exceedingly unappealing, dissuading any desire to continue.
Remarkably, Qin Xiaoxian's demeanor was indeed endearing.
This further affirmed one point, he truly was oblivious.
Can a tree support 7 monkeys?
Ha ha ha. You needn't worry about that, even if it falls, it would still be 7.
Ha ha ha.
So, are you finally admitting to your lack of intellect? Though he had failed to answer the riddle, Qin Xiaoxian remained obstinate.
I refuse to concede.
Riddles are merely tricks, lacking any substantive merit. If one wishes to gauge intelligence, one must turn to crosstalk, that is the true test of wit. Liu Xingchen regarded the serious Qin Xiaoxian thoughtfully. Ah, so now riddles are deemed insignificant, while crosstalk becomes the benchmark of intelligence.
Qin Shaoxian replied earnestly, of course. Crosstalk is the real measure. Consider this, an actor must elicit laughter from the audience through language, necessitating quick wit and sharp intellect. Otherwise, if we both can speak, why would anyone pay to hear us? Liu Xingchen did not disagree with this perspective.
That is indeed a valid point. Crosstalk performers must possess their own unique flair.
Qin Shaoxian gestured expansively. See? It's just as I said. Since I can stand in the role of the Joker, I must possess considerable skill, otherwise, how could I be here? This time, Liu Xingchen did not concur. That isn't necessarily the case. Ha ha ha.
Qin Shaoxian remained unfazed, continuing in stride with Liu Xingchen's comments.
If that is the case, it seems there is some truth to it.
A supporting performer truly requires no brains, they merely need to show up.
Liu Xingchen was left utterly speechless. Goodness. With someone like you, you still dare to mock me? Are you certain you possess that qualification? Ha ha ha. Chapter 78. It seems that the words spoken were rather conservative.
Liu Xingchen's candid remarks remained as forthright as ever, while still holding a remarkable persuasive power. The audience present resonated deeply with his expressions.
It is truly perplexing what audacity Qin Shaoxian possesses to mock others. Yet,
the value of Qin Shaoxian lies precisely in his indifference to such matters.
As long as he remains steadfast in his beliefs, that suffices. As for everything else, it is of no consequence. Am I mistaken in saying this? What worth does being a straight man hold? Is it not something anyone can do? In response to Qin Shaoxian's skepticism, Liu Xingchen immediately countered.
This is not the case. Playing the straight man may appear simple, yet it encompasses myriad subtleties.
Moreover,
as the old adage goes, 3 parts humor, 7 parts straight man, the latter plays a significantly larger role, even determining the effectiveness of a comedic performance.
Do you think anyone can simply step in and do it?
Liu Xingchen's explanation was met with Qin Shaoxian's disdain, who retorted dismissively.
Oh, come off it.
That may fool you straight men, but anyone who truly understands the art of comedic dialogue knows that it matters not whether a straight man is present.
What do you straight men even contribute? Is it not merely a few perfunctory phrases? What? Oh. Ha. This works? Get out of here. Ha ha ha. Aside from that, what else can you do? Liu Xingchen rebutted once more. Yes, I concede that on stage, we predominantly rely on such interjections. However,
these are merely character necessities, it does not imply we lack the capability to perform other comedic styles. It is essential to grasp everything while honing our craft. Seeing Liu Xingchen's unwavering stance, Qin Shaoxian grew irate and spoke again.
Fine, if that is your stance. Let us engage in a direct comparison and see whose skills are superior.
Liu Xingchen, undaunted, responded without hesitation.
Let us compete then. I am eager to see who prevails. Qin Shaoxian turned his gaze towards the audience.
The foremost requirement for a comedic performance is the agility of one's tongue. Regardless of the dialogue or content, one must ensure that every word is crystal clear to the audience. That is true skill.
At this juncture, one cannot overlook the importance of Quanko, which is a fundamental skill for comedic actors.
Today, I shall present a segment of Quanko to showcase the professionalism of a straight man.
Liu Xingchen's forthrightness re-emerged. Are you certain you are demonstrating the professionalism of a straight man? Ha ha ha.
It is well known that Qin Shaoxian's professional abilities have always been a glaring flaw, particularly in terms of fundamental skills. Compared to outstanding comedic actors, he still falls significantly short.
Were it not for the audience's affection,
he would scarcely have a place on this stage. Now, to perform fundamental skills in front of everyone seems like an exercise in futility.
Qin Shaoxian's face was etched with scorn. How can you say that? Just listen. With that, Qin Shaoxian began his Quanko.
Today, I will present a challenging segment from the comedic repertoire, specifically The Reckless Man, one of the 8 screens.
I hope you all enjoy it. As he spoke, Qin Shaoxian earnestly began his performance.
Yet, after only 2 lines, he was interrupted by Liu Xingchen.
Wait, let's pause for a moment. May I ask? Which stutterer did you learn this Quanko from? Ha ha ha. Why do you sound so disjointed? Qin Shaoxian shot Liu Xingchen an irritated glance. You are the one who learned from a stutterer.
I was merely a bit hoarse, which made my delivery seem disjointed.
But now that I'm fine, listen again. With that, Qin Shaoxian resumed his Quanko.
After reciting a few more lines, Liu Xingchen offered his critique once more.
I must say, this time it certainly flowed better. But is this truly Quanko?
It feels more like a robot reading aloud, devoid of emotion and lacking even the most basic breath control. Frankly speaking, with such fundamental skills,
you are unfit to be a straight man, let alone a comedic performer. Liu Xingchen remained as forthright as ever, unreservedly highlighting Qin Shaoxian's shortcomings. At this moment, Qin Shaoxian still exuded an air of defiance. What qualifies you to critique me? Even if my performance is lacking, it surpasses yours. Liu Xingchen chuckled.
I initially had no desire to compare, but since you insist, I must oblige.
With that, Liu Xingchen's Quanko resonated through the space. All present paused in reverence. Hesitant to advance, only retreating. When a master takes the stage, their prowess is immediately discernible. Liu Xingchen's Quanko imbued the audience with a palpable sense of immersion. As though they were truly present on Changban Slope, witnessing Zhao Yun's fierce exploits firsthand.
This ability to evoke vivid imagery through mere words is genuinely remarkable.
This stands in stark contrast to Qin Shaoxian's prior performance.
Previously, the audience deemed Qin Shaoxian's abilities as merely average. However, upon this comparison, the term average suddenly seems a touch too generous. The disparity is, in fact, utterly stark. Chapter 79, Liu Xingchen's Unexpected Request. Without comparison, there can be no harm. The contrasting performances of Qin Shaoxian and Liu Xingchen's comedic dialogue resulted in markedly different effects, eliciting a strong reaction from the audience and providing a clearer understanding of their respective abilities. It is no exaggeration to say that their performances resembled the stark difference between a child and a professional actor, rendering any comparison utterly futile. After witnessing Liu Xingchen's performance, Qin Shaoxian could not help but display a look of acknowledgement. To be fair, you do possess some skills in your performance, but merely a few. Although Qin Shaoxian recognized Liu Xingchen's talent, he stubbornly refused to fully concede to his abilities. Liu Xingchen, remaining straightforward, responded without hesitation, I may have some skills now. But what about you? Do you even have a few? The playful banter left little room for sentiment. In response, Qin Shaoxian assertively replied. While my skills may not match yours, does that make me proud? Am I boasting? I am merely humbly learning the art of crosstalk. Liu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. What do you have to be proud of? Can we maintain some dignity here? Qin Shaoxian, unaffected, retorted, in pursuing crosstalk, what need is there for dignity? He added. Have you noticed that in terms of shamelessness, I may even surpass you? Liu Xingchen conceded, if that's the case, then indeed, you are far superior in that regard. Precisely. As a comedic performer, one must embody the spirit of shamelessness, something you, as a supporting actor, lack. Liu Xingchen shook his head in resignation. I must admit. In this day and age, some do pride themselves on their lack of shame. True, in terms of comedic dialogue, I may be slightly inferior. But I have also been practicing crosstalk for a shorter time than you. With effort, I can certainly catch up. Furthermore, crosstalk is not solely about comedic dialogue. It encompasses humor, learning, and singing. In other aspects, you may not necessarily outperform me. Qin Shaoxian was determined to exude confidence, seemingly willing to defend the dignity of the comedic performer. Liu Xingchen could not resist asking, are we now going to compete in what we can learn? Qin Shaoxian confirmed enthusiastically, yes. We are indeed going to compete in learning. Crosstalk performers excel in this regard, anything that can be named can be learned. As a professional comedian, we are exceptionally skilled in this area. Look at me learning from this fool, who could say I don't resemble one? As Qin Shaoxian grew more confident, he firmly acknowledged his capacity to learn. Liu Xingchen chimed in, brother, there is always a certain gap between learning and innate ability. Isn't there? You are inherently foolish and need not learn. Liu Xingchen's wit never failed to entertain the audience. Indeed, it is true that old Qin's foolishness seems innate.
A label that has become distinctly his. While the future is unpredictable, it is undeniable that at present, old Qin is indeed foolish beyond measure. Liu Xingchen's playful remarks left Qin Shaoxian exasperated. Let me reiterate, I am not foolish. I am quite astute. Liu Xingchen turned to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever encountered someone who incessantly declares their intelligence? It's quite humorous, isn't it?
Imagine encountering someone on the street insisting, "I am not foolish."
What do you think?
Discussions of foolishness aside, our primary objective remains to showcase our abilities.
Let us reveal our true skills. Realizing he could not outwit Liu Xingchen,
Qin Shaoxian deftly shifted the topic. Liu Xingchen, amused, was fully aware of his intentions. All right, if that is your wish, I shall oblige.
You claim that crosstalk performers can learn anything, correct?
Qin Shaoxian replied confidently, absolutely.
Anything that can be named can be learned. Liu Xingchen clapped his hands. Wonderful. Then why don't you learn how to use toilet paper?
Taken aback by Liu Xingchen's request, Qin Shaoxian was momentarily speechless.
Toilet paper? I never anticipated you would ask that.
Liu Xingchen, with a slight smile, gazed at Qin Shaoxian.
What's the matter, brother? Aren't you capable of learning anything? Why not this? Chapter 80, How to Express. Liu Xingchen's direct confrontation caught Qin Shaoxian completely off guard.
He never imagined that the lesson would revolve around toilet paper.
Reflecting on his previous confident demeanor,
Qin Shaoxian inexplicably felt a tinge of guilt. After much contemplation, he struggled to articulate a description of toilet paper.
Hesitant yet determined, he finally spoke up. Isn't this just an effort to make things difficult? Toilet paper is an inanimate object, how can one learn from something that doesn't move? Only living entities can be studied. Liu Xingchen had no intention of disputing Qin Shaoxian's explanation. Oh, so you're saying it must be something that moves.
That simplifies matters.
If toilet paper is blown by the wind, doesn't that mean it can move?
Select some toilet paper that the wind has whisked away.
The laughter that ensued was infectious.
Liu Xingchen's question struck like a comedic arrow, directly hitting the mark.
Qin Shaoxian gazed at him with a look devoid of hope. Are you suggesting that toilet paper blown away by the wind is now considered alive? Is this material even a living entity? Even if I were to imitate it, it must first be a living thing.
Liu Xingchen chuckled helplessly.
Am I not merely expressing your thoughts? How has it turned into my fault? Could you not clarify your questions directly?
It would facilitate our subsequent expressions.
Qin Shaoxian replied earnestly.
The study of crosstalk is vast, yet it requires concrete references. As this pertains to their art form.
Upon hearing this, Liu Xingchen nodded.
Very well, let me pose a new challenge.
How about you mimic a chicken's call? Without hesitation.
Qin Shaoxian responded, that is far too simple.
Cluck, cluck.
Liu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively.
Clearly, you lack life experience. Has your master never taken you out? Qin Shaoxian was taken aback. What do you mean? Liu Xingchen smiled. What do you think I mean? Ask your master when you return. He is the expert in this area. As their banter continued, they even brought Guo Degang into the mix, leaving one to wonder whom he had offended. Let us shift gears and engage in something that truly tests our abilities.
Teach me how to play the hulusi, Liu Xingchen said, his tone turning serious.
Hulusi? Qin Shaoxian was utterly bewildered. I've never learned that.
Liu Xingchen paused, momentarily speechless.
Didn't you say that crosstalk performers can imitate anything? How is it that you can't play a simple instrument?
Qin Shaoxian wore a look of grievance.
The truth is, I genuinely don't know how. My teachers never taught me.
Liu Xingchen scrutinized him.
Never taught you? Could it be that your foundational skills are lacking?
In the midst of their conversation, Liu Xingchen proceeded to mimic the hulusi's performance.
At that moment, the audience was astounded.
It would not be an exaggeration to say that his rendition evoked the genuine sound of a hulusi.
While it may not have been an exact replica, the similarities were strikingly indistinguishable. Qin Shaoxian was left in disbelief. Is this truly a mimic's sound? This seems absurdly accurate. It even sounds somewhat unreal.
In light of this situation, Qin Shaoxian shook his head repeatedly.
This crosstalk performance today feels like a self-imposed trial.
They say there is no harm without comparison. And today I have truly grasped the essence of comparative learning. What was even more disheartening was that such a comparison only served to highlight his shortcomings.
After this performance, even his ardent fans could only acknowledge his professional inadequacies.
This was not a favorable situation for Qin Shaoxian.
Moving forward,
he recognized that he must continually enhance his skills to navigate the path of crosstalk more effectively.
After all this time, I have yet to see anything remarkable about your performance.
Upon reflection, it seems your comedic timing lacks substance, Liu Xingchen quipped after the performance concluded.
Such is life. Having talent allows one to be audacious.
Yes, while I may not surpass you in every aspect, my comedic effect resonates with the audience, and they appreciate my humor.
This is something you cannot compete with.
Despite being repeatedly outshone, Qin Shaoxian maintained a defiant demeanor, embodying an unwavering spirit. His attitude elicited laughter from Liu Xingchen. I truly wonder who has granted you the audacity to speak so boldly. Regardless, today I have imparted knowledge unto you, so take it to heart.
Shall we switch roles? Allow me to show you how to genuinely deliver comedic timing.
Without hesitation, Qin Shaoxian replied, switching roles sounds good. I, too, wish to demonstrate how to effectively deliver humor. At this juncture, both were resolute in their desire to showcase their prowess in each other's domains, igniting a wave of anticipation among the audience.
They eagerly awaited to witness the sparks that would fly as they ventured into unfamiliar territory, hoping to reveal capabilities that would earn respect and admiration. Chapter 81, clearly not what everyone hoped to see.
The art of role reversal, proving oneself in unfamiliar territories, is precisely what the two individuals are about to undertake. The audience is buzzing with excitement, eager to witness how events will unfold. After reaching a decision, they switched positions. Liu Xingchen took the role of the Joker, while Qin Shaoxian assumed the role of the straight man.
For those familiar with Liu Xingchen, there is little concern regarding his upcoming performance, as he has previously taken on the Joker's role. Standing here again, he is quite at ease. Once the positions were exchanged, Liu Xingchen beamed at the audience and declared, "Today, we shall present a comedic dialogue."
After uttering this line, he turned his gaze towards Qin Shaoxian.
According to the usual rhythm,
it should have been Qin Shaoxian's turn to speak. However, he seemed disinclined to do so at this moment. Observing this, Liu Xingchen continued. The art of comedic dialogue is a linguistic craft, comprising 4 fundamental skills: speaking, learning, joking, and singing.
While these skills may sound simple, they are quite challenging to master.
Take speaking, for example. It is not merely about uttering words, it encompasses. As Liu Xingchen awaited Qin Shaoxian's cooperation, he was met with silence.
Reluctantly,
he pressed on, speaking more and more rapidly while frequently glancing at Qin Shaoxian. His actions elicited laughter from the audience, yet Qin Shaoxian remained stoically silent.
Finally, Liu Xingchen,
exasperated, delivered a playful slap to Qin Shaoxian's arm, exclaiming, "Why aren't you speaking?
You're the one supposed to support me, yet you don't even know when to chime in."
This playful slap ignited the atmosphere in the venue, while Qin Shaoxian wore a look of feigned indignation.
"What should I say? You were the one introducing. I certainly cannot interrupt you."
Liu Xingchen, feeling helpless, responded, "Even if I am introducing, you should still provide the necessary cues.
You can't just stand there like a statue. Your demeanor is less animated than a telephone pole."
With a frown, Qin Shaoxian retorted, "Well, you never informed me."
Liu Xingchen was taken aback. "How is this my fault?" Laughter erupted once more. "Are you ready now? Let's start over. Today, we shall present a comedic dialogue." "Indeed. A comedic dialogue. What?"
A comedic dialogue comprises 4 skills: speaking,
learning, joking, and singing. Speaking is.
As the performance progressed, both began to speak over one another, each engrossed in their own routine, disregarding the other entirely. This scene once again provoked laughter from the audience, who began to realize the essential nature of collaboration between the Joker and the straight man.
Previously,
many believed that even if one performer faltered, it would not significantly impact the performance.
However, witnessing the current chaos, it became evident that both roles are indispensable. Each must present their finest demeanor and approach the performance with enthusiasm, otherwise, the result resembles a disjointed mess. Such a performance is clearly not what the audience wished to witness. Chapter 82. Everyone's heart was in their throat. The same comedic performance can evoke entirely different sensations depending on the actor's interpretations. Much like Liu Xingchen and Qin Shaoxian today, their contrasting styles provided the audience with profoundly distinct experiences. This highlighted the crucial importance of partnership in performance. Although it may appear that only one person is performing on stage, the absence of the other would undoubtedly hinder the skit from achieving its intended impact. Qin Shaoxian. If that is how you're going to speak, then this skit is beyond salvaging. Liu Xingchen remarked, visibly displeased. Well, if it's beyond salvaging, so be it. It's not solely my concern. Qin Shaoxian retorted, displaying an audacious demeanor. What nonsense! You are the supportive role, you must compliment my performance instead of speaking recklessly. According to your logic, you should be guiding me, not rambling on. At that moment, both actors staunchly defended their positions, neither willing to yield. If that is the case, this skit is indeed unsalvageable, Liu Xingchen declared, turning without hesitation to head backstage. At that instant, the audience was left in utter disbelief. Their demeanor suggested that they were not merely joking, they were genuinely upset. Leave if you must, who is afraid? To everyone's astonishment, Qin Shaoxian also refused to compromise and chose to exit the stage. Is this for real? Are they truly angry? The audience pondered, unsure how to comprehend the situation. Surely, the Deyun society would maintain decorum. It seemed improbable that they were genuinely upset. The audience found themselves bewildered. Could a skit unfold in such a manner? What on earth had transpired? Had the two truly lost their tempers? Please, it's just a comedic performance, must it escalate to this? The spectators, seasoned fans of the Deyun society, struggled to grasp the unfolding scenario. They were familiar with various occurrences within the society, yet witnessing such a public dispute was unprecedented. If it were an act, one could only conclude that their performance was exceptionally convincing, as their expressions betrayed no hint of pretense. As the two prepared to leave the stage, the audience's hearts raced in trepidation. Unexpectedly, Guo Degang and Yue Yunpeng appeared on stage with a broom in hand. Without uttering a word, they promptly engaged their disciples. This scene instantaneously reignited the previously tense atmosphere. Laughter spread among the audience, who were pleasantly surprised by the turn of events. Though Guo and Yue said nothing, their actions conveyed more than words ever could. After imparting their lessons, both mentors descended the stage in unison. The once opposing Liu Xingchen and Qin Shaoxian found themselves standing in the center of the stage once more, dutifully resuming their comedic exchange. In this moment, they exhibited utmost seriousness, each considering the other, and the performance radiated exceptional brilliance. Through this experience, they endeavored to provide the audience with a deeper understanding of the art of comedic duos. Ultimately, for a skit to be successful, it should never be the endeavor of one alone, but rather the collective effort of all involved. Chapter 83, a rare gem of performance. A segment of crosstalk, through various interpretations, can spark different kinds of brilliance, which is undoubtedly the most coveted state for any actor. Today, Liu Xingchen and Qin Shaoxian have accomplished this beautifully. To be candid, when it comes to the art of crosstalk, Liu Xingchen's prowess significantly outshines that of Qin Shaoxian. Their collaboration, however, may lead to unforeseen circumstances. For instance, if Qin Shaoxian struggles to keep pace with Liu Xingchen's rhythm or fails to catch his cues, the performance could easily devolve into a stage mishap rather than mere comedy. Fortunately, both performers are acutely aware of this potential pitfall and have made the necessary adjustments. In their current performance, they adeptly mask Qin Shaoxian's shortcomings while maximizing his strengths. He exudes a charmingly foolish demeanor, appearing somewhat inept, which aligns perfectly with the tone of today's act. This undoubtedly piqued the audience's interest even further. The actors backstage also expressed their approval of this segment. They believe that every crosstalk performance should possess its unique flair. And Liu Xingchen and Qin Shaoxian have achieved this remarkably. They have infused their personal touch into the act, rendering it more vivid and three-dimensional, which enhances the audience's experience and anticipation. Within his comfort zone, Qin Shaoxian's performance flourished. though he often comes across as somewhat simple-minded.
It is clear that he is far from foolish. If he were, he would not grasp the nuances of this linguistic art form. He understands well that what may seem like foolishness can often be a form of astuteness. Recognizing that the audience appreciates his unique performance style, he chooses to embrace it fully. As the show progressed, both performers became even more liberated. Under Liu Xingchen's guidance, Qin Shaoxian completely unleashed his potential, adeptly handling every comedic cue in his own distinctive manner. The smiles on the audience's faces were unceasing. Those who attend crosstalk performances seek relaxation and joy, hoping to forget their troubles and immerse themselves in each moment. The duo's performance perfectly fulfilled this desire, marking it as an extraordinarily successful endeavor for the audience. In truth, with the advent of the digital age, avenues for joy have multiplied, yet genuine happiness seems to be dwindling. Once, a simple joke could easily elicit laughter. But now, amidst the barrage of internet content, truly heartfelt laughter is a rarity. However, on the stage of the Deyun Society, individuals rediscovered the long-lost joy and the feelings of yesteryears. This illustrates the allure of crosstalk and the enchantment that its performers bring. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, their faces radiating genuine smiles that emanated from within. Achieving such a state of joy is no small feat, for instance. When one faces troubling matters, even the most diligent efforts to avoid thinking about them often fail. Yet, after experiencing crosstalk, people can genuinely forget their worries and become wholly absorbed in the performance. This profound sense of joy is indeed a rarity in everyday life. Chapter 84. Always place the art of xiangxing and the audience at the forefront. Every performance of xiangxing presents a formidable challenge for the artists involved, particularly when collaborating with different performers, as the complexity significantly escalates. However, in Liu Xingchen's performances, there appears to be no hint of difficulty. Instead, each show seems remarkably effortless. This ease is a testament to Liu Xingchen's formidable prowess and his mastery of the fundamentals. Whether partnering with Zhang Jiuling or Qin Shaoxian, he has left an indelible impression on the audience. After completing these two performances, he has adeptly fulfilled his role in today's xiangxing show. Future collaborations with Meng Hatong and Yue Yunpeng are scheduled for the next couple of days, further enhancing audience anticipation and maximizing expectations for each day's performance. Following the conclusion of the show, Zhang Jiuling and Qin Shaoxian engaged in lively discourse. It seems that in the realm of xiangxing, we still have a long journey ahead. Today, Chenggu has certainly imparted valuable lessons to me. Who could disagree? Today's xiangxing performance has broadened my horizons, revealing that this art form can indeed be expressed in such captivating ways. Clearly, as we pursue our studies in this field, we must increase our efforts and refrain from complacency, otherwise, we shall ultimately hinder our own progress. It is imperative that we strive to enhance xiangxing, for only then can this art be elevated, allowing us to reap its rewards. Both individuals gained profound insights from today's performance. Collaborating with exceptional talent serves as a mirror, illuminating one's shortcomings and flaws. Acknowledging one's deficiencies is not inherently negative. As long as one possesses the resolve to improve and the confidence to exert effort, it is never too late to amend one's ways. Liu Xingchen listened to their exchange with a sense of satisfaction. For him, witnessing the growth of xiangxing is a source of joy. It is undoubtedly a positive development that everyone is willing to work hard and address their shortcomings. After the subsequent performances, the young companions gathered for a meal. Naturally, this group indulged in a bit of revelry, enjoying drinks while engaging in conversation. Yet, every toast and discussion seemed to revolve around Liu Xingchen. He has become a paragon of learning, a goal for everyone to aspire to. Liu Xingchen has attained considerable esteem within the Deyun society, and the younger generation holds him in high regard. The concerns of Guo Degang and Yu Qian regarding a lack of successors have now been alleviated. With the passage of time, it is believed that Liu Xingchen's skills will only continue to ascend, ensuring that Deyun society flourishes under his stewardship. Once everyone had their fill, all eyes turned to Liu Xingchen. "Star, tell me honestly, is my xiangxing really that poor?" Yue Yunpeng was the first to inquire, his eyes brimming with hope. "Indeed, it is quite lacking. Not only in comparison to others, but even when measured against your previous performances, the disparity is significant."
Laughter erupted in the room at Liu Xingchen's candidness.
Yue Yunpeng wore a wry smile. Star, you truly spare no feelings.
Could you not say my xiangxing is somewhat acceptable? Must you be so blunt? If I claimed your performance was adequate, would you even recognize your own issues? Liu Xingchen's retort left Yue Yunpeng in contemplation. Upon introspection,
he realized he had indeed become somewhat complacent. His initial passion for xiangxing had waned, and denying his decline in skill was merely self-deception. The reality is that his current level of xiangxing has markedly regressed compared to his earlier capabilities.
I will strive to amend my ways,
Yue Yunpeng resolved quietly,
preparing to realign his mindset.
Let us hope this is not a fleeting whim, otherwise, it will all be in vain. Liu Xingchen's words remained forthright. He has never opposed the holistic development of xiangxing artists, even believing it essential. After all, the limitations of this art form are considerable. To promote xiangxing effectively,
greater effort and support from many individuals are required. However, this is predicated on the understanding that well-rounded artists must first excel in xiangxing itself.
Without a solid foundation in this craft, any achievements in other areas could yield little positive impact, or worse, result in negative repercussions. In such a case, it would be better to discard the label of xiangxing artist altogether.
Star, in your view, who currently excels the most in xiangxing within our Deyun society? Yue Yunpeng followed up eagerly. I believe it is the lesser-known artists,
Liu Xingchen responded earnestly. Those with even a hint of fame within Deyun society have grown restless,
losing their initial reverence for xiangxing.
Conversely, the emerging talents toil diligently, continuously honing their craft and striving to present their finest selves to the audience.
Upon hearing this, Yue Yunpeng nodded thoughtfully. That is indeed true.
It seems the need for change within Deyun society extends beyond any one individual.
The others present hung their heads in shame.
Each of them had emerged as actors through xiangxing, yet various issues had arisen along this path.
Reflecting on this,
a sense of guilt washed over them. Henceforth, they must adjust their attitudes and prioritize xiangxing and the audience above all else.
Chapter 85, That person is indeed too repressed.
The journey of the development of crosstalk has not been a smooth one.
For a considerable period, this art form was on the brink of extinction.
The fact that crosstalk now thrives in the public eye is, in truth, a miracle.
For contemporary crosstalk artists,
diligently mastering the craft and advancing this art is both a responsibility and an obligation. The younger generation of the Deyun society has, today, opened their hearts. Everyone has become more resolute about the future of crosstalk. They aspire to leverage their talents to elevate this art form to new heights.
That night, Yue Yunpeng tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep.
During this sleepless period, he reminisced about his initial days in the Deyun society,
recalled his first performance on stage, and the moment he was first recognized by the audience. Everything unfolded like a slideshow in his mind. Through this process,
Yue Yunpeng gradually rediscovered his original passion for crosstalk and the strength that drives his endeavors. As Liu Xingchen aptly stated, comprehensive development is not unfeasible, however. It necessitates that one lives up to the label they bear. Since he is a crosstalk performer, he should earn recognition wherever he goes, and through this identity, allow others to appreciate the art of crosstalk. In life, the pursuit of wealth should not be the sole goal.
Spiritual aspirations are equally essential. With this thought, Yue Yunpeng,
after a long time, opened his phone to watch videos of his past performances.
Throughout the night, he remained awake, hoping to make amends for future collaborations.
Wishing to remind everyone that he is still that passionate crosstalk performer who has never changed. The first day of performances at the Deyun Society was exceedingly successful. The audience members departed with satisfaction.
For everyone, the long-lost laughter was truly exhilarating. Under such influence, anticipation for the next day's performance was equally high. Everyone was eager to discover what surprises the Deyun Society's performers would bring forth in today's show. Liu Xingchen arrived early at the venue and engaged warmly with the fans. To speak candidly, engaging with fans is indeed beneficial. Through this interaction,
one can gain a more straightforward understanding of their shortcomings and make better adjustments. It is no exaggeration to say that even the most experienced crosstalk performers can occasionally falter.
The presence of the audience serves to keep one grounded.
Liu Xingchen has only recently grasped the significance of this realization and has begun to actively embrace change. He hopes to bring a refreshing sensation to crosstalk performances that align with the audience's expectations. Through communication with the audience, Liu Xingchen gained invaluable insights. Although few suggestions were directly applicable, those that were offered held great brilliance. After conversing with everyone, Liu Xingchen felt more confident about today's crosstalk performance. He believed that today's show would reach a new pinnacle. As time progressed, the performance gradually commenced. Liu Xingchen once again took the stage as the host. Welcome to the Diyun Society performance. I am your crosstalk host, Liu Xingchen. Each time he stands on stage, he is overwhelmed by the urge to exclaim, "Are you all so idle? Ha ha ha. Isn't it said that earning money is becoming increasingly difficult? How come there are still so many people here to enjoy crosstalk every day? Are you truly not lacking in funds?" Liu Xingchen's opening remarks always bring unexpected delight, leaving the audience in suspense about his next expression. This evening's performance was no exception. His candid statements ignited the atmosphere, and smiles adorned every face present. I believe that among the audience, there certainly are those who are not financially constrained, as it is quite normal for such a large crowd to contain hidden talents. However, the vast majority of the audience must still be striving for financial security, yet their presence here indicates an even greater need for joy. I feel that individuals like you truly understand life and know how to savor it. Life is indeed fleeting, living each day solely for various obligations can be exhausting. It is far better to live for oneself. Liu Xingchen's words resonated with the audience. In this current era, life has indeed become overwhelmingly burdensome. Every industry is embroiled in fierce competition, leading to unstable incomes. Many face the daunting responsibility of caring for both the elderly and the young, with daily life feeling utterly draining. In such circumstances, if one cannot find relief or respite, it would indeed be too oppressive. Chapter 86. The greatest fear is that after so long, no one laughs. Xingchen, are you ready? Beside him, his partner Tang Li made a gesture. A smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of confidence that made him appear particularly composed. Tang Li was a quintessentially eloquent individual, and since teaming up with Xingchen, they had shared an unspoken understanding, engaging in endless discussions. They had rehearsed together numerous times, refining countless routines, gradually forming a unique rapport. Today, they were set to showcase their latest work on this stage. Liu Xingchen took a deep breath, nodding, a spark of determination glimmering in his eyes. Though he inwardly questioned whether he could deliver the routine flawlessly, he understood that both he and his partner bore the responsibility of eliciting hearty laughter from the audience. Let's start with an introduction, Tang Li whispered, signaling Liu Xingchen to prepare himself. All right. Liu Xingchen affirmed, mentally reciting his lines. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. He cast a playful glance at Tang Li, mischief dancing in his eyes. The audience below had begun to quiet down. Liu Xingchen took his time, deliberately pausing and surveying the crowd before leisurely stating, "Hello everyone, today we present a special comedic dialogue. Do you all know what the classic routine of this art form is?" The audience momentarily paused, then began to murmur softly among themselves. Liu Xingchen's gaze swept over the crowd, revealing a triumphant smile. He realized this was his moment to seize control of the stage. Some say that comedic dialogue is merely telling jokes, while others describe it as two individuals engaging in witty banter that incites laughter. He continued, his tone light yet somewhat enigmatic, "But today I tell you, the true essence of comedic dialogue is..." He paused, elongating his words, causing the audience to hold their breath, their eyes fixed on him. It is not just about telling jokes, nor merely about witty repartee, it is an art of deception. A wave of laughter erupted from the audience, and Liu Xingchen shot a gleeful glance at Tang Li, who chuckled in return. Their synergy was reminiscent of old friends. Whenever Liu Xingchen concluded a segment, Tang Li would always respond at the perfect moment, elevating the atmosphere to new heights. "You are absolutely right," Tang Li remarked. Adopting an expression of agreement, comedic dialogue is about making everyone laugh until they forget the reason they are laughing. Just think, every time we watch those seasoned performers, though they appear composed and articulate, their greatest fear is. He suddenly lowered his voice, the moment a new actor steps up, their palms sweaty. And they forget every line. The audience erupted in laughter, some even applauding in delight. Indeed, Liu Xingchen replied with a grin, as new actors.
Our greatest fear is forgetting our lines.
He exaggeratedly threw his hands up, adding, I recall once standing on stage for 10 minutes, not uttering a single word.
And ultimately blurted out, hello everyone, welcome. And the result?
He paused, feigning embarrassment. Everyone just stared at me, not giving me a chance to elicit any laughter. The laughter from the audience grew even louder, resonating with the genuine humor of the moment.
Your hello has indeed become legendary, Tang Li responded with a laugh.
If I were behind you, I would have to come up with a clever retort, hello, I've arrived too.
Their seamless interaction transformed the atmosphere into one of delight and ease.
But to be honest, forgetting lines is something to be cautious about, Liu Xingchen said, shaking his head in mock seriousness. I remember a time when a spectator told me, young man, you performed wonderfully. After pondering for quite a while, I realized he was merely a fellow actor supporting us. He was the one who forgot his lines. This time, the laughter from the audience threatened to lift the roof, as they doubled over in mirth. All right. I hope everyone has had their fill of laughter, Tang Li said in a deliberately serious tone. I fear we might cause some bellyaches.
Indeed. I too fear a bellyache. Liu Xingchen retorted, a mischievous smile illuminating his face.
The humor of this scene resided not only in the dialogue but also in the interplay between the two. Liu Xingchen and Tang Li had transcended the role of mere actors. They had become the very soul of the stage, igniting the atmosphere with their wit and charm,
bridging the gap between themselves and the audience.
Yet, at its core, performing comedic dialogue relies on a solid foundation. Tang Li suddenly shifted his tone, you see. Despite our playful banter, the effort behind the scenes is substantial.
Indeed.
Liu Xingchen chimed in, we have practiced since childhood, otherwise, how could we stand here today?
Bringing joy to everyone? You are correct.
Tang Li continued, we both began our training in elementary school, diligently practicing every day. You see, initially, our routines may not elicit laughter, but gradually, the audience will come to understand.
Haha, well said,
Liu Xingchen responded with a smile. However, ultimately,
it is crucial to find that comedic point.
Just like in our routine, as long as one person laughs, it is worth it.
Tang Li couldn't help but chuckle, indeed.
Our greatest fear is that after all this time, no one laughs. By now, the audience was thoroughly absorbed in their performance, resonating with the authenticity and grounded humor.
Laughter flowing freely.
Tang Li appeared far from anxious, rather, he exuded the ease of a seasoned comedian, treating the stage as his own living room,
reveling in the joy of performance.
His delivery possessed a natural flair and ease, as if every punchline and expression was effortlessly at his command. As he witnessed Tang Li's effortless banter, Liu Xingchen felt a twinge of inadequacy. He often pondered why he struggled to immerse himself in performances with the same ease as Tang Li, why he felt perpetually tense.
Frowning slightly,
he found his mind filled with questions.
Xingchen, relax, do not fear.
Tang Li's voice broke through his thoughts. Turning, he saw his partner's ever-smiling face.
Liu Xingchen nodded, striving to soften his expression, though unease lingered within.
Each time, he felt he was just a step away from a perfect performance, yearning to emulate Tang Li's carefree demeanor. Brimming with humor, yet every time the stage lights illuminated, an immense weight pressed upon his chest, nearly rendering him breathless. Chapter 87, The Discordant Partnership. He let out a soft sigh and turned to observe his partner, Tang Li, who was cracking jokes while keenly watching the audience's reactions. Seemingly no longer captivated by the novelty of it all, Liu Xingchen couldn't help but marvel at Tang Li's composure, a quality honed through countless trials and experiences.
How much longer would it take for him to reach such a realm of tranquility?
However, at that moment, Yue Yunpeng, standing off stage, caught Liu Xingchen's attention. Not an actor in this performance, he was merely a friend who often frequented performance venues. Though Liu Xingchen and he were not particularly close, they had shared a few chance encounters and exchanged occasional pleasantries. Yue Yunpeng possessed a subtle sense of humor that invariably brought a smile to one's face. Each conversation with him seemed to bestow a profound sense of ease, as if the burdens of life were momentarily lifted.
This time, seated in the audience,
Yue Yunpeng's eyes were fixed on the stage, a gentle smile gracing his features, as though he were deeply engrossed in the performance. Liu Xingchen couldn't help but ponder how he managed to maintain such serenity amidst the complexities of life. That sense of ease was something Liu Xingchen had longed for but never truly grasped. As the performance progressed, Liu Xingchen gradually shifted his gaze towards Yue Yunpeng. A surge of inexplicable emotion rising within him. He suddenly realized that he shared an ineffable connection with this friend, despite their lack of deep acquaintance. Every interaction with Yue Yunpeng seemed to dissolve his anxieties, as though all his pressures could be unraveled. He slowly approached the edge of the stage, prompting Tang Li to raise an eyebrow in mild confusion, though he refrained from commenting.
Yue Yunpeng, what brings you here today?
Liu Xingchen greeted with a smile as he walked towards him.
Yue Yunpeng looked up, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. What? Are you afraid the audience's laughter will stop you in your tracks? Not at all.
Liu Xingchen shook his head with a smile. I just feel a bit vexed. As though my performance is always just a notch below what I aspire to, leaving me somewhat uneasy on stage. Yue Yunpeng chuckled softly, his eyes glimmering with an elusive depth. You're not wrong to feel that way, but I believe your performance is already quite commendable.
Look at Tang Li. So effortlessly performing on stage. Do you think he is superior to you?
He paused, a playful glint in his eyes.
In truth, the audience's laughter is not solely due to his humor, it's the unspoken relaxation he conveys to them. This sense of relaxation is essential for every performer. Relaxation? Liu Xingchen asked, puzzled. Does that mean my performance isn't eliciting laughter because I'm not doing well?
Yue Yunpeng shook his head with a smile.
Not entirely. You see the audience laughing. But you may not realize they are not merely laughing at the lines. Often, they are responding to the actor's mindset, to the state you embody on stage. Relaxation is the cornerstone of performance.
If you stand there too tense, the audience will sense your lack of confidence, and your jokes will lose their intended effect.
Liu Xingchen blinked, Yue Yunpeng's words echoing in his mind.
He suddenly understood, he had been overly focused on the lines and punchlines,
neglecting the most crucial element, how to fully immerse himself in the character, how to prevent the stage's spotlight from overshadowing his mindset.
A long sigh escaped him,
a wave of inexplicable relief washing over him.
You're right, I have indeed been too tense, Liu Xingchen admitted, his voice tinged with a newfound clarity.
Sometimes,
I feel as though every movement and every word is under scrutiny, fearing I might err.
Yue Yunpeng nodded in understanding. The more you dwell on that, the more anxious you become.
Look at you now, your mindset has relaxed, and naturally, your performance will improve. He paused, smiling as he added, in fact, with comedic dialogue.
Especially in this kind of skit, the essence lies not in the words, but in the harmony you create for the audience. The interaction between you and your partner.
The rapport with the audience, even the unintentional exchanges of glances between you two, these are what truly resonate.
Harmony? Liu Xingchen asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Indeed. Yue Yunpeng affirmed with a smile. The chemistry and rhythm you share will be reflected in the audience's laughter. If your mindset and performance lack harmony,
then even the best jokes will struggle to touch hearts.
Liu Xingchen nodded silently, a dawning realization illuminating his thoughts.
He had never recognized the profound impact his mindset could have on his performance. It was not merely a matter of memorizing lines or coordinating with his partner, rather, he had allowed anxiety to invade the stage, disrupting the emotional connection with the audience. Thank you, Yunpeng, Liu Xingchen expressed sincerely, a long-lost smile gracing his face.
I believe I know what I must do now. Yue Yunpeng squinted playfully, shaking his head.
Don't thank me, your performance is already commendable.
Sometimes, however,
an actor needs to view themselves from a different perspective to rediscover their unique stage. The sounds from outside grew increasingly boisterous, as the audience's anticipation mounted.
Laughter from Guo Qilin, Liu Xingchen's opponent and one of his closest friends, occasionally reached his ears. Guo Qilin had gained modest recognition in the industry a few years ago with a brilliant solo performance.
Though they each had their distinct styles, their shared passion for comedic art fostered a mutual understanding.
Yet tonight's contest would inevitably become a rivalry between them. Xingchen, don't be so tense, Tang Li said, patting Liu Xingchen's shoulder, his expression a mix of exasperation and ease.
Just relax a bit more on stage, that's what makes this contest enjoyable. Liu Xingchen offered a faint smile, the corners of his mouth curving into a subtle grimace.
I understand, but today feels different. He gazed at his partner.
His eyes clouded with uncertainty as if searching for a source of relaxation. Tang Li looked at him in mild surprise, shaking his head.
You're already doing wonderfully. Treat today as a fun opportunity with Guo Qilin. What essay competition, really? A little more confidence will enrich your experience on stage.
Yes. Liu Xingchen replied softly, though a heavy weight lingered in his heart. He understood that Tang Li's encouragement stemmed from a profound friendship. Yet he could not shake the tension that accompanied the impending competition.
Chapter 88. A warm current emerges despite knowing that this would be an intriguing duel.
The weight of responsibility and the fervor for victory still left him breathless. He took a deep breath, reminiscing about his earlier encounters with Guo Qilin. It was a few years ago during an ordinary rehearsal. Although they did not meet frequently, every encounter sparked a brief conversation, sometimes even an exchange of performance experiences. Guo Qilin possessed an innate charisma as a performer, exuding an air of unique composure whether on stage or off. Especially during their dialogues. Each of Guo Qilin's words seemed infused with wit, while Liu Xingchen often struggled to find the subtle humor hidden within, leaving him with a mild sense of unease in their exchanges. Setting down his comb, Liu Xingchen approached the window, peering through the curtain's gap at the distant, blurred lights. He recognized that Guo Qilin was not merely a rival but also a figure deserving of respect.
Guo Qilin's humor, his remarkable skills,
and his effortless demeanor on stage seemed perpetually more refined than his own. Every rehearsal with Guo Qilin instilled in Liu Xingchen a sense of panic over the widening gap between them, a gap that felt like an insurmountable barrier.
Liu Xingchen, are you ready?
Guo Qilin's crisp voice came from outside the door.
Liu Xingchen snapped back to reality.
Inhaling deeply as he opened the door to find Guo Qilin standing there, exuding confidence in his meticulously tailored attire, his face adorned with that signature calm smile.
You're here too?
Liu Xingchen managed a faint smile, his voice tinged with tension, though he endeavored to appear indifferent.
Guo Qilin stepped inside and patted Liu Xingchen's shoulder. What's the matter? Haven't you adjusted yet? You're not nervous again, are you? Liu Xingchen hesitated, a wave of complex emotions flashing across his mind. Lowering his gaze, he confessed, actually, I am a bit nervous.
Guo Qilin chuckled lightly, a teasing grin gracing his lips.
I knew it.
You and that fellow Tang Li always claim to be unfazed, yet inside, you're more anxious than anyone else. That feeling is perfectly normal, every actor experiences it.
But this time, I'm not so sure I can do it.
Liu Xingchen paused, his voice growing somber.
Facing you makes me somewhat uneasy.
Guo Qilin did not respond immediately but furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating Liu Xingchen's feelings. Finally, he sighed, think about it, we're not adversaries, merely kindred spirits.
Look at me, every time I step on stage, I also confront this anxiety. But we must face it, regardless.
There is only one objective on stage, to bring laughter to everyone. He paused, his gaze deepening.
In a comedy competition, the one who wins is not necessarily the smartest or the wittiest. True victory lies in your ability to present your most authentic self to the audience.
Liu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of emotion shining in his eyes. He understood Guo Qilin's message: real triumph is not determined by the finesse of one's performance, but by the sincerity and confidence that emanate from within.
So, you see.
Guo Qilin smiled, we're not competing to see who has the better jokes, rather, we're comparing who can deliver these anecdotes more naturally.
Who can let go of their inhibitions.
Liu Xingchen inhaled deeply, nodding as some of the heaviness in his heart began to lift.
A relaxed smile graced his face.
Then I shall give it a try, to loosen up and proceed at my own pace.
That's the spirit. Guo Qilin patted Liu Xingchen's back reassuringly.
Rest assured.
No matter what happens today, we are friends.
Winning or losing matters not, what is most important is that we all enjoy ourselves.
At that moment,
the hostess' voice announced the impending start of the competition. Liu Xingchen's heart raced again, but this time, it was not an overwhelming panic, rather.
It was infused with a newfound determination. Let us go, Xingchen. Guo Qilin smiled, his gaze resolute.
Today, we shall bring joy to the audience together.
Liu Xingchen looked at Guo Qilin, a wave of inexplicable emotion swelling within him.
Though his heart still raced and remnants of nervousness lingered, he no longer felt fear. At least tonight, he would not face these emotions alone, he had Guo Qilin, a friend by his side. both pursuing the humor and joy that belonged to them on this stage.
Let us go, Guo Qilin gently urged, giving Liu Xingchen's shoulder an encouraging pat.
His tone radiated warmth, his eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief.
Liu Xingchen nodded, the tension in his heart not entirely dissipated.
Yet he knew he must embrace the challenge at this moment.
He swung open the curtain and stepped into the spotlight. The audience below fell silent, all eyes converging upon him.
In that instant, Liu Xingchen's mind went blank, his heart nearly leaping from his chest.
Yet, at that moment,
he recalled the encouragements from Guo Qilin and Tang Li. Their past words became his greatest support.
"Good evening, everyone."
Liu Xingchen adjusted his breathing slightly, the opening line flowing effortlessly from his lips. He could feel the tension in his words gradually being consumed by the ambience of the stage. Lowering his gaze, he slowly scanned the audience, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips.
"Hello, everyone.
I stand here tonight not only to bring you joy but also to express my gratitude to my partner, Guo Qilin. Thank you for your unwavering cooperation throughout the years. For always allowing me to feel at ease in my performances."
Hey, you really are something, why can't you ever be serious?"
Guo Qilin interjected from the side of the stage, his expression a mix of exasperation and amusement.
The audience erupted in laughter, and a warm current surged through Liu Xingchen. An affirmation and support he had never experienced before.
Looking at Guo Qilin, feelings of gratitude welled up inside him. The tension he once perceived was not an insurmountable mountain. As long as he could set aside his worries and truly immerse himself in this performance, he could resonate with the audience.
"Though I may seem witty,
I'm actually quite timid," Liu Xingchen continued lightly. Before he could finish, he quickly added, "However, my form of timidity is rather peculiar, sometimes.
Just seeing the audience makes me wonder if they are secretly laughing at my shortcomings. Thus, every time I step on stage, my first thought is, don't mess up." Chapter 89, Are you ready?
The audience erupted in laughter once more, and Liu Xingchen found himself chuckling alone.
At that moment,
the tension on stage dissipated entirely, leaving only his passion and love for this platform.
All fears were swept away by the waves of laughter.
He began to revel in the freedom of the moment, as if the pressure that had recently surged was rendered insignificant.
"You see, this is me, Liu Xingchen, adept at self-deprecation, eager to share my timidity with everyone."
Liu Xingchen paused, narrowing his eyes as if reaching a silent understanding with the audience.
However, truth be told,
being a comedic performer necessitates a certain degree of cowardice. At times, self-doubt is the norm for every actor.
With so many people in the audience, what if someone fails to grasp the humor and doesn't laugh?
The audience responded with even heartier laughter, and as Liu Xingchen gazed upon the beaming faces,
any lingering unease evaporated.
He realized he had discovered a harmonious balance, a genuine way to connect with the viewers. That naturally emerging sense of humor and the lighthearted sincerity of emotions are what truly resonate with the heart. Thus, as a comedic performer, beyond being timid, one must also possess a touch of foolishness.
Liu Xingchen paused briefly, a playful smile gracing his face, for how else could one elicit laughter with the simplest of jokes? At that moment, Guo Qilin approached, adopting an air of feigned profundity. "Indeed.
I've heard it said that those who perform comedy must be sufficiently foolish, for only then can one be sincere."
"Well said." Liu Xingchen concurred with a smile. "Otherwise, one might be mistaken for a philosopher."
The essence of comedy lies in its ability to evoke laughter at first hearing, even in a seemingly casual line that unexpectedly brings forth joy.
As the atmosphere on stage gradually intensified, the interaction between Liu Xingchen and Guo Qilin had fully immersed the audience in their performance.
The laughter, applause,
and even the soft whispers among the crowd became affirmations of their artistry. In that moment, Liu Xingchen was not merely telling jokes.
He was engaging in a soul-stirring dialogue with the audience. Each punchline and every little quip encapsulated his love and dedication to this craft.
"Tonight, let us discuss something lighthearted,"
Guo Qilin jested, sharing a philosophy of life that guarantees belly laughs. He gestured mysteriously, for instance, "Do not be deceived by their laughter, behind it may lie much helplessness, did you know? Jokes are not merely about humor, they often conceal profound sadness." Liu Xingchen felt a stirring within, suddenly recalling his own experiences over the years. He understood that behind every joke often lay a slice of genuine life, and the bitterness and helplessness of life served as the foundation that deepens the humor. He realized that comedy is not only about making the audience laugh but also about allowing them to find a sense of resonance within that laughter.
This resonance is what truly touches the heart.
He inhaled deeply, squinting his eyes as he quietly said to Guo Qilin, "You are right, sometimes jokes are not merely for amusement, they are more about helping everyone find their own truth within the laughter." Guo Qilin paused, seemingly taken aback by Liu Xingchen's unexpected insight. He then smiled, patting Liu Xingchen on the shoulder. "Indeed, Xingchen, you have found your own rhythm." At that moment, the audience below erupted into fervent applause,
fully absorbed in the performance.
Whether it was Liu Xingchen's witty lines or Guo Qilin's clever retorts, each resonated deeply with every person present. A warm surge filled Liu Xingchen's heart, all tension, doubt, and unease vanished, leaving only a pure desire to perform and a love for the audience. He glanced at Guo Qilin beside him, unable to suppress a smile. Guo Qilin wore his characteristic confident grin, exuding a natural demeanor and insightful gaze,
as though each word and movement conveyed poise and elegance.
Such an impeccable aura might be a captivating charm to many, but for Liu Xingchen,
it represented another form of pressure.
Having rehearsed countless times with Guo Qilin, he was acutely aware that this partner's performance skills and sense of humor were nearly flawless. Each rehearsal saw Guo Qilin effortlessly command every skit, tossing out one clever quip after another, leaving Liu Xingchen in awe.
Yet he often hesitated just before delivering a punchline, fearful of breaking the rhythm of the joke.
At times, he even questioned whether this competition was truly about skill or a battle of mindsets.
However, tonight,
Liu Xingchen had made a resolution. Regardless of the outcome, he had let go of past anxieties. Though he knew Guo Qilin would undoubtedly excel in this competition, evident from the audience's reactions and his own perceptions, this did not preclude him from possessing his unique charm. On the contrary, Liu Xingchen resolved to treat tonight as an opportunity for self-expression, to unleash his authentic sense of humor on stage, to inspire and touch the audience present, rather than merely chasing victory.
"Xingchen, next up is our grand finale." Guo Qilin's voice broke through Liu Xingchen's reverie. "Are you ready?"
Liu Xingchen smiled slightly, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes as he nodded.
"I am ready, Qilin." "Excellent." Guo Qilin's eyes sparkled with ease. "Tonight, we shall ensure the audience laughs to their heart's content."
"Indeed," Liu Xingchen softly replied, a wave of unfamiliar emotion washing over him, as if even his voice had grown steadier. He sensed that tonight's stage belonged to him, not merely as a battleground of competition. As the host announced the final segment of the competition, the stage lights began to focus, and Liu Xingchen's heart raced anew, his breath quickening.
Yet the clarity and determination in his eyes intensified.
He understood that tonight's performance was no longer about winning or losing. It was about how he could be his most authentic self on this stage. Standing at the center of the stage with Guo Qilin, they began their final skit, a classic dialogue of their own creation.
The content of the skit was not overly complex. Chapter 90, Can One Really Laugh Like This? Yet,
it is imbued with profound layers.
It transcends mere humor, embodying the emotional clash and dialogue between the two actors.
Each line, every pause, demands precise coordination,
as if two hearts resonate in harmony.
Guo Qilin takes the lead with a relaxed tone. "You see, Xingchen, performing crosstalk is not a simple matter. It requires more than just jokes, it must possess depth."
Liu Xingchen feigns an exaggerated expression. "Depth?" "Guo Qilin, are you suggesting that crosstalk should not only amuse but also provoke thought?" Guo Qilin smiles slightly. "Indeed, depth means infusing the laughter with substance, does it not?"
Liu Xingchen pretends to ponder. "If that is the case, then today I may have surpassed Guo Qilin. For I can not only make everyone laugh but also inspire them to think."
No sooner had he spoken than laughter erupted from the audience.
Their reaction perhaps stemmed from Liu Xingchen's humorous confidence, but more so from his unconventional performance style.
That genuine sense of humor and relaxed manner seemed to enliven the atmosphere instantly.
Each laugh acted as a key, unlocking a secret deep within Liu Xingchen. He began to realize that his humor required no excessive embellishment nor the pursuit of perfection. The essence lay in establishing a spiritual resonance with the audience.
"Ha ha! Are you scolding me?"
Guo Qilin feigned anger, his tone laced with exaggerated jest. "I am a seasoned crosstalk artist.
How could I possibly be surpassed by a young lad like you?"
Ha, that's not a heartfelt truth, you are far too humble, Teacher Guo. Liu Xingchen replied effortlessly, his eyes gleaming with unwavering confidence. Even if you lose, you must admit it, right? Who says I've lost? Guo Qilin pretended to be angry, lifting his chin. Show me some real skills. The two exchanged glances, communicating in unspoken understanding, as if the competition between them had dissolved, relying entirely on each other's performances for resonance and collision. Even though Liu Xingchen was acutely aware that the victory of the night belonged to Guo Qilin, he no longer cared about the outcome. What he felt was an unprecedented sense of ease, a joy of self-release. The laughter from the audience grew more intense, applause rising and falling like waves. As if the very air had grown warm. Liu Xingchen could not help but close his eyes, taking a deep breath. As the burdens of his heart seemed to lift in an instant. He understood that he need not compete with anyone. For the true significance of this performance was not in victory or defeat, but in how he connected with the audience in his own way. Guo Qilin seemed to sense Liu Xingchen's transformation, a hint of appreciative smile flickering in his gaze. Regardless of whether he would win this contest, he knew that Liu Xingchen had found his stage, discovered his unique style. No matter the outcome. What mattered most was that they had poured their hearts into crafting their own laughter on this stage. Yet, amidst this fervor, Liu Xingchen suddenly conceived a new thought. He realized that if he could intentionally make a small mistake, allowing everyone to witness his fallibility amidst the laughter, perhaps that very blunder could evolve into a new form of humor, forging a closer, more natural bond with the audience. Thus, he resolved to make an attempt, one he had never dared before. Liu Xingchen lightly cleared his throat, feigning seriousness as he gazed at Guo Qilin. His tone slowing. At this juncture, I feel there is a slight issue with this segment. It should be. Well, forget it. Everyone knows I'm not proficient at this. He deliberately elongated the last syllable, infusing his tone with a hint of helplessness, yet his eyes revealed no panic. The audience seemed oblivious to his true intentions, maintaining their mirth. In truth, at that moment, Liu Xingchen was not anxious, rather, he secretly awarded himself a small triumph. For he sensed he had shattered some constraints, effortlessly discarding the notion of perfection. He exhaled softly. A newfound confidence blossoming within him. Every moment of this performance was imbued with authenticity and self-expression. Whether through his humor or minor missteps, each was a distinctive manifestation of his individuality. These elements became the bridge to connect with the audience. He could even perceive a growing warmth in their reactions. As if they were beginning to understand him more deeply. Let us just go with it. Liu Xingchen paused again, mimicking self-deprecating humor after a blunder. I tend to be a bit impatient, I get so excited that I sometimes misspeak. The laughter from the audience surged dramatically. As Liu Xingchen felt each of his imperfect actions eliciting an even stronger response. Indeed, when he intentionally revealed a slip-up, it garnered even greater attention. It seemed everyone was experiencing an unprecedented ease, a humanized humor that transcended mere technical display, emanating directly from the performer's authentic state. Guo Qilin noticed Liu Xingchen's sudden shift. He instinctively raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. Although he could not discern whether Liu Xingchen's actions were intentional or genuine errors, he continued the rhythm of the segment unperturbed. All right, Xingchen, it appears your blunder has its charm, you are truly a fine actor. Oh, Teacher Guo, how could you say that? Liu Xingchen replied, his tone exaggeratedly aggrieved. Sometimes I just get too excited, my mind races, and in my haste, I tend to misspeak. Do you think that is something to laugh about? Guo Qilin chuckled softly, pretending to ponder. Indeed, it's quite amusing. Your misstatements are far more entertaining than my correct ones. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Liu Xingchen's eyes. He realized he had discovered an entirely new mode of performance. Those seemingly imperfect aspects had, at that moment, become the most poignant sources of laughter. His act was no longer a rigid display of technique but a rich tapestry of emotions and reactions that resonated deeply with the audience. By the way, Teacher Guo. Liu Xingchen suddenly turned, wearing a playful expression. Don't you think the jokes I shared earlier lacked a certain flavor? I believe if I add a bit more flair, the audience will surely enjoy it even more. Unable to contain his laughter, Guo Qilin responded, Are you suggesting you want to revise your own material? Chapter 91, The Restless Child Indeed. I have resolved to share a brand new anecdote with everyone tonight. Liu Xingchen declared, as if suddenly filled with vigor. He no longer confined himself within rigid frameworks, nor did he fret over potential missteps. Instead, he embraced a newfound freedom, even beginning to improvise.
Very well.
I shall join in the fun, Guo Qilin chimed in. Since you are so confident, I must listen closely to how you break the ice.
Seizing the opportunity,
Liu Xingchen unleashed a series of comical lines, complemented by his expressive gestures. Although his delivery did not adhere strictly to conventional joke structures,
it elicited ever-increasing laughter from the audience. Each punchline stemmed from a moment of inspiration, and every reaction felt so genuine and authentic. Perhaps he did not require premeditated jokes. Each spontaneous interlude instead fostered a more sincere interaction and amusement.
As he spoke, Liu Xingchen became acutely aware of the transformation within himself.
He no longer fixated on the audience's reactions or feared making mistakes.
Instead, with every blunder, he seemed to uncover a more independent facet of his humorous charm.
Those unforeseen punchlines and slip-ups became a means of self-expression, drawing him closer to the audience. The laughter surged like a tide, synchronizing with the rhythm of his heartbeat. He realized that humor does not solely rely on flawless construction, but rather emerges from the actor's authenticity and sincerity.
Each minor oversight revealed a glimpse of humanity's beauty. This beauty not only manifested in laughter but also subtly permeated through genuine emotional expressions.
A hint of admiration finally flickered in Guo Qilin's eyes.
Contrary to his expectations of ease and triumph, he felt a profound respect in that moment.
He understood that Liu Xingchen had discovered his own stage, and each improvisation represented a challenge to himself, transcending the boundaries he once held. "Xingchen, you performed splendidly tonight." Guo Qilin finally spoke, his tone imbued with sincere affirmation.
"You need not rely on others to craft your punchlines, you possess a style that is distinctly your own."
Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of impulse welled up within Liu Xingchen.
He cleared his throat slightly and smiled, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, I would like to share with you some tales from my childhood." As he uttered these words, the audience fell into a hushed silence, curiosity evident in their expressions.
He took a few measured steps, his gaze reflecting nostalgia and ease.
"You know, as a child, I was quite the restless one, particularly at home.
Constantly engaging in antics that left my parents exasperated."
The audience began to chuckle excitedly, and Liu Xingchen smiled slightly as he continued, "As a child, I had a penchant for trouble. I remember my parents frequently urging me to watch less television and read more books. Having heard this admonition countless times, I had grown indifferent to it. One day, I stealthily hid the remote control under the bed and declared to my parents, 'Today, I shall not watch television. I have decided to read instead.'" He paused, glancing at the audience. "Do you know the expression on my parents' faces at that moment?"
My father was momentarily stunned. Then retorted, "If you don't read, don't expect dinner." At that time, I was still somewhat naïve, thinking to myself, what could be the difficulty in that? Thus, I commenced my reading session.
Laughter erupted once more from the audience as Liu Xingchen feigned seriousness, tapping his forehead with a finger before continuing. "In reality, I had not opened a book at all. I simply concealed the remote better, holding the book in hand and pretending to read, thinking, after all, my parents cannot see through my ruse. And I can just get by." "You must agree, how could I not stir up trouble in such a manner?" The laughter crescendoed, evidently entertained by Liu Xingchen's humorous recollections. He too could not help but chuckle softly, though a sense of nostalgia washed over him. These troublesome memories, seemingly trivial in nature, now radiated a gentle warmth,
as if that period had quietly taken root in his life. He continued, "However, I was rather clever back then. The most amusing part was that my reading plan was utterly thwarted.
Just as I felt a sense of triumph, my mother entered the room and immediately spotted the remote concealed beneath the book."
He paused, mimicking his mother's tone with a smile. "Xingchen, do you think I cannot see through this?" Laughter reverberated through the audience, and Liu Xingchen felt the resonance from them. In that moment,
his spirit soared, as if he had returned to the carefree days of his childhood.
Each instance of self-deprecation and humor erased the distance between him and his listeners.
He reminisced further. "Later, my mother calmly stated, 'You may not watch television today, but you must hand over the remote, otherwise I shall inform your father of your reading progress.' In a fit of panic, I stuffed the remote inside the book, thinking, 'This time I shall be safe.'" Another wave of laughter erupted from the audience as Liu Xingchen's tone became increasingly mischievous. "You must wonder how such clever schemes could ever elude my mother.
Right?
She walked right over to the bed and thoroughly searched my hiding spot, eventually uncovering my secret.
Then. He paused, offering a mysterious smile.
She said, "If you truly wish to watch television, you must first read this book before you may proceed." At this point, the audience's laughter became uncontrollable, and Liu Xingchen's mood lightened.
Memories of those innocent yet helpless moments flashed through his mind.
Those seemingly mundane mistakes had transformed into invaluable treasures in his recollections, suggesting that without these childhood antics,
he could never have become the person standing on that stage today.
Only later did I grasp, Liu Xingchen's tone gradually shifted to earnestness, that my parents were so strict because they understood that it was precisely those seemingly trivial details that held the utmost significance in my growth.
Those actions,
which appeared immature, were indeed integral to my journey toward maturity. The laughter from the audience began to subside, and Liu Xingchen felt that warm emotion continued to envelop him. He had never anticipated that his childhood stories would resonate so powerfully. Each individual possesses their own narrative of growth, and those seemingly inconsequential moments stirred ripples within the hearts of every listener. Unbeknownst to him, he too found a deeper connection within these tales.
Chapter 92, An opportunity to hear me perform. Liu Xingchen paused for a moment, gently lifted his head, and his gaze deepened. In truth,
many times we believe that those small mistakes hold no significance, yet upon reflection, we realize that it is precisely these imperfections that have shaped the person we are today.
Wouldn't you agree? The audience fell silent for a brief moment, before erupting into enthusiastic applause.
Liu Xingchen's heartbeat gradually steadied, a warm glimmer flashing in his eyes. This evening, he was not merely performing, he was resonating with the innermost depths of each individual through his authentic narrative. The sensation of being understood and accepted stirred an involuntary emotion within him. With a slight smile, he softly remarked, "Today, I wish to share a childhood experience with you all. I didn't expect you to enjoy it so much, thank you." He paused, his tone light and humorous. "If one day you see me hiding the remote control again, please remind me, Xingchen, don't make the same mistake again, we've all grown up." Liu Xingchen felt a slight turmoil within. He paused, bowing his head to reflect inwardly. At that moment, he heard Guo Qilin chuckle softly beside him. That laughter, laced with a touch of ease, hinted to Liu Xingchen at a subtle shift in atmosphere. Guo Qilin displayed no signs of dissatisfaction, instead, he seemed to understand. Furrowing his brow slightly,
Liu Xingchen felt a swell of confusion. Why did straying from the theme evoke a sense of unease?
Perhaps it was the self-imposed constraints of traditional xiangxing. Liu Xingchen couldn't help but sigh softly. As a new generation xiangxing performer, he had once yearned to break free from those limitations and deliver something distinct. Yet, whenever he ventured a bit too far, an anxiety would arise deep within, akin to an invisible hand reminding him not to overstep boundaries or allow the humor to drift from the conventional framework.
He raised his head, surveying the audience once more.
Their gazes remained warm, their smiles sincere. Recalling the earlier laughter, Liu Xingchen felt a sense of relief wash over him. Perhaps he was not straying from the theme, but rather sharing stories that inherently belonged to xiangxing in his own unique manner.
Who said xiangxing must adhere to outdated formats?
He could not help but chuckle,
feeling a long-lost lightness.
It appeared that the audience still enjoyed hearing him share these tales. "Ha," Liu Xingchen said, feigning nonchalance, with a hint of self-deprecation, however.
"I must admit, the story I just told doesn't quite align with today's theme, does it?" The audience erupted into laughter once more, this time infused with a deeper sense of recognition and understanding.
He raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of excitement.
Indeed. Today's xiangxing was both a tribute to tradition and a reflection of his individuality.
With mock seriousness, he turned to Guo Qilin, a playful smile gracing his lips.
"Teacher Guo, do you think the story I just shared strayed from the theme?"
Guo Qilin squinted slightly, then revealed a smile. It did veer a bit off course.
"But don't you think that makes it all the more interesting?"
A warmth flooded Liu Xingchen's heart as he realized that what he was doing was not a departure from xiangxing, but rather a bold new exploration. He never believed that humor must rely on worn-out formulas, rather, it should be crafted by each performer's understanding and emotions, creating humor that is uniquely vibrant and full of life. "Yes, you're right," Liu Xingchen continued, his tone relaxed. "However, I must confess, I was quite the troublesome child in my youth. For instance, once, when our family was hosting a gathering, I decided to prepare a xiangxing performance for everyone. The result." He abruptly paused, seemingly recalling an embarrassing moment.
What happened next? The audience eagerly inquired.
The outcome of my Xianxing was a complete failure, Liu Xingchen chuckled, scratching his head, a playful glint in his eye. My friend and I had rehearsed for a long time, but back then, I had no understanding of rhythm or how to arrange punchlines.
In the end, everyone was utterly bewildered, having no idea what I was saying.
Laughter erupted from the audience, further lifting Liu Xingchen's spirits as he continued. The funniest part was that I genuinely believed I had done wonderfully. I confidently asked my parents, Mom and Dad,
"What did you think of my performance?"
His father had given him a thumbs up, saying, "Son, you were fantastic, well done." Liu Xingchen mimicked his father's tone,
prompting another wave of laughter from the audience.
However, his mother responded with remarkable calmness.
"Shouldn't you find a professional teacher first and learn how to articulate clearly before performing for us?"
Liu Xingchen humorously imitated his mother's tone, eliciting laughter that filled the theater once more. He paused, letting his gaze linger on the faces of the audience, suddenly feeling poignant.
From that moment on,
I realized that one must not act impulsively, nor should one leap into action based solely on personal conviction.
Instead,
it is crucial to learn how to refine one's craft, seeking more fitting ways to ensure others comprehend clearly and derive joy.
The laughter gradually faded, replaced by a warm atmosphere.
Liu Xingchen found himself in contemplation at that moment. It felt as if he was not merely sharing jokes but rather imparting his growth and reflections to the audience. This sharing, although devoid of deliberate attempts to manufacture humor,
still achieved a profound connection with the audience's hearts.
So, he chuckled lightly, breaking the earlier reverie.
If you have the chance to hear me perform Xianxing in the future, please don't just give me a thumbs up like I did as a child. Remember to offer me feedback and see if I'm still straying off topic. He gently stroked his chin and cast a glance at Guo Qilin, who sat quietly in the corner, seemingly oblivious to his thematic digression. Liu Xingchen felt a bit more at ease, yet a flicker of doubt remained regarding his performance. Could this transformation genuinely garner the audience's approval? Why do I want to share these thoughts?
He mused inwardly, his eyes narrowing slightly.
Could this be my new style? Or perhaps, have I inadvertently taken a detour?
He felt uncertain but hesitated to interrupt this free-flowing train of thought. Yet, an even stronger impulse surged within him, urging him to continue, to breathe life and humor into those seemingly mundane life segments through his distinctive lens.
Chapter 93, What is True Humor? He quietly adjusted his breathing, refocusing his gaze on the audience below, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Are you wondering if what I am sharing today is too far removed from traditional crosstalk?
In truth, I was once a child who caused quite a bit of concern. Just consider the time I went missing. The audience fell silent, eagerly anticipating his next words. Liu Xingchen took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and continued in a slightly exaggerated tone. At that time, I was playing hide and seek with a few friends. On one occasion, I ran particularly far and hid in a corner, only to accidentally fall asleep.
Laughter erupted from the audience,
and Liu Xingchen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He smiled and went on, when I woke up, it was already midnight.
And can you guess what my first reaction was?
The audience began to guess, the atmosphere growing lively.
My first thought was, oh no, I've been abandoned.
Liu Xingchen amplified his tone, as if he truly felt forsaken by the entire world. He spread his arms wide, adopting a helpless expression.
You see,
it was merely a simple game of hide and seek, yet I managed to hide myself in the dead corner of life, completely oblivious to the passage of time.
When I awoke,
it felt as if the entire world had changed.
The audience laughed even more heartily, some of them doubled over with laughter.
Liu Xingchen felt a slight easing in his heart. He realized that he had not completely strayed from the essence of crosstalk.
In fact,
his unguarded self-deprecation had imparted a warmth of humor to the audience. He began to relax further and continued, I stealthily crawled out of that corner, wanting to return home. But upon reaching my doorstep, I discovered there was no one home. Laughter surged once more from the audience, yet Liu Xingchen found himself lost in another train of thought. This was merely a trivial episode from life, a small oversight, yet he unearthed his true sense of humor from it. Perhaps his deviation from the theme was precisely what set him apart from traditional crosstalk styles. In this process, he was not just telling a story.
He was constructing punchlines through his insights on life and humanity.
So, I stood at the door for a while, contemplating whether I should enter or continue waiting outside.
Liu Xingchen's tone grew more relaxed.
But you know, my mood was absolutely dreadful. I stood outside all night, only to finally realize that everyone had long since treated me as the lost child and had come to find me. At this moment, the audience's laughter grew even louder. Liu Xingchen paused, gently adjusting his collar, feeling a sense of pride swelling within him. This blunder had transformed into such a comically rich tale.
The audience's reaction was entirely different from what he had imagined. It even caught him by surprise.
He returned to his earlier
unintentional deviation from the theme. Wasn't this exactly the humor he sought?
Whether in the trifles of life or seemingly insignificant memories, laughter resides everywhere. With a slight smile, he continued, in fact, my experience of getting lost is quite akin to our practice of crosstalk. You see, I was completely unaware of how far I had wandered, ultimately straying from the correct path into a completely unfamiliar territory. Don't you think this mirrors a novice performer's state? Here to perform crosstalk, yet veering off into talking about life, inadvertently creating unexpected moments of humor for everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter swept through the audience once again. A sense of fulfillment gradually filled Liu Xingchen's heart. The light and joyful atmosphere below made all his struggles and insecurities seem insignificant. He finally understood that he did not need to bind himself to others' expectations or conform to any prescribed model. Instead, he could stand on stage as a free spirit, sharing his most genuine feelings and humor, collaboratively crafting a unique experience with the audience. At that moment, Guo Qilin approached him and patted Liu Xingchen on the shoulder. Well done, you were quite natural tonight. His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a hint of affirmation. You must learn to enjoy this process rather than obsess over whether you've strayed from the theme. Liu Xingchen turned to Guo Qilin, gratitude shining in his eyes.
Thank you, Teacher Guo. I believe I have finally found my style.
He chuckled lightly, paused, and added, honestly, I didn't expect to tell the story of being lost so well. Guo Qilin smiled slightly and then turned to the edge of the stage.
Continue, tonight is your stage.
His words were imbued with encouragement, further lightening Liu Xingchen's mood. The judges below did not immediately begin speaking, instead exchanging glances.
Liu Xingchen knew this moment was crucial.
If the judges disapproved of his performance style or deemed his deviations too casual, all his efforts might dissolve into nothingness.
However, when one of the judges,
a middle-aged man, a seasoned master of crosstalk, finally spoke, Liu Xingchen's heart raced slightly. The judge's gaze was profound, his brow furrowed in contemplation.
Very good.
The judge's words were simple yet profoundly impactful.
A hush fell over the audience, all eyes fixed on this judge.
Liu Xingchen felt a momentary tightening in his chest. But soon he heard the judge continue, your performance today, while wandering outside the traditional framework for a time, illustrated what true humor means through your unique lens. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, and Liu Xingchen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He experienced a long-lost lightness, as if the burdens on his shoulders had been instantly lifted. He had not completely departed from the essence of crosstalk, rather, he had presented it in a manner imbued with his own individuality, expressing his innermost truths.
You transformed your childhood anecdotes and the minutiae of everyday life into punchlines, bringing ease to the audience while allowing them to feel that sense of authenticity and reality.
The judge's voice resonated with a rare gentleness.
This is the highlight of your performance today.
Liu Xingchen smiled softly, although his heart was calm, it brimmed with satisfaction. He knew that, at this moment, he had not missed any opportunity but was indeed progressing toward the goals within his heart. That sense of freedom, that breakthrough, endowed him with an unprecedented confidence.
Chapter 94, a masterful handling. Another judge took over the conversation.
Speaking in a calm and measured tone, I would like to add that today's performance resonated deeply with the audience. Your ability to draw inspiration from life, rather than mechanically relying on fixed routines, is truly refreshing. He paused momentarily, seemingly summarizing his thoughts, before continuing, of course, while some details appeared somewhat rough around the edges. Your capacity to capture the audience's attention throughout this process is exceptionally rare. Liu Xingchen felt a flicker of emotion within him, although the judge's words were commendatory. He discerned a deeper implication. This judge had not declared perfection but rather pointed out certain shortcomings. Such feedback served both as encouragement and as a reminder that he needed to refine his details further.
The judge continued, regardless of how innovative you may be.
The sense of rhythm and content cohesion remains the cornerstone of any performance. Indeed, Liu Xingchen nodded, a blend of gratitude and reverence swelling in his heart.
He recognized the judge's wisdom. Though his performance brimmed with creativity, there were indeed areas where he had yet to excel. The subsequent judges also shared their views, most of them offering affirmations. Although a few mentioned concerns regarding rhythm, the overall feedback was unequivocally positive.
Liu Xingchen's spirit soared. Standing on that stage, he listened quietly,
a newfound confidence blossoming within him.
It dawned on him that he had not strayed from the right path, and the performance style he pursued was indeed worthy of recognition. Finally, the judges turned their attention to Liu Xingchen, who remained poised on stage, his gaze tranquil as if all had been settled.
The elder judge,
a master of comedic arts, spoke again. "Tonight, you have gifted us a most delightful evening.
It is evident that you possess a formidable sense of humor and creativity. While there are areas that require enhancement, your effort and talent are unmistakable."
Liu Xingchen's heart raced slightly, yet he maintained his composure, softly replying, "Thank you."
Though simple,
his words were imbued with gratitude and admiration. The judges nodded in agreement, and the elder judge, with a hint of a smile, added,
"I believe you will continue to progress.
Maintain your passion for the art of comedy, but remember that, as a performer,
our primary duty is to evoke laughter from the audience, not confusion. You have done remarkably well." The audience erupted into applause once more,
the sound resonating through the air like a warm current, penetrating the hearts of all present.
Liu Xingchen bowed his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips.
He understood that this competition had concluded, yet his true journey was just beginning. He descended the stage slowly, making his way backstage.
All the while,
the judges' evaluations echoed in his mind, particularly the elder judge's words, "You have done remarkably well." That phrase blossomed within him like a warm seed,
quietly taking root in his heart.
The backstage lights were dim, yet at that moment, Liu Xingchen felt no weariness. His spirit brimmed with invigorated energy, as if a spark had ignited within him. He recognized the need for continuous effort, yet he had discovered his own path.
Regardless of how arduous the journey may be, he was ready to embrace it.
Upon reaching the changing room, he found Guo Qilin waiting for him, a subtle smile illuminating his eyes as if he had already seen through everything.
"How did it go, Xingchen?" Guo Qilin inquired, tidying up his belongings with a relaxed air that exuded confidence.
"Quite well," Liu Xingchen replied with a smile, his gaze resolute.
"I know I can do even better."
Of course, Guo Qilin nodded, a tone of agreement in his voice.
"You possess immense potential.
Never forget that those who travel far are the ones who dare to break boundaries." Liu Xingchen recalled how his family members were all masters of comedic arts, often finding himself as a child, relegated to a corner, quietly observing as the elders performed on stage and engaged in spirited debates.
He was astute,
learning not only techniques but also grasping the true essence of performance. Humor is not merely about eliciting laughter, but about revealing life's authentic facets through details,
often tinged with self-deprecation and irony.
Consequently, Liu Xingchen inherently possessed the potential of a comedic performer. He spoke little but always managed to pinpoint the core of a matter. He skillfully employed body language and knew just when to deliver a succinct yet impactful remark that would leave others momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. This sense of humor proved useful not only in family gatherings but also became a vital tool in navigating life's trivialities.
For instance, one day, he had arranged to dine with an old friend and arrived early at the restaurant.
While seated, he noticed the server mistakenly serving the wrong soup.
Ordinarily,
one would correct the mistake, yet Liu Xingchen refrained from rushing to speak. He simply observed the server pause, and as the server prepared to apologize,
Liu Xingchen interjected with a smile, "This soup seems amiss. But I find it embodies the spirit of modern art abstract. Do you not see the foam on top resembling a grand tempest?" As he finished,
nearby diners turned their attention to the bowl of soup, and soon laughter erupted around the table. The server, taken aback by such a clever remark, felt the tension dissipate and returned with a lighter heart. His conversation with his old friend became significantly more relaxed. "You always manage to handle situations with such wit,
without hurting anyone's feelings.
You should consider taking your insights to the stage." His friend chuckled, shaking his head. This is precisely why they say a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier.
How can you so casually abandon your talents?
Yet Liu Xingchen simply smiled and replied, "No, what I am doing now suits me just fine."
The glitz of the stage is not the path for someone like me.
He did not reject the allure of the spotlight, rather, he understood that his most comfortable approach was to influence his mood through the joyful laughter of others,
rather than striving for the center stage in pursuit of a more challenging performance.
His humor was intricately woven into the fabric of daily life,
even though he acknowledged that such humor did not always guarantee recognition. For instance,
there was a day when he encountered a colleague with whom he did not share much rapport, exchanging only polite greetings.
However, on a day when the colleague was moving,
Liu Xingchen happened to pass by and noticed the colleague struggling. Suddenly, he approached and gently remarked, "You can't move like this, your posture is far too sophisticated. You're lifting the television as if it's about to walk the red carpet at the Oscars." Chapter 95, expressing each other's thoughts. His colleague paused for a moment, taken aback, before bursting into laughter.
"What do you mean, mocking me? I'm not that sophisticated."
No, he replied with a smile. "What I meant to say is that your moving style exudes more artistic flair than anything I've seen on luxury home renovation shows." His humor this time did not impose undue pressure nor discomfort upon his colleague, rather, it deftly dispelled any awkwardness that may have lingered in the air. Liu Xingchen's wit was a unique lens through which he observed life, enabling him to perceive details overlooked by others, and encouraging those around him to reassess seemingly mundane aspects of existence. For him, the little interludes of life often proved to be the most poignant, whether it was the anticipation of a meal or a serendipitous encounter. He could always find a touch of drama within them, even if that drama lasted only a fleeting few seconds. It was sufficient to elicit laughter and spark a chain reaction, transforming an otherwise dull atmosphere into one of ease and lightness. His friends had long grown accustomed to his distinctive humor. Gathered together for meals and drinks, Liu Xingchen would interject with his quips, causing everyone to relax as the conversation gradually shifted from serious discussions to a more jovial tone. On one occasion, he even jested, "Sometimes, life resembles a comedic performance. You don't need to prepare all your lines, just a sprinkle of humor at the right moment can bring joy to everyone."
Laughter erupted, and his friends found wisdom in his words, recognizing their authenticity while also enjoying the light-hearted banter. Despite this, Liu Xingchen never considered his humor to be innate. Instead, he believed it stemmed from years of observation and practice. His humor lacked any sharp edges, it simply illuminated the beauty of life through the most straightforward means. At a gathering with friends, he exhibited no grand displays of comedy but rather captured life's subtle fluctuations with a discerning eye, prompting spontaneous laughter from all. Deep down, he felt somewhat disordered. He rarely sought out friendships actively, instead, it was often serendipitous moments in life that introduced him to those who made him feel at ease. His first encounter with Yue Yunpeng occurred at an unassuming gathering, where Liu Xingchen was still the easygoing, self-deprecating young man. Yue Yunpeng, however, was not like others who merely offered superficial compliments or obscured their true thoughts with grandiloquent language. He was direct and sincere. When Liu Xingchen delivered his humorous anecdotes that elicited laughter from the audience, Yue Yunpeng was the only one who laughed with genuine delight, even unconsciously tapping his hand on the table, as if he had finally found a rhythm that allowed him to relax. "That joke was brilliant!" he exclaimed, patting Liu Xingchen's shoulder, his tone devoid of pretense. "Oh?" Liu Xingchen replied with a smile, suddenly curious, "Do you often enjoy jokes?" "Jokes?" Yue Yunpeng chuckled softly, shaking his head. "What I appreciate are those sincere jokes, not the fabricated ones meant to please others." Liu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. His words seemed to carry a weight that transcended mere jest, yet Yue Yunpeng's gaze held a hint of levity, as if he were discussing something he had never taken too seriously. "You make a valid point," Liu Xingchen replied with a slight smile, feeling a sense of familiarity in that unpretentious honesty. Perhaps the connection between him and Yue Yunpeng was as simple as two delicate threads quietly intertwining. After their initial meeting, their paths crossed unexpectedly on multiple occasions. They would occasionally encounter each other on the street, walking side by side, discussing the trivialities of daily life. Neither was the type to dissect their inner worlds with clarity, yet it seemed there was no veil between them. Liu Xingchen discovered that Yue Yunpeng's humor mirrored his own.
imbued with a subtle charm, as if both were on a quest to find those ordinary yet amusing moments in life.
Each conversation concluded with Liu Xingchen feeling uplifted, as if a heavy rain had washed away the monotony. Today, he arrived early at their agreed-upon meeting place, pondering what kind of humor Yue Yunpeng would bring this time. He felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Friendships like theirs were not easily forged, having grown accustomed to solitude over the years. The sudden presence of such a friend stirred a hint of unease within him. He glanced at his phone, and a message from Yue Yunpeng had arrived, simply stating, "I'm almost there." Liu Xingchen smiled softly, his eyes narrowing as memories of their stroll together flooded back. They had walked and talked, transitioning from work-related discussions to the mundane aspects of life. Suddenly, Yue Yunpeng turned to him with a smile, saying, "You know, sometimes I think humor is a marvelous ability. It allows you to see what others cannot, to transform pain into laughter, and to perceive life as less burdensome." Liu Xingchen gazed into his sincere eyes, feeling a sense of nostalgia wash over him. That familiar sensation returned to his heart. He had always understood that his humor was not merely for amusement, but intended to shed light on the otherwise dreary days. Yue Yunpeng seemed to be the only one who grasped the sentiment. "I believe you are right," Liu Xingchen replied earnestly, his tone shifting from its usual lightness. "Humor is akin to a skill that enables you to see what others overlook, allowing you to approach life's challenges with a more relaxed demeanor." Yue Yunpeng nodded, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if fully comprehending his feelings. "Perhaps this is the destiny of our acquaintance, who knows?" "Indeed," Liu Xingchen softly affirmed, a wave of warmth enveloping him. He realized that the bond he shared with Yue Yunpeng held a depth beyond that of superficial friendships. They may not have needed many words to convey their thoughts, but their understanding had already been affirmed in countless shared laughs and exchanged glances. Before long, the bus arrived. Liu Xingchen looked up to see Yue Yunpeng's head peeking from the window, his face adorned with that familiar smile, seemingly forever radiant with sunshine and vitality. Chapter 96, A Moment of Laughter. "Come on, get in." Yue Yunpeng beckoned him, his tone infused with warmth. Liu Xingchen nodded and approached the car door, aware that today's encounter would undoubtedly be a memorable experience. He sensed that there would be more humor and laughter waiting for him and Yue Yunpeng to uncover. Once seated in the car, they engaged in casual conversation, the dialogue not beginning in a particularly formal manner. Liu Xingchen was not adept at initiating discussions in formal settings, often finding such stiff exchanges to be somewhat awkward. Thus, he light-heartedly remarked, "You know, every time we meet, we seem to create new jokes. Could it be a sign that our relationship is deepening?" Yue Yunpeng chuckled, "Perhaps, or maybe it's just your innate charm that makes me laugh every time I see you." He glanced at Liu Xingchen, adding, "You truly are a remarkable individual." Liu Xingchen shrugged with a faint smile, "I believe humor and jokes aren't merely sought after or constructed. They naturally emerge. It's like a gift from life, something you don't chase after, but rather, it subtly appears in unexpected moments." Yue Yunpeng listened intently, nodding in agreement. "You make a compelling point." He paused, seemingly reflecting on a moment. "Perhaps this is why we became friends." Who would have thought that the simplest things often forge the deepest connections? "Nervous?" "Not at all," Liu Xingchen proclaimed outwardly, though a hint of unease lingered within. This comedic performance was something he had signed up for alongside Guo Qilin, despite their numerous past performances and countless interactions filled with humor. Facing a larger audience brought its own set of expectations and pressures, causing a flutter of nerves. His gaze inadvertently swept over the audience, the bright light stinging his eyes. Although the crowd was not vast, each gaze felt like a pointed needle piercing through him. Whenever he stood on stage, thoughts of how others perceived him crept in. Would he be ridiculed again? Would he succumb to the invisible pressures? He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, forcing himself to cast aside these distractions. In his mind echoed the dialogues he had rehearsed countless times with Guo Qilin. Their sketches were never mere jokes but rather reflections on life. Every detail was meticulously crafted. From the tone of each line to the nuance of every gesture, the significance behind each smile was thoughtfully considered. "Why are you so tense?" Guo Qilin patted his shoulder, speaking softly, "We're just here to have fun, it's not that serious. If we flub a joke, we flub it. The audience isn't here to see us fail. The most important thing is to enjoy the process." "That's easy for you to say," Liu Xingchen smiled but refrained from arguing.
Guo Qilin's carefree demeanor always cast a shadow of pressure on him, despite their shared childhood and countless performances together. Guo Qilin had a natural ability to draw the audience's attention without excessive preparation or rehearsals. It seemed he possessed an intrinsic talent for connecting with the audience's spirit. In contrast, Liu Xingchen relied heavily on preparation and synergy. Any slight mishap on stage would unsettle him.
All right, it's time to go on stage," Guo Qilin said with a resigned tone, standing up and patting Liu Xingchen's back. "Relax, brother. I've told you, it's not that complicated." The stage lights suddenly illuminated,
and applause erupted from the audience. The two exchanged a final glance backstage, a silent nod of understanding. Despite the racing of his heart,
Liu Xingchen inhaled deeply and followed Guo Qilin onto the stage.
As they stood center stage, the audience gradually fell into a hush, their focus shifting to the duo. Liu Xingchen could feel the flood of gazes enveloping him. He forced himself to remain composed, though his heart still raced with apprehension.
"Hello everyone. Today we bring you a series of sketches."
Guo Qilin began his opening remarks effortlessly, his voice steady, his demeanor relaxed,
as if he were not merely a person but a born performer. His tone, laced with light-hearted humor, instantly bridged the gap between him and the audience.
Liu Xingchen stood beside him, observing silently, grappling with a swirl of complex emotions.
He recognized that the chasm between himself and Guo Qilin lay in this very composure.
He often found himself comparing his performance to Guo Qilin's, feeling too restrained and unnatural,
while Guo Qilin seemed to transform anxiety into a magnetic force that captivated every pair of eyes. "Look, we can't let this nervousness hold us back today.
We need to loosen up, invigorate the atmosphere, and deliver a unique performance." Guo Qilin suddenly turned to him, his eyes brimming with encouragement and ease,
seemingly oblivious to Liu Xingchen's inner turmoil.
"Aha," Liu Xingchen nodded, opening his mouth as if to speak but hesitating to find the right words.
At that moment,
Guo Qilin had already begun to energize the crowd, his words filled with effortless humor, prompting Liu Xingchen to naturally respond in kind.
Together,
they playfully mocked the trivialities of life, and the audience began to laugh involuntarily.
"You see, our sketches are essentially a microcosm of life. There may be no extraordinary plot,
yet everyone can discern the absurdity within," Guo Qilin quipped, his words light and devoid of pressure.
"Exactly," Liu Xingchen chimed in.
"It's like those ridiculous advertisements we see daily, utterly illogical, yet a single line or a glance can evoke laughter."
Their interactions grew increasingly fluid, and the audience's laughter became louder. Each punchline and subtle detail blossomed perfectly through their natural synergy.
Gradually, Liu Xingchen relaxed, sensing Guo Qilin's poise and confidence. Slowly, he too began to settle into the rhythm,
his gaze softening, a playful smile emerging in his words.
"Let me tell you, to truly excel as a comedic performer, the key lies in timing.
You must know when to pause,
when to jump in, and when to allow the audience a moment to absorb the humor," Guo Qilin remarked, casting Liu Xingchen a knowing look. "See?
Now's the moment." Chapter 97, No need for such words. Liu Xingchen felt a flicker of inspiration and promptly complied with the unspoken cue.
He hesitated for a moment, allowing his gaze to momentarily drift, feigning contemplation, as if he were on the verge of speaking but withheld his words.
The audience below began to murmur in confusion, a silence enveloping the room.
At that moment, Liu Xingchen suddenly turned to Guo Qilin with an expression of mock surprise. "Tell me,
do you have a problem with your memory?"
Guo Qilin, caught off guard, did not immediately respond.
"Just a moment ago,
I clearly told you not to order the fried chicken from that restaurant tonight.
How could you still be placing an order?"
Liu Xingchen squinted playfully,
a hint of teasing lacing his voice. "Aren't you afraid of an allergic reaction?" At this, the audience erupted into laughter, the sound echoing and amplifying in waves.
Liu Xingchen felt a weight lift from his heart, the tension gradually dissipating, replaced by a long-lost sense of ease.
Guo Qilin chuckled, patting Liu Xingchen on the shoulder. "Now, this is the Liu Xingchen I know. Splendid."
The duo played off each other, their banter seamlessly progressing, eliciting even more raucous laughter from the crowd. As the atmosphere heated up, Liu Xingchen freed himself from his insecurities, no longer fixating on the possibility of error or questioning his own worth. His sole focus became how to convey his emotions through humor to each person in the audience.
In that instant,
he realized that true comedy might not merely reside in technical prowess or well-crafted jokes, but rather in the moments of genuine connection between two individuals. where sincerity and humor flow naturally, leaving a profound impact. He recognized that Guo Qilin was perhaps inherently suited for the stage. His innate sense of humor and command over the audience deeply ingrained within him. Liu Xingchen understood that while he might strive to catch up through diligence, he could never truly bridge the gap of innate talent. Every glance and gesture from Guo Qilin silently communicated his ability to captivate the audience from the very beginning, enveloping them in the world he created. Yet, this was not the source of Liu Xingchen's unease. He was acutely aware that his admiration for Guo Qilin extended beyond mere appreciation for a performer. The confidence and stage presence he exuded evoked both envy and a twinge of inferiority within Liu Xingchen. This tumultuous emotion churned within him, sometimes leading him to believe that he might never truly surpass Guo Qilin. However, he also knew he could not possess Guo Qilin's carefree demeanor. He had his own method of adapting to each fleeting moment on stage. Despite the disparity in natural gifts, he was steadily carving out a niche of his own through perseverance and keen observation. Yet, at that moment, an ineffable sensation surged within Liu Xingchen, akin to a premonition. A powerful intuition that struck him profoundly. He glanced down at the microphone in his hand, his gaze flickering, and suddenly, he was jolted by an epiphany. He knew Guo Qilin would inevitably falter. This outcome was not what he desired, but he could not dismiss the feeling brewing within him. His eyes returned to the audience, and amidst their laughter and applause, he sensed an unspoken reality lurking beneath the surface. Liu Xingchen understood that while Guo Qilin excelled in commanding the stage and resonating with the audience, certain subtle factors in this competition could undermine that advantage. He recognized that Guo Qilin's humor was direct and unreserved, yet this very style might not always translate perfectly before every crowd. A heavy emotion began to swell within him. The result of the competition mattered little to Liu Xingchen. However, he knew Guo Qilin well enough to understand that once he stepped onto the stage, he would not easily succumb to any challenge. When immersed in performance, Guo Qilin radiated strength, but that very strength sometimes became his shackles. His excessive confidence often led him to overlook details and disregard audience reactions, spiraling into a state of reckless abandon. This was the root of his potential defeat in the competition. The audience seemed to perceive the subtle shift, their laughter growing somewhat superficial, tinged with impatience. Liu Xingchen suddenly recalled a remark Guo Qilin had made a few days prior. "Do you know? A true comedian can create chemistry with the audience at any moment, rather than relying solely on technique to elicit laughter." When Guo Qilin had uttered those words, his tone had been light, almost as if jesting. Yet Liu Xingchen understood the profound meaning behind them. Guo Qilin believed that genuine humor was not predicated on technique or scripted scenarios, but rather on fostering an unspoken connection with the audience. However, Guo Qilin seemed to have become ensnared within the humorous realm he had constructed, and the audience's reactions were not unfolding as he had anticipated. Liu Xingchen observed Guo Qilin growing somewhat anxious, his confidence wavering, and small blunders occasionally surfacing. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain his composed facade, hastily attempting to redirect the audience's attention with an accelerated rhythm. Liu Xingchen was aware that Guo Qilin's approach might not yield the desired effect. In fact, the more frantic he became, the more likely he was to lose the fluidity of his performance, inciting doubt among the audience. Was this once self-assured individual beginning to falter? Just then, Guo Qilin turned to Liu Xingchen, his eyes wide with a flicker of nervousness. A wave of helplessness surged within Liu Xingchen. He recognized that Guo Qilin had sensed the mounting pressure, the seemingly casual gesture concealing his anxiety and unease. He understood that the outcome of this competition had already been determined, not due to their lack of skill, but because Guo Qilin, beneath his confidence, still lacked a genuine ability to connect with the audience's spirit. Guo Qilin, do not panic, Liu Xingchen silently reassured himself. An impulse to step forward and lend Guo Qilin support rising within him. Despite knowing that Guo Qilin did not require such words in that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of brotherly responsibility and emotional solidarity swell within him. "Hey, old Guo, don't be nervous," Liu Xingchen murmured softly, striving to maintain a relaxed tone. "You can do this, remember, you are a born performer." Guo Qilin blinked in surprise, seemingly not immediately grasping his meaning. After a brief pause, he managed a strained smile. "Is that so? Well, I'll give it a try." Yet, the smile bore an unmistakable hint of reluctance. Chapter 98, a shared laughter. He focused his attention on Guo Qilin, a subtle feeling welling up within him. Guo Qilin was performing with all his might. Despite the occasional minor mistakes, he endeavored to maintain his confidence on stage.
However,
Liu Xingchen was aware that beneath this confidence lay an unconscious tension, the very source of his unease. Guo Qilin, keep going, don't stop, Liu Xingchen silently encouraged himself. He slightly lowered his head, his gaze piercing through the microphone in his hand to the stage floor. Having decided to intentionally slip up and observe the audience's and Guo Qilin's reactions.
As soon as he spoke, Liu Xingchen deliberately relaxed his grip on the microphone, causing it to slip slightly and emit a faint thud.
The atmosphere in the theater momentarily paused. He quickly adjusted his posture and responded with haste,
It seems this microphone is feeling a bit of pressure just like me.
His voice was low and tinged with self-deprecation, yet his gaze shifted abruptly to Guo Qilin,
feigning a startled expression.
The audience erupted in laughter at this unexpected interlude, instantly lifting the previously tense atmosphere.
Liu Xingchen felt a sense of relief.
He understood that this small blunder had inadvertently enhanced the performance. Though he had made a deliberate mistake, it fostered an unexpected authenticity that resonated with the audience. He could distinctly sense that their laughter was not mocking his error, but rather celebrating the imperfection of humanity he had displayed in that moment.
To Liu Xingchen's surprise, Guo Qilin's reaction was different from what he had anticipated.
Rather than appearing nervous about his own minor misstep, Guo Qilin laughed, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration.
As if to say, well done, Xingchen, you finally get it. Isn't this microphone a bit too picky? Liu Xingchen continued in a relaxed tone, attempting to transform the blunder into an even greater punchline.
Guo Qilin immediately replied, don't stop, Xingchen, you're giving me an easy way out, it's simply brilliant. Their interaction incited even more fervent laughter from the audience, and the atmosphere became delightfully relaxed. A wave of indescribable emotion surged within Liu Xingchen, a long-lost sense of liberation and freedom. He seemed to find a delicate balance between himself and Guo Qilin. He realized that he need not emulate Guo Qilin's flawless performance or feel anxious about every little mistake. True humor, he mused, does not necessitate perfection, rather, it reveals authenticity and spontaneity amidst imperfection. The audience appeared thoroughly amused by their exchange, laughter cascading in waves, the ambience growing increasingly vibrant. Liu Xingchen suddenly recognized that he was no longer the anxious, apprehensive individual he once was, nor was he the person who feared his own imperfections. He felt as though he had discovered his true stage. At that moment, he began to relish the tacit understanding and interaction with the audience,
savoring every moment of collaboration with Guo Qilin.
Look, we just needed this one microphone, Guo Qilin chuckled, his tone light, seamlessly transitioning the topic without a pause. It seemed he had completely disregarded the earlier slip-up, instead dissolving the moment with humor. At that instant, Guo Qilin appeared to transcend the tension of competition,
returning to a state of genuine authenticity.
Liu Xingchen felt the ease and naturalness surrounding him, a deep gratitude for his friend swelling within his heart. He understood that his relationship with Guo Qilin transcended mere competition, it was rooted in mutual support and understanding. Yet, as Liu Xingchen began to relax, he noticed a subtle shift in the expressions of the judges seated below. He had always believed that the judges' evaluations determined the outcome of the contest, often worrying about whether he would receive favorable feedback. However, he suddenly realized that the judges' reactions were not the focal point he should concern himself with. The performance today was not about catering to the judges' standards, but rather about allowing both himself and Guo Qilin to revel in the experience and forge a deeper connection with the audience. He no longer fretted over his mistakes, nor did he harbor excessive expectations regarding the judges' assessments. At this moment, standing on stage, he possessed a singular thought to connect with Guo Qilin and wholeheartedly embrace this stage, savoring every second of the performance. Suddenly, Liu Xingchen felt a stir within him, recognizing that he had entirely let go of his tension and anxiety. He observed the smiling faces in the audience and the confidence in Guo Qilin's eyes. Thus, he no longer suppressed the impulse within him, intentionally slipping up once more. This time, he deliberately misquoted a line, pausing briefly to scan the audience, and casually remarked, "It seems I'm really not in the zone today.
How could I misquote my lines?
But surely everyone can understand, after all, this stage is quite vast, and I need to adapt gradually."
To his astonishment,
this blunder elicited even greater laughter.
Liu Xingchen experienced an unprecedented sense of ease and satisfaction. As if every mistake he made was embraced by the audience as a charming joke, transforming each error into a more genuine, relatable source of humor.
He felt it might be time to break free from rigid routines and bring something refreshingly different to the audience. On stage, he cleared his throat gently.
His gaze slightly lowered as if contemplating something profound.
The audience below had begun to settle down, eagerly awaiting the next segment of the performance. Liu Xingchen took a deep breath and suddenly spoke. After hearing so many of our jokes today, you probably realize that neither of us have been telling crosstalk since childhood. This reminds me of some childhood stories. We ought to share some of our past embarrassing moments and have a good laugh together. His tone was light and natural,
resembling a casual opening line, yet imbued with an unspoken warmth.
The audience fell silent for a few seconds, all eyes fixated on him, as if anticipating a new tale. Liu Xingchen smiled and began to reminisce about those bygone days. You see, I was quite the troublemaker as a child. You know, I especially loved teasing my mother.
I remember once sneaking into the kitchen and spotting a large watermelon on the table.
As you all know, watermelons are delicious but can be quite messy.
I thought to myself, since it's so tasty, why not just take a bite? Who cares about the mess?
Chapter 99, one step at a time. The audience appeared to be immersed in his recollections, their faces alight with anticipation. Liu Xingchen pointed to his forehead, recalling. At that time, I was particularly clever and decided to slice the watermelon in half. Just imagine, a watermelon so large and a knife so small. As a result,
I accidentally slipped, and the watermelon split open, juice splattering across the entire kitchen.
I stood there, dumbfounded, thinking to myself, well, there goes my chance to explain this. The audience couldn't help but chuckle, and Liu Xingchen joined in, still finding humor in the memory.
He glanced at Guo Qilin,
a hint of helplessness in his eyes. At that moment, my mother was watching beside me,
coolly remarking, "Aren't you supposed to go to the hospital?" Guo Qilin roared with laughter. With that tone, your mother must have encountered such situations before. Liu Xingchen nodded,
laughter spilling forth. Indeed, my mother was also at a loss, searching for an excuse to spare my feelings. Then she picked up a cloth and wiped the watermelon juice off the floor, only to look at me and say, "Next time you eat, I'll take the knife away from you." The laughter from the audience swelled, and Liu Xingchen's tone lightened. From that moment on, I realized that eating watermelon could sometimes be more troublesome than having a meal, especially the knife situation. It truly was frightening to behold. He paused briefly before continuing, however. Don't think I'm only capable of such foolishness. There was another time when I did something even more astonishing.
My father had bought a brand new television, which I adored.
I would sit there all day, munching on snacks while watching, completely oblivious to the remote control beside me.
At this point,
the audience began to chuckle in anticipation, and Liu Xingchen, brimming with pride, continued, "One day, my father said to me, 'Look, the remote control is right there on the table.
Just pick it up to change the channel. No need to keep running to the TV to press it.' I thought, how simple is that? Anyone can pick it up and change the channel. So, I decided, if everyone else uses a remote, why shouldn't I?
I pressed the remote's button with all my might,
hoping to change the channel, and then
the audience erupted in laughter, and Liu Xingchen beamed brighter. The batteries flew out of the remote, and of course,
the TV remained unresponsive.
I stared at the remote, puzzled. What is this?
Not a remote at all?
I took the remote apart, removed the batteries, and put them back in. Yet it still didn't work.
Guo Qilin interjected, unable to restrain himself. Were you planning to use brute force to turn on the TV? Liu Xingchen chuckled, waving his hand. Pretty much.
I felt utterly foolish afterward.
What could I do?
I had no choice but to run to my father and show him.
After examining it,
he looked at me and said, "This remote can change the channel, but only if you insert the batteries first." The audience laughed again, and Liu Xingchen wore a self-deprecating smile. At that moment, I understood that one must first comprehend the tools at hand before acting blindly.
Though his tale was simple, it exuded a pure sense of humor.
Each detail was so vivid, as if he were recounting his childhood anew.
The audience didn't merely laugh at his folly.
They reveled in the innocence of that state of being. However, when it came to childhood, the most overwhelming experience for me was a particular exam. Liu Xingchen abruptly shifted topics, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze.
He recognized that while he could recount these amusing anecdotes, some memories left deep imprints.
It was during elementary school when, out of the blue, the teacher announced an unexpected test, claiming it would be random, comprised entirely of what we had learned.
Liu Xingchen paused, silence enveloping him for a few seconds. The audience grew quiet, sensing a distinct emotion in his voice. I was so confident then. Certain I would perform well.
Yet, the moment I submitted my paper, my feelings transformed entirely. I could hardly describe the sensation. Liu Xingchen lowered his head slightly, his expression complex. The paper I had submitted was mostly blank. Aside from my name, there were hardly any correct answers. He managed a wry smile, continuing, I couldn't understand why, having studied so much, my exam paper was still a blank slate. At that moment, I truly felt a sense of despair. Guo Qilin teased from the side, fortunately, you realize that exams aren't everything, otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here telling jokes but probably would have switched careers to teaching. Liu Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. Yes, that exam from my childhood had a profound impact on me. Because of it, I learned a valuable lesson: failure does not always signify an end, sometimes, it is merely a necessary experience.
The audience fell into contemplation.
Liu Xingchen chose not to continue but smiled toward Guo Qilin. Regardless, I now understand that one must not rush in life, we must proceed step by step. Standing here today, sharing these tales with all of you, makes me feel incredibly fortunate. He discreetly glanced at Guo Qilin, who was smiling back at him,
seemingly unconcerned with any deviation from their topic. In fact, Guo Qilin's serene gaze offered Liu Xingchen an inexplicable comfort, as if to convey, it's all right, relax. It might even be better this way.
Liu Xingchen averted his gaze, casting his eyes down to the microphone he held, his mind engulfed in thought.
Indeed.
Perhaps at this moment, he need not feel compelled to adhere strictly to the so-called theme.
Is crosstalk merely a contest of skills? Or is it that profound resonance between individuals?
He began to question his original perspective, recognizing that his definition of competition might have been somewhat narrow from the very beginning.
Shouldn't true crosstalk embody an interaction with the audience, a natural exchange? With this realization, Liu Xingchen suddenly smiled, lifting his gaze toward the audience.
He did not deliberately seek to align with any specific topic. Instead, he casually remarked, speaking of which, I am reminded of my watermelon incident in childhood, which rather aptly represents my attitude towards life at that time. I always felt I could control everything, only to find that things often went awry. Chapter 100, True Joy. The laughter from the audience remained unabated as they immersed themselves in his story. In truth, Liu Xingchen himself had not anticipated that he would so effortlessly enter such an emotional state. As he reminisced about his childhood, those carefree and light-hearted days surged within him like a warm current, dispelling the anxiety and tension he had felt over his earlier mishaps. He smiled deliberately, surveying the crowd, a hint of self-mockery glimmering in his eyes. Looking back, I often thought of myself as a genius. No one could surpass me. I believed I could excel at anything. For instance, basketball. At that time, I had heard somewhere about being a basketball expert and was convinced I could make every shot. He paused, adopting a mock-serious expression, but as everyone knows, there I was on the court, looking utterly serious, basketball in hand, striking a pose that was nothing short of magnificent.
Yet, the next moment, the ball flew away, not only missing the hoop but landing directly in the adjacent tree. He exaggeratedly pointed at an imaginary basketball in the sky, his antics drawing another round of laughter from the audience. Liu Xingchen couldn't help but join in, feeling a sense of liberation wash over him. His gaze unconsciously drifted back to Guo Qilin, who maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent to whether Liu was straying from the topic, offering no criticism or reminders. This silent support gradually eased the burdens in Liu's heart. At that time, my mother looked at me, bewildered, and couldn't help but laugh. She said, "You shoot well. But why don't you look at the hoop?"
Liu Xingchen mimicked his mother's tone playfully, recalling, I didn't understand then, I thought the key was to look good in my stance.
But as it turned out, I couldn't even get the basic direction right. This time, the laughter from the audience became even more boisterous,
as almost everyone could visualize the earnest yet hapless little boy with a basketball, eliciting uncontrollable amusement. Liu Xingchen lowered his head, pressed his lips together, suddenly feeling that his innocence and determination from back then were a bit foolish yet profoundly warm. His inner self began to undergo subtle changes. The anxiety over deviating from the theme of the crosstalk gradually dissipated, replaced instead by a sense of relief. Speaking of which, this kind of thing happened often.
For instance,
in my childhood, I had a superstitious belief that I could change my fate in certain ways.
Liu Xingchen's gaze grew distant, as if he were transported back to that simpler era.
He continued, I remember before every exam, I would mutter a few words to my books, I will do well today. I will score high today, then hug the books tightly, as if that would somehow earn me extra points. He paused, suddenly realizing how amusing that was, but felt compelled to continue, and then after the exam, clutching that same book, I thought I would surely achieve a high score.
Only to find out later that I hadn't even passed. He chuckled, do you know that feeling? It's like receiving a slap in the face.
Another wave of laughter erupted from the audience, and Liu Xingchen could not contain his own mirth. He understood that though these stories carried a touch of self-deprecation, it was precisely these imperfect moments that shaped his growth.
Reflecting on the innocence and anticipation of those exam days, he felt a warm nostalgia, a gradual journey toward maturity,
where failures and setbacks only rendered him more genuine and multidimensional.
However, I can say that back then, I was particularly confident.
Perhaps it was because a voice inside me said, as long as you work hard, you will surely succeed. He paused again, his gaze sweeping across the audience, a gentle smile playing on his lips, but reality dealt me a harsh blow, reminding me that while confidence and effort are indeed important, sometimes one must also rely on tangible results. At that moment, Liu Xingchen felt a peculiar sense of detachment, as though he were gazing back at his younger self. The impulsiveness and naivety of his childhood had cultivated the humor and wisdom he possessed today. He had once believed that sheer passion could change everything, but through each stumble and rise, he had truly learned how to tread steadily along this path.
The laughter from the audience continued to echo in his ears.
Yet Liu Xingchen's heart gradually cleared. Yes, even though today's performance strayed from the theme, it had allowed him to establish a different connection with the audience. He no longer sought to overly conform to rules and conventions. Instead, in that moment, he experienced an unprecedented sense of freedom.
As he stood tall, preparing to leave the stage, a faint murmur of discussion arose from the judging panel. Liu Xingchen furrowed his brow involuntarily, a wave of tension surging within him. He lowered his head, repeatedly reminding himself, it's all right, you've done well. The outcome matters not.
Yet, as the words escaped his lips, that unease continued to linger in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he recalibrated his emotions, straightened his posture, relaxed his shoulders, and looked up at the panel. The judges wore neutral expressions, but Liu Xingchen knew they were keenly attuned to every contestant's performance, capable of discerning subtle nuances. That silent scrutiny evoked both anticipation and apprehension. After a few seconds, one of the judges, a man in his 40s, finally spoke. His voice was deep and steady. Today's performance left a profound impression on me. Although the theme of this competition revolves around traditional crosstalk, I believe Liu Xingchen's performance has provided us with a refreshing experience. His humor does not stem from contrived routines or suppressed control but arises from a natural narrative, sharing his life story with everyone, creating a relaxed atmosphere that seemingly allowed all to experience genuine joy. Liu Xingchen's heart raced once more, but this time it was from excitement rather than anxiety. He lowered his head, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. The judge's words instilled in him a long-lost sense of accomplishment, as if he had finally unearthed his unique place on the crosstalk stage after countless hours of practice, rehearsal, and contemplation.
Indeed, another older judge chimed in,
noting that while he had not strictly adhered to the competition's theme, perhaps that very deviation lent his performance a distinctive flair.